his hand to pick up his knife. Takes a bite out of his dog. Doing this on purpose. Don't count on it. The couch glances at me.
One graphic designer.
We have contrasts.
Devil.
What? Really? You're sure I'm not going to run to the Seattle Times with an expose? I tease. He laughs. It's a wonderful sound. He looks so young. I trust you. Avoid this. I'm very shy with his eyes light up. Desire forces me that already over. Why haven't you touched me then? I miss. He's amused. Faster. Yes? You're not going to touch me. He shakes his head. What? I gasp out loud. Just imagine he whispers. Cornwall in my new bus to here on 764. My letter through Great my inner goddess narrows her eyes and quiets his contemplation. We can play this game too. I learned the basics from that film. And divided my graphs. I close my eyes to see the pictures. When I open them, I begin my study very slowly. I take another bite now by now, I run my fingers up the side of my lower thigh. After my especially as I am cleaning these times. Christian pauses once more. His voice is low and husky. I know that he's always secret. I reply softly. Yes. I think I would share this stuff. Size of the my lashes. Didn't share this into the holiday sauce.
Oh, she doesn't go by Raymond Simone? She goes by Raymond.
Smartly, she reaches over and takes this picture. She's in my hair. And she's not touching me there.
That's cool.
This isn't right. This is not going according to plan. Stop.
Do you ever have a uniform?
I am using this battle away. I glance up at his friend, and his eyes parting my lips and brush. I run my tongue across my lower lip. Christian smiles, and his eyes darken further.
Nope. Oh, dude, you know me logging up.
of clothes,
I groan and reach out to touch his thigh. To my surprise, he uses his other hand to grab my wrist. Oh, no,
well-known for his
murmurs softly,
discussions in the Talmud.
raising my hand to his mouth.
I mean, if you had
Gently
to
brushes
stop
my
that,
knuckles to his lips.
that is
It doesn't worm.
Temple sacrifice.
Finally,
This
more
is something
please.
of
people, you should believe it.
Don't touch. He scolds me quietly and places my hand back on my hand.
Perhaps the
It's
most
so
famous
frustrating.
associated passage
This
with
brief,
Yochanan Kohen Gadol.
unsatisfactory contact.
This passage is discussed in
You
Pirkei
don't play
Avos.
fair. I pout.
Never trust yourself till the day of
I
your
know.
death.
He picks up the champagne glass and
I don't know why
pours
I
a
chose
toast, and I mirror his actions.
Yochanan Kohen Gadol, by the very
Congratulations on your
end of his
promotion,
life,
Miss Steele.
decided to join
We clink
with the
glasses, and I
Sadducees,
blush.
which are kind of like the bad guys
Yes,
in this story.
kind of
This is something we'll
unexpected.
discuss shortly.
I mutter.
And this was
He
seen
frowns
as
as if some
a
unpleasant thought has
huge
crossed
step
his
down,
mind.
a turning away
Yes,
from
He orders.
traditional orthodoxy
I am not to
No,
be
you
told
don't know about
to
that
finish
guy.
his meal.
to
And then
heretical movement that
his expression is so
separated
heated,
from the Jewish
so
people
raw,
as a whole.
so
So that's a
commanding.
very
I
controversial
am
aspect of it
melting.
that I look forward to discussing
I'm
with
not
you shortly.
hungry. Not
Okay,
for food.
let's talk about the sources.
He shakes his
Where
head,
do we
thoroughly
get the
enjoying himself,
information
but narrows his eyes
for
at me just the
our
same.
contemporary study of Yochanan Kohen
Well,
Gadol? We're not going to use any
his words
any kind
were,
of fragments of
dare.
we actually have a few
His
documents
Paul.
that are making much more
I press my mouth into a hard line and stare at him. Picking up an asparagus stalk, he puts the head into the hollow.
Yosh.
It's written in several volumes,
His voice low
but
and
it did
stuttering.
not make it
I
Just got a
willingly
blanket?
reply.
Yosh, got a blanket?
Does not
No.
include books of
Oh, dude.
prophets, even though they
Okay, you're
describe
not even
His
fucking.
tone
a
is
significant amount of
I don't
historical
want to
detail
think about
in
my
a way
weight.
that's extremely
The
important
truth
to
is,
Judaism.
I like
The
the
entire
I swallow the
Customary
asparagus.
revolution of the second
I just want to go home and
It
make
did
love.
make it, however,
I
into the
mutter
Apocrypha,
disconsolately.
which is a
Christian
collection of
grins.
books that several other faiths decided to include in their versions of the Bible. As you know,
Reluctantly, I turn back to my food and start to eat.
visit a Motel 8
Honestly,
and
I've
drawers
taken
there
my
found
panties off
Bibles that
and
look somewhat
everything.
unfamiliar to
I
Jews
feel like a
because they have
child
some
who has been denied
significant
candy.
additions and perhaps
Meat
even
is
some
such a tea,
changes in
a
sequence of books and
delicious
things like
thought.
that. The
Not
books of the Maccabees did not
all
make it into
mine.
the Bible. The canonization
He
process
wasn't
is
not
a
eat
little
them.
bit beyond our
As it
scope
turns out,
today. The rabbis
Christian
basically
businessmen
went
hate
to
his father.
chose books to be
It's a
canonized,
small
to be included in the
I
text
relieved he
of
doesn't
Holy
mention
Scripture.
Dr. Flynn with the house.
Or,
Really,
we
As
can
I finally was
USA,
able to
Tiger.
concentrate on our
Nice.
conversations.
for one reason or
I want
another,
to obey.
just
Carnal anticipations in his world of
the debates around many of these texts are actually discussed in the Talmud, and some of the ones that just barely made it in, Song of Songs,
So
because
close
it
to
has
mine,
just
but
quite
still doesn't touch
explicit
me.
content,
Just
and
she's
if you look
burger.
at allegorically,
Master. Finally, I finish my food and place my knife and fork on the plate.
Kohelet,
He murmurs,
Ecclesiastes,
and those
it's a
two
very
words
dark
so much
vision
promise.
of
I frown at him.
humanity
No, no,
and faith.
no, no,
What now?
You know, you
I
can
ask,
also read that
desire clawing
through
at my belly.
a lens that is not necessarily in keeping with Jewish values. Some rabbis really debated long and hard about things like that, but they kept them in. Other books of the same age, same provenance, nevertheless did not make it in. Book of Wisdom of Ben Sira, for example, that has a lot of similarities to Proverbs, and the Book of the Maccabees,
I stutter.
Tobit, and so on. It's quite a bit. The first of the four in
He
particular
cocks
is
his head
really
to one
solid,
side.
probably written by a Jew who was on the side of the Maccabees himself, had a great deal of sympathy for the
He steps
Maccabees,
aside,
had
and
a
I
great deal
stand
of
to
very
conscious
detailed
that I am not
topographical
wearing my
information
panties.
of the
He gazes at me
life of
dawnfully,
Israel,
like
of
he's
the
undressing me.
the landscape,
Glory
and
of his
the
carnal
mountains
appraisal.
and so on. He promptly
Just
begins
takes
to
me
many
to
the battles that he describes himself. So he has a lot of interesting detail about it. Later on, other books are probably added significantly after the
Deliberately
original
stopping
study,
in front of him,
merely
I
as
smooth
a
my dress
for
over my
their
lips.
information, but nevertheless
Christian
instructive
whispers in my
others.
ear.
The Book of the Maccabees gives a tremendous amount of information on
Still
the first
doesn't
two
touch me.
generations that's pretty reliable.
On the way out, he murmurs something about the car. But I'm not listening. My inner goddess is incandescent with anticipation. Light up Seattle. Waiting by the elevators, we are joined by two middle-aged couples. We're surrounded by dark, smoky glass mirrors. As the other couples enter, one man in a rather unflattering brown suit gives to nod in return, but is silent. The couple stand in front of us, facing the elevator doors. They are obviously friends. The women chat loudly, excited and animated at the reveal. I think they're all a little confused. As the door closed, Christian briefly stoops down beside me to tie his shoes. Odd, he places his arm undone. Discreetly, he places his hand on my ankle, startling me. And as he stands, his hand travels swiftly up my leg, skating deliciously over my skin. Oh, right up. I have to stifle my gasp of surprise as his hand hits my backside. Christian leans behind me.
Fascinating with Jewish history because they respected
antiquity, staring at the backs of their heads. We have no idea what we're up to. Wrapping his free arm around my waist, Christian pulls me historian published many books for
Roman consumption on the history of the Jews. Unfortunately,
the elevator travels slowly down, stopping at the 53rd floor to let more people on. But I am not paying attention. I am focused on every
don't know
little
exactly how he would have phrased things had he known
circling
he had a
around,
Jewish leadership.
down,
We only know through the
forward,
eyes of the Roman leadership,
questioning
and so
as
it
we shuffle
tends,
back.
for much of his writing, to be very
Again, I stifle a groan as his fingers find the
very
gold.
pro-Roman, very critical of Jews in many ways. Later, towards the end of his life,
As he
though,
slips a finger
is
inside me, I squirm and gasp.
charges
How
of
can you do this without being stable here?
and he answered them. We
So
don't have the original
lines, murmuring in my ear.
slurs, but we do have Josephus'
I'm flushed,
response. So
warm,
we see he begins
wanting,
to sort of
trapped in an elevator with seven
Jewish
people,
identity in
6
that
of them
source.
oblivious to what's occurring in Vienna.
Great source
His
on
finger
the
slides
period
in
we're
and
discussing
out
now
of me
because he
again
was
and
only
again.
off the contemporary period by about a
It's
century or
embarrassing
so, a
for
little
me.
bit more
I
than
want to
that,
tell him to stop,
which is very significant because we have so
and
few
he
historians
stops.
of the time.
I see
Many places
his
in
direction
the vast
against my
of
hip. We halt again at the
finally, we
44th
have the
floor.
Talmud.
Oh,
The Talmud
how
is
long
extremely
is this
useful
torture
as a
going?
historical text, but it has to be placed
Ow.
within certain guidelines.
Ow.
To begin with, the
Subtly,
Talmud is
I
basically a
grind
oral
myself against
document
his persistent
that
time
was
of not
passed
touching
down
me.
from
Chooses now?
for literally centuries,
And it makes
and
me
by the
feel
time it was
so
codified, it was
obstinate.
many centuries after the events described. That
Unaffected,
not
and yet
necessarily
more
the
people come aboard.
validity of
The
the
elevator
accounts
seems
that
crowded.
were given, but the
Christian moves us
accounts
so
say
far
are
back
shaped
that we're now pressed
within
into the
a
corner,
moral
holding me
environment.
in place and
The
torturing
point
me
of the
further.
stories in the Talmud is not
He
necessarily
nuzzles
to
my
tell
hair.
you, like
I'm sure we look like a
clear
young couple in love,
historical
mutilate in the
events,
corner.
but to get
No
across
one
a particular
bothered to
message
turn
that
around and see
supports
what we're
a
doing.
halachic point
And he
or
uses his
supports
second
a
finger
moral
inside
point
me.
or object lesson, things like
I
that.
groan,
So
and I'm thankful that the gaggle of people in front of us are still chatting away, totally oblivious. Oh,
Talmud has
Christian,
significant amounts of discussion about the
I
Customized
lean my
era
head
in
against his
particular,
chest,
and
closing my eyes,
scattered
surrendering to his
of an
unrelenting
ongoing bubble,
fingers.
his activity,
Don't go,
and
he
his
whispers.
end
I
of
want
life
that
change as
answer.
well. So those are our three
He splits his
main
hand
sources
out
for
on my belly,
tonight's discussion.
pressing down
And
slightly
that's the
as
primary
he
source
continues
for
his
the
deep
secondary sources.
exposition.
So
His
we have
feeling
the
is
sources now.
exquisite.
The context is definitely
Finally, the
Hellenism.
elevator
We've
reaches
spent a
the
couple
first
minutes to
floor.
understand what
With
exactly
a
is
loud
Hellenism
ping,
that
the doors
attracted the
open, and
Hashmonaim so
almost
much.
instantly,
It
passengers
comes
start
from
exiting.
Hellas, Greece.
Christian slowly flicks his fingers out of
And
me,
it comes from
his feet back
Alexander
to my
the
neck.
Great, here
I glance around at him, and he
tremendously
smiles,
brilliant military
then
leader
nods
of
again at
the
Mr.
4th century
Baptist's
before
brown
the era,
suit. He returns to God and acknowledges
amazing
his
march
step
from his
down
home.
the
I mean,
elevator with his wife.
the Peloponnesus, right, or
I
north
barely
over into
notice,
Macedonia,
concentrating
all the way
instead on
across
staying
basically
upright
the
and
entire
trying to manage
civilized
my
world
chanting.
in the Middle East. And he comes all the way down to Egypt, and then
That
he goes
is
all the way out here,
Christian
basically,
releases me,
in contemporary
releasing his
India
hand
and
on my own
Pakistan.
2 feet
This
without
place is
missing
entirely
meters.
covered by him,
Turning,
and he
I
would have
gaze up
kept
at him.
going.
He
Except
looks
his
cool
soldiers said
and
they're
unlovable.
exhausted, they really
His
want to go home to
usual
Greece.
composed selfie.
They have not had soup in like years.
So, not fair.
Sometimes
He
and
asks,
he said, okay,
his
fine,
eyes
let's go
moving
back.
wicked
And then he
as he
died
sees
in
first
his 30s,
and his
actually,
nose
as a
in
result
his mouth
possibly of
and
alcohol
sucks on it.
poisoning. But the thing
He
is,
studied
this
for a moment.
He
massive
whispers,
multi-cultural conquest he was able to spread Greek culture and norms.
I murmur,
And
and I'm practically becoming a part of his team.
Israel, of course, was
Surprised
also
as I
on
see
his
him.
path, and Israel
He
was
says,
absolutely
reaching out, he tucks a lock of hair behind my ear. A slight smile betraying his secret.
what exactly is it that fascinated them, but we'll see some of it shortly. After his
Lots
death,
of car.
the
He
empire was
grins down
You
at
thought
me
he
and
was just like
takes my
some kind of
hand.
hardcore lesbian ever? Yeah.
Ptolemies
In
here
the
in
car?
Egypt, and the Seleucid
Can't we just
Empire
do
Really?
it here
Yeah,
on
it's
the
like
cool
this
marble
area.
of the lobby floor?
Egypt and Syria vied for Israel, which was the
Yes,
borderland
I
between
want
them,
to.
controlling
Rabbi,
and
that's great.
in
He
their
admonishes me
various
along
conflicts.
his car.
And this is
I've
exactly
never
what
had
the
sex in a car.
Christian
I mumble.
their revolt
Christian
primarily
halts,
against the
safety fingers under my chin,
who were really
tipping my head back
serious,
and glaring
adopting
down at me.
Hellenistic culture
I'm
and wishing
very
to impose it
curious.
on the
I have to
population.
say,
So,
I'd be very surprised, not
the
to say
flashpoint of
that,
the rebellion, this is a very quick review,
I
I'm sure you're all very
flushed,
familiar with this.
blinking
The
Of course,
Seleucid
I
king,
only had
as he
sex
opened
with
the report
pigs.
that they
I
funded,
frowned.
decided that
That's not what I meant.
the best way to control this strange
Phoning
population
unexpectedly
who
hard.
were so anomalous,
Christian, it
so
was just an
out of the
expression.
box, and in many ways just not
Famous
fitting with the
expression.
entire
I've never had
Hellenistic
sex in a car.
society,
Yes,
was
just
that he
stripped
just
off the
put
top.
an end once and for all to this strange religion that they have,
Christian,
the
I wasn't
insistence on
thinking.
worshiping
For heaven's
an
sake,
invisible
you
God,
just,
having a God that
done
had
that
no
to me in
name,
an elevator full of
very
people.
clannish
My wits are
behavior,
scattered.
refusing to eat with Greeks,
He raises his
refusing
eyebrows.
to participate
What
in,
did I do?
really which are totally
Challenges.
hard activities like
I scowl
athletics.
at
What
him.
could be wrong with
He
athletics?
wants me
Right?
to
Things
say
like
it.
that. He said
You
that's
turned me on
and he made
big
us
time.
say
Now take me home and trust me.
it's important to note, by the way,
His
that
mouth
he
drops
didn't
open.
just simply make
Then he
this
laughs,
stuff up.
surprised.
He
Now he looks young and
was
carefree.
siding with one
Oh, to hear him
part
laugh.
of the Israeli
I love
body
it
politic at the
because
time.
it's so
The
rare.
urban centers were very
You're more
Hellenist.
romantic.
The Jews tended to be
He
of
takes my hand and
middle
we head
and
out of the
higher
building
classes,
to where the valet
loved
stands by
Hellenism,
my shop.
and had become strong advocates
What's
of
sex
the
in a car?
universalist mentality.
Christian murmurs
And
as he
they
switches
really
on
wanted
position.
Israel to move
Quite
forward
frankly,
in that
I would have been
Hellenistic
happy
direction.
with the lobby
The
floor.
rural society, however, was much more traditional,
So would
much
I.
more
But I
backwards,
don't
were
enjoy being
insisting
arrested
on
at
that
this time of
old-time
night.
religion,
And I feel
refusing
like
to accept the values of the city.
not today.
And
What?
as he opens,
You
was simply
mean
saying,
there was a
fine, in order to
possibility?
make everything
Oh, yes.
par and glass,
Let's
so to
go
speak,
back.
let me just side with those
Turns to
Hellenizing
gaze at
elements
me
in the
and
city,
laughs.
and
His
with
laughter
those
is
Jewish
infectious.
allies, then we will
Soon,
put down
we're both laughing.
the huge fissures
Wonderful,
that were
guarded,
erupting in
head held
Jewish
back
society.
laughter.
And this was an important region
Reaching
for him
over,
because it was
he
on the
places his
borderland
hand on my
of
knee,
Egypt. So
caressing
he
me
had to
gently
really have
with skilled
solid
fingers.
control over it,
I
lest
stopped
he
laughing.
lose it to his
Jesus,
rivals
that's
himself. The
He
kinds of
murmurs
things they
and
put
pulls
down
into the
with
Seattle traffic.
tremendous ferocity were the observance of the
He parks
Sabbath,
Assad in
which
the
was
Scala
seen as a
garage
sign of
and
Jewish
turns off the
sloth.
engine.
They insisted on
Suddenly,
resting one day
the
a week.
confines of the car, the
Observance
atmosphere
of
between us changes.
family purity,
Wanton
which was
anticipation,
seen
I
as
glance
the
at him,
some of these
trying to
backward
contain my
rituals that
palpitating
separated
heart.
Jews from
He
non-Jews.
turns toward me,
And of
leaning
course,
against the door,
the
his
ban of
elbow
the
propped on the
circumcision
steering
ritual,
wheel.
which also
He
marked
pulls his
Jews
lower
off
lip
as
with his
separate.
thumb
Basically,
and
wanted
index
Jews
finger.
to
His
enliven
mouth
within
feels
the larger
empty.
Hellenistic world.
I
And
want
so
to argue.
a revolution
Want
about
to
it that was basically a
his eyes
plural
dark gray.
peasant revolution
My mouth
against
feels
those
eyes.
Jews who were
He
supportive
smiles
of
a
the
slow,
prime
sexy
leader of that
smile.
revolution was, of course, Matisyahu.
Look, car at a time and
Let's see,
place
if you're watching this on podcast, right? No one will get this joke if you're listening to the podcast only. But Matisyahu was,
It's like
you know,
he's
an
addressing me
otherwise
below the waist. My inner
unremarkable
goddess
farmer
performs 4
with a
arabesques
number
and
of
a ton of boss.
sons who was called to
Yes.
one of these
I sound so
state-sponsored ritual sacrifices
desperate.
led by Greek
He leans
Jews, that
forward
is,
for
Jews
action.
who were
I close my
opposed to the
eyes,
Hellenistic
waiting for
agenda,
his kiss.
and
Since
in a fit of rage, rather than sacrificing a pig to the idol, he
after an
grabbed the
interminable
Jew who
few
was
seconds,
organizing it,
I open my
stretched him
eyes
out
to
of the
find
altar,
him.
and sacrificed him instead.
I can't
This
figure out what he's
flash
thinking.
point ignited
But before I
a
can say
massive
anything,
rebellion,
he
which
distracts me once
amazingly
more.
turned out successful, as
Now,
the Maccabees, as they were called, not only successfully drove off the much more entrenched powers of the city and the pro-Hellenistic forces, but even the reinforcements that came down
once
from
again,
the north,
we
from
wait
Syria,
for the elevator.
including
My body whirling with
reinforcements
anticipation.
with cavalry
Christian holds
and
my
one
hand,
famous
running his
episode,
thumb
32
across
more
my
elephants,
knuckles.
which must have been
Each
absolutely
stroke
terrifying
echoing
to
through.
encounter. Nevertheless,
I watched his
Matisyahu and
hands
his
on
son Yehuda, in particular the
tortured
Maccabee,
long enough.
were able to mount a very
So,
successful
what happened
guerrilla
to
campaign
instant
that
gratification?
forced the Syrian
I murmur
government to
while we
leave
wait.
off all of their Hellenizing activities, creating an independent state for the Jews. The Maccabees celebrated this victory with candle lighting, and of course this is where we have the major symbol of the observance of the holiday of Hanukkah. We have, of course, in the Talmud, there's a miracle described there when they finally cleaned out the temple, as I'm sure you're all aware, and they found a group of oil lasted for 8 days. It sounds a lot like this building where we're waiting for the heater from Central Asia to arrive. But the early coins printed in that time, always indicate, the symbol of light, which is associated with Torah, and so on, that is associated with the holiday for time immemorial. So we're living now in an environment in which there's this huge Weltanschauung, there's this overwhelming worldview that encompasses the entire civilized world for the most part, and Jews are countercultural. Jews are refusing to participate in it, they're rebelling against it, and they have been amazingly successful. They have just, so to speak, won the election. Now what do we do?
Desire, thick and strong, glances through my blood. Foully all my reason. He pushes me against the wall, finishing with his lips, one hand in my hair, the other at my chin.
See exactly where Yochanan Kohen Gadol lives. So here's Matisyahu at the top, and here are his sons, Shimon, Yehuda, Jonathan, Eliezer, and Jonathan. None of them died natural deaths. They all died either
I
in
push on his
battle
jacket,
or
and as the elevator arrives at the apartment, tumble out
Yochanan's
into the
father,
foyer.
as a result of
Christian
treachery
pins me
and
to
a
the wall by
banquet
the elevator.
where they were
His
assassinated.
jacket follows
So
to the floor.
the grandson
Hand
of
travels up my
Matisyahu
leg.
was our
His lips never
protagonist,
leave mine.
Jonathan Shirkanas
He
here,
points up my dress.
took control of the state of Israel with the Messiah period, with the death of his father Shimon, and
I do
later,
as I'm
just to
told.
go down the
And he
chart a little
turns
bit,
and lays
you
me
can
down
see
at the
that
foot table.
his son,
So he stands
Alexander
between my legs.
Yaneos or
I'm
Yanai,
aware of the
married
unusual
Shlomi
mix of flowers
Alexandra.
he's missing.
They gave birth
Huh?
to
Reaching into his jeans
Eunice,
pocket, he fishes out a foil packet and hands it to me. Why? You know how much you turn me
her son Alexander,
What?
was the grandson of John Hyrcanus,
No.
who married Alexandra and gave birth to Miriam, who was the last of the Hashmonaim.
He grabs the foil packet from my hands. Oh,
Back to
this is
this,
so quick.
memory
But after all this
next
tantalizing
week, but just to
change,
give you
I
a
want
sense
to
of what's
imagine
going on here,
right
Herod
now.
in many ways was
He gazes down at me
validated
as
to
he
be
rolls on
the
the
king
condom.
of Israel
He puts his
by
hand
very
under my
major
thighs,
claims,
spreading my legs
including
wide.
the fact that he married
Positioning
one
himself
of the last of the Hashmonaim, Miriam, also known as very sad story associated with
Clasping both my hands I tried. I really did.
Also relevant to this
The
chart
feeling is so
are
exquisite.
questions that were
What I've been
raised
waiting
about
for after all these
the
years.
lineage
Oh,
of Yochanan.
wholeness,
Here, engineer
this
is
feeling.
his mother.
I groan and arch my back off
Rabbi
the
took him
table.
to task. He actually took the
Growls,
entire
tightening his hands on mine and flipping sharply so that I cry out. I blink my eyes open. He stares down at me wide-eyed. Slowly, he groans, sinks into me once more, his mouth flattens and informing me, but he says nothing. Strange is arousal, his reaction to me. I light up inside. My blood sports through my veins. His gray eyes burn into mine. He picks up the rhythm, and I revel in it, glorying in it, watching him, watching me. His passion, his love, as we come apart together. I call out as I explode around him. Christian follows. Yes, Anna, he cries. He collapses on me, releasing my hands and resting his head on my chest. My legs are still wrapped around him, and under the patient and fertile eyes of the Madonna piece, I cradle his head against me, struggle to catch my breath. He raises his head to look at me.
Apparently was captured
He
at one
murmurs,
point in her
I'm
life,
cleaning up.
and having endured as a captive, she would not be
I lie
eligible
naked
to
in
marry
Christian's
Shimon.
bed, sprawled over his
So
chest,
the rabbis
chanting,
questioned whether or not he would
how
consider
does his
a
energy ever wane?
Kohen at all. He could be a
Christian
Kohen
trails his
Kala.
fingers
He
up
would
and
be
down my back.
invalidated from serving as a
Satisfied.
Kohen because of his lineage.
I
So the
murmur my
rabbis had
dissent.
kind of like a laundry
I
list
have
of
no
issues to
energy
deal
left
with.
for talking. Raising my head, I turn unfocused eyes to him and bask in his warm, fog gaze.
What were his major themes?
Very deliberately, I angle my head down so he knows I am going to hit his chest. He tenses momentarily, and I plant a soft kiss to his chest hair, breathing in his Christian smell, mixed with sweat and incense. He's heavy. He rolls onto his side so I lie beside him, looking down at me.
There remains to be seen
Sex like this for everyone? I'm surprised anyone ever goes out. I murmur, feeling suddenly shy.
like to have a kingdom
Grins.
at that time,
I
and not like in our days where we have imperial states and the border walls and things like that.
Bends and
Nothing
kisses
at all
me.
like this is happening in
That's
Israel.
because you're
Some
Christian
of the
special,
interesting
Mr.
evidence
Grant.
is the fact that
I agree.
many of the
Smiling and
coins that
caressing
were
his face.
produced in this period
Blinks
by
down at me,
Yochanan
at
Kungada
a loss.
did not refer to him as king. They refer
Says.
to him as
He kisses me, then lies down and pulls me to him so
head
we
of the
smooth
Great
his back.
Assembly.
You
So
don't like
head of the Great
compliments.
Assembly, although that sounds like a pretty good title, is not the same as king. And
But
it could
he is
be
pretty
that
damn
this is a
special.
reflection of his somewhat
Why doesn't
diminished
she realize
power
this?
vis-a-vis
I
his
love the house. I
in
murmur.
particular, he had a
He
conflict
says
with
nothing for a minute, but I sense his grin.
who was and they had significant battles back and
He
forth
nuzzles my hair, and I
finally
drink in
achieved
his
the kind of
safe
modus
in his
vivendi.
arms.
The modus
Dreaming
vivendi
of sunsets and French
essentially
doors and wide
forced
staircases.
Yochanan
And a small copper-haired boy runs through the meadow,
certain tricks
laughing
and
and
rights
giggling as I chase him.
in return for his control over the region.
Christian kisses me just below my ear.
See this,
I open
as
my
I
eyes.
mentioned earlier,
It's morning.
coinage as
I
well,
turn to face
that
him,
the
and
image
he's up and dressed, fresh and delicious, leaning over me.
cornucopia,
What time is
all
it?
Greek
Oh no,
images that
I
indicate
don't
that
want to be late.
John Harkness was very much trying to play ball
He rubs his nose against mine.
regional
Spellbound,
counterparts that,
I murmur,
in order to
stretching
maintain
out to
the
meet them.
integrity of the
My
state,
lips
he's
pudgy
often
tight
far superior
to
armed
our
forces.
exports yesterday.
He has a kind of
I wrap my arms around
and
his
has
neck.
kind of be a culture
Don't
worker
go.
for
He hugs his head to one side, raising his eyebrows.
side of very antagonistic Hellenistic
I'm
war.
trying
Let
to
us
keep
remember
him from
that his
honestly.
grandfather, of course, led this
I nod sleepily at him, and he smiles
very
a
much
shy smile.
very much challenging
As
the world.
and he looks everything,
Risks
the hot,
alienating the peasant
no,
population. Adore
he murmured.
memory of his son Hu and his son Yehuda.
Glancing at the clock, I know he has already set it something for the man. as evergreen. I've already given them my main present, the dress square neckline, but quite low. Yes,
And they argue that, for example, a temple should not be
now,
Jerusalem, that
a
was not a
Christian
legitimate
present.
temple. The temple
I
should be
start
up here
rummaging
in
through
Mount
his drawers,
Gerizim. So
looking for his
Stephanus
ties.
went in
In the
there
bottom
and
drawer, I find
destroyed
those
the
faded
temple
ribbed
and dominated the
jeans,
entire
the
region
ones
of
he wears in
Samaria.
the playroom,
Incidentally,
the
they
ones
still
he
exist
looks
today.
so
There are
hot.
Samaritans. Certain ritual sacrifices on Mount Gerizim, even to this day. It's quite fascinating. Historians and anthropologists look at
I
it
find a
to try to
large,
understand
black,
more of
flat
what it must have been
cardboard
like in the
box.
ancient period.
This is my
So he
interest.
did not make any friends here in
What's in here?
Samaria.
I stare at it, feeling like I'm trespassing again. Taking it out, I shake it.
That would be like
It's
right
heavy,
around
as
Nablus.
if it holds
Shechem,
papers or
Nablus.
computers.
Yeah.
I cannot
Over
resist.
here,
I open
he
the
also
lid
drove
and
to the
quickly
coast,
shut
which
it
was
again.
extremely important.
Up.
The coast was the
Photographs.
principal area in
The
which
red
they
room.
would be doing
The
business.
shock
There was a
sits
significant
back on
amount
my
of business
heels as I
across
try
the
to wipe
Jordan
the
River
image from my
and
brain.
again up to the north
Why
and to
did
the
I
south
open
to
the
the
box?
Ptolemies and to
Why just
the Seleucid Empire. But access to the
I
coast
shudder.
was key
My
because from here
subconscious
you had
scowls
the
at me.
entire Mediterranean
This
basin.
is
So
before
it
you.
significantly
Forget
expanded
them.
the access to the
She's
coast
right.
as a major
When I
goal
stand
of
up,
his
I
military
notice his
plans.
ties are hanging to
Finally,
the end
and
of his
most
clothes rail.
controversially,
I
he's
find
also
my
in the
favorite
south,
and exit
north of
quickly.
Judea. People
Those
living
photos
here
are
are not Jewish,
made
but some
for
very
Hannah.
controversial act.
My subconscious nods
Definitely
approval,
caused all
and
those
it's
forces of
with a
peace
heavier heart
to
that I head
Judaism.
into the main room for breakfast.
First, and to my
Mrs.
mind,
Jones
only
smiles at me
instance
warmly.
of a
Frowns.
state-sponsored mass conversion
Everything
to
all right,
Judaism
Hannah?
that
She
the
asks
Jews have
kindly.
ever perpetrated.
Yes,
For
I
this, he
murmur,
was heavily
distracted.
censured by the rabbis.
Did you have
Why
a
would he
key?
undertake such a venture? So, the great scholar
Flavor?
Baron
She
writes
pauses
quite a bit
momentarily,
about how, in the
surprised.
ancient period,
Yes, of
statehood
course.
and ethnicity
She
and
unclips a
religion
small bunch of
were all
cookies from
very
her mouth.
fluid
What would
ideas.
you like
We
for
tend
breakfast?
to, in the 21st
She
century,
asks
understand
as she
these
hands
as
me.
highly distinct aspects
Just
of an
granola.
identity, and
I
we
won't
can
be
have,
long.
one person can have
I
a
feel
completely
more
different
ambivalent
religion
about this
and a
gift
completely
now,
different ethnicity
but
than
only
another
since
person
the
who still
discovery of
participates
those
in the same
photographs.
nation or
Nothing's
vice versa.
changed.
But
My
the
subconscious
idea
barks
in
at me
nature
again,
is much more
glaring at
unitary.
me over her
If
half
you lived in Judea,
glasses.
you were a Jew.
Yes,
A
it
tolerated
was.
stranger, a
Hot.
Kertosha, for example, but you
What
were
else does
ultimately
he have
not
hidden
of them.
away?
And in order to
Quickly,
ensure the
I
strength
ferret through
of
the
the
sand
nation,
chest
you
to
had to
what I
have this
need
kind of
and lock
consistency
the
and
playroom door
uniformity.
behind me.
So to conquer Idumea,
Wouldn't do
with
for
all these
Jose to
non-Jews
discover
living
this.
here, according to Baron, the thinking
I
of
hand the
Artemis
keys
was
back to
to
Mrs.
make them
Jones and sit
Jewish in
down
the
to
same
devour
sense
breakfast,
as other
feeling odd
Jewish
that
people
Christian is
in order to
absent.
strengthen the national
The
body
photographic
politic.
image
For the
dances
rabbis,
unwelcome around my
Pushing at the
mind.
time, this
I wonder
was
who it was.
inconceivable because
Love,
one of the
perhaps?
essential aspects of conversion to Judaism, of
On my
course, is
drive into work,
acceptance
I
of the
debate whether or not to tell Christian I
and
found
was
his
forced upon
photographs.
them that would
No,
validate the entire
screams my
conversion,
subconscious,
introduce a whole
her
bunch of
Ed
people
Barn
into the body
face on.
politic who were
I
recognized
decide
as Jews
she's
but did
probably
not
right.
consider themselves to be Jews and in fact would not be
As I
halachically
sit
Jewish.
down at my desk,
The
my
punishment
BlackBerry
for the
buzzes.
conversion of Idumeans
From
and he would ultimately marry the great granddaughter of Yochanan
I
Hyrcanus,
calculate
and
that
we'll
there are
talk
at
more
least
about
30
his story
services to
next
go.
week.
I am looking forward to
In terms of domestic policy, I had an interesting thought yesterday. I think it's actually a big thought that is worth putting on the internet, so I'll share it with you right now. As I was sort of mulling over this lecture yesterday, it
Christian
occurred to
Gray,
me
private
that
CEO,
traditionalist
Gray
movements
Enterprises
are often
Holdings.
the last to organize.
His
I'll
email
tell
makes
you
me
why I'm
smile,
thinking of this.
and all my earlier
When you
reservations
read
evaporate.
histories of
It's
Judaism,
me he wants now.
and I'm not
Memories of
talking
last
reading
night's sexcapades flood my mind.
literature, not article
Elevator,
versions of it.
foyer,
When you read academic
bed.
histories, there tends to be a lot of emphasis on
I
huge
wonder what
diversity
the
of
female
Jewish
equivalent might be.
belief around the time
From
of
Anastasia
the
Steele.
Kashmonaic era.
Subject,
And
romance,
those
date,
who
June
are
17th,
often
2011,
unfriendly to Orthodox Judaism
9:03.
will argue that
2.
Orthodox
Christian
Judaism,
Gray.
as we understand it, was born
Mr. Gray,
in this period.
you have a
And
one-track
I've always
mind.
wondered where they
I
got this
missed you
argument
at
because we have
breakfast,
so much
but
earlier
Mrs. Jones
sources,
was
but I
very
think I figured
accommodating.
it out. And it's based on this principle. What does this mean? Traditional movements are last organized. It means that when there is a challenge to the status quo,
2011.
the traditionalist groups are the last ones to finally stand up and say, well, this is what we believe. Even though they may predate the original irritants that caused them to react, they nevertheless are chronologically linked. I'll give you a few examples. Anybody recognize this individual?
Subject,
This is
tapping
the iconic
nose.
representation of the
Date,
altar Rabbi,
June
founder
17,
of Chabad
2011.
Hasidic
9,
movement.
10.
So,
2.
just
Christian
19th
Greg.
century example.
Wait
When
and see. It's a
the
surprise.
Hasidic movement
I
started
need
in
to
the
work.
1700s,
Let me be.
there was a backlash against it from the Talmudic Jews
From
of Lithuania.
Christian Grey.
The Talmudic Jews were
Subject,
certainly
frustrated.
following a much
Date,
older
June
tradition.
17,
Hasidism
2011.
introduced
9,
many innovations in heretical
Gray
government and things like
Enterprises
that. But they introduced innovations, for example,
I stare at the
flexibility
small
in the
screen of
beginning
my
of time
BlackBerry.
of davening.
The vehemence implicit
It
in
always
his email
amazes me
takes
that,
me by surprise.
I've already finished
Why does
davening
it feel
2
like
hours
this?
and Hasidim are
It's
just
not like
walking the
I'm
shore at
hiding
this time.
erotic photographs of
You know,
my exes.
I
From
can go on a whole bunch of
Anastasia
lectures
Steele.
on what are
Subject,
differences, but
indulge
basically
me.
they introduced some
Date,
innovations.
June 17,
Shkita and so on.
2011.
They introduced some
9, 14.
innovations. And so
2.
the
Christian Grey.
traditional
It's
Lithuanian
for your birthday.
Talmudists, they
Another
eventually
surprise.
reacted,
Don't
and
be
they
so
got a name for
petulant.
themselves. What is the
A.
name of the
X.
reactors?
He doesn't
What do
reply
you call those
immediately,
people who reacted to
and I'm
Hasidim?
called into a meeting, so I can't dwell on it for too
What
long.
does that term translate as?
When I next glance at my BlackBerry, to my horror, I realize it's 4 in the afternoon. Where has the day gone? Still, no message from Christian. I decide to email him again.
They're the opponents of it.
From
Like they just like Hasidim has always been around. These are the guys who oppose it. No, it's the other way around. Hasidim was new,
2011.
and therefore the
16.
old became known as the opponents, right? Because they're the traditionalist party.
Are
They
you
were
not
the last
talking to
organized.
me?
Another example.
Staying with us tonight.
Originated in the late 19th century,
A. X.
after the birth of the
He doesn't reply,
conservative
and I
movements.
feel if we
Now,
solve
why?
the
The Orthodox are clearly
I
the
hope he's
oldest.
okay.
Why would they
Calling
not
his
have
cell
a
phone,
word for
I get his
themselves
voicemail.
until the
The
reform
announcement simply says,
Samson
Ray,
Refolders, very important thinker, and
in his
architect
most
really of
clipped
modern
tone.
Orthodox identity.
Hi,
So the answer is obvious.
it's
They
me,
didn't need a word
Anna.
for themselves because
Are
they
you
were
okay?
Ezra. They were
Call me.
us. Like, what
I
do you mean?
stuttered
You
through my
don't work for us?
message.
We is us.
I've
Right?
never had to leave one for
Once
him
there was
before.
like an irritant,
I flush as I hang up.
no.
Of course
This
they'll
is
know
the
it's
way to
me.
be. This is the way to be.
My
Then the
subconscious rolls
traditionalists
her eyes
finally
at
got
me.
themselves together and they
I
said, all right,
attempted to
fine.
ring his PA, Andrea,
They
but
borrowed that
decide
term as
that's a
half
step
from
too
the front,
far.
but the idea is that
Reluctantly, I
the
continued my
organization
work.
came too late for the oldest
My
party.
phone rings
Last
unexpectedly,
example,
and my heart jumps.
in the
Christian.
modern era, when you look at the
But no,
20th century,
it's Kate,
the
my
Jews
best
began to
friend.
organize
Finally,
politically. They had not done
Anna!
so before.
She shouts
Since
from wherever she
and
is.
you have
Kate,
development of
are
movements
you
such
back?
as the
I missed
Leninists,
you.
which were
Me too.
socialists,
I have so
whole
much to
variety
tell
of
you.
Zionist
We're at
parties,
ZTAC, me and my man.
a diaspora
She
nationalist
giggles in
party,
the
and
most
finally
like way.
the Agudat
Cool.
Israel.
I have so
Agudat
much to tell
Israel,
you too.
Israel
See
is
you
the
back at the
most
apartment?
traditional of the
I'm having
Jewish
drinks with
political
Jose.
organizations,
Join
and
us.
it began
Jose's
later
in
than all
town?
the others.
Sure.
It began in
Text me
1912,
where.
whereas the born
Okay,
Zionist movement and so on take all the way
You
back
good,
to
Anna?
1847.
Yeah,
The reason is
I'm
because
fine.
they
You
were
still with
content
Christian?
not to have any political
Yes.
organization,
Good.
any like
Laters.
for their political
Oh,
expression, until
not
it became
her,
inevitable that the only way they
Ellen's
could compete
influence
in the
knows no
marketplace of
bounds.
ideas and in the political
Yeah.
marketplace
Laters,
was to have an
baby.
organization.
I
Hence,
grin,
they come
and she
late.
hangs
So
up.
now, let's take it back to
Wow.
Yochanan Hyrcanus,
Kate is
and we
home.
have to understand it in the context
How am
of
I
the
going to tell her all that has
Sadducees and the
happened?
Pharisees.
I should write it down so I don't forget anything.
The Sadducees, or
An hour later, my office phone rings.
were a
Christian?
movement that
No,
that
Claire.
have been excoriating
You should see
Jewish
the guy
tradition
asking for
as
you in
having
reception.
diverted
How come
from
you
some
know all
very
these hot
key
guys,
Jewish
Anna?
beliefs, such as
Jose must be
belief in the
here.
validity of the
I
oral
glance at the
Torah,
clock.
a belief
It's
in
5:55,
the
and
idea
a
of
small
life
thrill of
after
excitement
death.
pulses
Many
through me.
core Jewish
I haven't
concepts
seen you in
were
ages.
negated by the
Anna,
Sadducees,
wow.
who at the time of the
Great.
Hashmonaim
So grown up.
controlled the He
grins at me, just because I'm wearing a smart dress. He hugs me hard. That's cold. Mutters in amazement. It's just the shoes, Jose. You don't look so bad yourself. He's wearing jeans, a black t-shirt, and a black and white check flannel shirt. I'll grab my things and we can go.
Especially when we get just 100 years later to the Roman period.
I pick up 2 rolling rocks from the crowded bar and head over to the table where Jose is seated. Sound Christian's place okay? Yeah. I haven't been inside. I just delivered photos to the service elevator. Some guy named Taylor. Looks like quite a place. It is. You should see inside.
And essentially, they were the losers of the original rebellion of the Maccabees.
I flush as we drink bottles.
Disappear. There wasn't a genocide where they were Jews harboring these
Salute. Tell me about your show and how it went.
physically and politically, but they did not lose
He
their
leaves and
ideology.
launches into the story.
Their positions
He
throughout
sold
the period.
all but
And in
3 of
fact,
his
they began
photos,
to
which has taken care of
expand their
his student
activity
loans
so
and
much
left
so
him with some
that
money to
all
spare.
Jews, regardless of their
And
political
I
and
think
religious
we should take
orientation,
some landscapes for the Portland
were
Tourist Board.
affected by it.
Pretty cool,
The
huh?
other side of the coin
Finishes
are
proudly.
Pharisees.
Oh,
Let's understand
Jose,
this in the context
that's
of organizational
wonderful.
structure.
Not
The term
interfering with your
Pharisees
studies,
is
though.
an
I frown at
anglicization
him.
of the Hebrew
Nah,
term
now
kabushim,
that you guys have
which
gone,
means literally
plus 3 of the
those
guys
who
I used to hang
separate.
out with, I have more time.
Kabushim are the good guys
No hot
in
debate.
the
You busy?
traditional Jewish history.
Last time I saw you,
Kabushim
you had
are
half a dozen
Hillel,
women hanging on
Shammai,
your every
Rabbi
word.
Akiva,
I
all
arched an
of
eyebrow
the
at him.
rabbis that we
Nah,
revere as being the
none of them
architects
are
of
woman enough.
Jewish morality and
He's
theology to
all
this day.
bravado.
Modern
Oh,
rabbinic
sure.
Judaism is
Jose
modeled
Rodriguez, lady
absolutely
killer.
on
I giggle.
ideas,
Hey,
thought,
I
lives
have my
of the
moments.
Kabushim, but they were called
He looks
separators,
vaguely hurt,
which,
and
like
I
those
chase
earlier
him.
terms I
Sure
described,
you do.
indicated
I
that they were
mollify him.
reacting to
So,
developments in
how's
society.
it right?
They
He
were,
asks, his
they were
tone
separating from the
becoming
corruption they
cooler.
saw in Jerusalem
He's good.
and around the
We're good,
Sadducean
I
courts.
murmur.
And they were therefore
Serious,
going
you
out to
say?
the rural countryside
Yes,
where they won
serious.
tremendous affection
Not too old
among
for you?
the
Oh,
basic, say,
Jose,
the proletariat,
you know what my
or
mom
the
says.
rural
I was
classes.
born old.
The Perusians,
Jose's
unlike
mouth
the
twists wryly.
Sadducees,
How
whose
would you,
base
Mom?
was
And like that,
firmly
we are
in the
out of the
temple,
danger zone.
ritual, and in
Anna!
the support of
I
ruling
turn,
classes,
and
the
there's
money
Kate
classes.
with
The
Ethan.
Perusians
She looks
were
gorgeous.
leaders of a
Bleached strawberry blonde hair,
movement
golden
respected
tan,
them
and
primarily
beaming
for their
white smile.
charismatic
And so
caring
shapely in her
and
white
for
camisole
their
and tight white
intellectual
jeans. All eyes are on
facilities
Kate.
and for
I
their
leap up from my
abilities as
seat to give
teachers.
her a hug.
The Perusian were
Oh,
fundamentally
how I miss
working
this
class
woman.
individuals. You can look at
She
figures
pushes
like
me away
Hillel I
from her and
mentioned
holds
earlier,
me at arm's length,
who were,
examining me closely.
people of the
I
people,
flush under her intense
managed to
gaze.
develop their
You've lost
power
weight.
base in
A
the
lot
rural
of weight.
hinterland with
And
the
you look
regular ordinary
different.
Jews.
Grown
And so it
up.
was this
What's been
dual
going
path
on?
between
She says,
the
all mother hen. I like your
traditionally
dress.
educated but
Suits
very
you.
Hellenistic and
A lot's happened
against
since
a
you went
much
away.
larger population
I'll tell you
of
later,
dispossessed
when we're on our own.
that
I was
was
not ready
endemic
for the
of
Catherine
the
Kavanaugh
society in
position
which John
just yet.
Nicholas lived.
She
So
regards
looking
me
at this kind
suspiciously.
of
You're okay, she asks
development
gently.
of the Perusian
Yes.
movement, we can
I
see that
smile,
although we can
though
trace
I'd
the
be happier
development
knowing
very
where
strongly to
Christian
the
is.
Maccabean period.
Cool.
It is an expression of a
Hi,
much
Ethan.
older
I grin at
and
him,
much
and he
more
gives me a quick
traditional
hug.
Jewish
Why,
movement that
Anna?
goes back,
Whispers in my
tens of
ear.
hundreds of years.
Jose frowns at him.
Let's go to
How was
I'd like
lunch
to
with
mention
Mia?
his legacy in
I
this
asked
context. So
Ethan.
the kinds of things that
Interesting.
did I skip a slide?
He says cryptically.
He's not.
Oh,
The kinds of things
Ethan,
that Yochanan
you know Jose?
was especially associated with religiously is very
Jose
significant in this
mutters,
context.
assessing
Most of
Ethan as
the
they shake
innovations
hands.
that he is praised
Yeah,
for
and
introducing
Kate's place
are
in Vancouver.
associated with the
Ethan
temple
says,
ritual. For
smiling
example,
pleasantly
they
at
have
Jose.
difficulty with some of the
Right.
sacrificial
Who's for a drink?
acts involving various animals in
I
the
make
temple.
my way to the
So he
restrooms.
put rings
While
into
there, I
the
text
floor
Christian our
so that the
location.
sacrificial
Perhaps
animals
he'll
could be
join
held
us.
still.
There are no missed calls from him,
It sounds kind of
and
arcane, but
details.
for our purposes, it makes
This
perfect
is
sense
not
because
like
it's
you.
one of those things that's associated
What's up,
with
Anna?
the activity of the
Jose asks
Sadducees,
as I
who
come
were
back to the
concerned
table.
that everything
I
could
can't
be,
reach
should be
Christian.
Seder and
I hope he's
organized
okay.
in the temple.
He'll be fine.
He also took
Like
steps,
other
however,
parents.
in the temple, for
Sure.
example, to remove some of the
Eight lanes
partitions
across.
in the temple that would have
He says
separated
some
Jews
mad
from
stalker
non-Jews,
ex-girlfriend
which
was
was
in the
seen
apartment when
during
we
the
got
anger
here.
fight by the Pharisees
Well,
who saw this as an
yeah.
anti-traditionalist
I
kind of
shrug
activity.
apologetically.
Yochanan
Oh,
Cohen
jeez.
attempted
We
to
have to do this now?
negotiate between
Anna,
his
what the
primary
hell
power
is
base,
going
which
on?
was in the cities,
Kate
in that
stops
elite,
abruptly
in that
and checks her
Sadducean
phone.
pro-Hellenistic
Hi,
elite,
baby,
and at the same
she
time
says when she answers it.
retain the
Baby?
popularity of the masses.
She
He was
frowns and looks at
unfortunately
me.
unable to do the
Sure,
latter. And
she
in the end,
says,
when
and turns
his
to
time
me.
came,
It's
he
Elliot.
was
He
swept up
wants to
into
talk to
this
you.
wave of defection to the
Elliot's
Sadducean
voice is
movement,
clipped
which
and
would
quiet,
accelerate
and my scalp
towards the end
prickles
of the
ominously.
Maccabean period and
What's
ultimately
wrong?
result in the dissolution of that state
He's
to
not that
the
important.
Romans. But that's something that we'll
What?
discuss in much greater
What do
detail
you mean?
next week when we get to the
His
Herodian
helicopter has
dynasty.
gone missing.
At this point, I want to thank you very much for your
I
patience
whisper,
and
and
listening
all
to
the
this
breath
lecture, and
leaves my
thank you very
body.
much for coming tonight.
No! Chapter 19. I stare at the flames, mesmerized. They dance in blue, bright, blazing orange, with tips of cobalt blue in the fireplace in Christian's apartment. And despite the heat pumping out of the fire and the blanket draped around my shoulders, I'm cold. Oh, chillingly cold. I'm aware of hushed voices, many hushed voices, but they're in the background, a distant buzz. I don't hear the words. All I can hear, all I can focus on, is the soft hiss of the gas from the fire. My thoughts turn to the house we saw yesterday and the huge fireplaces. Real fireplaces for burning wood. I'd like to make love with Christian in front of a real fire. I'd like to make love with Christian in front of this fire. Yes, that would be fun. No doubt you think of some way to make it memorable, like all the times we've made love. I snort wryly to myself. Even the times when we were just fucking. Yes, those were pretty memorable too. Where is he? The flames shimmy and flicker, holding me captive, keeping me numb. I focus solely on their flaring, scorching beauty. They are bewitching. Anastasia, you switched me. He said that the first time he slept with me in my bed. Oh no. I wrap my arms around myself, and the world falls away from me, and reality bleeds into my consciousness. The creeping emptiness inside expands some more. Charlie Tango is missing. Anna, here. Mrs. Jones gently coaxes me, her voice bringing me back into the room, into the now, into the anguish. She gives me a cup of tea. I take the cup and saucer gratefully, the rattle betraying my shaking hands. Thank you, I whisper, my voice hoarse from unshed tears and a large lump in my throat. Mia sits across from me on the larger-than-large U-shaped couch, holding hands with Grace. They gaze at me, pain and anxiety etched on their lovely faces. Grace looks older, a mother worried for her son. I blink dispassionately at them. I can't offer a reassuring smile, a tear even. There's nothing, just blankness and a growing emptiness. I gaze at Elliot, Jose, and Ethan, who stand around the breakfast bar, all serious faces, talking quietly, discussing something in soft, subdued voices. Behind them, Mrs. Jones busies herself in the kitchen. Kate is in the TV room, monitoring the local news. I hear the faint squawk from the big plasma TV. I can't bear to see the news item again. Christian Grey missing. His beautiful face on TV. Idly, it occurs to me that I've never seen so many people in this room. Yet, they are still dwarfed by its sheer size. Little islands of lost, anxious people in my 50s home. What would he think about their being here? Somewhere, Taylor and Carrick are talking to the authorities, who are drenching us information, but it's all meaningless. The fact is, he's missing. He's been missing for 8 hours. No sign, no word from him. The search has been called off. This much I do know. It's just too dark, and we don't know where he is. He could be hurt, hungry, or worse. No. I offer another silent prayer to God. Please let Christian be okay. Please let Christian be okay. I repeat it over and over in my head, my mantra, my lifeline, something concrete to cling to in my desperation. I refuse to think the worst. No, don't go there. There is hope. You're my lifeline. Christian's words come back to haunt me. Yes, there is always hope. I must not despair. His words echo through my mind. I'm now a firm advocate of instant gratification. Carpe diem, Anna. Why didn't I seize the day? I'm doing this because I finally met someone I want to spend the rest of my life with. I close my eyes in silent prayer, rocking gently. Please let the rest of his life not be this short. Please. Please. We haven't had enough time. We need more time. We've done so much in the last few weeks. Come so far. It can't end. All our tender moments. The lipstick. When he made love to me for the first time at the Olympic Hotel. On his knees in front of me, offering himself to me. Finally touching him. I am just the same, Anna. I love you and I need you. Touch me, please. Oh, I love him so. I will be nothing without him. Nothing but a shadow. All the light eclipsed. No, no, no. My poor Christian. This is me, Anna. All of me. And I'm all yours. What do I have to do to make you realize that? Make you see that I want you any way I can get you. That I love you. And you, my 50 shades. I open my eyes and gaze unseen into the fire once more. Memories of our time together flitting through my mind. His boyish joy when we were sailing and gliding. His suave, sophisticated, hot as hell look at the masked ball. Dancing. Oh yes, dancing. Here in the apartment to Sinatra, whirling around the room. His quiet, anxious hope yesterday at the house. That stunning. I will lay my world at your feet, Anastasia. I want body and soul forever. Oh, please let him be okay. He cannot be gone. He is the center of my universe. An involuntary sob escapes my throat, and I clutch my hand to my mouth. No, I must be strong. Jose is suddenly at my side, or has he been there a while? I have no idea. Do you want to call him mom or dad? He asks gently. No. I shake my head and clutch Jose's hand. I cannot speak. I know I will dissolve if I do. But the warmth and gentle squeeze of his hand offers me no solace. Oh, Mom. My lip trembles at the thought of my mother. Should I call her? No. I couldn't deal with her reaction. Maybe Ray. He wouldn't get emotional. She never gets emotional. Not even with the Mariners blues. Grace rises to join the boys, distracting me. That must be the longest she sat still. Mia comes to sit beside me too, and grabs my other hand. He will come back, she says, her voice initially determined but cracking on the last word. Her eyes are wide and red-rimmed, her face pale and pinched from lack of sleep. I gaze up at Ethan, who is watching Mia and Elliot, who has his arms around Grace. I glance at the clock. It's after 11, heading toward midnight. Damn, time. Each passing hour, the clawing emptiness expands, consuming me, choking me. I know deep down inside I am preparing myself for the worst. I close my eyes and offer up another silent prayer, clasping both Mia's and Jose's hands. Opening my eyes again, I stare into the flames once more. I can see his shy smile, my favorite of all his expressions, a glimpse of the real Christian, my real Christian. He is so many people, control freak, CEO, stalker, sex god, dom, and at the same time, such a boy with his toys. I smile. His car, his boat, his plane, his Charlie Tango helicopter. My lost boy, truly lost right now. My smile fades and pain lances through me. I remember him in the shower, wiping away the lipstick marks. I am Anastasia. I'm a husk of a man. I don't have a heart. The lump in my throat expands. Oh, Christian, you do. You do have a heart, and it's mine. I want to cherish it forever. Even though he's so complex and difficult, I love him. I will always love him. There will never be anyone else, ever. I remember sitting in Starbucks, weighing up my Christian pros and cons. All those cons, even those photographs I found this morning, melt into insignificance now. There's just him and whether he'll come back. Oh, please, Lord, bring him back. Please let him be okay. I'll go to church. I'll do anything. Oh, if I get him back, I shall seize the day. His voice echoes around in my head once more. Carpe diem, Anna. I gaze deeper into the fire, the flames still licking and curling around each other, blazing brightly. Then Grace shrieks, and everything goes into slow motion. Christian! I turn my head in time to see Grace barreling across the great room from where she had been facing somewhere behind me. And there, in the entrance, stands a dismayed Christian. He's dressed in just his shirt sleeves and suit pants, and he's holding his navy jacket, shoes, and socks. He looks tired, dirty, and utterly beautiful. Holy fuck! Christian! He's alive! I gaze numbly at him, trying to work out if I'm hallucinating or if he's really here. His expression is one of utter bewilderment. He deposits his jacket and shoes on the floor in time to catch Grace, who throws her arms around his neck and kisses him hard on the cheek. Mom? Christian gazes down at her, completely at a loss. I thought I'd never see you again, Grace whispers, voicing our collective fear. Mom, I'm here. I hear the consternation in his voice. I died 1,000 deaths today, she whispers, her voice barely audible, echoing my thoughts. She gasps and sobs, no longer able to hold back her tears. Christian frowns, horrified or mortified, I don't know which. Then, after a beat, envelops her in a huge hug, holding her close. Oh, Christian! She chokes, wrapping her arms around him, weeping into his neck. All self-restraint forgotten, and Christian doesn't balk. He just holds her, rocking to and fro, comforting her. Scalding tears pool in my eyes. Eric hollers from the hallway. He's alive. Shit, you're here. He appears from Taylor's office, clutching his cell phone, and embraces both of them, his eyes closed in sweet glee. Dad? Mia squeals something unintelligible from beside me. Then she's up and runs to join her parents, hugging all of them too. Finally, the tears start to cascade down my cheeks. He's here. He's fine. but I cannot move. Derek is the first to pull away, wiping his eyes and clapping Christian on the shoulder. Mia releases them then, and Grace steps back. Sorry, she mumbles. Hey, Mom, it's okay, Christian says, consternation still evident on his face. Where were you? What happened? Grace cries and puts her head in her hands. Mom, Christian mutters. He draws her into his arms again and kisses the top of her head. I'm here. I'm good. It's just taken me a hell of a long time to get back from Portland. What's with the welcoming committee? He looks up and scans the room until his eyes lock with mine. He blinks and glances briefly at Jose and lets go of my hand. Christian's mouth tightens. I drink in the sight of him, and relief courses through me, leaving me spent, exhausted, and completely elated. Yet my tears don't stop. Christian turns his attention back to his mother. Mom, I'm good. What's wrong? Christian says reassuringly. She places her hands on either side of his face. Christian, you've been missing. Your flight plan. You never made it to Seattle. Why didn't you contact us? Christian's eyebrows shoot up in surprise. I didn't think it would take this long. Why didn't you call? No power in my cell. You didn't stop? Call collect? Mom, it's a long story. Oh, Christian, don't you ever do that to me again. Do you understand? She half shouts at him. Yes, Mom. He wipes her tears away with his thumbs and hugs her once more. When she composes herself, he releases her to hug Mia, who slaps him hard on the chest. You had us so worried, she blurts out, and she too is in tears. I'm here now, for heaven's sake, Christian mutters. As Elliot comes forward, Christian relinquishes Mia to Karen, who already has one arm around his wife. He curls the other around his daughter. Elliot hugs Christian briefly, much to Christian's surprise, and slaps him hard on the back. Great to see you, Elliot says loudly, if a little gruffly, trying to hide his emotion. As the tears stream down my face, I can see it all. The grapefruit is bathed in it. Unconditional love. He has it in spades. He's just never accepted it before. And even now, he's at a total loss. Look, Christian, all these people love you. Perhaps now you'll start believing it. Kate is standing behind me. She must have left the TV room, and she gently strokes my hair. He's really here now, she murmurs comfortingly. I'm going to say hi to my girl now, Christian tells his parents. Both of them nod, smile, and step aside. He moves toward me, gray eyes bright, though weary and still bemused. From somewhere deep inside, I find the strength to stagger to my feet and bolt into his open arms. Christian! I sob. Hush, he says and holds me, burying his face in my hair and inhaling deeply. I raise my tear-stained face to his. He kisses me far too briefly. Hi, he murmurs. Hi, I whisper back, the lump in the back of my throat burning. Miss me? A bit. He grins. I can tell. And with a gentle touch of his hand, he wipes away the tears that refuse to stop running down my cheeks. I thought, I choke. I can see. Hush, I'm here. I'm here. He murmurs and kisses me chastely again. Are you okay? I ask, releasing him and touching his chest, his arms, his waist. Oh, the feel of this warm, vital, sensual man beneath my fingers reassures me that he's here, standing in front of me. He's back. He doesn't so much as flinch. He just regards me intently. I'm okay. I'm not going anywhere. Oh, thank God. I clasp him around his waist again, and he hugs me once more. Are you hungry? Do you need something to drink? Yes. I step back to get him something, but he doesn't let me go. He tucks me under his arm and extends a hand to Jose. Mr. Gray, says Jose evenly. Christian snorts. Christian, please, he says. Christian, welcome back. Glad you're okay, and, thanks for letting me stay. No problem. Christian narrows his eyes, but he's distracted by Mrs. Jones, who is suddenly at his side. It only occurs to me now that she's not her usual smart self. I hadn't noticed it before. Her hair is loose, and she's in soft gray leggings and a large gray sweatshirt with WSU Cougars emblazoned on the front that dwarfs her. She looks years younger. Can I get you something, Mr. Gray? She wipes her eyes with a tissue. Christian smiles fondly at her. A view, please, Gail. Far. And a bite to eat. I'll get it, I murmur, wanting to do something for my man. No, don't go, he says softly, tightening his arm around me. The rest of his family closes in, and Ethan and Kate join us. He shakes Ethan's hand and gives Kate a quick peck on the cheek. Mrs. Jones returns with a bottle of beer and a glass. He takes the bottle, but shakes his head at the glass. She smiles and returns to the kitchen. Surprised you don't want something stronger, mutters Elliot. So what the fuck happened to you? First I knew was when Dad called me to say the chopper was missing. Elliot, Grace scolds. Helicopter, Christian growls, correcting Elliot, who grins, and I suspect this is a family joke. Let's sit, and I'll tell you. Christian pulls me over to the couch, and everyone sits down, all eyes on Christian. He takes a long drink of his beer. He spies Taylor hovering at the entrance and nods. Taylor nods back. Your daughter? She's fine now. False alarm, sir. Good. Christian smiles. Daughter? What happened to Taylor's daughter? Glad you're back, sir. Will that be all? We have a helicopter to pick up. Taylor nods. Now, or will the morning do? Morning, I think, Taylor. Very good, Mr. Gray. Anything else, sir? Christian shakes his head and raises his bottle to him. Taylor gives him a rare smile, rarer than Christian's, I think, and heads out, presumably to his office or up to his room. Christian, what happened? Eric demands. Christian launches into his story. He was flying in Charlie Tango with Roz, his number 2, to deal with the funding issue at WSU in Vancouver. I can barely keep up. I'm so dazed. I just hold Christian's hand and stare at his manicured fingernails, his long fingers, the creases on his knuckles, his wristwatch, an Omega with 3 small dials. I gaze up at his beautiful profile as he continues his tale. Roz had never seen it out in St. Helens, so on the way back at the celebration, we took a quick detour. I heard the temporary flight restriction was lifted a while back, and I wanted to take a look. Well, it's fortunate that we did. We were flying low, about 200 feet above ground level, when the instrument panel lit up. We had a fire in the tail. I had no choice but to cut all the electronics and land. He shakes his head. I set her down by Silver Lake, got Roz out, and managed to put the fire out. A fire? Engines? Eric is horrified. Yep. Shit. But I thought... I know. Christian interrupts him. It was sheer luck I was flying so low. He murmurs. I shudder. He releases my hand and puts his arm around me. Cold? He asks me. I shake my head. How did you put out the fire? Asks Kate, her Carla Bernstein instincts kicking in. Jeez, she sounds terse sometimes. Extinguisher. We have to carry them, by law. Christian answers levelly. His words from long ago circle my mind. I thank divine providence every day that it was you who came to interview me and not Catherine Kavanaugh. Why didn't you call or use the radio? Grace asks. Christian shakes his head. With the electronics out, we had no radio, and I wasn't going to risk turning them on because of the fire. GPS was still working on the BlackBerry, so I was able to navigate to the nearest road. It took us 4 hours to walk there. Roz was in heels. Christian's mouth presses into a disapproving flat line. We had no cell reception. There is no coverage at Gifford. Roz's battery died first. Mine dried up on the way. Holy hell. I tense, and Christian pulls me into his lap. So, how did you get back to Seattle? Grace asks, blinking slightly at the sight of the two of us, no doubt. I flush. We hitched and pooled our resources. Between us, Roz and I had $600, and we thought we'd have to bribe someone to drive us back. But a truck driver stopped and agreed to bring us home. He refused the money and shared his lunch with us. Christian shakes his head in dismay at his memory. It took forever. He didn't have a cell. We went through. I didn't realize. He stops, gazing at his family. That we'd worry? Grace scoffs. Oh, Christian, she scolds him. We've been going out of our minds. You've made the news, bro. Christian rolls his eyes. Yeah, I figured that much when I arrived at this reception and the handful of photographers outside. I'm sorry, Mom. I should have asked the driver to stop so I could phone, but I was anxious to be back. He glances at Jose. Oh, that's why. Because Jose is staying here. I frown at the thought. Geez, all that worry. Grace shakes her head. I'm just glad you're back in one piece, darling. I start to relax, resting my head against his chest. He smells outdoorsy, slightly sweaty, of body wash, of Christian, the most welcome scent in the world. Tears start to trickle down my face again. Tears of gratitude. Both engines? Herrick says again, frowning in disbelief. Go figure. Christian shrugs and runs his hand down my back. Hey, he whispers. He puts his fingers under my chin and tilts my head back. Stop with the crying. I wipe my nose with the back of my hand in a most unladylike way. Stop with the disappearing. I sniff and his lips work up. Electrical failure. That's odd, isn't it? Herrick says again. Yes, crossed my mind too, Dad. But right now, I'd just like to go to bed and think about all that shit tomorrow. So the media know that the Christian Grey has been found safe and well, Kate says. Yes, Andrea and my PR people will deal with the media. Roz called her after we dropped her home. Yes, Andrea called me to let me know you were still alive. Herrick grins. I must give that woman a raise. Sure is late, says Christian. I think that's a hint, ladies and gentlemen, that my dear bro needs his beauty sleep. Elliot scoffs suggestively. Christian grimaces at him. Harry, my son is safe. You can take me home now. Harry? Grace looks adoringly at her husband. Yes, I think we could use this. Herrick replies, smiling down at her. Stay, Christian offers. No, sweetheart. I want to get home, now that I know you're safe. Christian reluctantly eases me onto the couch and stands. Grace hugs him once more, presses her head against his chest, and closes her eyes, intent. He wraps his arms around her. I was so worried, darling, she whispers. I'm okay, Mom. She leans back and studies him intently while he holds her. Yes, I think you are, she says slowly, glances at me, and smiles. I flush. We follow Carrick and Grace as they make their way to the foyer. Behind me, I'm aware that Mia and Ethan are having a heated, whispered conversation, but I can't hear it. Mia is smiling shyly at Ethan, and he's gaping at her and shaking his head. Suddenly, she crosses her arms and turns on her heel. He rubs his forehead with one hand, obviously frustrated. Dad, wait for me, Mia calls sullenly. Perhaps she's as mercurial as her brother. Kate hugs me hard. I can tell some serious shit's been going down while I've been blissfully ignorant in Barbados. It's kind of obvious you two are nuts about each other. I'm glad he's safe. Not just for him, Anna. For you too. Thank you, Kate. I whisper. Yeah. Who knew we'd find love at the same time? She grins. Wow. She's admitted it. With brothers, I giggle. We could end up sisters-in-law, she quips. I tense, then mentally kick myself as Kate stands back to gaze at me with her "what aren't you telling me" look. I flush. Damn, should I tell her he's asked me? Come on, baby. Elliot summons her from the elevator. Let's talk tomorrow, Anna. You must be exhausted. I am reprieved. Sure. You too, Kate. You've traveled such a long distance today. We hug once more. Then she and Elliot follow the Grays into the elevator. Ethan shakes Christian's hand and gives me a quick hug. He looks distracted, but he follows them into the elevator and the doors close. Jose is hovering in the hallway as we come out of the foyer. Look, I'll turn in. Leave you guys, he says. I blush. Why is this awkward? Do you know where to go? Christian asks. Jose nods. Yeah, the housekeeper. Mrs. Jones, I prompt. Yeah, Mrs. Jones. She showed me earlier. Quite a place you have here, Christian. Thank you, Christian says politely as he comes to stand beside me, placing his arm around my shoulders. Leaning over, he kisses my hair. I'm going to eat whatever Mrs. Jones has put out for me. Good night, Jose. Christian wanders back into the great room, leaving Jose and me at the entrance. Wow, left alone with Jose. Well, good night. Jose looks uncomfortable all of a sudden. Good night, Jose, and thank you for staying. Sure, Anna. Anytime your rich, hotshot boyfriend goes missing, I'll be there. Jose, I admonish him. Only kidding. Don't get that. I'll be leaving early in the morning. I'll see you sometime, yeah? I've missed you. Sure, Jose. Soon, I hope. Sorry tonight was so shitty. I smirk apologetically. Yeah, he grins. Shitty. He hugs me. Seriously, Abby. I'm glad you're happy. But I'm here. I gaze up at him. Thank you. He flashes me a sad, bittersweet smile, and then he goes upstairs. I turn back to the great room. Christian stands beside the couch, watching me with an unreadable expression on his face. We're finally alone, and we gaze at each other. You've still got it bad, you know, he murmurs. And how would you know that, Mr. Gray? I recognize the symptoms, Miss Steele. I believe I have the same affliction. I thought I'd never see you again. I whisper. There, the words are out. All my worst fears packaged neatly in one short sentence. Now exercise. It wasn't as bad as it sounds. I pick up his suit jacket and shoes from where they lie on the floor and move toward him. I'll take that, he whispers, reaching for his jacket. Christian gazes down at me as if I'm his reason for living, and mirrors my look, I'm sure. He is here, really here. It pulls me into his arms and wraps himself around me. Christian, I gasp, and my tears start anew. Hush, he soothes, kissing my hair. You know, in the few seconds of sheer terror before I landed, all my thoughts were of you. You were my talisman, Anna. I thought I'd lost you, I breathe. We stand, holding each other, reconnecting and reassuring each other. As I tighten my arms around him, I realize I'm still holding his shoes. I drop them noisily to the floor. Come and shower with me, he murmurs. Okay. I glance up at him. I don't want to let go. Reaching down, he tilts my chin up with his fingers. No, even tear-stained, you were beautiful, Anna Steele. He leans down and kisses me gently, and your lips are so soft. He kisses me again, deepening it. Oh, my. And to think I could have lost. No. I stop thinking and surrender myself. I need to put my jacket down, he murmurs. Drop it, I murmur against his lips. I can't. I lean back to gaze up at him, puzzled. He smirks at me. This is why. From the inside breast pocket, he pulls out the small box I gave him that contains my present. He slings the jacket over the back of the couch and places the box on top. Seize the day, Anna, my subconscious prods me. Well, it's after midnight, so technically, it's his birthday. Open it, I whisper, and my heart starts pounding. I was hoping you'd say that, he murmurs. This has been driving me crazy. I grin impishly at him. I feel giddy. He gives me his shy smile, and I melt despite my thumping heart, delighting in his amused yet intrigued expression. With deft fingers, he unwraps and opens the box. His brow creases as he fishes out a small, rectangular plastic keychain featuring a picture made up of tiny pixels that flash on and off like an LED screen. It depicts the Seattle skyline with the word Seattle written boldly across the landscape. He stares at it for a minute and then gazes at me, amused, a frown marring his lovely brow. Turn it over, I whisper, holding my breath. He does, and his eyes shoot to mine, wide and gray, alive with wonder and joy. His lips part in disbelief. The word yes flashes on and off on the keyring. Happy birthday, I whisper. Chapter 20. You'll marry me, he whispers, incredulous. I nod nervously, blushing and anxious and not quite believing his reaction. This man, whom I thought I'd lost. How could he not understand how much I love him? Say it, he orders softly, his gaze intense and hot. Yes, I'll marry you. He inhales sharply and moves suddenly, grabbing me and swinging me around in a most un-50-like manner. He's laughing, young and carefree, radiating joyful elation. I grab his arms to hold on, feeling his muscles ripple beneath my fingers, and his infectious laughter sweeps me up, dizzy, addled, a girl totally and utterly smitten with her man. He puts me down and kisses me, hard. His hands are on either side of my face, his tongue insistent, persuasive, arousing. Oh, Anna. He breathes against my lips, and it's an exultation that leaves me reeling. He loves me. Of that, I have no doubt. And I savor the taste of this delicious man. This man I thought I might never see again. His joy is evident, his eyes shiny, his youthful smile, and his relief almost palpable. I thought I'd lost you, I murmured, still dazzled and breathless from his kiss. Baby, it will take more than a malfunctioning 135 to keep me away from you. 135? Charlie Tango. She's a Eurocopter AC-135, the safest in its class. Some unnamed but dark emotion crosses his face briefly, distracting me. What isn't he saying? Before I can ask him, he stills and looks down at me, frowning. And for a second, I think he's going to tell me. I blink up into his speculative gray eyes. Wait a minute. You gave this to me before we saw Flint, he says, holding up the keychain. He looks almost horrified. Oh dear, where's he going with this? I nod, keeping a straight face. His mouth drops open. I shrug apologetically. I wanted you to know that whatever Flynn said, it wouldn't make a difference to me. Christian blinks at me in disbelief. So all yesterday evening, when I was begging you for an answer, I had it already? He is dismayed. I nod again, trying desperately to gauge his reaction. He gazes at me in stupefied wonder, but then narrows his eyes and his mouth twists with amused irony. All that worry? He whispers ominously. I grin at him and shrug once more. Oh, don't try and get cute with me, Miss Steele. Right now, I want... He runs his hand through his hair, then shakes his head and changes tack. I can't believe you left me hanging. His whisper is laced with disbelief. His expression alters subtly, his eyes gleaming wickedly, his mouth twitching into a carnal smile. Holy hell, a thrill runs through me. What's he thinking? I believe some retribution is in order, Miss Steele, he said softly. Retribution? Oh shit. I know he's playing, but I take a cautious step back from him anyway. He grins. Is that the game? He whispers. Because I will catch you. And his eyes burn with a bright, playful intensity. And you're biting your lip, he adds threateningly. All of my insides tighten at once. Oh my future husband wants to play. I take another step back, then turn to run, but in vain. Christian grabs me in one easy swoop while I squeal with delight, surprise, and shock. He hoists me over his shoulder and heads down the hall. Christian! I hiss, mindful that Jose is upstairs, though whether he can hear us is doubtful. I steady myself by clasping his lower back. Then on a brave impulse, I swat his behind. He swats me right back. Ow! I yelp. Shower time, he declares triumphantly. Put me down! I try and fail to sound disapproving. My struggle is futile. His arm is firmly clamped over my thighs, and for some reason, I cannot stop giggling. Bond these shoes, he asks, amused, as he opens the door to his bathroom. I prefer them to be touching the floor. I attempt to snarl at him, but it's not very effective as I can't keep the laughter out of my voice. Your wish is my command, Miss Steele. Without putting me down, he slips off both of my shoes and lets them clatter to the tile floor. Pausing by the vanity, he empties his pockets. Dead blackberry, keys, wallet, the keychain. I can only imagine what I look like in the mirror from this angle. When he's finished, he marches directly into his oversized shower. Christian! I scold loudly. His intent is now clear. He switches the water on to max. Jeez. Arctic water spurts over my backside, and I squeal, then stop, mindful once more that Jose is above us. It's cold, and I'm fully clothed. The Chilling water soaks into my dress, my panties, and my bra. I'm drenched, and once more I cannot stop giggling. No! I squeal. Put me down! I swat him again, harder this time, and Christian releases me, letting me slide down his now soaked body. His white shirt is stuck to his chest, and his suit pants are sodden. I am soaked too, flushed, giddy, and breathless, and he's grinning down at me, looking so unbelievably hot. He sobers, his eyes shining, and cups my face again, drawing my lips to his. His kiss is gentle, cherishing, and totally distracting. I no longer care that I am fully clothed and soaking wet in Christian's shower. It's just the two of us beneath the cascading water. He's back. He's safe. He's mine. My hands move involuntarily to his shirt as it clings to every line and sinew of his chest, revealing the hair scrunched beneath the white wetness. I yank the shirt hem out of his pants, and he groans against my mouth, but his lips do not move mine. As I start to unbutton his shirt, he reaches for my zipper, slowly sliding the clasp down my dress. His lips become more insistent, more provocative, his tongue invading my mouth, and my body explodes with desire. I tug his shirt hard, ripping it open. The buttons fly everywhere, ricocheting off the tiles and disappearing onto the shower floor. As I strip the wet fabric off his shoulders and down his arms, I press him into the wall, hampering his attempts to undress me. Puffs, he murmurs, holding up his wrists where his shirt hangs soft and limp. With scrambling fingers, I release first one and then the other gold cufflink, letting them fall carelessly to the tiled floor, and his shirt follows. His eyes search mine through the cascading water, his gaze burning, carnal, heated like the water. I reach the waistband of his pants, but he shakes his head and grabs my shoulders, spinning me around so I'm facing away from him. He finishes the long journey south with my zipper, smooths my wet hair away from my neck, and runs his tongue up my neck to my hairline and back again, kissing and sucking as he goes. I moan and slowly he peels my dress off my shoulders and down past my breasts, kissing my neck beneath my ear. He unclasps my bra and pushes it off, freeing my breasts. His hands reach around and cup each one as he murmurs his appreciation in my ear. So beautiful, he whispers. My arms are trapped by my bra and dress, which hang unfastened below my breasts. My arms are still in the sleeves, but my hands are free. I roll my head, giving Christian better access to my neck and push my breasts into his magical hands. I reach around behind me and welcome his sharp intake of breath as my inquisitive fingers make contact with his erection. He pushes his groin into my welcoming hands. Damn it! Why didn't he let me take his pants off? He tugs on my nipples, and as they harden and stretch under his expert touch, all thoughts of his pants disappear, and pleasure spikes sharp and libidinous in my belly. I lean my head back against him and groan. Yes, he breathes, and turns me once more, capturing my mouth with his. He peels my bra, dress, and panties down, so they join his shirt in a soggy heap on the shower floor. I grab the body wash beside us. Christian stills as he realizes what I'm about to do. Staring him straight in the eye, I squirt some of the sweet-smelling gel into my palm and hold my hand up in front of his chest, waiting for an answer to my unspoken question. His eyes widen, and he gives me an almost imperceptible nod. Gently, I place my hand on his sternum and start to rub the soap into his skin. His chest rises as he inhales sharply, but he stands stock still. After a beat, his hands clasp my hips, but he doesn't push me away. He watches me warily, his look intense, more than scared, but his lips are parted as his breathing increases. Is this okay? I whisper. Yes. His short, breathy reply is almost a gasp. I am reminded of the many showers we had together, but the one at the Olympics is a bittersweet memory. Well, now I can touch him. I wash him using gentle circles, leading my man, moving his underarms, over his ribs, down his flat, firm belly, toward his happy trail and the waistband of his pants. My turn, he whispers, and reaches for the shampoo, shifting us out of range of the stream of water and squirting some onto the top of my head. I think this is my cue to stop washing him, so I hook my fingers into his waistband. He works the shampoo into my hair, his firm, long fingers massaging my scalp. Groaning in appreciation, I close my eyes and give myself over to the heavenly sensation. After all the stress of the evening, this is just what I need. He chuckles, and I open one eye to find him smiling down at me. You like? He grins. You too. He says, and leans over to kiss my forehead, his fingers continuing their sweet, firm feeling of my scalp. Turn around, he says authoritatively. I do as I'm told. His fingers slowly work over my head, cleansing, relaxing, loving me as they go. Oh, this is bliss. He reaches for more shampoo and gently washes the long tresses down my back. When he's finished, he pulls me back under the shower. Lean your head back, he orders quietly. I willingly comply, and he carefully rinses out the suds. When he's done, I face him once more and make a beeline for his pants. I want to wash all of you, I whisper. He smiles that lopsided smile and lifts his hands in a gesture that says, I'm all yours, baby. I grin. It feels like Christmas. I make short work of his zipper, and soon his pants and boxers join the rest of our clothing. I stand and reach for the body wash and the freshwater sponge. Looks like you're pleased to see me, I murmur dryly. I'm always pleased to see you, Miss Teal. He smirks at me. I soak the sponge, then retrace my journey over his chest. He's more relaxed, maybe because I'm not actually touching him. I head south with the sponge, across his belly, along the happy trail, through his pubic hair, and over and up his erection. I peek up at him, and he regards me with hooded eyes and sensual longing. I like this look. I drop the sponge and use my hands, grasping him firmly. He closes his eyes, tips his head back, and groans, thrusting his hips into my hands. Oh yes, it's so arousing. My inner goddess has resurfaced after her evening of rocking and weaving in the corner, and she's wearing harlot red lipstick. His burning eyes suddenly lock with mine. He's remembered something. Saturday, he exclaims, eyes alight with salacious wonder, and he grasps my waist, pulling me to him and kissing me savagely. Whoa, change of pace. His hands sweep down my slick, wet body, around to my sex, his fingers exploring, teasing, and his mouth is relentless, leaving me breathless. His other hand is in my wet hair, holding me in place while I bear the full force of his passion unleashed. His fingers move inside me. Ah! I moan into his mouth. Yes. He hisses and lifts me, his hands beneath my backside. Wrap your legs around me, baby. My legs obey, and I cling like a limpet to his neck. He braces me against the wall of the shower and pauses, gazing down at me. Eyes open, he murmurs, I want to see you. I blink up at him, my heart hammering, my blood pulsing hot and heavy through my body. Desire, real and rampant, surging through me. Then he eases into me, oh so slowly, filling me, claiming me, skin against skin. I push down against him and groan loudly. Once fully inside me, he pauses once more, his face strained, tense. You are mine, Anastasia, he whispers. Always. He smiles victoriously and shifts, makes me gasp. And now, you let everyone know, because you said yes. His voice is reverential, and he leans down, capturing my mouth with his, and starts to move, slow and sweet. I close my eyes and tilt my head back as my body bows, my will submitting to his, slave to his intoxicating slow rhythm. His teeth graze my jaw, my chin, and down my neck as he picks up the pace, pushing me onward, upward, away from this earthly plane, the teeming shower, the evening's chilling fright. It's just me and my man, moving in unison, moving as one, each completely absorbed in the other. Our gasps and grunts mingling. I revel in the exquisite feeling of his possession as my body blooms and flowers around him. I could have lost him, and I love him. I love him so much, and I'm suddenly overcome by the enormity of my love and the depth of my commitment to him. I will spend the rest of my life loving this man, and with that awe-inspiring thought, I detonate around him, a healing, cathartic orgasm, crying out his name as tears flow down my cheeks. He reaches his climax and pours himself into me, with his face buried in my neck. He sinks to the floor, holding me tightly, kissing my face and kissing away my tears as the warm water spills down around us, washing us clean. My fingers are pretty, I murmur, post-coital and seated as I lean against his chest. He raises my fingers to his lips and kisses each in turn. We should really get out of the shower. I'm comfortable here. I'm sitting between his legs and he's holding me close. I don't want to move. Christian murmurs his assent, but suddenly I'm bone tired, world weary. So much has happened this last week, enough for a lifetime of drama. And now, I'm getting married. A disbelieving giggle escapes my lips. Something new, Steele? He asks fondly. It's been a busy week. He grins. That it has. I thank God you're back in one piece, Mr. Gray. I whisper, sobering at the thought of what might have been. He tenses and I immediately regret reminding him. I was scared. He confesses, much to my surprise. Earlier? Are you sure you're family? Yes. I was too low to land well, but somehow I did. Crap. My eyes leap up to his, and he looks grave as the water cascades over us. How close a call was it? He gazes down at me. Close. He pauses. For a few awful seconds, I thought I'd never see you again. I hug him tightly. I can't imagine my life without you, Christian. I love you so much it frightens me. Me too. He breathes. My life would be empty without you. I love you so much. I don't want to go, ever. I kiss his neck, and he leans down and kisses me gently. After a moment, he shifts. Come, let's get you dry and into bed. I'm exhausted, and you look beat. I lean back and arch an eyebrow at his choice of words. He cocks his head to one side and smirks at me. You have something to say, Miss Steele? I shake my head and rise unsteadily to my feet. I am sitting up in bed. Christian insisted on drying my hair. He is quite skilled at it. How that happened is an unpleasant thought, so I dismiss it immediately. It's after 2 in the morning, and I am ready to sleep. Christian gazes down at me and re-examines the keychain before climbing into bed. He shakes his head, incredulous once more. This is so neat. The best birthday present I've ever had. He glances at me, his eyes soft and warm. Better than my signed Giuseppe Di Natale poster. I would have told you earlier, but since it was going to be your birthday, what do you give the man who has everything? I thought I'd give you me. He puts the keychain down on the bedside table and snuggles in beside me, pulling me into his arms against his chest so that we're spooning. It's perfect. Like you. I smirk, though you can't see my expression. I'm far from perfect, Christian. Was that really because of Jose? You were worried about me being here alone with him? Christian says nothing. I don't know why did I reproach him. Do you know how ridiculous that is? How much stress you put your family and me through? We all love you very much. He blinks a couple of times and then gives me his shy smile. I had no idea you'd all be so worried. I purse my lips. When are you going to get it through your thick skull that you are loved? Thick skull. His eyebrows widen in surprise. I nod. Yes, thick skull. I don't think the bone density of my head is significantly higher than anywhere else in my body. I'm serious. Stop trying to make me laugh. I am still a little mad at you, though that's partially eclipsed by the fact that you're home safe and sound when I thought. My voice fades as I recall those anxious few hours. Well, you know what I thought. His eyes soften and he reaches up to caress my face. I'm sorry, okay? Your poor mom, too. It was very moving, seeing you with her. I whisper. He smiles shyly. I've never seen her that way. He blinks at the memory. Yes, that was really something. She's normally so self-possessed. It was quite a shock. See? Everyone loves you. I smile. Perhaps now you'll start believing it. I lean down and kiss him gently. Happy birthday, Christian. I'm glad you're here to share your day with me. And you haven't seen what I've got for you tomorrow. Today. I smirk. There's more? He says, astounded, and his face erupts into a breathtaking grin. Oh yes, Mr. Gray, but you'll have to wait until then. I wake suddenly from a dream or nightmare, and my pulse is thumping. I turn, panicked, and to my relief, Christian is fast asleep beside me. Because I've shifted, he stirs and reaches out in his sleep, draping his arm over me, and rests his head on my shoulder, sighing softly. The room is flooded with light. It's 8 o'clock. Christian never sleeps this late. I lie back and let my racing heart calm. Why the anxiety? Is it the aftermath of last night? I turn and stare at him. He's here. He's safe. I take a deep, steadying breath and gaze at his lovely face. A face that is now so familiar, all its dips and shadows eternally etched on my mind. He looks much younger when he's asleep, and I grin because today he's a whole year older. I hug myself, thinking about my present. Ooh, what will he do? Perhaps I should start by bringing in breakfast in bed. Besides, Jose may still be here. I find Jose at the counter, eating a bowl of cereal. I can't help but flush when I see him. He knows I've spent the night with Christian. Why do I suddenly feel so shy? It's not as if I'm naked or anything. I'm wearing my floor-length silk wrap. Morning, Jose. I smile, brazening it out. Hey, Anna! His face lights up, genuinely pleased to see me. There's no hint of teasing or salacious contempt in his expression. Sleep well? I ask. Sure. Some view from up here. Yeah, it's pretty special. Like the owner of this apartment. Want a real man's breakfast? I tease. Love some. It's Christian's birthday today. I'm making him breakfast in bed. awake. No, I think he's fried from yesterday. I quickly glance away from him and head to the fridge so he can't see my blush. Jeez, it's only Jose. When I take the eggs and bacon out of the fridge, Jose is grinning at me. You really like him, don't you? I purse my lips. I love him, Jose. His eyes widen momentarily, then he grins. What's not to love? He asks, gesturing around the great room. I scowl at him. Gee, thanks. Hey, Anna, just kidding. Will I always have this leveled at me? That I'm marrying Christian for his money? Seriously, I'm kidding. You've never been that kind of girl. Omelet good for you? I ask, changing the subject. I don't want to argue. Sure. And me, Christian says as he saunters into the great room. Holy fuck. He's wearing only pajama bottoms that hang in that totally hot way off his hips. Jose. He nods. Christian? Jose returns his nod solemnly. Christian turns to me and smirks as I stare. He's done this on purpose. I narrow my eyes, desperately trying to recover my equilibrium, and Christian's expression alters subtly. He knows that I know what he's up to, and he doesn't care. I was going to bring you breakfast in bed. Swaggering over, he wraps his arm around me, tilts my chin up, and plants a loud, wet kiss on my lips. Very un-50. Good morning, Anastasia, he says. I want to scowl at him and tell him to behave, but it's his birthday. I flush. Why is he so territorial? Good morning, Christian. Happy birthday. I give him a smile and he smirks at me. I'm looking forward to my other present, he says, and that's it. I flush the color of the red room of pain and glance nervously at Jose, who looks like he's swallowed something unpleasant. I turn away and start preparing the food. So, what are your plans today, Jose? Christian asks, seemingly casual, as he sits down on a bar stool. I am heading up to see my dad and Ray, Anna's dad. Christian frowns. They know each other? Yeah, they were in the army together. They lost contact until Anna and I were in college together. It's kind of cute. They're best buds now. We're going on a fishing trip. Fishing? Christian is genuinely interested. Yeah, some great catches in these coastal waters. The steelheads can grow way big. True. My brother Elliot and I landed a 34-pound steelhead once. They're talking fishing? What is it about fishing? I have never understood it. 34 pounds? Not bad. Anna's father, though? He holds the record. A 43-pounder. You're kidding. He never said. Happy birthday, by the way. Thanks. So, where do you like to fish? I zone out. This I do not need to know. But at the same time, I'm relieved. See, Christian? Jose is not so bad. By the time Jose makes to leave, both of them are much more relaxed with each other. Christian quickly changes into t-shirt and jeans, and barefoot, he accompanies Jose and me to the foyer. Thanks for letting me crash here, Jose says to Christian as they shake hands. Anytime. Christian smiles. Jose hugs me quickly. Stay safe, Anna. Sure. Great to see you. Next time, we'll have a real evening out. I'll hold you to that. He waves at us from inside the elevator, and then he's gone. See? He's not so bad. He still wants into your panties, Anna. But I can't say I blame him. Christian, that's not true. You have no idea, do you? He smirks down at me. He wants you. Big time. I frown. Christian, he's just a friend. A good friend. And I'm suddenly aware that I sound like Christian when he's talking about Mrs. Robinson. The thought is unsettling. Christian holds up his hands in a placating gesture. I don't want to fight, he says softly. Oh, we're not fighting, are we? Me neither. You didn't tell him you were getting married. No, I figured I ought to tell Mom and Ray first. Shit. It's the first time I've thought about this since I said yes. Jeez. What are my parents going to say? Christian nods. Yes, you're right, and I should ask you, I laughed. Oh, Christian, this isn't the 18th century. Holy shit, what will Ray say? The thought of that conversation fills me with horror. It's traditional. Christian shrugs. Let's talk about that later. I want to give you your other present. My aim is to distract him. The thought of my present is burning a hole in my consciousness. I need to give it to him and see how he reacts. He gives me his shy smile, and my heart skips a beat. For as long as I live, I'll never tire of looking at that smile. You're biting your lip again, he says, and pulls on my chin. A thrill runs through my body as his fingers touch me. Without a word, and while I still have a modicum of courage, I take his hand and lead him back to the bedroom. I drop his hand, leaving him standing by the bed, and from under my side of the bed, I take out the 2 remaining gift boxes. 2, he says, surprised. I take a deep breath. I bought this before the, incident yesterday. I'm not sure about it now. I quickly hand him one of the parcels before I can change my mind. He gazes at me, puzzled, sensing my uncertainty. Sure you want me to open it? I nod, anxious. Christian tears off the packaging and gazes in surprise at the box. Charlie Tango, I whisper. He grins. The box contains a small wooden helicopter with a large solar-powered rotor blade. He opens it up. Solar-powered, he murmurs. Wow. And before I know it, he's sitting on the bed assembling it. It snaps together quickly, and Christian holds it up in the palm of his hand. A blue wooden helicopter. He looks up at me and gives me his glorious, all-American boy smile, then heads to the window so that the little helicopter is bathed in sunlight and the rotor starts to spin. Look at that, he breathes, examining it closely. What we can already do with this technology. He holds it at eye level, watching the blades spin. He's fascinated, and fascinating to watch as he loses himself in thought, staring at the little helicopter. What is he making? Do you like it? Anna, I love it. Thank you. He grabs me and kisses me swiftly, then turns back to watch the rotor spin. I'll add it to the glider in my office, he says distractedly, watching the blades spin. He moves his hand out of the sunlight, and the blades slow down and come to a stop. I can't help my face splitting grin, and I want to hug myself. He loves it. Of course, he's all about alternative technologies. I'd forgotten that in my haste to buy it. Placing it on the chest of drawers, he turns to face me. It'll keep me company while we salvage Charlie Tango. Is it salvageable? I don't know. I hope so. I'll miss her otherwise. Her? I am shocked at myself for the small pang of jealousy I feel for an inanimate object. My subconscious snorts with derisive laughter. I ignore her. What's in the other box? He asks, his eyes wide with almost childish excitement. Holy fuck. I'm not sure if this present is for you or me. Really? He asks, and I know I have piqued his interest. Nervously, I hand him the second box. He shakes it gently and we both hear a heavy rattle. He glances up at me. Why are you so nervous? He asks, confused. I shrug, embarrassed and excited as I flush. He raises an eyebrow. You have me intrigued in this deal, he whispers, and his voice runs right through me, desire and anticipation spawning in my belly. I have to say I'm enjoying your reaction. What have you been up to? He narrows his eyes speculatively. I remain tight-lipped as I hold my breath. He removes the lid of the box and takes out a small card. The rest of the contents are wrapped in tissue. He opens the card, and his eyes dart quickly to mine, widening with shock or surprise. I just don't know. Do rude things to you, he murmurs. I nod and swallow. He cocks his head to one side warily, assessing my reaction, and frowns. Then he turns his attention back to the box. He tears through the pale blue tissue paper and fishes out an eye mask, some nipple clamps, a butt plug, his iPod, his silver gray tie, and last, but by no means least, the key to his playroom. He gazes at me, his expression dark, unreadable. Oh shit. Is this a bad mood? Want to play? He asks softly. Yes, I agree. For my birthday? Yes. Could my voice sound any smaller? Myriad emotions cross his face, none of which I can place, but he settles for anxious. Not quite the reaction I was expecting. For sure, he asks. Not the whips and stuff. I understand that. Yes, then, I'm sure. He shakes his head and gazes down at the contents of the box. Sex mad and insatiable. Well, I think we can do something with this lot. He murmurs almost to himself, then puts the contents back in the box. When he glances at me again, his expression has completely changed. Holy cow! His eyes burn, and his mouth lifts in a slow, erotic smile. He holds out his hand. Now, he says, and it's not a request. My belly clenches, tight and hard, deep, deep down. I put my hand in his. Come, he orders, and I follow him out of the bedroom, my heart in my mouth. Desire races slick and hot through my blood as my insides tighten with hungry anticipation. Finally. Chapter 21. Christian pauses outside the playroom. You are sure about this? He asks, his gaze heated yet anxious. Yes, I murmur, smiling shyly at him. His eyes soften. Anything you don't want to do? I'm derailed by his unexpected question, and my mind goes into overdrive. One thought occurs. I don't want you to take photos of me. He stills, and his expression hardens as he cocks his head to one side and eyes me speculatively. Oh, shit. I think he's going to ask me why, but fortunately, he doesn't. Okay, he murmurs. His brow furrows as he unlocks the door, then stands aside to usher me into the room. I feel his eyes on me as he follows me inside and closes the door. Placing the gift box on the chest of drawers, he takes out the iPod, switches it on, then waves at the music center on the wall, so that the smoked glass doors glide silently open. He presses the buttons, and the sound of the subway train echoes around the room. He turns it down so that the slow, hypnotic, electronic beat that follows becomes ambient. A woman starts to sing. I don't know who she is, but her voice is soft yet rasping, and the beat is measured, deliberate, erotic. Oh my, it's music to make love to. Christian turns to face me as I stand in the middle of the room, my heart pounding, my blood singing in my veins, pulsing, or so it feels, in time to the music's seductive beat. He saunters casually over to me, and tugs on my chin so I'm no longer biting my lip. What do you want to do, Anastasia? He murmurs, planting a soft, chaste kiss at the corner of my mouth, his fingers still grasping my chin. It's your birthday. Whatever you want, I whisper. He traces his thumb along my lower lip, his brow creased once more. Are we in here because you think I want to be in here? His words are softly spoken, but he regards me intently. No, I whisper. I want to be in here too. His gaze darkens, growing bolder as he assesses my response. After what seems an eternity, he speaks. Oh, there are so many possibilities, Miss Steele. His voice is low, excited. But let's start with getting naked. He pulls the sash of my robe so that it falls open, revealing my silk nightdress, then steps back and sits down nonchalantly on the arm of the Chesterfield couch. Take your clothes off, slowly. He gives me a sensual, challenging look. I swallow compulsively, pressing my thighs together. I'm already damp between my legs. My inner goddess is stripped naked and standing in line, ready and waiting and begging me to play catch-up. I pull the robe away from my shoulders, my eyes never leaving his, and shrug, letting it fall billowing to the floor. His mesmerizing gray eyes meet, and he runs his index finger over his lips as he gazes at me. Slipping the spaghetti straps of my gown off my shoulders, I gaze at him for a beat, then release him. My nightdress skims and ripples softly down my body, pooling at my feet. I am naked and practically panting, and oh, so ready. Christian pauses for a moment, and I marvel at the frankly carnal appreciation in his expression. Standing up, he makes his way over to the chest and picks up his silver gray tie, my favorite tie. He pulls it through his fingers as he turns and strolls casually toward me, a smile playing on his lips. When he stands in front of me, I expect him to ask for my hands, but he doesn't. I think you're underdressed, Miss Steele, he murmurs. He places the tie around my neck, and slowly but dexterously ties it in what I assume is a fine Windsor knot. As he tightens the knot, his fingers brush the base of my throat and electricity shoots through me, making me gasp. He leaves the wide end of the tie long enough so the tip skims my pubic hair. You look mighty fine now, Miss Steele, he says, and bends to kiss me gently on my lips. It's a swift kiss, and I want more, desire spiraling wantonly through my body. What shall we do now? He says, and then picking up the tie, he yanks sharply so that I'm forced forward into his arms. His hands dive into my hair and pull my head back, and he really kisses me, hard, his tongue unforgiving and merciless. One of his hands roams freely down my back to cut my behind. When he pulls away, he is panting too, and gazing down at me, his eyes molten gray. I'm left wanting, gasping for breath, my wits thoroughly scattered. I'm sure my lips will be swollen after his sensual assault. Turn around, he orders gently, and I obey. Pulling my hair free of the tie, he quickly braids and secures it. He tugs the braid so my head tilts up. You have beautiful hair, Anastasia, he murmurs, and kisses my throat, sending shivers running up and down my spine. You just have to say stop. You know that, don't you? He whispers against my throat. I nod, my eyes closed, and relish his lips on me. He turns me around once more and picks up the end of the tie. Come, he says, tugging gently, leading me over to the chest where the rest of the box's contents are on display. Anastasia, these objects. He holds up the butt plug. This is a size too big. As an anal virgin, you don't want to start with this. You want to start with this. He holds up his pinky finger, and I gasp. shocked. Fingers? There? He smirks at me, and the unpleasant thought of the anal fisting mentioned in the contract comes to mind. Just finger, singular, he says softly, with that uncanny ability he has to read my mind. My eyes dart to his. How does he do that? These clamps are vicious. He prods the nipple clamps. We'll use these. He places a different pair of clamps on the chest. They look like giant black hairpins, but with little jet jewels hanging down. They're adjustable, Christian murmurs, his voice laced with gentle concern. I blink up at him, wide-eyed. Christian, my sexual mentor. He knows so much more about all of this than I do. I'll never catch up. I frown. He knows more than me about most things, except cooking. Clear? He asks. Yes, I whisper, my mouth dry. Are you going to tell me what you intend to do? No. I'm making this up as I go along. This isn't a scene. How should I behave? His brow creases. However you want to. Oh. Were you expecting my alter ego, Anastasia? He asks, his tone vaguely mocking and confused at once. I blink at him. Well, yes. I like him, I murmur. He smiles his private smile and reaches up to run his thumb down my chin. Do you know? He breathes and runs his thumb across my lower lip. I'm your lover, Anastasia, not your doll. I love to hear your laugh and your girlish giggle. I like you relaxed and happy, like you are in Jose's photos. That's the girl that fell into my office. That's the girl I fell in love with. My mouth drops open, and a welcome warmth blooms in my heart. It's joy. Pure joy. But having said all that, I also like to do things to you, this to you, and my alter ego knows a trick or two. So, do as you're told and turn around. His eyes glint wickedly, and the joy moves sharply south, seizing me tightly and gripping every sinew below my waist. I do as I'm told. Behind me, he opens one of the drawers, and a moment later, he's in front of me again. Come, he orders, and tugs on the tie, leading me to the table. As we walk past the couch, I notice, for the first time, that all the canes have vanished. It distracts me. Were they there yesterday when I came in? I don't remember. Did Christian use them? Mrs. Jones? Christian interrupts my train of thought. I want you to kneel up on this, he says when we're at the table. Oh, okay. What does he have in mind? My inner goddess can't wait to find out. She's already scissor-kicked onto the table and is watching him with adoration. He gently lifts me onto the table, and I fold my legs beneath me and kneel in front of him, surprised by my own grace. Now we are eye to eye. He runs his hands down my thighs, grasps my knees, and pulls my legs apart and stands directly in front of me. He looks very serious, his eyes darker, hooded, lustful. Arms behind your back. I'm going to cuff you. He produces some leather cuffs from his back pocket and reaches around me. This is it. Where is he going to take me this time? His proximity is intoxicating. This man is going to be my husband. Can one lust after one's husband like this? I don't remember reading about that anywhere. I can't resist him, and I run my parted lips along his jaw, feeling the stubble, a heavy combination of prickly and soft, under my tongue. He stills and closes his eyes. His breathing falters, and he pulls back. Stop, or this will be over far quicker than either of us wants. He warns. For a moment, I think he might be angry, but then he smiles, and his heated eyes are alight with amusement. You're irresistible, I pout. Am I now? He says dryly. I nod. Well, don't distract me, or I'll gag you. I like distracting you, I whisper, looking foolishly at him, and he cocks his eyebrow at me. Or spank me. Oh, I try to hide my smile. There was a time, not very long ago, when I would have been subdued by this threat. I would never have had the nerve to kiss him, unbidden, while he was in this room. I realize now, I'm no longer intimidated by him. It's a revelation. I grin mischievously, and he smirks at me. Behave. He growls and stands back, gazing at me, and slaps the leather cuffs across his palm. And the warning is there, implicit in his actions. I try for contrite, and I think I succeed. He approaches me again. That's true. He breathes, and leans behind me once more with the cuffs. I resist touching him, but inhale his glorious Christian scent, still fresh from last night's shower. I should bottle this. I expect him to cuff my wrists, but he attaches each cuff above my elbows. Back, pushing my breasts forward, though my elbows are by no means together. When he's finished, he stands back to admire me. Feel okay? He asks. It's not the most comfortable of positions, but I'm so wired with anticipation to see where he's going with this that I nod, weak, wanting. Good. He pulls the mask from his back pocket. I think you've seen enough now, he murmurs. He slides the mask over my head, covering my eyes. My breathing spikes. Wow. Why is not being able to see so erotic? I am here, trussed up and kneeling on the table, waiting, sweet anticipation hot and heavy deep in my belly. I can still hear, though, and the melodic steady beat of the track continues. It resonates through my body. I hadn't noticed before. He must have it on repeat. Christian steps away. What is he doing? He moves back to the chest and opens a drawer, then closes it again. A moment later, he's back, and I sense him in front of me. There's a pungent... I don't want to ruin my favorite tie, he murmurs. It slowly unravels as he undoes it. I inhale sharply as the tail of the tie travels up my body, tickling me in its wing. Ruin his tie? I listen acutely to determine what he's going to do. He's rubbing his hands together. His knuckles suddenly brush over my cheek, down to my jaw, following my jawline. My body leaps to attention as his touch sends a delicious shiver through me. His hand flexes over my neck, and it's slick with sweet-smelling oil, so his hand glides down my throat, across my clavicle, and up to my shoulder. His fingers beating gently as they go. Oh, I'm getting a massage. Not what I expected. He places his other hand on my other shoulder and begins another slow, teasing journey across my clavicle. I groan softly as he works his way down toward my increasingly aching breasts, aching for his touch. It's tantalizing. I arch my body farther into his deft touch, but his hands glide to my sides, slow, measured, in time to the beat of the music, and studiously avoid my breasts. I groan, but I don't know if it's from pleasure or frustration. You are so beautiful, Ed, he murmurs, his voice low and husky, his mouth next to my ear. His nose follows along my jaw as he continues to massage me, beneath my breasts, across my belly, down. He kisses me fleetingly on my lips, then he runs his nose down my neck, my throat. Holy cow, I'm on fire. His nearness, his hands, his words. And soon you'll be my wife, to have and to hold, he whispers. Oh my. I tip my head back and moan. His fingers run through my pubic hair, over my sex, and he rubs the palm of his hand against my clitoris. This is great, he whispers as his palm works against me. I groan. Yes, he breathes as his palm continues to tease me. Open your mouth. My mouth is already open from panting. I open wider, and he slips a large, cool, metal object between my lips. Shaped like an oversized baby's pacifier, it has small grooves or carvings, and what feels like a chain at the end. It's big. Suck, he commands softly. I'm going to put this inside you. Inside me? Inside me where? My heart lurches into my mouth. Suck, he repeats, and stops palming me. No, don't stop. I want to shout, but my mouth is full. His oiled hands glide back up my body and finally cup my neglected breasts. Don't stop sucking. Gently, he rolls my nipples between his thumbs and forefingers, and they harden and lengthen under his expert touch, sending synaptic waves of pleasure all the way to my groin. You have such beautiful groin, I moan. His lips move down from my neck toward one breast, trailing soft bites and sucks. Murmurs his approval, and I moan. His lips move down from my neck toward one breast, trailing soft bites and sucks over and over, down toward my nipple. And suddenly, I feel the pinch of the clamp. Ah! I gargle my groan through the device in my mouth. Holy cow! The feeling is exquisite. Raw, painful, pleasurable. Oh, the pinch! Gently, he lays the restrained nipple with his tongue, and as he does so, he applies the other. The bite of the second clamp is equally harsh, but just as good. I groan loudly. Feel it, he whispers. Oh, I do, I do, I do. Give me this. He tugs gently on the ornate metal pacifier in my mouth, and I release it. His hands once more trail down my body toward my sex. He's re-oiled his hands. They glide around to my backside. I gasp. What's he going to do? I tense up on my knees as he runs his fingers between my buttocks. Hush. Easy. He breathes close to my ear and kisses my neck as his fingers stroke and tease me. What's he going to do? His other hand glides down my belly to my sex, palming me once more. He eases his fingers inside me, and I moan loudly, appreciatively. I'm going to put this inside you, he murmurs. Not here. His fingers trail between my buttocks, spreading oil. But here. He moves his fingers around and around, in and out, hitting the front wall of my vagina. I moan and my restrained nipples swell. Ah! Hush now. Christian removes his fingers and slides the object into me. He cups my face and kisses me, his mouth invading mine, and I hear a very faint click. Instantly, the plug inside me starts to vibrate. Down there. I gasp. The feeling is extraordinary, beyond anything I've felt before. Ah! Easy. Christian calms me, stifling my gasps with his mouth. His hands move down and tug very gently on the clamps. I cry out loudly, Christian, please! Hush, baby. Hang in there. This is too much. All this overstimulation, everywhere. My body starts to climb, and on my knees, I'm unable to control the buildup. Oh my, will I be able to handle this? Good girl, he soothes. Christian, I pant, sounding desperate even to my own ears. Hush, feel it, Nana. Don't be afraid. His hands are now on my waist, holding me, but I can't concentrate on his hands, what's inside me, and the clamps, too. My body is building to an explosion, with the relentless vibrations and the sweet, sweet torture of my nipples. Holy hell, it will be too intense. His hands move from my hips, down and around, slick and oiled, touching, feeling, beating my skin, beating my behind. So beautiful, he murmurs, and suddenly he gently pushes an anointed finger inside me, there, into my backside. Up! It feels alien, bold, forbidden, but oh, so good. And he moves slowly, easing in and out, while his teeth graze my upturned chin. So beautiful, Nana. I'm suspended high, high above a wide, wide ravine, and I'm soaring, then falling giddily at the same time, plunging to the earth. I can hold on no more, and I scream as my body convulses and climaxes at the overwhelming fullness. As my body explodes, I'm nothing but sensation everywhere. Christian releases first one and then the other clamp, causing my nipples to sing with a surge of sweet, sweet, painful feeling. But it's oh so good, and causing my orgasm, this orgasm, to go on and on. His finger stays where it is, gently easing in and out. Ah! I cry out, and Christian wraps himself around me, holding me, as my body continues to pulse mercilessly inside. No! I shout again, pleading, and this time he tugs the vibrator out of me, and his finger too, as my body continues to convulse. He unstraps one of the cuffs so that my arms fall forward. My head lolls on his shoulder, and I am lost, lost to all this overwhelming sensation. I'm all shattered breath, exhausted desire, and sweet, welcome oblivion. Vaguely, I'm aware that Christian lifts me, carries me over to the bed, and lays me down on the cool satin sheets. After a moment, his hands, still oiled, gently rub the backs of my thighs, my knees, my calves, and my shoulders. I feel the bed dip as he stretches out beside me. He pulls the mask off, but I don't have the energy to open my eyes. Finding my braid, he undoes the hair tie and leans forward, kissing me softly on my lips. Only my erratic breathing disturbs the silence in the room and steadies as I float gently back to earth. The music has stopped. So beautiful, he murmurs. When I persuade one eye to open, he's gazing down at me, smiling softly. Hi, he says. I manage a grunt in response, and his smile broadens. Rude enough for me. I nod and give him a reluctant grin. Geez, any ruder, and I'd have to spank the pair of us. I think you're trying to kill me, I mutter. Death by orgasm. He smirks. There are worse ways to go, he says, but then frowns ever so slightly as an unpleasant thought crosses his mind. It distresses me. I reach up and caress his face. You can kill me like this anytime, I whisper. I notice that he's gloriously naked and ready for action. When he takes my hand and kisses my knuckles, I lean up to capture his face between my hands and pull his mouth to mine. He kisses me briefly, then stops. This is what I want to do, he murmurs, and reaches beneath his pillow for the music center remote. He presses a button, and the soft strains of a guitar echo around the walls. I want to make love to you, he says, gazing down at me, his great eyes burning with bright, loving sincerity. Softly, in the background, a familiar voice starts to sing. The first time ever I saw your face, and his lips find mine. As I tighten around him, finding my release once more, Christian unravels in my arms, his head thrown back as he calls out my name. He clasps me tightly to his chest as we sit nose to nose in the middle of his vast bed, me astride him. And in this moment of joy with this man to this music, the intensity of my experience this morning in here with him and all that has occurred during the past week overwhelms me anew, not just physically, but emotionally. I am completely overcome with all these feelings. I am so deeply in love with him. For the first time, I'm offered a glimmer of understanding as to how he feels about my safety. Recalling his close call with Charlie Tango yesterday, I shudder at the thought and tears pool in my eyes. If anything ever happened to him, I love him so. My tears run unchecked down my cheeks. So many sides of Christian, his sweet, gentle persona, and his rugged, I can do what I fucking well like to you and you'll come like a train, dominant side. His 50 shades, all of him, all spectacular, all mine. And I'm aware we don't know each other well, and we have a mountain of issues to overcome. But I know for each other, we will, and we'll have a lifetime to do it. Hey, he breathes, clasping my head in his hands, gazing down at me. He's still inside me. Why are you crying? His voice is filled with concern. Because I love you so much, I whisper. He half closes his eyes as if drugged, absorbing my words. When he opens them again, they blaze with his love. And I, you, Anna, you make me whole. He kisses me gently as Roberta Flack finishes her song. We have talked and talked and talked, sitting upright together on the bed in the playroom, me in his lap, our legs curled around each other. The red satin sheet is draped around us like a royal cocoon, and I have no idea how much time has passed. Christian is laughing at my impersonation of Kate during the photo shoot at the Youthman. To think it could have been her who came to interview me. Thank the Lord for the common cold. He murmurs and kisses my nose. I believe she had the flu, Christian. I scold him, trailing my fingers idly through his chest hair and marveling that he's tolerating it so well. All the pains have gone, I murmur, recalling my distraction from earlier. He tucks my hair behind my ear for the umpteenth time. I never get past that hard limit. No, I don't think I will, I whisper wide-eyed, then find myself glancing over at the whips, paddles, and floggers lining the opposite wall. He follows my gaze. What could get rid of them, too? He's amused, but sincere. Not the crop, the brown one, or that suede flogger. I flush. He smiles down at me. Okay, the crop and the flogger. Why, Miss Steve, you're full of surprises. As are you, Mr. Gray. It's one of the things I love about you. I kiss him gently at the corner of his mouth. What else do you love about me? He asks, and his eyes widen. I know it's a huge deal for him to ask this question. It humbles me, and I blink at him. I love everything about him, even his 50 shades. I know that life with Christian will never be boring. This. I stroke my index finger across his lips. I love this, and what comes out of it, and what you do to me with it, and what's in here. I caress his temples. You're so smart and witty and knowledgeable, competent in so many things. But most of all, I love what's in here. I press my palm gently against his chest, feeling his steady beating heart. You are the most compassionate man I've met. What you do, how you work, it's awe-inspiring. I whisper, awe-inspiring? He's puzzled, but there's a trace of humor on his face. Then his face transforms, and his shy smile appears as if he's embarrassed. And I want to launch myself at him. So I do. I am dozing, wrapped in satin and gray. Christian nuzzles me away. Hungry, he whispers. Famished. Me too. I lean up to gaze down at him sprawled on the bed. It's your birthday, Mr. Gray. I'll cook you something. What would you like? Surprise me. He runs his hand down my back, stroking me gently. I should check my BlackBerry for all the messages I missed yesterday. He sighs and starts to sit up, and I know this special time is over. For now. Let's shower, he says. Who am I to turn down the birthday boy? Christian is in his study on the phone. Taylor is with him, looking serious but casual in jeans and a tight black t-shirt. I busy myself in the kitchen fixing lunch. I have found salmon steaks in the fridge, and I'm poaching them in lemon, making a salad, and boiling some baby potatoes. I feel extraordinarily relaxed and happy, on top of the world, literally. Turning toward the large window, I stare out at the glorious blue sky. All that talking, all that sexing. A girl could get used to that. Taylor emerges from the study, interrupting my reverie. I turn down my iPod and take out an earbud. Hi, Taylor. Anna. He nods. Your daughter okay? Yes, thanks. My ex-wife thought she had appendicitis, but she was overreacting as usual. Taylor rolls his eyes, surprising me. Sophie's fine, though she has a nasty stomach bug. I'm sorry. He smiles. Has Charlie Tango been located? Yes, the recovery team is on its way. She should be back at Bowling Field late tonight. Oh, good. He gives me a tight smile. Will that be all, ma'am? Yes, of course. I flush. Will I ever get used to Taylor calling me ma'am? It makes me feel so old. At least 30. He nods and heads out of the great room. Christian is still on the phone. I am waiting for the potatoes to boil. It gives me an idea. Fetching my purse, I fish out my BlackBerry. There's a text from Kate. See you this evening. Looking forward to a long chat. I text back. Same here. It will be good to talk to Kate. Calling up the email program, I type a quick message to Christian. From Anastasia Steele. Subject, lunch. Date, June 18, 2011. 13:12. To Christian Gray. Dear Mr. Gray, I am emailing to inform you that your lunch is nearly ready, and that I had some mind-blowing kinky fuckery earlier today. Birthday kinky fuckery is to be recommended. And another thing, I love you. A.X. Your fiancé. I listen carefully for a reaction, but he's still on the phone. I shrug. Perhaps he's just too busy. My BlackBerry vibrates. From Christian Gray. Subject, kinky fuckery. Date, June 18, 2011. 13:15. To Anastasia Steele. What aspect was most mind-blowing? I'm taking notes. Christian Gray, famished and wasting away after the morning's exertions, CEO, Gray Enterprises Holdings, Inc. Yes, I love your signature. Yes. What happened to our new conversation? From Anastasia Steele. Subject, famished. Date, June 18, 2011. 13:8. To Christian Gray. Dear Mr. Gray, may I draw your attention to the first line of my previous email, informing you that your lunch is indeed almost ready? So none of this famished and wasting away nonsense. With regard to the mind-blowing aspects of the kinky fuckery, frankly, all of it. I'd be interested in reading your notes. And I like my bracketed signature too. A.X. Your fiancé. P.S. Since when have you been so loquacious? And you're on the phone. I press send and look up, and he's standing in front of me, smirking. Before I can say anything, he bounds around the kitchen island, sweeps me up in his arms, and kisses me soundly. That is all, Miss Steele, he says, releasing me, and he saunters in his jeans, bare feet, and untucked white shirt, back to his office, leaving me breathless. I've made a watercress, cilantro, and sour cream dip to accompany the salmon, and I've set the breakfast bar. I hate interrupting him while he's working, but now I stand in the doorway of his office. He's still on the phone, all thoroughly fucked hair and bright gray eyes. A visually nourishing feast. He looks up when he sees me and doesn't take his eyes off me. He frowns slightly, and I don't know if it's at me or because of his conversation. Just let them in and leave them alone. You understand, Mia? He hisses and rolls his eyes. I mind eating, and he grins at me and nods. I'll see you later. He hangs up. One more call? He asks. Sure. That dress is very short, he adds. You like it? I give him a quick twirl. It's one of Caroline Acton's purchases. A soft turquoise sundress, probably more suitable for the beach. But it's such a lovely day on so many levels. He frowns, and my face falls. You look fantastic in it, Anna. I just don't want anyone else to see you like that. Oh, I scowl at him. We're at home, Christian. No one but the staff. And either he's trying to hide his amusement, or he really doesn't think that's funny. But eventually, he nods, reassured. I shake my head at him. He's actually being serious? I head back to the kitchen. 5 minutes later, he's back in front of me, holding the phone. I have Ray for you, he murmurs, his eyes wary. All the air leaves my body at once. Christian nods, and his eyes widen at my obvious look of distress. Shit! I take a deep breath. Hi, Dad. Christian has just asked me if he can marry you, Ray says. The silence stretches between us as I desperately think of what to say. Ray, as usual, stays silent, giving me no clue as to his reaction to the news. What did you say? I cracked first. I said I wanted to talk to you. It's kind of sudden, don't you think, Annie? You've not known him long. I mean, he's a nice guy, no suspicion, but so soon. His voice is calm and measured. Yes, it is sudden. Hang on. Hastily, I leave the kitchen area, away from Christian's anxious gaze, and head toward the great window. The doors to the balcony are open, and I step out into the sunshine. I can't quite walk to the edge. It's just too far up. I know it's sudden and all, but, well, I love him. He loves me. He wants to marry me, and there will never be anyone else for me. I flush, thinking this is probably the most intimate conversation I have ever had with my stepfather. Ray is silent on the other end of the phone. Have you told your mother? No. And I know he's all kinds of rich and eligible, but marriage? It's such a big step. You're sure? He's my happily ever after, I whisper. Whoa, Ray says after a moment, his tone softer. He's everything. Annie, you're such a headstrong young woman. I hope to God you know what you're doing. Hand me back to him, will you? Sure, Dad. And will you get me away at the wedding? I ask quietly. Dad. And will you get me away at the wedding? I ask quietly. Oh, cracks. And he's quiet for a few moments, the emotion in his voice bringing tears to my eyes. Nothing would give me greater pleasure. Oh, Ray, I love you so much. I swallow to keep from crying. Thank you, Dad. I'll hand you back to Christian. Be gentle with him. I love him, I whisper. I think Ray is smiling on the other end of the line, but it's hard to tell. It's always hard to tell with Ray. Sure thing, Annie. And come and visit this old man and bring that Christian with you. I march back into the room, pissed at Christian for not warning me, and hand him the phone, my expression letting him know just how annoyed I am. He's amused as he takes the phone and heads back into his study. 2 minutes later, he reappears. I have your stepfather's rather begrudging blessing, he says proudly. So proudly, in fact, that it makes me giggle, and he grins at me. He's acting like he's just negotiated a major new merger or acquisition, which I suppose, on one level, he has. Damn, you're a good cook, woman. Christian swallows his last mouthful and raises his glass of white wine to me. I blossom under his praise, and it occurs to me I'll only get to cook for him on weekends. I frown. I enjoy cooking. Perhaps I should have made him a cake for his birthday. I check my watch. I still have time. Anna, he interrupts my thoughts. Why did you ask me not to take your photo? His question startles me all the more because his voice is deceptively soft. Oh, shit. Photos. I stared down at my empty plate, twisting my fingers in my lap. What can I say? I'd promised myself not to mention that I'd found his version of penthouse pets. Anna, he snaps. What is it? He makes me jump, and his voice commands me to look at him. When did I think he didn't intimidate me? I found your photos, I whisper. His eyes widen in shock. You've been in the safe? He asks, incredulous. Safe? No. I didn't know you had a safe. He frowns. I don't understand. In your closet. In the box. I was looking for your tie, and the box was under your jeans. The ones you normally wear in the playroom? Except today. I flush. He gapes at me, appalled, and nervously runs his hand through his hair as he processes this information. He rubs his chin, lost in thought, but he can't mask the perplexed annoyance etched on his face. Abruptly, he shakes his head, exasperated, but amused too, and a faint smile of admiration kisses the corner of his mouth. He steeples his hands in front of him and focuses on me once more. It's not what you think. I'd forgotten all about them. That box had them. He swallows. There's only one person who could have done that. Oh? Who? And what do you mean, it's not what I think? He sighs and tilts his head to one side, and I think he's embarrassed. So he should be, my subconscious snarls. This is going to sound cold, but they're an insurance policy, he whispers, stealing himself from my response. Insurance policy? Against exposure. The penny drops and rattles uncomfortably around and around in my empty head. Oh, I murmur, because I can't think of what else to say. I close my eyes. This is it. This is 50 Shades of Fucked Up. Right here, right now. Yes, you're right, I mutter. That does sound cold. I stand to clear our dishes. I don't want to know anymore. Anna, do they know? The girls? The subs? He frowns. Of course they know. Oh, well, that's something. He reaches out, grabbing me and pulling me to him. Those photos are supposed for recreational use. He stops. Maybe they were when they were taken originally, but... He stops, imploring me. They don't mean anything. Who put them in your closet? It could only have been Layla. She knows your safe combination? He shrugs. It wouldn't surprise me. It's a very long combination, and I use it so rarely. It's the one number I have written down and haven't changed. He shakes his head. I wonder what else she knows and if she's taken anything else out of there. He frowns, then turns his attention back to me. Look, I'll destroy the photos. Now, if you like. They're your photos, Christian. Do with them as you wish. I mutter. Don't be like that. He says, taking my head in his hands and holding my gaze to his. I don't want that life. I want our life. Together. Holy cow. How does he know that beneath my horror about these photos is my paranoia? Anna, I thought we exorcised all those ghosts this morning. I feel that way. Don't you? I blink at him, recalling our very, very pleasurable and romantic and downright dirty morning in his playroom. Yes, I smile. Yes, I feel like that too. Good. He leans forward and kisses me, folding me in his arms. I'll shred them, he murmurs, and then I have to go to work. I'm sorry, baby, but I have a mountain of business to get through this afternoon. It's cool. I have to call my mother. I grimace. Then I want to do some shopping and bake you a cake. He grins and his eyes light up like a small boy's. A cake. I nod. A chocolate cake? You want a chocolate cake? His grin is infectious. He nods. I'll see what I can do, Mr. Gray. He kisses me once more. Carla is stunned into silence. Mom, say something. You're not pregnant, are you, Anna? She whispers in horror. No, nothing like that. Disappointment slices through my heart, and I'm saddened that she would think that of me. But then I remember with an ever-sinking feeling that she was pregnant with me when she married my father. I'm sorry, darling. This is just so sudden. I mean, Christian is quite a catch, but you're so young, and you should see a little of the world. Mom, can't you just be happy for me? I love him. Darling, I just need to get used to the idea. It's a shock. I could tell in Georgia that there was something very special between you two. But marriage? In Georgia, he wanted me to be his submissive, but I won't tell her that. Have you set a date? No. I wish your father was alive, she whispers. Oh no, not this. Not this now. I know, Mom. I would have liked to know him too. He only held you once, and he was so proud. He thought you were the most beautiful girl in the world. Her voice is a deathly hush as the familiar tale is retold. Again, she will be in tears next. I know, Mom. And then he died. She sniffs, and I know this has set her off as it does every time. Mom, I whisper, wanting to reach down the phone and hold her. I'm a silly old woman, she murmurs, and she sniffs again. Of course I'm happy for you, darling. Does Ray know? She adds, and she seems to have recovered her equilibrium. Christian's just asked him. Oh, that's sweet. Good. She sounds melancholic, but she's making an effort. Yes, it was, I murmur. Anna, darling, I love you so much. I am happy for you. And you both must visit. Yes, Mom, I love you too. Bob is calling me. I have to go. Let me have a date. We need to plan. Are you having a big wedding? Big wedding? Crap. I haven't even thought about that. Big wedding? No, I don't want a big wedding. I don't know yet. As soon as I do, I'll call. Good. Take care now. Be safe. You two need to have some fun. Plenty of time for kids later. Kids? And there it is again. A not-so-veiled reference to the fact that she had me so early. Mom, I didn't really ruin your life, did I? She gasps. Oh, no! Anna, never think that. You were the best thing that ever happened to your father and me. I just wish he was here to see you so grown up and getting married. She's wistful and maudlin again. I wish that too. I shake my head, thinking about my mythical father. Mom, I'll let you go. I'll call soon. Love you, darling. Me too, Mom. Bye. Christian's kitchen is a dream to work in. For a man who knows nothing about cooking, he seems to have everything. I suspect Mrs. Jones loves to cook too. The only thing I need is some high-quality chocolate for the frosting. I leave the two halves of the cake on a cooling rack, grab my purse, and pop my head around Christian's study door. He's concentrating on his computer screen. He looks up and smiles at me. I'm just heading to the store to pick up some ingredients. Okay. He frowns at me. What? You're going to put some jeans on or something? Oh, come on. Christian, they're just legs. He gazes at me, not amused. This is going to be a fight, and it's his birthday. I roll my eyes at him, feeling like an errant teenager. What if we were at the beach? I take a different tack. We're not at the beach. Would you object if we were at the beach? He considers this for a moment. No, he says simply. I roll my eyes again and smirk at him. Well, just imagine we are. Laters. I turn and bolt for the foyer. I make it to the elevator before he catches up with me. As the doors close, I wave at him, grinning sweetly as he watches, helpless, but fortunately amused, with narrowed eyes. He shakes his head in exasperation. Then I can see him no more. Oh, that was exciting. Adrenaline is pounding through my veins, and my heart feels like it wants to exit my chest. But as the elevator descends, so do my spirits. Shit, what have I done? I have a tiger by the tail. He's going to be mad when I get back. My subconscious is glaring at me over her half-moon glasses, a willow switch in her hand. Shit. I think about what little experience I have with men. I've never lived with a man before. Well, except Ray. And for some reason, he doesn't count. He's my dad. Well, the man I consider my dad. And now I have Christian. He's never really lived with anyone, I think. I'll have to ask him if he's still talking to me. But I feel strongly that I should wear what I like. I remember his rules. Yes, this must be hard for him. But he sure as hell paid for this dress. He should have given Neiman's better instructions. Nothing too short. This skirt isn't that short, is it? I check in the large mirror in the lobby. Damn. Yes, it is quite short. But I've made a stand now, and no doubt I'll have to face the consequences. I wonder idly what he'll do. But first, I need cash. I stare at my receipt from the ATM. $51,689.16. That's $50,000 too much. Anastasia, you're going to have to learn to be rich too, if you say yes. And so it begins. I take my paltry $50 and make my way to the store. I head straight to the kitchen when I arrive back, and I can't help feeling a frisson of alarm. Christian is still in his study. Jeez. That's most of the afternoon. I decide my best option is to face him and see how much damage I've done. I peek cautiously around his study door. He's on the phone, staring out the window. And the Eurocopter specialist is due Monday afternoon. Good. Just to keep me informed. Tell them that I'll need their initial findings either Monday evening or Tuesday morning. He hangs up and swivels his chair around, but stills when he sees me, his expression impassive. Hi, I whisper. He says nothing, and my heart free-falls into my stomach. Gingerly, I walk into his study and around his desk to where he's sitting. He still says nothing. His eyes never leave mine. I stand in front of him, feeling 50 shades of foolish. I'm back. Are you mad at me? He sighs, reaches out for my hand, and pulls me into his lap, wrapping his arms around me. He buries his nose in my hair. Yes, he says. I'm sorry. I don't know what came over me. I curl up in his lap, inhaling his heavenly Christian smell, feeling safe regardless of the fact that he's mad. Me neither. Where would you like? He murmurs. He runs his hand up my bare leg to my thigh. Besides, this dress has its advantages. He bends to kiss me, and as our lips touch, passion or lust or a deep-seated need to make amends lances through me, and desire flares in my blood. I seize his head in my hands, thrusting my fingers in his hair. He groans as his body responds, and he hungrily nips at my lower lip, my throat, my ear, his tongue invading my mouth. And before I'm even aware of it, he's unzipping his pants, pulling me astride his lap, and sinking into me. I grasp the back of the chair, my feet just touching the ground, and we start. I like your version of sorry, he breathes into my hair. And I like yours, I giggle, snuggling against his chest. Have you finished? Christ, Anna, what more? No, your work. I'll be done in about half an hour. I heard your message on my voicemail. From yesterday. You sounded worried. I hug him tightly. I was. It's not like you not to respond. He kisses my hair. Your cake should be ready in half an hour. I smile at him and climb off his lap. Looking forward to it. It smelled delicious, evocative even, while it was baking. I smile shyly down at him, feeling a little self-conscious, and he mirrors my expression. Geez, are we really so different? Perhaps it's his early memories of baking. Leaning down, I plant a swift kiss on the corner of his mouth and make my way back to the kitchen. I am all prepared when I hear him come out of his study, and I light the solitary gold candle on his cake. He gives me an ear-splitting grin as he saunters toward me, and I softly sing happy birthday to him. Then he leans over and blows it out, closing his eyes. I've made my wish, he says as he opens them again, and for some reason his look makes me flush. The frosting is still soft. I hope you like it. I can't wait to taste it, Anastasia, he murmurs, and he makes that sound so sexy. I cut us each a slice, and we dig in with small pastry forks. He groans in appreciation. This is why I want to marry you. And I laugh with relief. He likes it. Ready to face my family? Christian switches the R8 ignition off. We are parked in his parents' driveway. Yes? Are you going to tell them? Of course. I'm looking forward to seeing their reactions. He smiles wickedly at me and climbs out of the car. It is 7:30, and though it's been a warm day, there's a cool evening breeze blowing off the bay. I pull my wrap around me as I step out of the car. I am wearing an emerald green cocktail dress I found this morning while I was rummaging through the closet. It has a wide matching belt. Christian takes my hand, and we head to the front door. Here, it wide before he can knock. Christian, hello. Happy birthday, son. He takes Christian's proffered hand but pulls him into a brief hug, surprising him. Thanks, Dad. Anna, how lovely to see you again. He hugs me too, and we follow him into the house. Before we can set foot in the living room, Kate comes barreling down the hallway toward the two of us. She looks furious. Oh no, you two, I want to talk to you, she snarls in her "you better not fucking mess with me" voice. I glance nervously at Christian, who shrugs and decides to humor her as we follow her into the dining room, leaving Karen amused on the threshold of the living room. She shuts the door and turns on me. What the fuck is this? She hisses and waves a piece of paper at me. Completely at a loss, I take it from her and scan it quickly. My mouth dries. Holy shit. It's my email response to Christian, discussing the contract. Chapter 22. All the color drains from my face as my blood turns to ice and fear lances through my body. Instinctively, I step between her and Christian. What is it? Christian murmurs, his tone wary. I ignore him. I cannot believe Kate is doing this. Kate, this has nothing to do with you. I glare venomously at her, anger replacing my fear. How dare she do this? Not now. Not today. Not on Christian's birthday. Surprised by my response, she blinks at me, green eyes wide. Anna, what is it? Christian says again, his tone more menacing. Christian, would you just go, please? I ask him. No. Show me. He holds out his hand, and I know he's not to be argued with. His voice is cold and hard. Reluctantly, I give him the email. What's he done to you? Kate asks, ignoring Christian. She looks so apprehensive. I flush as myriad erotic images flick quickly across my mind. That's none of your business, Kate! I can't keep the exasperation out of my voice. Where did you get this? Christian asks, his head cocked to one side, his face expressionless, but his voice so menacingly soft. Kate flushes. At his stony glare, she hastily continues. It was in the pocket of a jacket. Assume is yours, that I found on the back of Anna's bedroom door. Faced with Christian's burning gray gaze, Kate's steeliness slips a little, but she seems to recover and scowls at him. She's a beacon of hostility in a slinky, bright red dress. She looks magnificent. But why the hell is she going through my clothes? It's usually the other way around. Have you told anyone? Christian's voice is like a silk glove. No, of course not, Kate snaps, affronted. Christian nods and appears to relax. He turns and heads toward the fireplace. Wordlessly, Kate and I watch as he picks up a lighter from the mantelpiece, sets fire to the email, and releases it, letting it float the fire slowly into the grate until it is no more. The silence in the room is oppressive. Not even Elliot? I ask, turning my attention back to Kate. No one, Kate says emphatically, and for the first time, she looks puzzled and hurt. I just want to know you're okay, Anna, she whispers. I'm fine, Kate. More than fine. Please, Christian and I are good. Really good. This is old news. Please ignore it. Ignore it? She says. How can I ignore that? What's he done to you? And her green eyes are so full of heartfelt concern. He hasn't done anything to me, Kate. Honestly, I'm good. She blinks at me. Really? She asks. Christian wraps an arm around me and draws me close, not taking his eyes off Kate. Anna has consented to be my wife, Catherine, he says quietly. What? Kate squeaks, her eyes widening in disbelief. We are getting married. We're going to announce our engagement this year, he says. Oh! Kate gapes at me. She's stunned. I leave you alone for 16 days and this happens? It's very sudden. So yesterday when I said, she gazes at me, lost. Where does an email fit into all this? It doesn't, Kate. Forget it. Please. I love him and he loves me. Don't do this. Don't ruin his party and our night. I whisper. She blinks, and unexpectedly, her eyes are shining with tears. No, of course I won't. You're okay? She wants reassurance. I've never been happier, I whisper. She reaches forward and grabs my hand regardless of Christian's arm wrapped around me. You really are okay? She asks hopefully. Yes, I grin at her, my joy returning. She's back on side. She smiles at me, my happiness reflecting back on her. I step out of Christian's hold, and she hugs me suddenly. Oh, Anna, I was so worried when I read this. I didn't know what to think. Will you explain it to me? She whispers. One day, not now. Good. I won't tell anyone. I love you so much, Anna. Like my own sister. I just thought... I didn't know what to think. I'm sorry. If you're happy, then I'm happy. She looks directly at Christian and repeats her apology. He nods at her, his eyes glacial, and his expression does not change. Oh, shit. He's still mad. I really am sorry. You're right. It's none of my business, she whispers to me. There's a knock on the door that startles Kate and I apart. Grace pokes her head around. Everything okay, darling? She asks Christian. Everything's fine, Mrs. Gray, Kate says immediately. Fine, Mom, Christian says. Good. Grace enters. Then you won't mind if I give my son a birthday hug. She beams at both of us. He hugs her tightly and thaws immediately. Happy birthday, darling, she says softly, closing her eyes in his embrace. I'm so glad you're still with us. Mom, I'm fine. Christian smiles down at her. She pulls back, looks at him closely, and grins. I'm so happy for you, she says and caresses his face. He grins at her, his 1,000-megawatt smile. She knows. When did he tell her? Well, kids, if you've all finished your tete-a-tete, there's a throng of people here to check that you really are in one piece, Christian, and to wish you a happy birthday. I'll be right there. Grace glances anxiously at Kate and me and seems reassured by our smiles. She winks at me as she holds the door open for us. Christian holds out his hand to me, and I take it. Christian, I really do apologize, Kate says humbly. Humble Kate is something to behold. Christian nods at her, and we follow her out. In the hallway, I gaze anxiously up at Christian. Does your mother know about us? Yes. Oh. And to think, our evening could have been derailed by the tenacious Miss Kavanaugh. I shudder at the thought. The ramifications of Christian's lifestyle revealed to all. Well, that was an interesting start to the evening. I smile sweetly at him. He glances down at me, and it's back, his amused look. Thank heavens. As ever, Miss Steele, you have a gift for understatement. He raises my hand to his lips and kisses my knuckles as we walk into the living room to a sudden, spontaneous, and deafening round of applause. Crap! How many people are here? I scan the room quickly. All the Grays, Ethan with Mia, Dr. Flynn and his wife, I assume. There's Mac from the boat, a tall, handsome African-American. I remember seeing him in Christian's office the first time I met Christian. Mia's bitchy friend Lily. Two women I don't recognize at all, and... oh no. My heart sinks. That woman. Mrs. Robinson. Gretchen materializes with a tray of champagne. She's wearing a low-cut black dress, hair in an updo instead of pigtails, flushing and fluttering her eyelashes at Christian. The applause dies down, and Christian squeezes my hand as all eyes turn to him expectantly. Thank you, everyone. Looks like I'll need one of these. He grabs 2 drinks off Gretchen's tray and gives her a brief smile. I think Gretchen's going to expire or swoon. He hands a glass to me. Christian raises his glass to the rest of the room, and immediately everyone surges forward. Leading the charge is the evil woman in black. Does she ever wear any other color? Christian, I was so worried. Elena gives him a brief hug and kisses both his cheeks. He doesn't let me go despite the fact I try to free my hand. I'm good, Elena, Christian mutters coolly. Why didn't you call me? Her plea is desperate, her eyes searching his. I've been busy. Didn't you get my messages? Christian shifts uncomfortably and pulls me closer, putting his arm around me. His face remains impassive as he regards Elena. She can no longer ignore me, so she nods politely in my direction. Anna, she purrs. You look lovely, dear. Elena, I purr back. Thank you. I catch Grace's eye. She frowns, watching the 3 of us. Elena, I need to make an announcement, Christian says, eyeing her dispassionately. Her clear blue eyes cloud. Of course. She fakes a smile and steps back. Everyone? Christian calls. He waits for a moment until the buzz in the room dies down and all eyes are once more on him. Thank you for coming today. I have to say I was expecting a quiet family dinner, so this is a pleasant surprise. He stares pointedly at Mia, who grins and gives him a little wave. Christian shakes his head in exasperation and continues. Roz and I. He acknowledges the red-haired woman standing nearby with a small, bubbly blonde. We had a close call yesterday. Oh, that's the Roz that works with him. She grins and raises her glass to him. He nods back at her. So I'm especially glad to be here today to share with all of you my very good news. This beautiful woman. He glances down at me. Miss Anastasia Rose Steele has consented to be my wife, and I'd like you all to be the first to know. There are general gasps of astonishment, the odd cheer, and then a round of applause. Geez, this is really happening. I think I am the color of Kate's dress. Christian grasps my chin, lifts my lips up to his, and kisses me quickly. You'll soon be mine. I am already, I whisper. Legally, he mouths at me and gives me a wicked grin. Lily, who is standing beside Mia, looks crestfallen. Gretchen looks like she's eaten something nasty and bitter. As I glance anxiously around at the assembled crowd, I catch sight of Elena. Her mouth is open. She's stunned, horrified even. And I can't help a small but intense feeling of satisfaction to see her dumbstruck. What the hell is she doing here anyway? Herrick and Grace interrupt my uncharitable thoughts, and soon I am being hugged and kissed and passed around by all the Grays. Oh, Anna, I am so delighted you're going to be family, Grace gushes. The change in Christian. He's happy. I am so thankful to you. I blush, embarrassed by her exuberance, but secretly delighted too. Where's the ring? Exclaims Mia as she embraces me. A ring? Jeez, I hadn't even thought about a ring. I glance up at Christian. We're going to choose one together. Christian glowers at her. Oh, don't look at me like that, Gray, she scolds him, then wraps her arms around him. I'm so thrilled for you, Christian, she says. She's the only person I know who is not intimidated by the Gray glower. It has me quailing. Well, it certainly used to. When will you get married? Have you set a date? She beams up at Christian. He shakes his head, his exasperation palpable. No idea. It And no, we haven't. Anna and I need to discuss all that, he says irritably. I hope you have a big wedding. Here! She beams enthusiastically, ignoring his caustic tone. We'll probably fly to Vegas tomorrow, he growls at her, and he's rewarded with a full-on Mia grade pouty grimace. Rolling his eyes, he turns to Elliot, who gives him his second bear hug in as many days. Way to go, bro. He claps Christian's back. The response from the room is overwhelming, and it's a few minutes before I find myself back beside Christian with Dr. Flynn. Elena seems to have disappeared, and Gretchen is solemnly refilling champagne glasses. Beside Dr. Flynn is a striking young woman with long, dark, almost black hair, impressive cleavage, and lovely hazel eyes. Christian, says Flynn, holding out his hand. Christian shakes it gladly. John, Brian. He kisses the dark-haired woman on her cheek. She's petite and pretty. Glad you're still with us, Christian. My life would be most dull and penurious without you. Christian smirks. John, Rian scolds, much to Christian's amusement. Rian, this is Anastasia, my fiancée. Anna, this is John's wife. Delighted to meet the woman who has finally captured Christian's heart. Rian smiles kindly at me. Thank you, I mutter, embarrassed again. That was one good people there, Christian. Dr. Flynn shakes his head in amused disbelief. Christian frowns at him. John, you and your cricket metaphors. Rian rolls her eyes. Congratulations to the pair of you, and happy birthday, Christian. What a wonderful birthday present. She smiles broadly at me. I had no idea Dr. Flynn would be here, or Elena. It's a shock, and I rack my brains to see if I have anything to ask him. But a birthday party hardly seems the appropriate venue for a psychiatric consultation. For a few minutes, we make small talk. Rian is a stay-at-home mom with 2 young boys. I deduce that she is the reason Dr. Flynn practices in the United States. She's good, Christian, responding well to treatment. Another couple of weeks and we can consider an outpatient program. Dr. Flynn's and Christian's voices are low, but I can't help listening in, rather rudely tuning out again. So, it's all play dates and diapers right now. That must take up your time, I flush, turning my attention back to Rian, who laughs sweetly. I know Christian and Flynn are discussing Layla. Ask her something for me, Christian murmurs. So, what do you do, Anastasia? Anna, please. I work in publishing. Christian and Dr. Flynn lower their voices further. It's so frustrating. But they stop when we're joined by the 2 women I didn't recognize earlier, Roz and the bubbly blonde, whom Christian introduces as her partner, Gwen. Roz is charming, and I soon discover they live almost opposite Escala. She is full of praise for Christian's piloting skills. It was her first time in Charlie Tango, and she said she wouldn't hesitate to go again. She's one of the few women I've met who isn't dazzled by him. Well, the reason is obvious. Gwen is giggly with a wry sense of humor, and Christian seems extraordinarily at ease with both of them. He knows them well. They don't discuss work, but I can tell that Roz is one smart woman who can easily keep up with them. She also has a great, throaty, too many cigarettes laugh. Grace interrupts our leisurely conversation to inform everyone that dinner is being served buffet-style in the gray kitchen. Slowly, the guests make their way toward the back of the house. Mia collars me in the hallway. In her pale, pink, frothy baby doll dress and killer heels, she towers over me like a Christmas tree fairy. She's holding 2 cocktail glasses. Anna, she hisses conspiratorially. I glance up at Christian, who releases me with a best of luck I find her impossible to deal with too look, and I sneak into the dining room with her. She says mischievously, "This is one of my dad's special lemon martinis, much nicer than champagne." She hands me a glass and watches anxiously while I take a tentative sip. Delicious, but strong. What does she want? Is she trying to get me drunk? Anna, I need some advice. And I can't ask Lily. She's so judgmental about everything. Mia rolls her eyes, then grins at me. She is so jealous of you. I think she was hoping one day that she and Christian might get together. Mia bursts out laughing at the absurdity, and I quail inside. This is something I will have to contend with for a long time. Other women wanting my man. I push the unwelcome thought out of my head and distract myself with the matter in hand. I take another sip of my martini. I'll try and help. Fire away. As you know, Ethan and I met recently, thanks to you. She beams at me. Yes? Where the hell is she going with this? Anna, he doesn't want to date me. She pouts. Oh. I blink at her, stunned, and I think, maybe he's just not that into you. Look, that sounded all wrong. He doesn't want to date because his sister is going out with my brother. You know, he thinks it's all kind of incestuous, but I know he likes me. What can I do? Oh, I see, I mutter, trying to buy myself some time. What can I say? Can you agree to be friends and give it some time? I mean, you've only just met him. She cocks her eyebrow. Look, I know I've only really just met Christian, but I frown, not sure what I want to say. Mia, this is something you and Ethan have to work out together. I would try the friendship route. Mia grins. You learned that look from Christian. I flush. If you want advice, ask Kate. She may have some insight as to how her brother feels. You think? Mia asks. Yes. I smile encouragingly. Cool. Thanks, Anna. She gives me another hug and scuttles excitedly, and impressively given her high heels, to the door, no doubt off to bother Kate. I take another sip of my martini, and I'm about to follow her, when I am stopped in my tracks. Elena breezes into the room, her face taut, set in grim, angry determination. She closes the door quietly behind her and scowls at me. Oh, crap. Anna, she sneers. I summon all of my self-possession, slightly fuzzy from 2 glasses of champagne and the lethal cocktail I hold in my hand. I think that blood has drained from my face, but I marshal both my subconscious and my inner goddess in order to appear as calm and as unflappable as I can. Elena? My voice is small, but steady, despite my dry mouth. Why does this woman freak me out so much? And what does she want now? I would offer you my heartfelt congratulations, but I think that would be inappropriate. Her piercing cold blue eyes stare frostily into mine, filled with loathing. I neither need nor want your congratulations, Elena. I'm surprised and disappointed to see you here. She arches an eyebrow. I think she's impressed. I wouldn't have thought of you as a worthy adversary, Anastasia, but you surprise me at every turn. I haven't thought of you at all. I lie coolly. Christian would be proud. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have much better things to do than waste my time with you. Not so fast, missy, she hisses, leaning against the door, effectively blocking it. What on earth do you think you're doing, consenting to marry Christian? If you think for 1 minute you can make him happy, you're very much mistaken. What I'm consenting to do with Christian is none of your concern. I smile with sarcastic sweetness. She ignores me. He has needs you cannot possibly begin to satisfy, she gloats. What do you know of his needs? I snarl. My sense of indignation flares brightly, burning inside me as adrenaline surges through my body. How dare this fucking bitch preach to me? You're nothing but a sick child molester, and if it were up to me, I'd toss you into the 7th circle of hell and walk away smiling. Now get out of my way. Or do I have to make you? You're making a big mistake here, lady. She shakes a long, skinny, finely manicured finger at me. How dare you judge our lifestyle? You know nothing, and you have no idea what you're getting yourself into. And if you think he's going to be happy with a mousy little gold digger like you, that's it. I throw the rest of my lemon martini in her face, drenching her. Don't you dare tell me what I'm getting myself into, I shout at her. When will you learn? It's none of your goddamn business. She gapes at me, horror-struck, wiping the sticky drink off her face. I think she's about to lunge at me, but she's suddenly shunted forward as the door opens. Christian is standing in the doorway. It takes him a nanosecond to assess the situation. Me, ashen and shaking, her soaked and livid. His lovely face darkens and contorts with anger as he comes to stand between us. What the fuck are you doing, Elena? He says, his voice glacial and laced with menace. She blinks up at him. She's not right for you, Christian, she whispers. What? He shouts, startling both of us. I can't see his face, but his whole body is tense, and he radiates animosity. How the fuck do you know what's right for me? You have needs, Christian, she says, her voice softer. I've told you before, this is none of your fucking business, he roars. Oh crap. Very angry Christian has reared his not-so-ugly head. People are going to hear. What is this? He pauses, glaring at her. Do you think it's you? You? You think you're right for me? His voice is softer but drips contempt. And suddenly, I don't want to be here. I don't want to witness this intimate encounter. I'm intruding, but I'm stuck, my limbs unwilling to move. Elena swallows and seems to draw herself upright. Her stance changes subtly, becoming more commanding, and she steps toward him. I was the best thing that ever happened to you, she hisses arrogantly at him. Look at you now, one of the richest, most successful entrepreneurs in the United States. Controlled, driven. You need nothing. You are master of your universe. He steps back as if he's been struck and gapes at her in outraged disbelief. You loved it, Christian. Don't try and kid yourself. You were on the road to self-destruction, and I saved you from that. Saved you from a life behind bars. Believe me, baby, that's where you would have ended up. I taught you everything you know, everything you need. Christian blanches, staring at her in horror. When he speaks, his voice is low and incredulous. You taught me how to fuck, Elena, but it's empty, like you. No wonder Link left. Bile rises in my mouth. I should not be here, but I'm frozen to the spot, morbidly fascinated as they eviscerate each other. You never once held me, Christian whispers. You never once said you loved me. She narrows her eyes. Love is for fools, Christian. Get out of my house. Grace's implacable, furious voice startles us. Three heads swing rapidly to where Grace stands on the threshold of the room. She is glaring at Elena, who pales beneath her Saint-Tropez tan. Time seems suspended as we collectively take a deep, gasping breath, and Grace stalks deliberately into the room. Her eyes blaze with fury, never once leaving Elena, until she stands before her. Elena's eyes widen in alarm, and Grace slaps her hard across the face, the sound of the impact resounding off the walls of the dining room. Take your filthy paws off my son, you whore, and get out of my house, now, she hisses through gritted teeth. Elena clutches her reddening cheek and stares in horror for a moment, shocked and blinking at Grace. Then she hurries from the room, not bothering to close the door behind her. Grace turns slowly to face Christian, and a tense silence settles like a thick blanket over us as Christian and Grace stare at each other. After a beat, Grace speaks. Anna, before I hand him over to you, would you mind giving me a minute or two alone with my son? Her voice is quiet, husky, but oh so strong. Of course, I whisper, and exit as quickly as I can, glancing anxiously over my shoulder. But neither of them looks at me as I leave. They continue to stare at each other, their unspoken communication blaringly loud. In the hallway, I am momentarily lost. My heart pounds and my blood races through my veins. I feel panicked and out of my depth. Holy fuck, that was heavy. And now Grace knows. I can't think what she's going to say to Christian, and I know it's wrong, but I lean against the door trying to listen. How long, Christian? Grace's voice is soft. I can barely hear her. I cannot hear his reply. How old were you? Her voice is more insistent. Tell me, how old were you when this all started? Again, I can't hear Christian. Everything okay, Anna? Roz interrupts me. Yes, fine. Thank you, Roz smiles. I'm just going to get my purse. I need a cigarette. For a brief moment, I contemplate joining her. I'm off to the bathroom. I need to gather my wits and my thoughts to process what I've just witnessed and heard. Upstairs seems the safest place to be on my own. I watch Roz stroll into the drawing room, and I bolt 2 stairs at a time to the 2nd floor, then up to the 3rd. There's only one place I want to be. I open the door to Christian's childhood bedroom and shut it behind me, taking a huge gulping breath. Heading for his bed, I flop onto it and stare at the plain white ceiling. Holy cow! That has to be, without doubt, one of the most excruciating confrontations I've ever had to endure. And now, I feel numb. My fiancé and his ex-lover. No would-be bride should have to see that. Having said that, part of me is glad she's revealed her true self, and that I was there to bear witness. My thoughts turn to Grace. Poor Grace. To hear all that, I clutch one of Christian's pillows. She'll have overheard that Christian and Elena had an affair, but not the nature of it. Thank heavens. I groan. What am I doing? Perhaps the evil witch had a point. No, I refuse to believe that. She's so cold and cruel. I shake my head. She's wrong. I am right for Christian. I am what he needs. And in a moment of stunning clarity, I don't question how he's lived his life until recently, but why. His reasons for doing what he's done to countless girls, I don't even want to know how many. The how isn't wrong. They were all adults. They were all, how did Flynn put it? In safe, sane, consensual relationships. It's the why. The why was wrong. The why was from his place of darkness. I close my eyes and drape my arm over them. But now he's moved on, left it behind, and we are both in the light. I am dazzled by him, and he by me. We can guide each other. A thought occurs to me. Shit. A gnawing, insidious thought. And I'm in the one place where I can lay this ghost to rest. I sit up. Yes, I must do this. Shakily, I get to my feet, pick off my shoes, walk over to his desk, and examine the bulletin board above it. The photos of young Christian are all still there, more poignant than ever, as I think of the spectacle I've just witnessed between him and Mrs. Robinson. And there in the corner is the small black and white photo, his mother, the crack whore. I switch on the desk lamp and focus the light on her picture. I don't even know her name. She looks so much like him, but younger and sadder. And all I feel, looking at her sorrowful face, is passion. I try to see the similarities between her face and mine. I squint at the picture, getting really, really close, and see none, except maybe our hair. But I think hers is lighter than mine. I don't look like her at all. It's a relief. My subconscious tugs at me, arms crossed, glaring over her half-moon glasses. Why are you torturing yourself? You said yes. You've made your bed. I purse my lips at her. Yes, I have. Gladly so. I want to lie in that bed with Christian for the rest of my life. My inner goddess, sitting in the lotus position, smiles serenely. Yes, I've made the right decision. I must find him. Christian will be worried. I have no idea how long I've been in his room. He'll think that I've fled. I roll my eyes as I contemplate his overreaction. I hope that he and Grace have finished. I shudder to think what else she might have said to him. I meet Christian as he climbs the stairs to the second floor, looking for me. His face is strained and weary, not the carefree 50 I arrived with. As I stand on the landing, he stops on the top stair, so that we are eye to eye. Hi, he says cautiously. Hi, I answer warily. I was worried. I know, I interrupt him. I'm sorry. I couldn't face the festivities. Had to get away, to think. Reaching up, I caress his face. He closes his eyes and leans his face into my hand. And you thought you'd do that in my room? Yes. He reaches for my hand and pulls me into an embrace, and I go willingly into his arms, my favorite place in the whole world. He smells of fresh laundry, body wash, and Christian, the most calming and arousing scent on the planet. He inhales with his nose in my hair. I'm sorry you had to endure all that. It's not your fault, Christian. Why was she here? He gazes down at me, and his mouth curls apologetically. She's a family friend. I try not to react. Not anymore. How's your mom? Mom is pretty fucking mad at me right now. I'm really glad you're here, and that we're in the middle of a party. Otherwise, I might be breathing my last. Reaction. Can you blame her? My voice is quiet, cajoling. He hugs me tightly and he seems uncertain, processing his thoughts. Finally, he answers. No. Whoa! Breakthrough! Can we sit? I ask. Sure. Here? I nod, and we both sit at the top of the stairs. So, how do you feel? I ask, anxiously clutching his hand and gazing at his sad, serious face. He sighs. I feel liberated. He shrugs, then beams. A glorious, carefree Christian smile, and the weariness and strain present moments ago have vanished. Really? I beam back. Wow, I'd crawl over broken glass for that smile. Our business relationship is over. Done. I frown at him. Will you liquidate the salon business? He snorts. I'm not that vindictive, Anastasia. He admonishes me. No, I'll gift them to her. I'll talk to my lawyer Monday. I owe her that much. I arch an eyebrow at him. No more Mrs. Robinson? His mouth twists in amusement, and he shakes his head. Gone. I grin. I'm sorry you lost a friend. He shrugs, then smirks. Are you? No, I confess, flushing. Come. He stands and offers me his hand. Let's join the party in our honor. I might even get drunk. Do you get drunk? I ask as I take his hand. Not since I was a wild teenager. We walk down the stairs. Have you eaten? He asks. Oh, crap. No. Well, you should. It was one of my father's lethal cocktails you threw on her. He gazes at me, trying and failing to keep the amusement off his face. Christian, He holds up his hand. No arguing, Anastasia. If you're going to drink and toss alcohol on my exes, you need to eat. It's rule number 1. I believe we've already had that discussion after our first night together. Oh yes, the Heathman. Back in the hallway, he pauses to caress my face, his fingers skimming my jaw. I lay awake for hours and watched you sleep. He murmurs, I might have loved you even then. Oh. He leans down and kisses me so languidly from my body. He whispers. Okay, I acquiesce, because right now, I'd probably do anything for him. Taking my hand, he leads me toward the kitchen where the party is in full swing. Good night, John. Rian. Congratulations again, Anna. You two will be just fine. Dr. Flynn smiles kindly at us, standing arm in arm in the hallway as he and Rian take their leave. Good night. Christian closes the door and shakes his head. He gazes down at me, his eyes suddenly bright with excitement. What's this? Just the family left. I think my mother has had too much to drink. Grace is singing karaoke on some game console in the family room. Kate and Mia are giving her a run for her money. Do you blame her? I smirk at him, trying to keep the atmosphere between us light. I succeed. Are you smirking at me, Miss Steele? I am. It's been quite a day. Christian, recently, every day with you has been quite a day. My voice is sardonic. He shakes his head. Fair point well made, Miss Steele. Come, I want to show you something. Taking my hand, he leads me through the house to the kitchen, where Carrick, Ethan, and Elliot are talking mariners, drinking the last of the cocktails, and eating leftovers. Off for a stroll, Elliot teases suggestively, as we make our way through the French doors. Christian ignores him. Carrick frowns at Elliot, shaking his head in a silent rebuke. As we make our way up the steps to the lawn, I take off my shoes. The half moon shines brightly over the bay. It's brilliant, casting everything in myriad shades of gray as the lights of Seattle twinkle in the distance. The lights of the boathouse are on, a soft glow. Christian, I'd like to go to church tomorrow. Oh, I prayed you'd come back alive, and you did. It's the least I could do. Okay. Where are you going to put the photos Jose took of me? I thought we might put them in the new house. You bought it? He stops to stare at me, and his voice full of concern. Yes, I thought you liked it. I do. When did you buy it? Yesterday morning. Now we need to decide what to do with it. He murmurs, relieved. Don't knock it down, please. It's such a lovely house. It just needs some tender, loving care. Christian glances at me and smiles. Okay, I'll talk to Elliot. He knows a good architect. She did some work on my place in Aspen. He can do the remodeling. I snort, suddenly remembering the last time we crossed the lawn under the moonlight to the boathouse. Oh, perhaps that's what we're going to do now. I grin. What? I remember the last time he took me to the boathouse. Christian chuckles quietly. Oh, that was fun. In fact, he suddenly stops and scoops me over his shoulder, and I squeal, though we don't have far to go. You were really angry, if I remember correctly, I gasp. Anastasia, I'm always really angry. No, you're not. He swats my behind as he stops outside the wooden door. He slides me down his body back to the ground and takes my head in his hands. No, not anymore. Leaning down, he kisses me hard. When he pulls away, I'm breathless and desire is racing around my body. He gazes down at me, and in the glow of the strip of light coming from inside the boathouse, I can see he's anxious. My anxious man. Not a white knight or a dark knight, but a man. A beautiful, not quite so fucked up man, whom I love. I reach up and caress his face, running my fingers through his sideburns and along his jaw to his chin, then let my index finger touch his lips. He relaxes. "I've something to show you in here," he murmurs, and opens the door. The harsh light of the fluorescents illuminates the impressive motor launch in the dock, bobbing gently on the dark water. There's a rowboat beside it. Come. Christian takes my hand and leads me up the wooden stairs. Opening the door at the top, he steps aside to let me in. My mouth drops to the floor. The attic is unrecognizable. The room is filled with flowers. There are flowers everywhere. Someone has created a magical bower of beautiful wild meadow flowers, mixed with glowing Christmas lights and miniature lanterns that glow soft and pale all around the room. My face whips around to meet his, and he's gazing at me, his expression unreadable. He shrugs. "You wanted hearts and flowers," he murmurs. I blink at him, not quite believing what I'm seeing. "You have my heart," and he waves toward the room. "And here are the flowers," I whisper, completing his sentence. "Christian, it's lovely." I can't think of what else to say. My heart is in my mouth as tears prick my eyes. Tugging my hand, he pulls me into the room, and before I know it, he's sinking to one knee in front of me. Holy hell! I did not expect this. I stop breathing. From his inside jacket pocket, he produces a ring and gazes up at me, his eyes bright gray and raw, full of emotion. "Anastasia Steele, I love you. I want to love, cherish, and protect you for the rest of my life. Be mine, always. Share my life with me. Marry me." I blink down at him as my tears fall. My 50, my man. I love him so, and all I can say as the tidal wave of emotion hits me is, "Yes." He grins, relieved, and slowly slides the ring on my finger. It's beautiful, an oval diamond in a platinum ring. Whoa, it's big, yet simple, and stunning in its simplicity. "Oh, Christian," I sob, suddenly overwhelmed with joy, and I join him on my knees, fingers fisting in his hair as I kiss him with all my heart and soul. I kiss this beautiful man who loves me as I love him, and he wraps his arms around me, his hands moving to my hair, his mouth on mine. I know deep down I will always be his, and he will always be mine. We've come so far together. We have so far to go. But we are made for each other. We are meant to be. The cigarette end glows brightly in the darkness as he takes a deep pull. He blows the smoke out in a long exhale, finishing with two smoke rings that dissolve in front of him, pale and ghostly in the moonlight. He shifts in his seat, and takes a quick shot of cheap bourbon from a bottle wrapped in shabby brown paper before resting it back between his thighs. He can't believe he's still on the trail. His mouth twists in a sardonic sneer. The helicopter had been a rash and bold. One of the most exhilarating things he'd ever done in his life. But to no avail. He rolls his eyes ironically. He thought this son of a bitch could actually fly the fucker. He snorts. They have underestimated him. If Gray thought for 1 minute he'd go whimpering quietly into the dusk, that critter didn't know jack shit. It had been the same all his life. People constantly underestimating him. Just a man who reads books. Fuck that. A man with a photographic memory who reads books. Oh, the things he's learned. The things he knows. He snorts again. Yeah, about things I know about. Not bad for a kid from the gutter end of Detroit. Not bad for the kid who won a scholarship to Princeton. Not bad for the kid who worked his ass off through college and got into publishing. And now, all of that's fucked. Fucked because of Gray and his little bitch. He scowls at the house as if it represents everything he despises. But there's nothing doing. The only drama had been the stacked, blonde broad in black, teetering down the driveway in tears before she climbed into the white CLK, bumped off. He chuckles mirthlessly, then winces. Fuck, his ribs. Still sore from the swift kicking Gray's henchman delivered. He replays the scene in his mind. You fucking touch Miss Steele again, I'll fucking kill you. That motherfucker will get it good too. Yeah, and what's coming to him. He settles back in his seat. Looks like it's going to be a long night. He'll stay, watch, and wait. He takes another drag off his Marlboro Red. His chance will come. His chance will come soon. This is Becca Bateau. We hope you have enjoyed this unabridged production of 50 Shades Darker by E.L. James. This program was directed by Kathy Thornburn, producer Dan Zitt. Text copyright E.L. James 2011. Production copyright 2012. Random House Inc. All rights reserved.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.
certainly be nice to reduce what's getting into the water. We can show that people with higher levels of some of these chemicals may have a higher incidence of certain kind of fin than people. So these are associations with what's called genesis syndrome. That's a big term that means sperm count
Because we were just talking about just precisely breast cancer reproduction general anomalies genitalia things like that are happening. We know they're happening. What's happening so the devil is
science suggesting that used to they were saying they in fact not single chromosomes. So we're finding in certain cases that much more evidence that we previously thought they in fact had potential to harm at least some segment of the population. Researcher, my personal opinion, I'm worried that I'd like to know that a chemical is unlikely to cause harm before we expose our population. It's our failure to control toxic chemicals before we use trouble to be here's the fashion. This is like people say, well, you said igers. The Sound, which lies off the coast of Seattle, is a place I've come to cherish as a powerful resource. Gorgeous natural gateway to the Pacific. And historically a treasure house of fish. But today, the sound isn't there. The Puget Sound is the intensive area. The situation is critical. We've known for decades that Puget Sound had serious issues, but we're at a point now where the species that are almost extinct are telling us we've got some real bottom line problems. Many of these were regional icons that kill whales or orcas. There are major tourist attractions like increasing. Puget Sound orcas are being closely studied by scientists the health of the entire sound. The seaman scientists have learned, ended up with grenadiers, a team called the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. Hansen and his colleagues have been studying the parrot population for several years. Why study these whales? Tom Ritter, 14 parasites, accumulating all the contaminants in their last unstopped population is now down to 86. So low that in 2005, NOAA listed Puget Sound orcas as an endangered species. Is in McClure. Hansen's team goes out after biological sample. You know, it comes to these they shoot blood nose targeted animals and extract certain sounds. That blood was sent to the lab to be tested for a slew of contaminants. PCBs are ads are causing chemicals so toxic that Congress banned them 3 decades ago, but they keep showing up. PCBs are publicly available network systems. It's really working. Other biochemical forms, they build up forms and trouble getting system. Increasing scientists-oriented PCBs are a problem, not just for whales. At the Center for Whale Research, Dr. Ken Bowman has been keeping records for 3 decades on the whales that make empty sound irregularly.
Fewer whales are making it to eternity. Population is declining. Probably the next 20 years will be witnessing the departure of this population.
Do you think they will?
I've already told our government folks that we can go through this for about 20 years if we don't provide a remedy. And we will see the end of this population.
Malcolm and his staff know these whales so well by sight that they can track them from birth to death. Tombstone markers Malcolm told them underscore a worrisome trend among the youngest, most vulnerable organisms.
Young whales are dying quick,
He's alarmed at the high levels of PCBs that he and his team found in younger whales, which absorb PCBs from their mother's milk. Are there enough neurons between the way that a human body works, the chemistry and neurons of the human body, and the whales, so that we can actually take lessons from them?
we can take lessons from not only the whales but the seals and the fish. It's been demonstrated in the statistics, in especially Arctic environments, cold environments where there's a high fat diet. The children of these high Arctic people are suffering the same problems, immune deficiencies, reproductive problems, all these affecting humans as well as the other animals.
And when testing labs like this one, scientists have established that human salmon and Canadian salmon are much more heavily contaminated with PCBs than salmon in other Pacific Gulf waters. Everything we see points to human salmon being hotspot for PCBs and persistent. We've seen lots of PCBs in the last 21 years, despite regulations of series, and evidence of our continuous efforts. Land sources, settlements, one big reason PCBs are a persistent problem is that it takes so long to clean up places like the Duwamish River, Seattle's industrial. Some of Seattle's heaviest industries settled here decades ago. And today, it's the world's largest hotspot for PCBs. BJ Cummings gets tours of the but this isn't your typical tourist happening. It's an environmental wake-up call.
superfund site right at the bottom of your pipe. That's not what we have here. We have what's called a mega site. We have a 5.5 mile stretch of river end-to-end that's being investigated for cleanup. This is one of the largest superfund sites in the country. The river is listed as a superfund site because of an accumulation of legacy of toxic pollution that's built up in the mud at the bottom of the river. There's a direct link between contaminated cells, cancer reports, and contamination of those cells. In fact, one might even think of PCBs running out of water cells of the toxic mold in the demolished river is the product of a half-century of industrial development. For example, the Earth's biggest corporation and its main operations here are the success of expansion. Progress also unprecedented amount of pollution. It's called legacy pollution. It's a legacy that is really it's historical practices it's accepted as a phases very objections and violence and ethics. Materials caused the time they did not know fix it. PCBs are a classic legacy pollutant found here. A toxic chemical that's widely used by industry, often as a high-stress lubricant in power stations, also in military. Frequently, it takes a lot of detecting to find in PCBs. You found a contamination problem in the flight line out here? Yeah, it's material that we see between the concrete panels, so joint compound. Material that was installed in the late 60s and very high levels of PCBs. Since we made this discovery, in the late 90s, now we're over 50 miles of this. About 50 miles, about all the way to black tar stuff. Yeah, this material throughout some of these movements. Why was this so hard to find? Well, it wasn't obvious to us when it was new. Normally, when people talk about PCBs, you think about electrical equipment, you think about hydraulics. That's where PCBs are used. The fact that they were used in something that was right in front of us was difficult. It was really difficult that we overlooked it. Making sure that no one doesn't overlook any of this legacy pollution is the job of Sean Block, a former Marine who's been years between men to clean up the world. What I want to talk about today is basic ways initial data we have these seconds outside everything clean up. And the significance of the building facility is the number of contaminants that originate from the facility. It has over 20 things like groundwater, 40 some odd different things that are in the soil that are left in the pits. So it's the biggest accumulation of contaminants in that area. From the get-go, only EPA have clashed over how to clean up those legacy pollutants, and the arguments have led to long delay. When we were first ready to go with the cleanup plan, we submitted a plan to EPA in 1999 and it was a dredge. We call it an inlet measure to take what is adjacent to the line and then excavate that material. So I said, when we're in there, it was ready to clean up and all that held it up with the bureaucratic red tape from the EPA. I would disagree that from my review of what they were going to do, I didn't think they could fully define where all the bad stuff was. They didn't know the totality of what the contamination was all about. So I knew I was setting a higher threshold for let's get to the bottom of how bad this pollution is and behind it. All I knew was doing what they're asked to do. So time and again, So hundreds more have been drilled because of this back and forth with the EPA. That's correct. Not only has Boeing been feuding with the EPA, but it's been locked in a fierce battle with the city of Seattle, which used to operate a steam plant next door to Boeing Theater. Typical of Superfund sites, these two powerful neighbors have been wrangling over who's responsible for PCBs flowing through this major flow running around. The flow runs from the now-defunct steam plant through Boeing's territory to the river. Boeing says it's the city's PCBs. So is this just the city's steam plant, or did Boeing and other people storm drains into this? Pretty much it was just for the cool water from the side. The city flat out disagrees, and it is taking Boeing down.
PCBs are coming by connections of to our niche. Come through line drainage lines that come from other properties, specifically Boeing's property.
Boeing was attaching its drainage pipes to our flow, sending some of its dirty stuff down your flow to
Over 20 lines attached to our niche.
20 lines. So it's got to be an endless argument to over who's line the dirty stuff in that flow.
That's a continuing argument.
And that argument is holding up the big cleanup of the Wabash River. Jay Manning heads Washington's Department of Ecology, which helps EPA supervise the cleanup, showed me the cost of this continued delay to Puget Sound.
How it is a drainage pipes that carry some water from the square miles. This area, if you want there to
This is an industrial dumping.
this sort of drains a very large industrial area.
We're still finding PCBs in the town is in that water.
Unfortunately, this water way out of those drain pipes was still protecting PCBs. This is going to cost billions to clear, maybe tens of millions. And well, 90% of that liability is not a place you want to be. So they suppose that we're not stupid or busy trying to prove that it's somebody other than them. This is way unfair as well. And they are trying to prove probably that not that they have no liability, because that's pretty hard to do. But proving that they have very little compared to their neighbor, that's what it's about. And it's about money.
Ultimately, the issues of cleanup, time, and money are tied to a larger question for all of us. That is, how clean do we expect our waterways to be? Here on the Wabash, the state has posted warnings not to let local fish and shellfish because of pollution. And so the fight now is over whether the river can be cleaned up enough to let the locals fish the river once again without risk.
What we determined was that the sensitive population we had out there were Native Americans eat the fish out of the pollution.
They eat a lot more fish than most of them do. And so that was the standard you want to set. Clean it up so the tribes can eat the fish safely without getting poison from PCBs. And while undetected,
Basically, they don't feel the land stretch of river can return to our equal system. Fish, shellfish, ice cream.
I think people need to understand is that there are going to be certain pieces of pollution that aren't going to be possible in the future. To give you an example, I don't think people can be able to subsistence fish out of the species that are in the Wabash. I think we have to set reasonable expectations for cleanup in industrial areas. When you come down and a clean is clean, you know, do we need to get rivers back where people can fish and safely fish without fear of their health? It's legal. It is legal. It has to be legal. Because every one of those rivers and streams are going into Puget Sound, so it's not as if it's going river and stream. It's about a whole ecosystem. Just across the river from the threat of legacy motion and the question of how clean is clean became personal. Right here in South Park, during 2004, a community was run by Uber, and some of its streets and people's yards were contaminated with PCBs. People in South Park, which are people with contaminants with children, got
this mean for me? What does this mean for my health?
She's talking about PCBs, cancer-causing microbes, banned in the 70s, but taking an emotional toll on the residents of South Park today.
The city of Seattle realized it had a crisis and moved quickly to pave the contaminated streets, clean up the polluted yards, and tell people how to take safety precautions. Suddenly, South Park, a largely immigrant working-class neighborhood surrounded by industry, was galvanized into action. Residents demanded a long-promised cleanup of an abandoned industrial site called Milwaukee Asphalt.
Milwaukee Asphalt for years operated directly across the street from homes in South Park. It was a really, really dirty business. For many years, there was overdumping of the other end. There was waste oil that was sprayed in the area to keep the dust and paved streets down by contaminated roads and cars, great people's gardens around the property.
Years later, the old Milwaukee site had been bought by the Port of Seattle instead of PCB cleanup on part of Milwaukee's property. And people in South Park suspected there were still many more undiscovered PCB hotspots upload from the riverbank at Milwaukee.
So the neighborhood said, go take some tests and tell us what's there. EPA and the board said, oh no, we did the upload, it's finished. We eventually were able to succeed again, just a few more tests, just show us it's okay.
Finding numbers that were higher than any of these.
I got to this its manager for Milwaukee site ran tests, and what he found surprised everyone.
What was the hottest spot? How hot? The hottest spot for PCBs was right in this area here. It was about 9,000 pounds. 9,000 people found where it was 95 pounds. Really hot spot. You know, luckily it was under asphalt, but it was still something that even under asphalt. Just
So Hutchins crafted a plan to clean up Milwaukee, but it backfired.
we would be cleaning up to 25 parts per million, which was the cleanup level that EPA had accepted before.
Not in the community.
They were not happy with it. They didn't want to accept it.
In fact, South Park was up in arms, insisting on a cleanup to the residential standard of 1 part per million.
To ensure cleanup coalition, residents from South Park started calling up more commissioners and explaining the problem to them. They got vans and buses, went down where the Port Commission was meeting, and one after another got up and told the Port Commission that they were worried about their health, not the Port Commission had the responsibility to the community to make sure that that cleanup was safe for the entire community to use.
It wasn't very much in charge of it. Serious, it was confrontational. A lot of emotion in the crowd. And I remember a pitching episode where the mother came up to us and said, you know, it's only a question of wording. Now, people saying your children suffer from area suffering.
So the elected Port Commissioners, sensitive to public opinion, backed down. They adopted the more protective residential standard at twice the cost.
I think that this effort has been successful because this community has been uncompromising and speaking up for itself and insisting that we all listen. We essentially have a community here that has been on the fringes of any kind of economic or political power in the city of Seattle for many decades. So it's a community that has only recently refound its voice.
By finding its voice, South Park redefined the meaning of clean. And the community is now at work developing riverfront habitat zones at Milwaukee and elsewhere along the Wabash.
In the absence of DJ Cummings or somebody like is out there on knowledgeable about what's happening and looking at the body and asking us the right questions. Making the products that we're making.
The provides a close-up view of the hidden threat to Puget Sound. Like this drainage pipe, one of the main outfalls for Seattle's rainwater runoff.
The stormwater drainage, the pipe creates real noxious gas to these things. And a dramatic, it's scary.
Unbelievable, because the water looks so good from up here.
So we're looking at some of these things underneath, you can see behind it there. It's not clean. It's not clean. We see that thing right here. We turn around and we swim the other way. There is just this unbelievable view of this pipe. This is our front yard. Allow your front yard to be sick.
It's a sick.
This is sick. What's that place?
What's making this water so sick is what scientists have now labeled the number one reason runoff is during the fall and winter. Rain comes down indoors.
Everywhere the rain falls on something is going to pick up something. It might be nothing more hazardous than dirt, or it might be PCBs, it might be some toxic pesticide, and it will travel along with the water into the nearest drainage ditch, into the nearest swale, into a creek, into a river, and ultimately into Puget Sound, and whatever pollutants that water picks up on its journey to Puget Sound is going to deposit to Puget Sound.
We put in about 150,000 pounds a day of untreated toxins into Puget Sound. We thought all the way along that it was like a toilet disposal. What you put in, you flush out, it goes out to the ocean, it gets diluted. We know that's not true, it's like a bathtub. So what you put in stays there.
The pollution and stormwater runoff from major cities like Seattle and suburban and urban areas across the country is massive. Yet until recently, it wasn't under control. The original Clean Water Act didn't regulate stormwater at all. Some limits have been adopted since. But the problem remains rarely understood because so much of the pollution is invisible.
Go nuts over a 50-gallon oil spill because you can see it, and it's really nasty looking. When you see it on the water, it is impressive how horrible it looks. And so oil spills aren't invisible. They're highly visible, and they galvanize people like nothing else.
What about the invisible? What about the auto traffic? What kind of crude oil spill is there from our ordinary living?
Based on actual sampling in the Puget Sound Basin, it estimated that the volume of oil that is carried into Puget Sound by stormwater runoff is equal to the oil spill in Prince William City and the Exxon Valdez spill. Every 2 years, stormwater in Puget Sound carries that volume of oil into Puget Sound.
The heart of the problem is concrete, asphalt, streets, sidewalks, buildings, shopping centers, suburban housing, rooftops, hard surfaces, what scientists call impervious surfaces that block the downpouring rain from naturally sinking into the ground.
How the land is developed, how intensely, will have a direct impact on the quality of stormwater. You take down a forested area and replace it with pavement or a rooftop, and instead of almost all the water slowly through the forest canopy and down the river infiltrating into the groundwater, slowly, that water, the day it lands, within minutes of it hitting the ground, is going to be gone.
And so scientists and environmentalistic regulators all say that combating pollution is not just a matter of regulating industry, but the key to stormwater runoff is land use, how we develop and use our land. King County, however, has become a laboratory for testing the politics of land use. It's an area bigger than the state of Rhode Island, not just a Seattle at 1.8 million people, but 2/3 of it is still forest. So it's an area where environmentalists want to strictly control the pace of development. Time King County Chief Executive Ron Sims. Sims says his mission has been to save Puget Sound by protecting critical areas like forests. Way up here, 45 miles east of Seattle, he paid $22 million in tax money to buy development rights land.
Gas stations stop saving this waters that come off this thing which falls into Lake Washington, pristine waters from this county in Puget Sound. So this park is actually
States growth management directs local government leaders like Sim to concentrate on growth in cities and to prevent sprawl in lightly populated areas. For King County, Sims pioneered a critical areas ordinance that limits just how much forest and woodland property owners can cut down. Sims targets places like this, a 5-acre one-family plot of land that belongs to Howard and Patty Van Lincoln.
back in 2004, King County passed this clearance ordinance that takes away the usage of 65% of your property if you don't have it cleared off. It was cleared off at the time, so we cannot have 65% of our property.
So why would you want to clear about 35% of this wonderful forest?
But what we originally did plan in 1980 when we bought it was that we would subdivide and give our kids a horse and a house on it. And we're sitting forward of the property. Proceeds to be able to do our house and retire.
How do you feel about that?
Rather angry.
Very. It's our property. We have been paying taxes on this property since 1980, and we can't go to rent rents.
And I agree with the county government because they more or less took away our property rights without any compensation for our property.
We're giving the shaft. They're putting the burden on the small landowner, not on everybody.
Lincoln's problem actually stems from a zoning ordinance passed in the early 1980s that barred subdividing properties under 5 acres. But to many rural landowners, Sims' ordinance was the last one, and they formed the Citizens Alliance for Property Rights. I met with several of them one evening over beer in this
Same position that the blacks were in the 1950s. Absolutely. We're calling, we're crying, we're doing everything we can to talk to those who have their hands on the levers, and they were listening.
one throughout refrain was resentment against political domination by the urban majority. Our top numbers were voters, nearly 5 to 1.
We're talking about critical areas where it looks like it's a nice little one-page thing. We're talking about over 400 pages within this existing law. 400 pages. How do you want to frustration is a matter not just of a single purpose, but a series of regulations that how much of this has been done?
Much of it is built up and set up in cents of years old. In 2000, we had a gigantic yield to and then was 2000. Very much an accumulation of regulations.
They told me people were so steamed up that Ron Sims rarely dared to come to their part of the county.
I'm not saying they, I'm saying they're terrified. I'm saying there are people who are so angry. We didn't have a way to direct that to get some results. I know there are people in this country who probably would have shot people who are so angry.
waterfalls, and he gets solid political backing from an overwhelming majority in King County. What do you say to critics who say, or to people who say, they've taken my land, and if I can only use a third of my land, two-thirds of my land, I'm going to leave it forest and bushes.
No one has lost the value or use of their land. There's not one case in King County where anybody's been able to show that.
I mean, nobody's come forward and said, I want to do this on my property, and you've turned it down.
People have filed that we're not going to let them off their land. We're putting a lot of homes on there. The use of our land makes the majority keep this land.
People are saying this where it all falls on us, the city people don't have any burden on it. How do you respond?
Well, the city people have far more burdens and restrictions on their land than anyone in the rural area has. Far more. And they have far more regulation on their land.
Some angry rural property owners filed suit, but the state appeals court has struck down part of some critical areas ordinance. That issue is now before the state Supreme Court.
If the Supreme Court overrules the Court of Appeals decision on the abandonment of everything land, this state has voted on consistently, which is a environmental protection.
While the legal drama plays out, the lesson for Ron Sims is unmistakable.
You will never recover building sound if you don't get a hold of the stormwater. And I never imagined that body of water would just fundamentally unhealthy for whales and for salmon, and all the things that make it a rich, wonderful environment. We may, in the next couple of decades, when I'm 80 years old, if we don't do anything, people say, your generation, you lost it. You were really stood up and saved it.
Back on the East Coast near Chesapeake Bay, the problems of development sprawl that King County is fighting have played out in the suburbs of Washington, D.C. Already 17 million people live in the Chesapeake Bay watershed. In recent years, 10,000 more moved in every month, and every month 3,000 acres of forest were lost to development.
Virginia, the hourly heading toward Tyson's Corner, reporting very heavy traffic as
This wall took off decades ago here in Northern Virginia, about 5 miles south of the Potomac River, in the suburb of Washington called Tyson's Corner. Today, Tyson's is a case study in the harmful impact of unchecked growth. But 60 years ago, Tyson's was just a rural crossroads with a country store. And for growth to happen, what developers needed was infrastructure, sewers and roads, and especially a highway around Washington, D.C. called the Beltway. With taxpayers footing the bill for infrastructure, Tyson's became a transportation hub, a commercial center, and a multi-billion-dollar bonanza for developers.
Basic approach was land speculation, with them site developers is to buy a piece of land that's farmland and zone as farmland, taxed as farmland.
So it's cheap.
It's cheap. And then get it replanted, rezoned as well as subdivision, with some retail and commercial components. And the land I dramatically.
So the formula is buy land cheap from farmers, get the county and the state to put in the roads, the sewers, the schools, all the stuff that makes it attractive. And then turn around and sell it for commercial residential at 30, 40 times the cost. That's correct. The formula worked like magic for Tyson's. For the next 45 years, it became one of America's largest commercial developments and most successful retail centers. Now, 120,000 people work at Tyson's every day. Tyson's is the size of downtown Boston or Phoenix. There is nothing in this country of the scale and size and complexity of Tyson's. Tyson's Corner is one of the most successful office centers in the country, one of the most successful retail centers in the country, and the combination of those two factors make it the economic engine of Fairfax County, really North Virginia. An economic engine driven by America's love affair with the automobile. Tyson's Corner, you drive in for breakfast and you get in your car and you drive to your first meeting, then you drive to the next meeting, and then might have to take some checks to the bank, even though it's a for a good going for barely a long 9 hour. You gotta get back in your car and drive back. There's no way in Tyson's Corners that anybody gets around without a car. Car built Tyson's. It also built Greenland, that is now surrounded Tyson's. Halfway through the afternoon rush hour, almost no one lives here. Practically everyone commutes. Like traffic that extends way beyond development. The highway system is a joke, and we can't sustain the model in support of the economic engine that has happened over the last 20 years. Can't sustain the model. You mean Tyson's Corners sort of reads something? Tyson's Corners is about as built out as it can be if dependent on the automobile, because it exacerbates what's already complicated and troubling environmental future. Environmentalists call Tyson's a nightmare for the Potomac River and Chesapeake Bay. It's a fortress of impervious surfaces. And you look at Tyson's, and there is now today, as we're sitting here today, there's about 46 million square feet of development in Tyson's. In addition to that, there's 40 million square feet of parking. 40 million square feet of parking. So the amount of development and the amount of parking is about equal. And that translates into close to 170,000 parking spaces. When we talk about impervious surfaces, it's just unbelievable.
Yeah, there's endless amount of parking lots that are in the street. It washes really quickly in the streets. It's going to cut away those street beds. It's going to pick up sediment. It's going to carry all kinds of pollutants. It's going to go flying down into the Potomac. The Potomac feeds into the Chesapeake Bay. And everything starts in these little streams. So every time you lose a little stream, you lose one more healthy piece of the Chesapeake Bay ecosystem.
What many see as the ecological disaster of Tyson's penalizes the collusion of development in clean water nationwide. More than 3/4 of Americans live on or near our waterways. The plague of Tyson-style sprawl has recently threatened neighboring Loudoun County. And here in Loudoun, environmental leaders fashioned a new tactic to counter aggressive development and to protect Chesapeake Bay.
Getting out in front of a crowd and saying the bay is in tough shape and pollution's getting worse, and we've got to change our lifestyles to save it really doesn't get you anywhere. But you can get people to do the things that you need to do to save the bay. You can frame them as correspond with what they really care about.
In Loudoun, what people care most about is traffic and taxes. Two issues the environmentalists leveraged to launch a political campaign against developers in 2006. Developers want to create their own traffic rules. Tapping into local concerns, citizen activists organized to carry the fight.
It resonated a lot with residents when we spoke about transportation issues, we spoke about tax increases that would occur, we spoke about schools, how our children constantly have to change boundaries.
I think a lot of us got involved just with the whole quality of life issue. It went from the 33,000 homes and an additional 300,000 car trips on local roads. It meant higher taxes, schools that had to be built, roads that needed to be built. It was suburbanized in an area that was never meant to be suburbanized.
In all this public outpouring of outrage, stop or slow down this aggressive growth.
Public response was so overwhelming. Even a board of supervisors that was elected in support of the development community ended up turning down the proposals that they were being in support in the first place.
So they backed off totally.
He backed off totally. The election that immediately followed that decision to back off, they all lost. One of those candidates was voted out of office. Like
Victory in loud public more than land use is a key to protecting the environment. When people talk about saving Chesapeake Bay, you get organizations that are talking about let's have a campaign bay-wide, but listen to you. The nuts and bolts of this thing sounds as though they have to be fought out on the local basis.
I think the conservation is our best way from wholesale ideas to retail things that people deal with every day. Traffic, schools, lack of access to kinds of parks and those places on a day-to-day basis. Rising taxes to pay for the cost of development.
The bay is going to benefit, but it's not the opening argument.
It's all about making the protection of the bay and maintaining the ship. We need to market as the solutions and market it as people embrace them, not market the problem.
To help save vulnerable waterways like the Potomac River and Chesapeake Bay, environmentalists are also touting a new eco-friendly development model known as smart growth. One of the nation's showcases for smart growth is right here in Arlington, Virginia, assuring sunny ride across the Potomac from Washington, and just a few miles from Tyson's Corner. Smart growth is making suburban living look a lot more like city living with a human touch. Where are we? Right out loud. Downtown. I got a tour from Smart Growth Advocate Stuart Shores.
So we're just going up into a city, an extension of DC's downtown. Arlington had no choice but to build up to compete with the outer suburbs. And from an environmental perspective, we love this sort of place because we're building here on old parking lots instead of building out in farms and farms.
Arlington's strategy is to focus development not around the car, but around Washington's mass transit system known as Metro.
Around each of the stations, we call them neighborhood communities, and increasingly the world cities are being built this way, using transit as the spine of development.
What's been the track record of jobs, development, testing announcements?
They had an explosion in development over the last 30 years. They've had tripling and quadrupling of number of residents, the number of jobs that are, and it's all been achieved without an increase in traffic.
The key to smart growth is high-density living combined with mixed-use development. Commercial, retail, and residential all mixed together. Looking at this, there are high-rise buildings here, but to a certain extent, this kind of looks like Tyson's. It's already done. Lots of concrete or brick, whatever, but very different. Great public spaces here, like this park. We have shopping and parking right there. Great bus stop here. Outdoor cafes. Probably 2 to 3 times the number of people living here as in Tyson's Corner. And in fact, the future of Tyson is going to be in having more people live in Tyson's Corner and to make Tyson's Corner walk more like our world. In fact, at Tyson's, there's been a tectonic shift in the mindset of business leaders. With the commercial luster of Tyson's fading, they're now banking on the planned arrival of Metro for rapid rain to spur a new kind of redevelopment.
We can't continue to accommodate cars in the number of cars that we've had in the past. I mean, the choice moving forward is you do more of the same and get what you got, or you change what you did and build to a new goal, if you will, and a new culture. And that culture will be focused on mass transit and essence, designing a place that's much more at a human scale, pedestrian friendly. It'll be the key to the success of places for the next 20 years.
It's a welcome change to advocates of Chesapeake Bay. Remaking Tyson's Corner gives local government a chance to fix the stormwater system, create parks, and restore green zones and local streams feeding into the Potomac and the Red.
Both is happening. We have to accommodate it. We can do it better. We can plan it better. We can put it in better locations. We can put it in places where we can deal with the impacts in the most effective way.
You said we have a choice.
We have a stark choice. We have a dramatic choice. If we do it right, the effects on the environment are reduced by half. The possible reaction using the Chesapeake Bay goes up dramatically.
We do have choices to make. And from what I saw and heard in nature, time is much more urgent, and the stakes are much higher than I had once realized.
We're not going to make it the way we're going right now. If you ask me for each part, doesn't mean we can't do more effort, try again, but it's a failure. There's no question that the condition of the Chesapeake Bay is like the canary in the coal mine. It is a symbol, it is an indicator of what we are now learning to expect in any body of water nationwide and across the planet.
The danger signs are everywhere. Dead zones, dying animals, intersexed male fish, the long risk of serious health problems for humans.
The 70s were a lot about where the good guys, where the environmentalists were going to go after the polluters. And it's not really about that anymore. It's about the way we all live. And unfortunately, we are all polluters. I am, you are, all of us are.
Success is possible, but the lesson to know again and again is that the key is public engagement.
If the public is not engaged, in Puget Sound, for example, I have no confidence whatsoever that their job to unless and until everybody steps up and accepts responsibility and becomes part of the solution. You can't expect the Clean Water Act alone to do the job for Puget Sound, Chesapeake Bay, or any other water body. You have to piece together clean water, clean air, and taking care of the land. And at this point in our history, we have to restore what we've screwed up.
Water pollution has slipped off our radar screen in the face of other seemingly more urgent crises. But pollution is a ticking time bomb. It's a chronic cancer that is slowly eating away natural resources that are vital to our very survival.
The estuaries and the wetlands are worth vastly more money than we have acknowledged. I mean, if we could calculate and persuade the public about how valuable wetlands are in terms of the web of life, we would be guarding them like the family jewels instead of using them as our great sewage dump. We have a window of time where this, if we do
not succeed in taking action in the next 10 to 20 years on major issues, we are in fact putting our planet on a trajectory that will be very, very hard to undo. And I say that because the decisions we make may have a profound effect as to our planet's future over the next 100 years. Next time on Frontline, I was schizophrenic and my head back. President Rabbi, with nowhere to go. Frontline examines the crisis of mentally ill offenders cycling in and out of prison.
Psychiatric treatment for those who come out of incarceration is
Raised Frontline.
Frontline's Poison Waters is available on DVD. To order, visit shoppbs.org or call us at 1-800-PLAY-PBS.
Is made possible by contributions to your PBS station from figures like you. Major funding from the John D. and Catherine T. McCarthy Foundation, committed to building a more just environment and peaceful. And additional funding for Frontline and for Poison Waters from the Clark Foundation. Major funding for Poison Waters is provided by the Seattle Foundation, Your Gift, Your Community, Russell Family Foundation, the Wallace Genetic Foundation, the Morris and Gwendolyn Cafritz Foundation, the Keith Campbell Foundation for the Environment, Merrill Family Foundation, additional funding from the Eagle Foundation, the Boulevard Foundation, the Roche Foundation, and by the following. A complete list is available from PBS. And by Disney Nature Films presents Earth in movie theaters this Earth Day, Wednesday, April 27th. Every Sunday, in every corner of the world, people gather to hear a story. For more than 2,000 years, that story has been told and retold. Each generation has found in instilling its own meaning and interpretation. That story, a man called Jesus of Nazareth, a man who became Jesus Christ, was originally told by his first followers. And then retold in accounts by later believers in the Gospels. So began the building of religion. In the first two parts, with the help of scholars and historians, we tried to reconstruct his times, and how, after his death, a small Jewish sect began to spread the word. Tonight, how that story was told, and how a faith overcame an empire. Jewish resistance was not completely snuffed out after the sack of Jerusalem. Fighters held out for 4 more years. The Jewish historian Josephus had taken part recounted the story. It was a fortress of very great strength not far from Jerusalem, which had been built by our ancient kings. It is called Masada. The rock at Masada, one of the most glorious places in all of Earth, became a major refuge point for some of the most extremist elements opposing Rome. Savants and rearmost Barton supporters fled right in the middle of October to Masada. He had been stored a massive amply sufficient to last for years, and a well supplied network. There was also found a massive arms of every description, and a rubber king, and sufficient for 10,000. From the heights of Masada, the defenders could see the encircled. The outlines of their camps and siege works were still visible from the air. If you soldier approaching Masada, I think your heart will sink because you know first perhaps massive ramps to the other sides of the army reach the walls. Even though the masses that are suicide Josephus described the siege and its aftermath. The Romans expected to begin assault on the fortress the next day, but they saw nothing but terrible solitude. Its walls were equal to the cities. An army was they used reached it was not they such suicide as those who had been partnered with Masada had committed suicide. According to Josephus, the defenders had killed themselves rather than submit to the Romans. But modern archaeologists have found evidence of mass suicide among the Romans. What really happened there remains a mystery. But Josephus' version of the story turned Masada into the powerful symbol of uncalled thing. Jews and Christians alike. As a result, they had disturbed some of their own Muslims. And Jerusalem was destroyed. A series of questions had to be asked. What do we do without the temple? Where is the source of our faith and our authority? What does God want us to do? This era was an age of definition, not just for Christianity, but also for Judaism. It marks the emergence, for the first time in light of history, of a new group, and a new culture, and a new literature, and a new way of thinking and writing. Without the temple, the priesthood that had presided over its rituals lost its power. There emerged new leaders, the Pharisees, rabbis who would lead the Jewish people in a new direction. And the rabbis represent for us a new age of definition, the earth rabbis who now emerge as a new kind of Judaism, and as this Judaism which will endure from the 2nd century of our era down to our own age. The failure of the First Revolt also created a crisis for early Christians who were still a part of Judaism. records within Christianity. Our first writer in the New Testament is Paul, and his first letter is dated around 50 to 52, so still about 20 years after Jesus himself. But it appears that in between the death of Jesus and the writing of the first gospel, Mark, that they clearly are telling stories. They're passing on the tradition of what happened to Jesus, what he stood for, and what he did, by telling it and retelling it.
Meeting in each other's homes, early Christians told stories of Jesus' parables and miracles, and of his suffering and death. These were not historical accounts, but shared memories shaped by a common past. Legend and myth and hymn and prayer, both in the echoes in which oral traditions gather. One could, for example, imagine that the oldest way in which the early Christians talked about Jesus' suffering and death was the hymn that Paul quotes in Philippians 2. And he found nothing, he humbled himself, and became obedient to the point of death, even death on the cross. Paul quotes this hymn in the early 50s of the 1st century. He quotes this as a hymn that probably was sung in the Christian communities about 10 or 20 years earlier. That is the way in which you first tell the story. And that you tell the story in the form of a hymn also shows that the telling of the story is echoed in the Christian life of the community. So here is really the beginning of the oral tradition. It seems that over time, some of these stories came to be written down, and what came to be thought of as the gospel, the good news, the story of Jesus.
The beginning of the good news of Jesus Christ, the Son of God, as it is written in the prophet Isaiah, prepare the way of the Lord, make his path straight.
The Gospel of Mark is the oldest in the New Testament. It was written soon after the failure of the first revolt, for a community that was struggling to reconcile its expectations of Jesus with the loss of the temple.
We know a little bit about Mark's conversion from some things in the gospel itself. Mark's audience reads Greek and not Aramaic. Mark always has to explain the Aramaic phrases that Jesus uses.
Look in your Bible there. He said,
I say to you, Mark is written for a Jewish Christian audience living somewhere outside the Holy Land, and thus reflecting the events of the first revolt from that vantage point.
Mark's audience may have watched Roman soldiers parading through the streets, bearing plunder stolen from the temple. They would certainly have seen, even been forced to use, the poems that depicted the terrible defeat.
Mark is clearly reflecting the destruction of the temple as part of his understanding of the significance of the life and death of Jesus.
In Mark's story, Jesus predicts that the temple will be destroyed because it has been desecrated.
Jesus is standing against the temple in Mark's gospel. And Mark wants us to understand that that's significant to why he must die and why Jerusalem will be destroyed.
you see these great buildings, not one stone will be left here upon another. All will be thrown down.
story of the life of Jesus. He took disparate elements of tradition and a few early written sources and wove them together to create a narrative. Mark seems to have the knowledge of at least one and maybe two or three different collections of miracle stories. The fact that Mark takes these early sources of Jesus' miracle stories suggests that, in fact, the earliest ways of understanding Jesus is as a miracle worker. But miracle workers are a dime a dozen in the ancient world. We hear about all sorts of people who can perform miracles, so that doesn't really seem to set him apart. In Mark, what does set Jesus apart is that he is a peculiar kind of miracle worker. In one case, he has to attempt the miracle twice to get it right, and at another time, he can't perform miracles at all. It seems to be one of the limits of Mark's gospel to say he's not just a miracle worker, he's more. Jesus emerges from Mark's gospel as a strange and somewhat enigmatic figure. Jesus is mysterious. Jesus intentionally keeps people from understanding who he really is at times. He said to them, for those outside, everything comes in order that they may need and may needlessly not understand. But Jesus in Mark's gospel both reveals and conceals his true identity, a paradox scholars call the messianic secret. It seems to me that the messianic secret is indeed that the true messiahship of Jesus cannot be recognized in his miracles. This messianic secret of Jesus is that he is the Son of Man who is come to suffer, and not the Messiah who is going to do great miracles. And that will become clear at the very end of the story of Jesus. The suffering and death of Jesus reveals the secret. Since the destruction of the temple, Mark's community has come to see the death of Jesus in a new light. Mark is challenging the pre-war image of Jesus as an apocalyptic figure. Mark, coming out of the experience of the First Great War with Rome after the destruction of the temple, Mark sees Jesus like many of the Christians that Mark knew all about his own community as God's persecuted, dying, almost feeling abandoned. It's a very unromantic Jesus. It's a terrifying image. That's what their experience was. When it was noon, darkness came over the land until 3 a.m. And 3 o'clock, Jesus cried out with a loud voice, my God, why hast thou forsaken me? Mark tells us that Jesus died being mocked in agony. I think Mark is writing for the experience of people in the 70s who are dying like that. Who need the consolation that Jesus had died that way, or feeling abandoned by God. In Mark's original gospel, Jesus dies and his body is placed in a tomb. When the tomb is discovered, Jesus is gone. Mark ends with an empty tomb, and I'm waiting for the return of Jesus. He ends almost with an absent Jesus, because that's what his community has experienced in persecution, an absent Jesus.
everybody after her is going to accept that Matthew would change it, Luke would change it, John would change it. The scribes would even change the gospel of Mark to put other endings there. Mark creates the image, as far as I can see, as his way of ending the story. And the last words of the original gospel are, and they were terrified. It would be very bad news if it were that underneath this rather dark story is an also that this very unpromising story and its terrible, anguished ending is nevertheless nothing. That there's a mystery, the divine mystery of God's revelation that will happen yet. And I think it's that sense of hope that is deeply real.
Mark began the gospel tradition with his dramatic story of the life and death of Jesus. The later gospel writers would continue the tradition by drawing on the story told by Mark.
Matthew both use Mark as the core, sort of amazing storyline that they tell, because Mark is completely incorporated 16 chapters into both Matthew and Matthew depend on Mark, which is why those three gospels, Matthew, Mark, are called the synoptic gospels, because they can be understood together. Once scholars had decided that Mark's gospel was used by Matthew, it was possible to compare them and to realize that there was also material with a common sequence and a common content that wasn't Mark. Scholars observe that there's a part of the sayings of Matthew that are exactly identical to sayings of Mark. In fact, they're identical in the range. Sayings of Jesus and things Jesus spoke verbatim. So if you were translating Aramaic, or I were translating Aramaic, they'd come out different as translations. So you would only have identical, you would only have Jesus speaking identical sayings in the Greek if you had a written translation in Greek of his sayings. And so scholars suggested that there must have been, besides Mark, something else written down that would have been a list of the sayings of Jesus, translated into Greek, and they call that grammar, which means source in German, and they call it for short Q. Nobody ever has found this source. We can reconstruct it because we guess that there was a German source.
Q was composed before the war. Truman presented Jesus as an apocalyptic figure, the very image of the Messiah that Mark felt compelled to change.
There will be weeping and gnashing of teeth when you see Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and all the prophets in the kingdom of God, and you yourself thrown out.
But this is also a complex Jesus, who sometimes speaks words of wisdom.
Consider the lights and how they grow. They neither toil nor spin. Yet I do.
So Q does not tell the stories of the life and death of Jesus. It contains only his sayings. So it reveals a different way of understanding Jesus.
Whoever collected the sayings of Q wasn't interested in the death of Jesus. He wasn't interested in the resurrection of Jesus. Thought that the moments of Jesus was what he said, what he preached. Now, other people thought it's not enough to have the sayings of Jesus. You have to tell about his death, his crucifixion, his resurrection. That's the important. Now, somebody put that all together, and we call it Matthew. We call it
Blessed are you, for yours is the kingdom of God. Blessed are you that hunger now, for you shall be satisfied.
Q was probably composed in the Jewish homeland of Palestine. Scholars do not agree on the location of Mark, Matthew, Luke, or John. They were separated not only by geography, but also by time. Writing decades apart, they composed their gospels with tiny communities that were developing their own ideas about Jesus, independently of each other.
blessed are the poor in spirit, theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are the meek, for they
discussed before, faculty caught up in the transformation of Judaism after the fall of the temple. Matthew's gospel is clearly written for a Jewish Christian audience living worldwide. Proximity of the land itself, Matthew's is the closest church of all the Gospels. Matthew's community lived in villages in the Upper Galilee on the west side. After a war, many who had been forced out of Jerusalem moved north and settled in these villages. And leadership was a moving near the Pharisees, the rabbis who gave fresh interpretation to the ancient Jewish traditions. Matthew's community felt threatened by these changes.
Followers of Jesus were certainly very much on the fringe of the Jewish community. Obviously, they were young preachers and hoped that they would convert the majority of their people, but they were bitterly disappointed to find that only a very few accepted their rather problems. And they remained very much on the fringe of the Jewish community.
The Gospel of Matthew is concerned with the position of these early Christian churches within Israel. And it's very important that Jesus, for Matthew, is fully the man from Israel. And for Matthew begins his Gospel by taking probably all the genealogy of Jesus and now traces this back to Abraham. For Matthew, Jesus, son of Abraham, that is, he is truly the man from Israel. The way Matthew then tells the story of Jesus draws a lot of sinners from Jewish tradition. Jesus goes up onto a mountain to teach, and there talks about the law. He looks like Moses. When Jesus saw the crowds, he went up to the mountain and began to speak and taught them, saying, "You are the light of the world." sacrificed to a non-dominant. This is a kind of iconography that bears to attending care.
But it succeeded in such a powerful way. And it's not an easy question to answer. Why this movement succeeded when others did not. If you think about the God's age, and you think about what they looked like, the emperor and his court. But this religion was saying that every person, man, woman, child, slave, barbarian, no matter who, is made in the image of God and is therefore of this family. And in society, it's through or slave. That's an extraordinary message.
The message of Christianity was by no means uniform. In Egypt, an astonishing discovery made it
Next to it was buried a corpse. Muhammad Ali said he hesitated to break the jar because he thought there might be a jinn. But Muhammad remained fair unto he said he picked up his mattock and smashed the jar, and saw particles of gold fly out of it that shone to light. But a moment later, he realized it was only pieces of fragments of papyrus. Inside the jar were 13 volumes bound like two gazelle feathers.
Muhammad Ali had discovered was written in the ancient Egyptian language known as Coptic. Unable to read, Ali told.
Later, his mother said that she took some of the bones with a mental fire for kindling when she was making bread. What he didn't know until we didn't know until much later is that these contain some of the most precious texts of the 20th century that they have uncovered for us. We've seen Christian
Show was that Moses.
There were 52 texts altogether, plus some of them were purple that we don't know about, and they contain secret gospels, such as the Gospel of Thomas, the Gospel of Philip. They also contain conversations between Jesus and his disciples that lead to go back to Jesus and his disciples. All kinds of literature from early Christianity. Discovery of texts rather like the New Testament, but also very different.
Christianity, rather say Christianities, along the 2nd and 3rd centuries, were Canada, highly incapable. Canada and Christianity as a unified religious movement. As a region of diversity, that is the Christianity is different than Christianity that in certain ways, and that is different from what we find in Egypt, and that different from what we find in Syria or back in Palestine. Some of the oldest Christian communities were in Western Turkey, where Paul and his followers had established many of the earliest congregations. At the end of the 1st century, Christians here found themselves in a confrontation with Roman power and authority. About the year 112, an important event takes place that brings us on the stage in a new way in the history of Christianity. The scene is in the encyclopedia in modern-day Turkey. At that time, there is a relatively new governor set to take over. His name is TRILLIONAIRE. So he was a friend of the Emperor Trajan and was an extremely respected official. And his duties was to maintain order. In this capacity, he was presented with a legal document, which he described in a letter to the Emperor Trajan. Having never been present in any trials of the Christians, I am unacquainted with the methods or limits to be observed, either in examining or punishing. So we have to imagine senior administrator, magistrate, all decked out in his finery, in the tribunal, with his guards and his bailiffs and his warriors around him. And before him stand these Christians, and can't figure out who they are, why they're there. Apparently, they've done something and get their neighbors mad. Their neighbors have complained that the temples are empty and no one's buying certain things for the gods, and they're Christians. And so somehow or another, Pliny is forced to deal with this as a criminal matter. Pliny genuinely was perplexed because he sees what appear to be good law-abiding citizens being hauled up, trumped up charges for being Christian, and simply at basis by convention being subject to countermartial. So Pliny allows us a rare glimpse into the moral and human being that Christianity offers to force remains on these weapons of Christians. them to be executed. Clay allows its correspondence this ridiculous post and that in itself seems to warrant rather I judged it so much the more necessary to extract for you truth with the assistance of torture from two female slaves of the style Dickinson's, but I could discover nothing more than depraved and excessive superstition. He says they don't really do all that much. They meet before daybreak. They say leaders antiphon. And they worship Christ as if he were God. And then he says they take an oath, but not an oath to do anything bad, rather an oath only to be good, not to defraud people, not to do anything evil. And so, those who denied they had ever been Christians repeated after me an invocation to the gods and offered adoration to the image. These I thought it proper to discharge. And he says to the emperor, do you think I had been correct? The emperor then writes back and says, sounds okay to me. But don't go out looking for these Christians. And if you get some anonymous charges against me, don't take that too seriously. Don't set any bad precedents. Legal precedents still held that Christians were a sect of Judaism. Because it was considered part of Judaism, Christianity was considered to be protected by the legal status of Jewish tradition. So when we see plenty taking note of Christians as a separate group, it really marks the departure, a change in the status of Christianity, both in its relationship to Judaism and in its relationship to Christians who are by the Jews and are persecuted by the Greeks, and those that hate them cannot state the cause of their poverty. It evolved into very explicit policy execution that probably was throughout a good deal of Asia Minor, or South America. And that policy was to ask the question, well, if the answer is no, then sacrifice. If they couldn't sacrifice, then that was part of the question that could be executed. So, plenty thought it was the matter of summary. He was doing the right thing, but he was saying the environment of the spread dangerous and seditious. It was precisely their willingness to make public sacrifice to the emperoric gods that made Christians seem antisocial and seditious. Religion was one of the most important features of the maintenance of the state. One offered sacrifices on certain days as a part of the celebration of the founding of the state. One offered sacrifices on the birthday of the emperor. The cities very often mounted these enormous celebrations to celebrate the emperors, and all the populace would have been expected to come and join in. With these great public ceremonials, Christians were becoming more and more conspicuous by their absence. The Christians were to become much more prominent in the social arena of Greek and Roman cities. The pagans start to take note of their absence from important festival days and their unwillingness to participate in certain aspects of social life.
Judaism had counterly learned than the emperor that they, when the Jews would probably first participate in pagan rituals, and pagan rituals are part of the normal fabric of the city. Jews were exempted from this because Romans knew the Jews were going to go this kind of thing.
Christians, and they behaving the same way, but they obviously weren't ancient. They sorted under Pontius Pilate, they say, so
It's a superstition, it's not a religion. And superstition is, by definition, not a good thing.
We have a good example of the pagan perspective on Christians from the graffiti found in Rome from the Palatine Hill. An inscription scratched very crudely into the wall says, Alexamenos worships his God. In the picture we see Alexamenos bowed down before the man on the cross, with the man on the cross as the head of the donkey.
Christians have made themselves outlanders in their own effort to ignore the usual natural insights of human existence. Plague, earthquake, flood. It's because Christians as Gentiles who are doing their duty to heaven are should the gods do anything for the city then?
Persecution was still neighborhood that's why it was becoming a crime to be a Christian. Christians were charged to face the terrible choice to recant and make a sacrifice to the emperor, or sacrifice their own lives for the faith. In the blood of the martyrs, by the seals of the church.
One of the most amazing documents historians of early Christianity are privileged to have is the prison diary of a young woman who was martyred, I think in the year 202 or 203 in Carthage, as part of a civic celebration. Her name was Perpetua, and she insisted on being killed. And I was terrified, as I had never been in such a dark. Perpetua has brought herself to the attention of the governor, and she is quickly insisting on being put into the arena. There's an incredibly powerful trial scene where Perpetua's father is pleading with her and finally actually trying to beat her, and the governor has him subdued by his soldiers. And the governor says, please, you cooperate, and Perpetua says, no, I'm a Christian. Now, there's no driving it out for Christians. Perpetua is visited by other Christians in prison. If the governor were trying to get all the Christians in Carthage, he just could have arrested whoever is going to visit Perpetua, but he doesn't.
She's pregnant during part of this story, and Melania's birth, just before she herself goes to her death. She has to give her own child away at the moment that she is about to give life away.
Richard here, I saw a ladder of tremendous height, made of bronze reaching all the way to the heavens. At the foot of that height, I can look at the walls of my spine, like taverns which I learned. Jesus Christ. The authentic diary ends before Perpetua is known to the arena. What we have concluding the diary is a description done by somebody who is presenting a hero tale.
The day of their victory dawned, and they marched from the prison to the amphitheater, joyfully, as if they were going to heaven. She's led out into the amphitheater before the crowds, and about to be set upon by beasts. She really comes with a great deal of authority and stature and serenity.
She faces down the animals here. And finally, after being tormented by several animals, a young gladiator is sent into the arena to dispatch her. And it's just an incredible moving scene. His hand is trembling so much he can't guide her. And she grabs his hand and guides his sword to
stories of martyrs that go down in years. And they're all intended, obviously, as ways of strengthening the faith of those who remain. If we read those martyr stories, we're supposed to know Christian believers and the church large as because of that heroism. Obviously, ours is an organization. We actually took up the number of martyrs that we can identify as a really quite small number. For the 3 centuries during which Christianity was in the position of being the outsiders.
We don't have tens of thousands of people being martyred. What we do have is tens of thousands of people martyring the few who are martyred.
The story of the martyrdom actually is a very important milestone in the development of Christianity. Because of what the story tells us about the perception of Christians at that time. We can see the contrast rather sharply. At the time of Pliny, at the beginning of the 2nd century, Christians are an unknown commodity. And so even when he executes them, he really doesn't know quite what. Within 100 years, by the year 203, Perpetua meets her death as a martyr. Christianity has become a recognizable commodity. The death of Perpetua is a story of a very significant change in the status of Christianity. It had begun to be a part of the world. Now, Christianity has emerged as a church, as something like Judaism. Actually, Christians now confronted as what is Christianity. The 2nd century is an age of Christian self-definition, in which the Christian church itself is trying to figure out exactly what it is, as what exactly it is in the church. Certainly, there were some religious organizations, such as the ecclesia, the church, the leadership, the bishop, the deacons, the presbyters. There were institutions developing in some Christian churches, but only in some, and this was not universal by any means. We have, in effect, different brands of Christianity living, often side by side, even in the same city. At one point in Rome, Justin Martyr has his Christian school in one part of the city, and the Gnostic teacher Nicodemus in another school in Rome, and another so-called heretic by the name of Marcion is also in Rome, just down the street somewhere. All of these alongside are the official Babel tradition that developed as part of St. Peter's See.
There were still debates about how Christians should relate to Judaism. One group following the Jewish calendar felt that Easter should fall on the same day as Passover. Others thought they should follow the Roman calendar and celebrate during the solar festival of the spring equinox on a Sunday. Marcion wanted to destroy everything that smacked of Jewish traditions. Once it was the wealthy shepherd, he came to Rome and he gave the Roman Church a lot of money and they welcomed him to their gospel. But he felt that the original Christian gospel was no longer preserved. And he thought that only there was one and true gospel. And he set out to find this true gospel, and he took the gospel of and purified it from whatever he thought was Jewish, and said, this should be the scripture for our church. And this should be the only scripture for our church. And the Roman Church became very suspicious of his manipulations with the gospel. It is reported that they gave the money back to him and said, thank you very much, but we don't want you in your gospel. This is where we start to see a kind of proliferation of Gospels tradition all over the empire. And by the 3rd and early 4th century, there were Gospels that you could actually count, and certainly more than you could easily read with any Bible.
The Gospel of Mary Magdalene for example, shows us a Christian community in which Mary Magdalene is recorded as a disciple, as a leader, as one of the major teachers of the group, and one who believes that women should be able to teach no text on the gospel of truth. That is not a narrative of the death and resurrection of Jesus. It's a simple reflection on certain themes that come from Scripture associated with the teachings of Jesus. We also hear other kinds of gospels and stories of the birth and death in order to take how truly God's power, marvelous and miraculous it was. Stories of traveling apostles to all kinds of strange lands. Thomas goes to India. Andrew goes out to some strange world. And so these kind of stories proliferate in the 2nd and 3rd century. One of the important discoveries in ROTHSCHILD was a complete copy of the Gospel of Thomas. Written in Syria in the 2nd century, this collection of sayings proved very influential. It started with the Gospel of Thomas is nothing but sayings of Jesus. Simply goes over and says, Jesus said this, Jesus said that. Well, some of these things that Jesus said according to the Gospel of Thomas are quite familiar, very similar to things in the Gospels. I'm not identical. Give to Caesar, belongs to Caesar. Give to God, belongs to God. And give to me what is mine. These sayings of Jesus are filled with familiar mystic images, like the parable of mustard seed. But others are strange and unsettling. That is not as you grow, and then try to see it
My favorite of these is saying number 7, which says, if you bring forth what is within you, when you bring forth what is saved. If you do not bring forth what is within you, when you do not bring forth what will destroy you.
Now, what is typical of these sayings is that in each instance, the sayings want to say that if you would understand Jesus, what Jesus said, you have to recognize yourself. You have to know yourself. With its emphasis on self-knowledge, that Jesus is the revealer of secret wisdom. Some scholars think that the Gospel of Thomas became a source for a competing strand of Christian tradition, known as Gnosticism. Christianity placed more emphasis on Jesus' death and resurrection and the saving power of that death and resurrection. Gnostic Christianity, on the other hand, placed its principal emphasis, in fact, its prime emphasis, on the message, the wisdom, the knowledge that Jesus transmits. Most Gnostics believed that Jesus was so divine that he had never entered into human form, so he could not have been crucified. This brought Gnostics into conflict with other Christians. To insist on Jesus as really suffering and dying on the cross, because Christians were being called upon at that time to suffer and die as witnesses, as martyrs to their faith. And if with some Gnostics denigrate physical suffering, just as that we might call to question that obligation to stand and bear God's word.
Bishop Rabbi, who wrote in the 2nd century in what is now France, was about 18 to 20 years old. His little community was absolutely decimated by a devastating persecution. They say that 50 to 70 people in 2 small towns were tortured and executed. 50 to 70 people executed in public is a devastating destruction of that little community. And Irenaeus was trying to unify those who were left. What frustrated him is that they didn't all believe the same thing. They didn't all gather under one kind of leadership. And he, like others, was deeply aware of the dangers of fragmentation.
Irenaeus thundered against those he saw as heretics, including the so-called Gnostics. Like those persons who blaspheme the Creator, as do all the falsely so-called Gnostics, he recognized as agents of Satan by all who worship God.
Bishop Irenaeus coined the term we call orthodox. Now, literally, orthodox means straight thinking. It's like orthodontia means straight teeth. Orthodox means straight ideas. And those who didn't agree with his ideas, he called heterodox. That means simply thinking otherwise. Or heretics, which means people who make choices about what to think. Irenaeus didn't want people making choices. He wanted them thinking. The bishop told him to think.
Irenaeus had to contend not only with those who believed in radically different gospels, but also with the followers of ROTHSCHILD, who believed that Jesus should be represented by just one gospel. He looked for a compromise.
Irenaeus says that the number of the gospels is probably 4. These are the earliest, these are the best, but 4 is the right number. After all, there's 4 doors to the world, there's 4 areas. There are 4 areas of heaven, and there are 4 pieces of God's will. In the apocalypse, 4 is the right number. These are 4. The story implies that there are some in the 2nd century, and a much less similar sort of question shots at the said, so what is going to happen? It was red, they closed up, and then everything else was kind of red was totally I think precisely the contrary is closer to responsible disruption. That is, that there's some kind of consensus among the approaches as to what constitutes reliable information, reliable literature, and other kinds of literature that don't want to. One criterion for inclusion was whether the gospel told the story of the suffering and death of Jesus. This was crucial to the emerging sense of orthodoxy, because the centerpiece of Christian ritual, the celebration of the Eucharist, cannot live without that story. And it is not of that that the full gospel canon derives. And it comes, interestingly enough, as a canon that preserves diversity within limits. But it preserves diversity. And makes no claim that this canon represents 4 gospels that are all saying the same thing. It is rather an attempt to bring together as many Christian communities into one major church. By the middle of the 3rd century, Christians were buried alongside Jews and pagans in catacombs, underground tombs beneath the outskirts of Rome. There is evidence here of the growing homogenization of the Christian story. The artwork on the tombs shows little sign of Gnostic imagery. They are largely scenes from the canonical Gospels, which are now merging into one single story.
What's interesting is what they choose, because what they choose of Jesus is especially the healing. He appears beardless, so he's a new young God, as it were. He's not old funny-dunny like Asclepius, the God of healing. And what's extraordinary is he either have his hand or even a wand of the person he's healing. Now, nothing that I know of the entire Greco-Roman world ever shows Asclepius, his hand on somebody who's healing. Jesus is an Asclepius who makes house calls. I think this is one of the great things that helps us spread. Jesus is not shown as a transcendental being. He's down there in the mud of human history with his hand in people's hands.
The art of the diagrams also illustrates the Christian's attempts to motivate the divine in society.
As Christianity moved out of the Jewish sphere into the more pagan sphere, all sorts of pagan ideas, and all sorts of pagan themes and images and pictures started pouring into Christianity.
We have this figure of the shepherd, draped over his shoulders. You may tend to think of that as reflecting the gospel stories of Jesus being a sheep. Jesus is the good shepherd of the Gospel of John. In fact, from my perspective, this is the virtue of food, of humanity. That's what virtues are sick. The ancient pagan gods lived in their age-old temples and immemorial shrines, but their power was under threat.
Society are both highly tolerant of religious diversity, as long as you do the things which everyone is expected to do, those religious acts which are your second duty. Nobody cares what you believe in your heart of hearts. Then appears Christianity, which is exclusive, which is intolerant, which will not allow you to do whatever everybody else does. And it's a profound shock to those who get to know it well. It appears as a dangerous rival to the present society as it begins to grow strong.
Christian writers in the middle of the 2nd century developed the techniques of trying to argue that Christianity was really a superior religion because it was monotheistic and polytheistic, and that Christian was exemplified higher virtue in their lives than pagans. And pointed to examples of Christians who had chastity, virtue, self-sacrifice, and so on. Christian apologists also made fun of pagan religion in a way that might not be true. They laughed at the various Greek myths that were the basis for Islamic religion. They laughed at the stories of the gods, their bigotries, their jealousies, their goings on with each other, etc. They really make mince out of these traditions.
The ideas that had started with the carpenter's son were being reinterpreted. In the uncompromising language of the apocalypse, Jesus had preached the message of the coming kingdom of God. Jesus himself became the message, and the source of eternal life. The message that was preached promised spiritual gifts to people that went beyond the everyday life experience, and promised positive mortality, promised a future life, which would be liberation from sickness and from disease and from poverty and individual isolation. There is a future for them. But one should not see the success of Christianity simply on the level of a great religious message. To the subjects of the Roman Empire, Christianity offered the individual dignity in this life and hope in the afterlife. But it was also winning converts by offering a helping hand to the needy.
For example, like other elements of the Jewish community, followers of Jesus tended to feed the destitute, take care of people, widows, and become prostitutes and orphans and so on. That was a primary occupation for Jewish religion, and Jesus' followers sort of understood that. Of course, there was no welfare system, so to speak, in the ancient world. Wealthy Romans had given money for programs such as the feeding of the children and so on. Even the such programs that not only didn't compare in size and scope to what the churches were doing.
So Christianity really established some trouble for the members of the church. And I think that this is probably all along cause for the success of the Christian mission. By the year 250, Christianity had grown so much that a stronger church organization was needed to administer the welfare first. It was becoming a state within a state. From their control of the empire slipping away, that Christian underlining of traditional belief was no longer to be tolerated. In the middle of the third century, and some places in this is when the emperor's flying Marians may be coming in at a moment. Persians are dangerous, the Germans are dangerous, and so on. And so it makes sense that anything that upsets this ancient contract between the Romans and the Romans is going to be dangerous to us. Christians were being arrested simply because they wore the name Christianos, Christian. That was enough under the convention to convict one of a calculated crime was being Christian. So they put yourself in a position of society. If you say a merchant and said, when you go to show you to sort of point fingers at your competitors and say, well, I think they're Christians. Well, the convention, those people that could be hauled out on capital charges.
What you have to do is get. It's a chance saying that you have sacrificed for the well-being of the empire, and you go and you do your sacrifice, and there's various responses in different Christian communities. You can have your servant go for you. He might also be a Christian. That's his problem. And you will get 2 chance, and then you're covered for our purposes. Or you can pay for the ticket but not actually do the sacrifice, and you can grab a friend of yours who's a magistrate. Or you can just go ahead and get sacrifice, knowing that these gods are nothing. After all, that's right in Paul's letters, that these gods are nothing.
As to the eating of food offered to idols, we know that no idol really exists, and that there is no God. Decius was determined to be completely ruthless in persecuting those who refused to make a public sacrifice. For the first time, ordinary Christians were methodically rounded up. And with silence, they hid the church. But ironically, very few Christians were willing to be martyred.
Many Christians who were not made of the kind of moral fiber that people went to their deaths as martyrs, but they had been willing to recant the faith, to offer incense to the emperors.
Christians were taken to the hells. We know this from the so-called lapses controversy. What do you do with those Christians who took to the hells and saved their souls as opposed to standing their ground and dying as martyrs?
All of this made a great problem for the church when the persecutions were over, because many of these people then wanted to come back into the church. There were many controversies about this.
50 years later, the Emperor Diocletian made one last attempt to wipe out the Christians. He targeted those who held public office. The persecution failed, partly because Christian institutions were now so entrenched in Roman society. Christians wanted to have their members knowledgeable and capable of reading the Bible. So we find a large number of people in imperial administration are Christians, because they could read and write, which considered a big problem is the persecution of the Christians, because when the persecution began, and suddenly the government didn't work anymore. By that time, the Christians are so numerous that they can't possibly be eradicated. They've already grown that much. since the persecution really doesn't catch up until it's already too late. By now, the Jesus movement had spread its message to every corner of the Roman Empire.
The last decades of the 3rd century get a great insurge of local Christianity. There's some scholars who think that in Egypt, for example, by the 320s, there would actually be a majority of Christians, maybe a slight majority, but nonetheless the size of the number of Christians.
The turning point in the history of the Christian movement occurred in the first decades of the 4th century. It was a transformation filled with ironies. It was brought about by a Roman general who worshipped not Jesus, but Apollo, the god of the sun.
One of the most surprising Christian heroes in the entire tradition, I think, is Constantine. He is, first of all, a successful general. He is also the son of a successful general and at the head of the army of the West, and he's fighting another successful general, struggling for who is going to be at the top of the heap of the very higher echelons of Roman government. What happens is that Constantine has a vision.
In the dream, a cross appears on the sun. The sun was very important to Constantine anyway. He had a thing about Helios and very often represented himself with the sun god. But the intrusion of the cross was something new. And below this vision was an inscription with words. By this, conquer in tuto ike. And he interpreted this dream to mean that by this symbol of the cross, he could defeat his arch enemy in the battle to become sole emperor. And so he had so it goes, he had his soldiers paint the cross on their shields. Constantine, on the Battle of the Milvian Bridge, became the sole emperor of the Roman Empire, and then a dramatic shift of geopolitics relocates the center of Roman rule from the eternal city Rome to a new city, Constantinople. To reunite a divided empire, Constantine moved the capital from Rome to a more strategic location, the ancient city of Byzantium, and renamed it Constantinople. An important part of what was going on here was jockeying at the imperial administration. Clearly, by the end of the 3rd century, Christianity was a major force to be reckoned with throughout the empire, and something that had to either be suppressed or had to be integrated. Galerius, Constantine's rival, was one of the major instigators of the persecution, favored the option of suppression. Constantine and his associates favored the option of persecution, favored the option of suppression. Constantine and his associates favored the option of integration. Constantine was a consummate pragmatist and a consummate politician, and I think he gauged well the upsurge of interest and support Christianity was receiving, and so played up to that very nicely and exploited it in his own role.
When Constantine came into power and started to favor Christianity, he did do many things that plainly show support for Christianity. He gave money for the building of churches, money for the copying of scriptures, he exempted clergy members from having to perform civic duties on town councils, that kind of thing.
The bishops are able to take advantage of Constantine's mood and his curious intellectual interest in things like Christology and the Trinity and church organization. They're able to have Bibles copied at public expense. They're finally able to have public Christian architecture and big basilicas. So there's a comfortable symbiotic relationship between the empire and the church.
All that certainly stands in favor of his true Christian commitment.
commenting on the future of Western civilization. Constantine's patronage doesn't just mean that a lot of new churches get built, though it means that. It doesn't just mean that the salaries of bishops go up astronomically, though it means that. It doesn't just mean that Christians have freedom now to worship as they choose. It means that it has become part of the imperial establishment. And obviously that is going to mean profound changes for the society and for Christianity. Constantine showed his support by massive building programs, especially in Jerusalem. Ironically, the city that was destroyed by one Roman emperor was being rebuilt by another. But the new holy places in this traditional center of Judaism were now all Christian. To strengthen his new church, Constantine called for more unity in organization and teaching. But such unity came at a cost.
One of the first things Constantine does as emperor is start persecuting other Christians. The Gnostic Christians are targeted. Marcionite Christians and other dualist Christians, Christians who don't have the Old Testament as part of their canon, are targeted. The list of enemies goes on and on. There's a kind of, in a sense, internal purge of the church as one emperor ruling one empire tries to have a single church.
To appreciate the remarkable and dramatic evolution that had occurred in so short a period, one might counterpose the image of Pliny by his courtroom under the Emperor Trajan, sending Christians off to their execution simply for being called Christians, to the majesty of Constantine presiding over the great gathering of bishops that he had called to resolve particular questions. The imperium on the one hand being used clearly to extinguish religious movement, the imperium on the other hand being used clearly to undergird and support a religious movement, the same religious movement in so short a period of time. The cross, the hated symbol of death and defeat, now emerged as the symbol of triumph. And in the eyes of some, the apocalyptic prophecy of Revelation had at last been fulfilled. The kingdom of the world has become the kingdom of our Lord and of his Christ. The kingdom of God and the Roman Empire had now become one and the same. Jesus of Nazareth had become Jesus Christ. And his church had become a power on earth. A new chapter in history was about to begin.
Lines from Jesus to Christ, the First Questions, is available on DVD. To order, visit shoppbs.org or call 1-800-PLAY-PBS.
2,000 years, that story has been told and retold. Along the way, each generation has found in its telling its own meaning and interpretation. That story of a man called Jesus of Nazareth, a man who became Jesus Christ, was originally told by his first followers, and then retold in accounts by later believers in the Gospels. So began the building of a religion. Now it is our turn, with the help of scholars and historians, theologians and archaeologists, to return to that time and use our best efforts to understand that story. Of a man born in obscurity, in whose name a faith was made. So little about him, that he was born more than 2,000 years ago, and that he lived in Palestine. We know he was baptized and became a preacher, and we know that he was publicly executed. What manner of man is this, that even the winds and the seas obey him? With so little evidence to go by, archaeologists must sift the clues. Scholars decode the stories told by the first followers of Jesus. The problem for any historian in trying to reconstruct the life of Jesus is simply that we don't have sources that come from the actual time of Jesus himself. The historian's task in understanding Jesus and the Jesus movement and early Christianity is a lot like the archaeologist's task in excavating until you peel back layer after layer after layer of interpretation. And what you always find is the plurality of Jesuses. History isn't made to record the deeds of a person like Jesus. Jesus is very much like most people, statistically speaking, who ever existed. Poor, obscure, no pretensions, no royalty, distinction of any kind. They live under less than desirable conditions, and they die that way. There's nothing historical about that. Millions of people pass through this vale of tears in exactly that way.
Augustus Caesar, son of a god, shall restore the golden age and spread his empire.
Rome's empire spread across the Mediterranean, sweeping through North Africa and reaching as far west as Spain. To the east, it encompassed Egypt, Turkey, Greece, and Palestine, where Jesus was born in the Jewish land of Judea, then ruled by King Herod.
In Judea, the king Herod was in fact a client king. He ruled almost in place of Rome. He was the voice of Rome, the instrument of Rome, probably instrument of Rome is best in that, because he had his own independent notion, certainly.
Herod the Great was probably one of the greatest kings of the post-biblical period in Israel, but you wouldn't want your daughter to date him. He was ambitious, brutal, extremely successful.
And it is one of the real untold ironies of Jewish history that this man, who's the guy you love to hate in Jewish history, really, leaves the most indelible mark on the face of the land of Israel.
It appears that Herod thought of Jerusalem as his showpiece. He really wanted to make it a place where people would come, just as people would have gone to Athens or Rome or the great cities of the Mediterranean world. A meticulously accurate model of ancient Jerusalem shows the extraordinary scale of Herod's building program. And so when Herod built the city, or helped to rebuild the city, he did so on a monumental scale. This can be seen in the rebuilding of the temple. We know exactly how Herod rebuilt the temple, because detailed descriptions of the architecture have survived. Along the coast, Herod constructed an aqueduct 40 miles long. It brought water to a new seaport he had built. In honor of the Roman Emperor Caesar, Herod named the city Caesarea. We really need to get a feel for a city like Caesarea Maritima at the time of Jesus, precisely because it shows the crucial intersection of Rome and Jesus' own homeland. In this thriving seaport, the power of Rome, its culture and commerce, commanded every aspect of daily life. In the middle of the city was a Roman city, complete with the Capitol, temples to the deified Roma, that is the personification of Rome itself. The political reality of the day was of a dominant power overseeing the life on a day-to-day basis. Into this political climate, Jesus was born. The Gospels present a familiar account of his birth. And she gave birth to her firstborn son, and wrapped him in bands of cloth, and laid him in a manger, because there was no place for them in the inn.
Our best guess for the birth date of Jesus would be 4 BCE. In other words, he was born before the death of Herod the Great, who died in 4 BCE. But I emphasize best and guess.
The Gospels claim Jesus was born in Bethlehem. Historians think it is more likely that he was born and grew up near the Sea of Galilee, in the village called Nazareth. region was known for being a hotbed of political activities and violence. In the last few generations of Testament scholarship, the Galilee has achieved its reputation for being a hotbed of radicalism. The 60s birthday of Palestine. The Galilee, by most of the traditional accounts, is always portrayed as a kind of bucolic backwater. Peasants on the hillsides. And yet, our recent archaeological discoveries have shown this not to be the case. Nazareth stands less than 4 miles from the major urban center, Sepphoris. Sepphoris was founded as the capital of the Galilee, and so it was really invested, much like Caesarea Maritima, with all the trappings of Greek or Roman city life. Recent archaeological discoveries in Sepphoris challenge the conventional picture of Jesus' life.
One of the more exciting discoveries that we made at Sepphoris was a magnificent Roman villa with a gorgeous mosaic on its floor in a banquet hall. The lady was dubbed Mona Lisa by the press when we found her because she is really an extraordinary depiction of a beautiful woman of Roman antiquity. And the picture we get is a community very much in the mainstream, but on the high end of the scale. Sepphoris was not just a city with houses and with waterworks and things like that, but it had satellite settlements around Nazareth. To all intents and purposes, was a satellite village attached to the region or municipality of Sepphoris.
The findings really are requiring us completely to rethink Jesus' social economic setting, because we really had thought of Jesus as being really out in the hinterland, utterly removed from urban life, especially Roman influenced urban life. What the excavations at Sepphoris suggest is that Jesus was quite proximate to a thriving and sophisticated urban environment that would have brought with it all the diversity of the Roman Empire, and would have required, just to get on, was the price of doing business, a level of sophistication that would not have thought characteristic of Jesus, the humble carpenter. Scholars today question the image of Jesus, the humble carpenter, and disagree about his social class. They were astounded and said, "Where did this man get this wisdom? Is not this the carpenter's son?"
The difficulty for us in hearing a term like carpenter is that we immediately think of a highly skilled worker, and at least in North America, in the middle class, making a very high income. As soon as we take that into the ancient world, we are totally lost, because first of all, there was no middle class in the ancient world. There were haves and the have-nots, but very simple. And in the anthropology of peasant societies, to say that somebody is an artisan or a carpenter is not to compliment them. It is to say that they are lower in the pecking order than a peasant farmer.
Very few scholars now believe that Jesus was of such lowly birth. I'm not entirely convinced that we can characterize Jesus as a peasant. I think that probably miscasts Jesus, especially in view of recent discoveries in Sepphoris and elsewhere. He must be someone in the artisan class And this puts him in the interesting mix of cultures that would have been the daily life of a city like Sepphoris, through the marketplace, in the building. And Sepphoris itself, as a city, was built precisely at the time that Jesus was growing up and living just next door.
You couldn't deal and wheel either in the workplace or in the market without knowing you could deal with Greek. And I can't hardly imagine anybody worth their soul who wouldn't know some Greek. Jesus was trilingual. Jesus participated in both the Aramaic and Hebrew culture and its literatures, as well as the kind of Hellenistic Greek that he needed to do it. And its literatures, as well as the kind of Hellenistic Greek that he needed to do his business and his ministry.
Despite its Greek and Roman influences, Sepphoris was a thoroughly Jewish city. And Jesus remained faithful to his religious heritage when he left Nazareth to become a preacher. Then he began to speak and taught them, saying, "Do not think I have come to abolish the law or the prophets. I have come not to abolish, but to fulfill."
From the gospel stories is not that Jesus was not Jewish, quite the opposite. He's completely embedded in the Judaism of his time.
Was Jesus a Jew? Of course Jesus was a Jew. He was born of a Jewish mother in Galilee, a Jewish part of the world. All of his friends, associates, colleagues, disciples, all of them were Jews. He regularly worshipped in Jewish communal worship, what we call synagogues. He preached from the Jewish texts from the Bible. He celebrated Jewish festivals. He was born, lived, died, taught as a Jew. Nowadays, there are temples and synagogues everywhere you go. There's not a Jewish community in the world that doesn't have a synagogue. Many of them are called temples. In this period, however, we should always remember that there is only one temple. That's the one temple in Jerusalem. For Jews living in the time of Jesus, the temple in Jerusalem was the center of their religious life. The Jewish historian Josephus has a very memorable line. He says, "One temple with one God." The Jews saw themselves as a unique people with one God alone. And this one God of this one special people had one temple. And that's a very powerful idea. Reflecting accurately, I think, the historical truth that the temple was a very powerful, unifying source within the Jewish community. This was the one most sacred place on earth, the one place on earth where the earth rises up and the heavens somehow descend just enough that they just touch. This is the only one place on the entire earth where this was so.
The temple in Jerusalem was the symbolic part of the country. Jews everywhere, if they chose to, if they were honest, would put aside part of their income. It's sort of like the way Christmas clubs operate now. You'd put aside money explicitly to be spent having a party in Jerusalem.
The temple was the centerpiece of Jewish life and worship. Judaism was not a state religion. There's no such thing as a state church. It's not a monolithic religious or cultural entity at this time. Indeed, what we're seeing more and more through the research and the archaeological discoveries is how diverse Judaism was in this period.
Sometimes reading ancient sources is like overhearing family quarrels in a distant room. And some of the most endearing aspects, I can say this because I don't live in the first century, but and some of the most endearing aspects, I can say this because I don't live in the first century, but the most endearing aspects of reading this evidence that we still have is overhearing the lively quarrels. I mean, people who weren't priests at all would have absolutely firm opinions on how the priests should be doing their business.
Jerusalem and perhaps in the countryside as a whole. These other revolutionary groups who took their religious understanding of what Judaism was and turned it into a political program, political agenda. They must destroy their own empire, or we must destroy Jews who cooperate with their own empire. We now know that other groups had even more extreme views, and their ideas shed no light on Jesus' own message. One of the best examples of the vibrantly different thought that's at work in Judaism in this period is, of course, now what we know from the discovery of the Dead Sea Scrolls. As you leave Jerusalem and go to the south and to the east toward the Dead Sea, the terrain changes rapidly and starkly. You move off gradually from rolling hillside through the ravines and become stark and desolate. It's dry, it's arid, it's rocky, and it's rough. And then all of a sudden, within a span of only about 13 miles, the entire terrain drops out in front of you at the surface of the Dead Sea. It is in that rugged cliff face on the banks of the Dead Sea that the Dead Sea Scrolls were discovered on a site known as Qumran. The Dead Sea Scrolls are usually thought to have been produced by a group known as the Essenes. And the Essenes are then abandoned Jerusalem, it seems, to protest against the way the temple was being built. And they go to the desert to get away from what they see to be the worldliness of Jerusalem and the worldliness of the temple. And when all of this dark south of Haifa visages a community living in almost total isolation. A community that is self-contained, that is governed very strictly. There is both a entry and it's very much a monastic community.
Everyone who wishes to join the congregation of the elect must pledge himself to live in the hope of the community, to love all the children of light, and to hate all the children of darkness.
The Essenes are what might best call an apocalyptic sect of Judaism. An apocalyptic sect is one that thinks of itself as, first of all, the truth of the religion.
By apocalyptic expectation, I mean that Satan has a great revelation that God is going to finally solve the problem of justice and righteousness, even in the world, by totally eradicating the evil. That's the terrible price of market, which is not very deadly. Totally eradicating evil, and we, the good, wherever we are going to live with God in heaven and earth, or earth and heaven, forever, justice and peace.
The Dead Sea Scrolls, we hear not of just one Messiah, but at least two Messiahs. Some of their writings talk about a Messiah of error, that is a kind of kingly figure who will come to lead the world.
the sons of light against the sons of darkness. And that's somewhere to the point that we have major rival cataclysm as well, not just between people, but also between cosmic forces, the cosmic forces of evil, and the cosmic forces of good. And needless to say, this will end with the great war of the sons of light itself. Now, we typically think of belief in the end of the world, but in fact, that's not exactly what they follow. They use language like the end, or that belief in the end of the world, but in fact, that's not exactly what they follow. They use language like the end, or the last things, or the last days. The present age is coming to an end. So the last days, the present age is coming to an end. This is the thing of a transformation of the present social order and a return to a kind of golden age of statehood and independence. So it's really kind of a political expectation. It's not otherworldly. In fact, when it comes, it'll be right here and right now. History offers no evidence that Jesus was influenced by the Essenes, but there are apocalyptic giants, straight numbers that reverberated throughout the world, and echoes from the message of the prophet known as John the Baptist. In those days, John the Baptist appeared in the wilderness of Judea, proclaiming, "Repent, for the kingdom of heaven has come near." Repent, for the kingdom of heaven has come near. John the Baptist was a renowned kind of eccentric person, the way that Josephus describes him. But he seems to have had this prophetic figure who was calling for a change. So he is usually thought of as being off in the desert, wearing unusual clothes. He's a kind of ascetic also.
John is taking people out into the desert, crossing the Jordan. He is recapitulating the Exodus, and he is planting little ticking time bombs of apocalyptic expectation all over the Jewish homeland, waiting for God to strike it.
It was as John's disciple Rabbi would say that Jesus soared into the ancient Jewish land of baptism.
The evidence that Jesus was a follower of John is as strong as anything historians can find about Jesus. The reason is a certain embarrassment of the texts trying to explain why on earth Jesus would be apparently inferior to John if he wasn't as baptized by John. And somehow we have to explain how that can happen.
The Gospels then go on to say that Jesus was predicted by John. Most contemporary scholars would see that to be a construct developed by the early church to help explain the relationship between the two.
The difference I see between John the Baptist and Jesus is, to use some fancy academic language, John is an apocalyptic eschatologist. An eschatologist is somebody who God is so radical that it's going to take some kind of divine radicality. God is going to descend some sort of a catastrophic event to solve. There is another type of eschatology, and that's what I think Jesus is going to call it ethical eschatology. That is the demand that God is making on us, not us on God's, which is God on us, to do something about the evil.
Jesus went throughout Galilee, teaching in synagogues and proclaiming the good news of the kingdom, and curing every disease and every sickness. Jesus covered primarily centered mostly in towns, villages, and a few small cities in the area of the Galilee.
Jesus' ministry in Galilee is rather complicated, but I think we can begin to get real better of it through archaeology and through multiple studies of the Gospels today. Those villages there were absolutely essential to his ministry. He's avoiding big towns and cities, probably because the elements who run those cities are of such a high class that they're probably not interested in Jesus' message.
Jesus seemed to have reached his message.
In the first century, since everyone lived in the century of Vespasian, coming to the America was if they were born no. What really was unusual about Jesus is why God was a great Jewish peasant. That sort of struck my imagination as a possibility. Not that it would be Americans, but that Americans might be formed by a Jewish peasant. Jesus was limited in his circulation to his teaching was carried out as well. Jesus said to his apostles, give them something that they need. Give them something that they need. They replied, we have nothing here but 5 loaves and fish. And he said, bring them here to me. The feet of the Lord tells us a few stories as to the Gospels. That's a story here. It was hard. Jesus crosses the Galilee himself. He takes up about 5,000 people. And it's there that they have I don't think it takes rocket science to protect them. So that's too we're looking to show the Muslim imagery. It's the message of the coming kingdom. And I think say the kingdom is like a seed of lemon. It's like a mustard seed. What's going to come?
Social. As an apocalyptic fire brand preaching the coming kingdom of God. And yet, it must be recognized that those are very different images, very different kinds of individuals, and both are reflected within the gospel's tradition. He may have reached a social change. He may have reached an empty honor. Either way, Jesus was bound to find himself in that kind of followers.
Jesus' preaching is the kingdom of God. The difficulty for us is to hear that term as 100% political and 100% religious. Not one, not the other. In the first century, those were extremely important. The kingdom, if you use that expression in the first century, meant the Roman kingdom, meant the Roman Empire. When you talk about the kingdom of God and were somehow setting it up in some tension with the Roman Empire, you were making very constant criticism of the Roman Empire, and they were saying that its system was not the system of God. All the time that Jesus is talking, I cannot not imagine the fact that he's going to put today. Everything that he is doing is politically dangerous. If you were following Jesus' life day to day, you should be saying to yourself, some of these are ridiculous. After he had said this, he went on ahead.
And so that places us very clearly in the urban area. These are some of the various things of the activities of Jesus' life. Jesus actually did absolution. So you won't say it's like doing 27 nights. It's just notice
Just violence. Right back to Israel. Not just violence. Come on, Judea.
was that back to was administrator of his territory. And they were several episodes.
To Jerusalem, Passover, it's been So Joseph proceeds like the responsibility of the Jews against those this very nice plush seaside town in Caesarea, which was a nice pagan city, plenty of pagan altars, all the stuff you wanted in Jerusalem, where all these Jews were congregating and stayed there for about it was our keeps it alive and Passover free anybody's things.
What's the tip of cleaning the house of God? When what Jesus does is not cleanse the temple. He symbolically destroys it.
If you really think the end of the world is at hand, that has a kind of liberating and frantic energy that goes along with it. It's not good for quiet crowds and social stability. And given the emotional and religious tenor of this holiday anyway, to have somebody preaching that the kingdom of God is really on its way, perhaps it was going to be coming within that very holiday, preaching that in the days before Passover. See her going to shout at fire in a crowded theater.
The Gospels say that this politically charged climate was the occasion for his arrest. What will happen next? The role played by the priests remains unclear.
I think there's some kind of cooperation between the chief priests and Pilate. The chief priests always had to cooperate with them because it's their jobs. They're mediating between the people and the people. It was a perceived danger that Pilate was on the verge of some kind of muscular crowd control. People were getting killed by crowds. And perhaps for this reason, Jesus was turned.
The most difficult thing for us after 2,000 years is to bring our imagination down and look at the passion of Jesus. Because we want to think the whole world was watching, or all of the Roman Empire was watching, or all of Jerusalem was watching. I take it for granted there were standing orders between Pilate and Caiaphas about how to handle lower class, especially dissidents, both problems and Passover.
Jesus represented a kind of activist and resistor which is Pilate's experience that he had been dealing with for years, and with very degrees of success and effectiveness, obviously. But Jesus Pilate screamed just against the arrest and the uprising was so common daily life for the administration of Virginia that Jesus wouldn't say that he was very now I don't think that Pilate would have been that Jesus would have challenged or no on the emperor. That's not the point. The point is any challenge to any challenge to the peace of the world, that is swift and violent response. India University was guilty of sedition. Members of her was probably driven by convention. There's the process of executing state rebels through crucifixion. There's no doubt in my mind that the persons responsible for the actual execution was rebels. Practice crucifixion. It was not known to the Jewish people. It was not a form of Jewish execution. And they brought Jesus to the place of God, which means the place of sin.
The crucifixion site here is the main point of the site. It was a warning location. The uprights for the crosses were usually left there permanently. And you have to think that site is not a place where people go regularly. It's an abhorrent site. It's supposed to be a warning that nobody is hanging there. So the idea that there will be crowds at the crucifixion, they would pass burning, just watch. I think most people would probably avert their eyes and walk away because they don't want to be on the side of the Romans who are killing and crucifying. If you will have thousands who be crucified, of course, more than that section.
Death by crucifixion was certainly awful experience for the persecuted individual. It was slow, it was painful, and it was public terror. It's not for the sentence that the live is rather suffocation as one can pull himself up.
Jesus today. Next, the plaque, which names as Jesus, suggests that the charge on which he was executed was one of political insurrection, a threat to the Pax. He is also now a theory of cultural. Of the Aegean Sea, as he arrived at the big city. His name was Tarsus. Let's imagine coming up the main street through the monumental archway to the center of the city life. Place where all the business and most of the political activities are done in the middle of this movement city. Here are the shops. Here are the offices of the city magistrates. And we are standing in the shadow of the great cathedral. The sun washed over the motions of like Zeus, Miracle was selfie. Apollo was one of the Olympian gods, and family of divinities resided in the ancient and diverse pagan worlds.
Paganism is our designation for what 90-something% of people Mediterranean are doing. Jews are of this one part, and then everybody is doing lots of other things.
Ritual deities meeting the various needs of individuals. It's like going to a supermarket and being shopping for God. And you get the various times and various functions of your living. Said that worship for centuries and shrines. Sacred spring of the to devout pagans like these, his message of the Jewish Messiah who come to save mankind, Jew and Gentile alike, must have seemed outlandish. And so we hear people say, I am determined to know nothing and learn about Jesus Christ, Jesus the Messiah, and him crucified. That must have struck an interesting chord. These cosmopolitan Greeks would have been having a roar at that time. Tarsus and Stacy, educated strictly according to our ancestral law, they themselves uncovered. Cosmos, next to Jesus, was very much the true figure of the first century Christianity. And she better not believe this, because he wrote all of those letters. Average chance is pure. If there is anything worthy of praise, think about these things. Beginning to get for the first time in the New Testament, the letter which then makes all part of the later Christian tradition. You see, it's Paul who starts the writing of the New Testament. By
He emphasizes two things. On one hand, very clearly the importance of the death and resurrection of Jesus. On the other hand, he also emphasizes the importance of understanding the end time period, the immediacy of the end time, and one must be very careful. That laying low of their spirit is to be clear. Right among ethics, and its well as a short one lives in anticipation of the end time that's just around the corner. Death and resurrection of Jesus are at the very core of the resurrection. But it is a story that predates it and goes back to the first followers of Jesus' entrance. Joseph took the body and wrapped it in a clean cloth and laid it in his own tomb, where she had been marked. That originated around Jesus must have suffered a traumatic setback by his death. Not so much that of Messiah, but that nothing happened. The kingdom didn't arrive immediately as they might have expected. The effect that the crucifixion had on Jesus' followers was the desired effect from the perspective that is the people associated with Jesus became revived. Before the Easter proclamation, there must have been some kind of panic. That folks were dying out, as they should have, because now the palaces, things came from. The followers of Jesus, as they're supposed to, look like the Messiahs. They were the fundamental question. What does this mean? Well, we had all of those expectations, but as been crucified, how do we deal with this unmerited end of this life, of the shameful end of his life?
The only place they can eventually is into the Hebrew scriptures, into their tradition, and find out, is it possible that the elect one, the righteous one, the holy one, any title they use in Jesus, is it possible that such a one could be oppressed, persecuted, and executed? They go into the Hebrew scriptures, and of course what they find is that it's almost like a job description of being God's righteous one, to be persecuted and even executed.
The amazing thing is they said, hey, who's the king of the universe? And God has vindicated this claim that he is the king of the Jews by raising them from the dead. And the angel descended from heaven, the king of the story. He said to the women, Jesus was crucified. He has been raised. Come, see the place where he lay.
This story is about the resurrection in the Gospels. Make two very clear points. First of all, that Jesus really was dead. And secondly, that his disciples really had absolute conviction that Messiah came afterwards. The Gospels are equally clear that it's not a ghost. Even though the raised Jesus books have shown that the Gospels are simply materializes a conference his disciples are having. He's amazed to assure them, touch me, feel me, it's bones and flesh, and he eats meats of fish, but no skin of fish. As a historian, this doesn't tell me anything about whether Jesus himself was actually raised. What it does give me an amazing insight into is his followers, and therefore indirectly into the leader who had forged these people into such a committed community.
complex, and the Christian movement probably began not from a single center, many different centers with different groups of disciples of Jesus, and trying to make sense of what they had experienced with him and what had happened to him in his ministry.
And Adam's account of early Christianity presents a very cogent, coherent image of earliest Christianity. But in fact, what we find out about early Christianity, the bottom line may vary again from what it appears to be.
As far as we can tell, the beginnings of Christianity occurred in many different places and many different groups. There were wandering charismatics who went around the world preaching without an ordinary occupation, nation, depending on people with whom they stayed for hospitality. There were several groups in little towns. There were radical groups trying to give up ordinary occupations, have family life, follow the teachings of Jesus. It must have been an amazing mixture, amazing diverse range.
It's clear from the very beginning of Christianity that there are different ways of interpreting the fundamental message. There are different kinds of protests. There are arguments over how Jewish are we to be, how Greek are we to be, how do we adapt to this sort of culture. What's the real meaning of that? The meaning of this very important is the point. Maybe it's a saying, as it is. What is your neighbor going to have it? On his death, on his resurrection.
I think we're right to call it the Jesus movement, because if we think of it as Christianity, that is, from the perspective of the kind of movement and institutional religion that it would become a few hundred years later, it's the flavor of those hundreds of years, the kind of cruel and rough beginnings, with small lines, trying to keep the memory alive. We have our vocabulary. We know that this will eventually form a Gentile community and that we as Christians, but this one didn't think about it. This one expected Jesus to return and establish the kingdom of God.
As a Jewish Messiah, they are followers of the Jewish covenant tradition. They are expecting the coming of the kingdom of God. It's a Jewish movement. Jewish sect then is a group which sees itself as Jews, recognizes that there are other Jews out there, but claims that there's other Jews out there that don't belong. They don't fully understand what Judaism is all about. There is another sect too.
Sectarian groups are always in tension with their environment. That tension is manifested in a tendency to spoil the message out, to hit the road, and convince others that the truth is real.
And into real families, but not meant to the lost sheep, the house of Israel. One of the characteristics of the Roman model is there is a great family. So that many period will not do. And in some ways, free in any period, that will happen again to the invention of the subject.
As you go, proclaim especially in the diaspora. It was more of a community center. Another important feature of the synagogues in the diaspora is not only that they attracted large crowds of people, but among these crowds have been Gentiles. There is no barrier between Jews and Gentiles. Gentiles found the Jewish synagogues, and the Jews themselves apparently as open, friendly, and equivalent to this common experience anywhere in pagan or Greek religions. Gentiles attending synagogues would have been exposed to Judaism's variety of beliefs. In Antioch, this new Jewish sect, the Jesus movement, found a following in some synagogues. Felt that the time was right for these Jews to bring the Gentiles into their movement. Paul's message of the conversion of Gentiles seems to be predicated on the Isaiah language of what will happen when the kingdom comes, when the Messiah has arrived, and there will be a light to the nations, a light to the Gentiles. And in that sense, Paul views the Messianic age, having arrived with Jesus, as being a window of opportunity for bringing the Gentiles into the elect status alongside the people of Israel.
Gentiles join the movement. There's this tremendous religious prestige thanks to the antiquity of the Jewish mind. By entering into the church, these Christians enter into that history as well. That's tremendously prestigious and important. I think perhaps originally they were attracted to the claims of salvation, regeneration, eternal life. You're baptized, you're illuminated. Probably they were attracted to the rituals than to the communities.
Like most Jewish communities, the early followers of Jesus assembled for worship in each other's homes. One of the things that make the Christians different are a couple of rituals considered early on, before the very earliest sources of wealth. One of these is an initiation ceremony, which they call baptism. It's simply a Greek word that means milking. The second major ritual which they develop is a meal, a common meal which they have together, which is designed as a memorial of the Last Supper which Jesus had with his disciples. And the situation seems to be that initially, when people were attracted to the Jesus movement, they first became Jews. Becoming a Jew was no easy matter. It meant conforming to strict Jewish laws. This is the law, to make a distinction between the unclean and the clean, and between the living creature that may be evil and the living creature that may not be evil. There are several issues involved. One is the notion of the dietary laws, the eating restrictions that one have obtained of eating certain kinds of food if one was an observant Jew. Also, one conflict. In Paul's view, it was not possible to allow Gentiles who don't observe the Jewish food laws to participate in the communal meals of the people. Because it's a meal, it also runs ahead into some Jewish sensitivities about what kind of food you can eat and when. Dietary laws were not the only regulations that marked Jewish identity. Every male among you shall be circumcised, and shall be a sign of the covenant between me and him. First major issues in converting to Judaism for a Gentile or non-Jew is that one must issues that people thought about from the Greek world argue that the rite of baptism could replace circumcision. This breakthrough allowed Gentiles to freely join God's chosen people. Now, Paul says, with after Jesus, and that was part of the controversies of the first generation. Do you have to become a Jew in order to be a follower of Jesus as the Messiah? Jesus says explicitly that he went down to Jerusalem to go with the leaders of the church there. He calls them the pillars. We have some names. People must have been big shots. James. No, this James is not the apostles. It's not the apostles. This James is it's somewhat surprising that we should hear of Jesus' own family members on this earliest in Jerusalem, precisely because in the Gospels, families is usually portrayed as being antagonistic to his public ministry. In Mark's Gospel, they think he's gone crazy. They try to take him away before he can put himself somewhere. And they come down to ask the question of how do we deal with these two concepts. They managed to get some sort of the Jerusalem leadership. They agree that it's okay for people to convert these two elements, and yet not to force them to be circumcised. Because we recognize the way to collectively from his Gentile congregations to serve the church of Jerusalem. So then he goes back to Antioch. He seems to think that he's won a major victory in the understanding the Christian message will be. Shortly after his return to Antioch, Peter arrives from Jerusalem.
In the sense he sketches is in this was in the Galatians when he's talking about a face-off. He and Peter were in Antioch.
Classic showman. Here it's also sort of this way. He says that Peter was having Jesus' people. Peter thought he until the king of Jerusalem came and attacked him in the shoulder. And Peter said, "Slide down this and then we get a great passage of this witness. It's probably cautious he had thought to send Peter at the time, but in whether it's most of it is what it says to me. And as he wrote Peter from the bench of the gospel, what being treated Christ and not being treated. This vision of things and ways from the moment that Peter is found. Tells me that he says, I confronted Peter publicly. They told him he was an immigrant. They told him to his face. They told him they were there about it. And like Paul to tell us that after he told Peter off, he was scolded to the back of his legs. And then Paul gave James his right balance nothing like that. So silent. This suggested that Paul had indeed had a showdown. He did face off. He didn't win. He had carefully. He's not that girl. So this suggests to us that James's party was influential. And influential outside of and went to Western Turkey, Asia, and was over the next 10 years, from there to roughly 60, all concentrated on his efforts in this region of the Chia Basin. Emphasis in areas of emphasis that is supposed to be basic regulations. Emphasis was cosmopolitan the inscriptions and statues of art and the buildings and tell us that this is really constructed cultural and religious life throughout the Mediterranean. The city was a natural first. He has a walk at the same city as visiting new cities, talking about visiting new cities. There are cities that was converted to general geographic areas. It's important to understand that he was from many cities and Christianity was spread. And certain of these congregations are religion. This is he has helped most of his people like Timothy and Titus to take information, check out what's happening, fit others, and sometimes perhaps even to go and help start a new congregation. So he's not sitting across the maybe up to the interior election. So we have to imagine the population as a kind of systems to the situation in Jerusalem was becoming increasingly tense. The 60s Josephus tells us that there was growing tension over the last few governors of the countries. He tells us that they were agreeing about using and corrupt administrators, loving the praise and listening to the values. Josephus also tells us that there's another source of tension in the country at this time because there's an increasing bandit and rebel types coming out of the country. And so between growing banditry, the rise of the Silent movement, theoretically active insurgency, and then the corruption of the administration, the situation in Jerusalem very intense. In the year 60s, these regions and going to Jerusalem and administrating the sites. Most of the family promised that he had made to Peter and James back in Jerusalem. For these 10 years that he's been in Judea, he's had his congregations collecting monies together to take him back to Jerusalem. Now we find him gathering that up. Each congregation sending an emissary with their part of the contribution, and they're all going as an entourage to land at the feet of James in Jerusalem. I come to you. Blessing is to them. What seems to have happened is when he went back to Jerusalem, he was arrested as some sort of was taken to stand trial before them. Within a short span of time, the tradition goes that Peter at the same time, Josephus tells us that James, without Jesus, at Jerusalem, as also killed, all in about the same direction. With the passing of his first generation, the expectation that those corrupt things must be close at hand, that was a concern. In the year 66, Jewish resistance broke out against Rome seized Jerusalem, the first Jewish revolt. Truly the battle is won. Their bodies are crushed by the mighty by hand, and there is no man buried. It seemed like the fiery predictions of the assailants were about to crush. In spite of the first revolt, fought in peace. The apocalyptic event was the coming of the king. Several players within the movement claim to have missing identity, prophetic identity. They shall be a flaming torch in the scroll of some ungodly. Their seals pushed out to fight the people and were alive. Christians thought that it was the actual apocalyptic event.
Valiant warriors of the angelic host are among our outward men.
life must have been catastrophic to the Jewish population as a whole. By the month of August in the year 70, the fate of Jerusalem was a foregone conclusion. The Roman armies were massed, they were ready to break through, everyone knew it. It was just a matter of when. But they were going to fight to the death. And many of them did die. So on that fateful morning, when they rode through, Josephus describes the events of them breaking through the walls, the Romans are running through the streets, going into every house. Going into the alleys, sword in hand, they massacred every all who they met, and burned the houses of all who had taken refuge with them, running everyone from far their way. They clogged the alleys with corpses, and drowned the whole city in blood. The dead bodies of natives and aliens, of priests and laity, were mingled in a mass, and the blood of all manner of corpses formed pools in the courts of God. It's a pretty awful story, and we have lots of evidence of it. Between the artifacts that one finds in the first book that are scattered throughout this layer of the archaeological record, arrowheads, spears, other kinds of indications of pretty serious hand-to-hand combat in all parts of the city. Towards evening, they ceased to slaughter, but as night fell, the fire gained the mastery, and the dawn broke in flames upon Jerusalem. One of the most recent and poignant examples of this comes from archaeology and something called the burnt house, which actually shows those burnt houses that apparently was burned during this. The furniture and the implements are here in place, with a layer of ash and residue of the burning still quite clear. Set the temple on fire. All that was left was the platform that once supported the symbol of the center of the nation of Israel. Roman troops sacked the temple and carried off the sacred symbols of Judaism. Jerusalem, sacred city, the temple center of piety and identity, is gone. It's very important that we remember that up to and through the first movement, Christians are still part of Judaism, and the revolt and its aftermath is just the beginning of a split, as each group tries to rethink its earlier traditions in the light of the failure of the first movement. We have to imagine the refugees fleeing from the burned mountains of Jerusalem. And as they look back at the smoke rising against the horizon, they might of the city from the first destruction back in the time of the Babylonian exile. By the waters of Babylon, there we sat down and wept when we behold Zion.
Jesus to Christ, First Christians, is available on DVD. Order is Sure PBS. Play PBS.
This channel is part of the History Hits Network. This is a series about an artistic era that's looked down and never gets the respect it deserves. It's a shadowy era, so shadowy people even disagree about its name. So I'm going to use the old one, the one that best sums up its opinions. I'm going to call it the Dark Ages. Roughly the 4th century to roughly the 11th. They began when the Roman Empire starts to crumble, and when William the Conqueror invades England. In this shadowy side of time, everything changed. The greatest empire the world has seen melted back into the cultural shadows. Various powerful artistic forces staked up to take its place. Later in the series, we'll be examining those much misunderstood creatives, the barbarians. What wondrous brilliance they brought into the world, what fabulous things they achieved. Constantly looking, the joyous and inventive religion Islam, which did so much to light up the Dark Ages. We begin with a group of people whose achievements were enormous. We started with nothing and ended up with so much. Thinking, of course, of those thoroughly underestimated Dark Age creators, those intrepid voyagers into the unknown. The They're usually inscribed on the houses, sometimes columns outside the house. And of course, when they found them, they didn't have a clue what these were. They were just mysterious word games outside houses. What it is a letter square made up of 5 Latin words: rotus, opera, tenet, repo, and Saturn. If you love history, then you love history. We have tons of exclusive documentaries about the most important people in history that you won't find anywhere. We have documentaries featuring great medieval figures and events from the Battle of Hastings to the last of the Vikings. History Hit has unrivaled access to peerless archival materials and the world's best historians. We're committed to bringing history fans thrilling documentaries and podcasts that you cannot find anywhere else. Sign up now for a 14-day free trial, which archival fans get 50% off their first 3 months. Just be sure to use the code followforfollow once checking. Yes, at the top is set backwards. And you can see the protest on this side as well. Set down that side, and here in the middle, a rainbow is opera work backwards. The actual words mean something like, as ye sow, so shall ye reap. But only if you ignore grammar. Various code breakers twisted it this way and that for decades. But it still didn't mean much. But then, the Eureka moment. One of these code breakers realized that the important thing about the grotesque square was not the words, but the letters. Because these letters, the grotesque square, can be rearranged to form a cross, which reads the same ways, up and down. This is paternoster, which is Latin for our Father. The only words Lord's Prayer. What's more, these 2 letters are identical, Alpha and Omega, are the first and last letters of the Greek alphabet. Alpha and Omega. You can see them down in the Roman catacombs, popping up everywhere. Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end. Popular Christian code with a one true God. So these mysterious word squares are put outside houses to signify that the occupants are Christians. And also as a kind of lucky charm to ward off evil. Of course, this isn't art yet. This is an inscription. We did it. We're at listings than anybody else. We're just having everything you're looking for. It's.com. I mean, come on. Look at this place. It's not modern appliances. Come on. The city views. Market. Most of the good restaurants. Big. Center AC. It's.com. One place to find a place. It has artistic implications. You see here this appetite for signs, symbols.
This is one.
Random House Audio presents 50 Shades by E.L. James. Read for you by Becca Patel.
Dark Ages is an art of mystery and magic.
Prologue.
With suggestions,
He's come back. Mommy's asleep or she's sick again.
light.
I hide and curl up small under the table in the kitchen.
Isn't art
Through my fingers, I
but
can
it
see
is
Mommy.
excellent.
She's asleep on the couch. Her hand is on the sticky green rug, and he's wearing his big boots with a shiny buckle. standing over Mommy, shouting. He hits Mommy with the belt. Get up, get up. You are one fucked up bitch. 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 Mommy makes a sobbing noise. Stop. Please stop. Mommy doesn't scream. Mommy curls up, small. I have my fingers in my ears, and I close my eyes. The sound stops. He turns, and I can see his boots as he stomps into the kitchen. He still has the belt. He is trying to find me. He stoops down and grins. He smells nasty, of cigarettes and drink. There you are, you little shit. A chilling wail wakes him. Christ! He's drenched in sweat, and his heart is pounding. What the fuck? He sits bolt upright in bed and puts his head in his hands. Fuck. They're back. The noise was me. He takes a deep, steady breath, trying to rid his mind and nostrils of the smell of cheap bourbon and stale Camel cigarettes. Chapter 1. I have survived day 3 post-Christian, and my first day at work. It has been a welcome distraction. The time has flown by in a haze of new faces, work to do, and Mr. Jack Hyde. Mr. Jack Hyde. He smiles down at me, his blue eyes twinkling as he leans against my desk. Excellent work, Anna. I think we're going to make a great team. Somehow, I manage to curl my lips upward in a semblance of a smile. I'll be off if that's okay with you, I murmur. Of course. It's 5:30. I'll see you tomorrow. Good night, Jack. Good night, Anna. Collecting my bag, I shrug on my jacket and head for the door. Out in the early evening air of Seattle, I take a deep breath. It doesn't begin to fill the void in my chest, a void that's been present since Saturday morning, a painful, hollow reminder of my loss. I walk toward the bus stop with my head down, staring at my feet, and contemplating being without my beloved Wanda, my old Beetle, or the Audi. I shut the door on that thought immediately. No, don't think about him. Of course, I can afford a car, a nice new car. I suspect he has been over-generous in his payment, and the thought leaves a bitter taste in my mouth. But I dismiss it and try to keep my mind as numb and as blank as possible. I can't think about him. I don't want to start crying again, not out on the street. The apartment is empty. I miss Kate, and I imagine her lying on a beach in Barbados sipping a cool cocktail. I turn on the flat-screen television so there's noise to fill the vacuum and provide some semblance of company, but I don't listen or watch. I sit and stare blankly at the brick wall. I am numb. I feel nothing but the pain. How long must I endure this? The door buzzer startles me from my anguish, and my heart skips a beat. Who could that be? I press the intercom. Delivery for Miss Steele. A bored, disembodied voice answers, and disappointment crashes through me. I listlessly make my way downstairs and find a young man noisily chewing gum, holding a large cardboard box and leaning against the front door. I sign for the package and take it upstairs. The box is huge and surprisingly light. Inside are 24 long-stemmed white roses and a card. Congratulations on your first day at work. I hope it went well. And thank you for the glider. That was very thoughtful. It has pride of place on my desk. Christian. I stare at the typed card, the hollow in my chest expanding. No doubt his assistant sent this. Christian probably had very little to do with it. It's out. I examine the roses. They are beautiful, and I can't bring myself to throw them in the trash. Dutifully, I make my way into the kitchen to hunt down a vase. So, a pattern develops. Wait, work, try, sleep. Well, try to sleep. I can't even escape it if I do. His gray, burning eyes, his lost look, his hair burnished and bright, all haunt me. And the music. So much music. I cannot bear to hear any music. I am careful to avoid it at all costs. Even the jingles and commercials make me shudder. I have spoken to no one, not even my mother or Ray. I don't have the capacity for idle talk now. No, I want none of it. I have become my own island state. A ravaged, war-torn land where nothing grows and the horizons are
So many things.
Yes,
I saw
that's me.
people who believed
I
so
can
many
interact
different things
impersonally at work,
I saw a
but
Jew who
that's
was an
it.
atheist, a Jew
If I talk to
who
Mom,
was a
I know
Zionist,
I
a
will
Jew who
break
was a
it
communist,
further.
a Jew who
And I
was
have
a
nothing
socialist,
left to break.
a Jew who was an artist. I saw so
I
many
am
of these
finding
people.
it difficult
And
to
the parents
eat.
said, so what's so
By
surprising
lunchtime on
is they were
Wednesday,
all the
I
same
manage a
person.
cup of yogurt, and it's the first thing I've eaten
In many
since
ways,
Friday.
that does say a lot
I am
about
surviving
what
on a
Cook
newfound
was,
tolerance
as
for
we shall see
lattes and
over
Diet
the course
Coke.
of the next
It's the
49,
caffeine
50
that
odd
keeps me
minutes.
going. It's
I have a
making me
little bit of
anxious.
housekeeping to
Jack
inform
has
you of
started
what's
to
coming
hover
up for
over
the next
me,
couple of weeks. So let's just go
irritating
over
me,
that
asking
quickly.
me
First of all,
personal
we are very
questions.
grateful to
What
our
does he want?
sponsors.
I'm
As you
polite,
probably know,
but I
you've
need to
gotten the
keep him at
irritating
arm's
emails.
length.
We believe very
I
strongly
sit
that
and
these
begin
lectures should
trawling
be
through a
made
pile of
available free
correspondence
to the
addressed to
community,
him,
both
and I'm
live
pleased
here,
with
and I'm
the
very
distraction
grateful for
of
your
email
presence here,
work.
but also
My email
on the internet
pings,
where they
and
have
I
actually a
quickly check
huge
to see
following,
who's
thank
from.
God. But
Holy
the
shit.
real point of doing this is
Email
that we want to
Christian.
support our students. So
Oh
we
no,
have a
not
fund
here.
for
Not at
Jewish
work.
student scholarships here at
From
FUJ.
Christian
And
Grey.
you know, we
Subject
encourage people
tomorrow.
to sponsor
Date
lectures, which
June
helps
8,
out the
2011.
scholarships that I'd like to offer our
14:05.
brilliant students.
To
So we have
Anastasia
3
Steele.
sponsors for today's lecture.
Dear
Mr.
Anastasia,
Paul Shabib,
forgive this
who is
intrusion
expected
at
here
work.
tonight. He's been a
I
long-time
hope it's
follower of
going
these
well.
lectures. He's
Did you
stuck
get
in
my
traffic, but
flowers?
maybe we'll see him when he
I
comes
know
in.
that
And
tomorrow
we'll
is the
embarrass him
gallery
with a big
opening
round
for
of
your
applause or
friend's
something.
show, and I'm
It's
sure
in
you've not
memory
had
of
time to
Dr.
purchase a
Yishai
car,
Shachar.
and it's a long
We
drive.
also are
I'd be
grateful
more
to
than
Ms.
happy to
Sharon
take you,
Byers,
should you
who has
wish.
dedicated
Let me
this
know.
lecture to
Christian
homo
Grey,
buyers. And finally,
CEO,
Ms.
Grey
Pat Melvin,
Enterprises
who's also a
Holdings.
long-time follower of these lectures online.
Tears
And
swam
one of
in
the things
my
I like
eyes.
about
I
Ms. Melvin
hastily
in
leave my
particular is that
desk
many
and bolt to
people
the restroom to
watch the
escape into
videos
one
and
of the
then they
stalls.
like them, which is always
Jose's
nice.
show.
You always see the little likes
I'd
appear on the
forgotten
screen
all
like
about
a
it,
bursting
and I promised him I'd
oxytocin, which is
go.
a brain
Shit,
chemical that keeps us
Christian is
going back
right.
to Facebook
How
time
am I
after
going to
time.
get there?
But other people
I clenched my
comment, that
forehead.
goes another level.
Why hasn't
And
Jose
thirdly,
phoned?
people
Come to
share.
think
So
of it,
she is one of those people
why
who does
hasn't
all of
anyone
those things,
phoned?
and she is
I've
sharing
been
now
so
in a material way
absent-minded.
by
I haven't
helping us
noticed that my
produce
cell
these
phone has been
lectures
silent. Shit.
and offer
I
scholarships
am
to
such
students. So
an
we're very
idiot.
grateful to all of our
I
sponsors.
still have it set to forward calls to the BlackBerry.
Housekeeping
Holy
I have to
hell.
announce is that next
Christian's
week
been
we
getting
are
my
not
calls.
scheduled to meet.
Unless
You've
he's
gotten
just
a handy
thrown the
little
BlackBerry
bookmarks.
away.
They
How did
work
he get
very
my
well, by
email
the way. I tried
address?
them out. They work in
He knows my
all
shoe
languages
size,
without any
and email
difficulty.
addresses hardly
I
going
will
to
be,
present him
thank
with
God,
any
at
problems.
I'll be a scholar
Can
in
I see him
residence
again?
in Toronto next
Could I
week in
dare it?
connection with the Shabbos
Do I
project.
want to
So
see
we
him?
will not be meeting here
I
in
close my
Brooklyn
eyes and tilt
next
my head
Monday.
back
We
as
will
grief
pick up
and
again
longing
Monday
glance
afterwards.
through
We
me.
have a fantastic
Of
topic.
course
We're
I
going to look
do.
at Emma Goldman,
Perhaps,
so-called Red Emma,
perhaps I can tell him
who
I've
is
changed
labeled
my
by the
mind.
FBI as the most dangerous woman in
No,
America.
no.
And
I cannot
finally,
be with
for
someone
those
who
of you
takes
who are
pleasure
in
in
the Five
inflicting
Towns
pain on
area,
me.
I have a
Someone
small
who
lecture
can't
series
love me.
that's going to look at
Torturous
three
memories
really
flash through my mind.
I think in
The
terms of
gliding,
the content
holding
of
hands,
um,
kissing,
sophisticated
backed up,
for people who
his
have already spent
gentleness,
a lot of time
his
in
humor,
these
and
types of
his
classes.
dark,
And 3
sexy
rabbis who
stare.
were criticized
I miss
bitterly
him.
in their lifetimes,
It's been 5
who later
days.
went on to
5
create
days of agony
major
that has
influences
felt
on
like an
Jewish history as a
eternity.
whole. Specifically,
I
we look
cry
at
myself to sleep
Maimonides,
at night,
Rabbi
wishing
Moshe
I hadn't
Franklin
walked
Santo,
out,
and today
wishing
we're looking
that
at Rav
he could
Kook,
be
so
different,
it overlaps
wishing
there.
that we
Okay,
were
that's it
together.
for the housekeeping.
How
We're going
long
to go
will
straight
this
to the
hideous
this overwhelming feeling last? I am in purgatory.
An incredibly
I wrap my
important
arms around my
individual
body,
in
hugging
20th
myself
century
tightly,
thought. He is known,
holding
of
myself
course,
together.
most famously
I
as the
miss him.
Ashkenazi chief
I
rabbi of
really
Israel,
miss
the
him.
first chief rabbi of Israel under the British Mandate authorities, and he had a major influence on the political direction of the Israeli politics. He also had a influence on the nature of Israeli thought and Jewish thought worldwide. As we shall see, it was a representation of a unique blend of Kabbalistic and Mignonic and Mussaritic trends within his once syncretic kind of worldview, which was really quite appealing and continues to have a lasting impact to this day. His years are 1865. He was born in the northern part of the Beirut settlement. I'll show you a map shortly. And he died in Jerusalem in 1935. As I like to say, none of these lectures have anything original whatsoever in them. They are completely derivative. I've relied very heavily on two biographies. One is the rather amazing biography of Rav Kook by University, which appeared in the Yale Jewish Live series. Definitely very worth reading. And I also had the pleasure of reading the scholarship of Jacob B. Agus, a scholar from a previous generation. Published a work on Rav Kook entitled Banner of Jerusalem in 1946. It's written in a very rich and evocative prose, which is characteristic of that era of scholars, people like Cecil Roth, also like him. And as far as I'm concerned, anyone who is publishing Jewish history in 1946 is a hero into his own right. So I'm very grateful to have the opportunity to see these somewhat different views of Rav Kook, but they have enriched my understanding and hopefully yours as well. So those are the basic sources for today. The rule is nobody's allowed to ask any hard questions. I'll go straight to the material. Okay, so Rav Kook was born in 1865. Empire. This was an unusual and very special time, which ironically seems to have repeated itself in terms of development, in terms of the zeitgeist. Very good word. If you were all your graduates, I would write it on the word zeitgeist, means the spirit of the times. It was characteristic of what Turgenev, the novelist, called the period of fathers and sons, the title of one of his most famous works, because there was an incredible gap between two generations in the 1880s in particular. This certainly affected the Jews, perhaps even more than it affected Russians, Ukrainians, Latvians, and so on. This was a period of tremendous technological change, but more significantly, social change, political change. There was a tremendous upheaval in the former Russian Empire at this time, as for the first time in literally centuries, sons were turning their backs on their father's way of life, challenging them in so many different ways. To look at it from the non-Jewish perspective, this was the era when serfdom was seriously challenged. That is something that hadn't happened in almost 1,000 years. And the American Tsars in the middle of the 19th century had finally emancipated the serfs, although in many ways it was an emancipation that paralleled the emancipation of the slaves in America, which was not entirely successful for many reasons, but beyond our topic today. For the Jews, it represented,
and it's the first time in a while I haven't tried myself
came a lot of challenges to governmental
in my mind's
authority,
eye,
ultimately
I
resulting, of
visualized
course,
Christian's
in
face
the
the last
important
time I
revolution
saw
of
him as when I left.
1905 and the successful
His tortured
revolutions of
expression haunts
1917 that brought the Soviet Union
I remember he
to
didn't
power.
want me to go.
For Jews, it
Which
was
was
even
odd.
more significant because,
Why would I stay when things had
particularly
reached
in
such an
the
impasse?
impact, under the
We were
impact
each
of the
skirting around our
1881
own
pogroms
issues.
that we
My
discussed
fear of
briefly
punishment,
last week when we
his
talked
fear
about
of
Jabotinsky,
what?
there was a tremendous
Love?
challenge to rabbinic
Turning on my side,
authority
I hug my
that
pillow,
sometimes expressed
filled with an
itself
overwhelming
as a
sadness.
Zionist impulse,
He thinks he doesn't
sometimes
deserve
expressed
to be
itself
loved.
as a socialist
Why does he
impulse,
feel that way?
sometimes
Does it have to do with
expressed
his
itself
upbringing?
as
His
an
birthmark?
assimilationist
Crack war?
impulse that could be expressed
My thoughts
either
plagued
in
me into the
the
early
Russian
hours
Empire
until
itself,
eventually
as
I
Jews
fall into a
chose
fitful,
to
exhausted
nominally
sleep.
convert to other faiths,
The day drags and
particularly
drags
Christianity.
and drags.
America, America
I suspect
famously
the
threw their
student hates
tefillin
plum dress
overboard
and the black
as they
high
were
heel
approaching
boots I've
Ellis
stolen from her
Island. So
closet.
there are all of these
But I don't
tremendous
dwell on the
challenges
thought.
of fathers to sons.
I
And I
resolved
would
to go
hazard a
clothes
guess
shopping
that
with my
many of
first
us in
paycheck.
this room are
The
the
dress is
descendants
looser on me than it
of
was,
those
but I
children
pretend not to
who
notice.
challenged their fathers, those who
Finally,
came
it's
particularly
5:30
in a
and I
great wave
collect my
between
jacket and
1882 and
purse, trying to
1928.
quell my
And
nerves.
we are in many
I'm
ways trying to
going
pick
to
up the
see him.
pieces of that
Do you
kulturkampf
have a
that
date
existed
tonight?
in the
Jack asks as he
late
strolls past my
19th
desk on his
century.
way out.
The reason why I mentioned
Yes.
earlier that it's kind of got
No.
a parallel in the
Not
20th
really.
century is if you think of the
He raises
hippie
an
era,
eyebrow,
the
his interest clearly
1960s, the
piqued.
1970s, the age of
Boyfriend?
Aquarius, you know, the
I
tremendous
flushed.
challenging
No, a friend.
technological and
An
social revolution
ex-boyfriend.
associated, for example, with
Maybe
the
tomorrow you'd
development
like to come for a drink
of
after work.
psychotropic drugs,
You've had a stellar
the
first weekend.
reliability of modern
We should
contraception
celebrate.
created such
He
tremendous social
smiles, and
changes
an
that were
unknown,
unheard of
unsettling
for
emotion flits
generations
across his
prior,
face,
resulted in a
making
very
me
different
uneasy.
society in the 1980s.
Putting his hands in his pockets, he saunters through the double doors. I frown at his retreating back. Drinks with the boss?
Among the
Is that a good
Jews,
idea?
there are three
I
basic
shake my head. I have a
three
meeting of
basic
Christian
kind of
Grey to get through first.
in
How am
the
I going
Russian
to do
Empire.
this?
These were
I hurry into the restroom to
Hasidim,
make last-minute
the
adjustments.
and the
In the
Maskilim.
large mirror on the
I'm
wall,
sure
I take a
many of
long,
you are
hard look at
broadly
my
familiar
face.
with these
I'm
various
my
groups,
usual
but let me
pale
take a minute
self.
to just give you
Dark
thumbnail
circles
definitions
around
of
my
them so
two
that we
large
can
eyes.
all be on the same page.
I look
The
gaunt,
Hasidim are
haunted.
primarily an
I
18th
wish I knew
century
how to use
phenomenon,
makeup.
a
I apply
reform
some mascara and
movement
eyeliner
within Eastern
and pinch
European
my
Judaism
cheeks, hoping for
that
some
rebelled
color.
against the rather,
Tightening my hair so that it hangs artfully down my back,
let's say,
I take a deep breath.
looking for a fancy word
This
for
will have to do.
acerbic
Nervously,
intellectualism
I
of
walk
the
through the
northern
foyer with a
regions,
smile
the
and a wave
Lithuanians.
to Claire at
The
reception.
Lithuanians
I think she and I could become friends.
justly
Jack is talking to
aghast
Elizabeth
at
as I
some
head
of
for
the
the doors.
innovations that the
Smiling
Hasidim
broadly,
had
he hurries over to
brought
open
to
them for
the
me.
table of Judaism,
After you, Anna,
opposed
he
these
murmurs.
reforms. And so they call
I smile,
themselves
embarrassed.
the opponents.
Outside on
And
the curb,
they
Taylor is
retreated
waiting.
within the
He
four
opens the rear
walls
door
of
of the
Halacha
car.
as understood
I glance
by
hesitantly
their
at
great
Jack,
sage,
who
the
has followed me out. He's looking
Menachem
toward the
today,
Audi
also known as
SUV with
Litvaks
dismay.
because they tend to be associated with
I
the
turn and
area
climb
of
into the
Lithuania,
back.
are known
And there
for
he
their
sits,
brilliant
Christian
minds,
Grey,
effervescent wit,
wearing his
very sharp
lacy,
sense of
no
fashion.
tie, white shirt open at the collar. His gray eyes are
But they had
glowing.
a really
My mouth
massive
dries.
falling out. The
He looks
Lithuanians and
glorious,
the
except
Hasidim
he's
fought
scowling
over
at me.
100 issues
Why?
up until the beginning
When did
of
you
the
last eat?
19th century,
He
when
snaps
they
as Taylor
realized that
closes
both
the door
groups
behind me.
were
Crap.
facing a much more serious
Hello,
challenge that was
Christian.
coming from
Yes,
Eastern Europe.
it's
And
nice
these
to
are the
see you
so-called
too.
maskilim from
I
the
don't
word
want your smart mouth
haskalah,
now.
which is a German
Answer me.
translation of the
His
German
eyes
term of
blaze.
Klärung, or enlightenment.
Shit.
And the enlightenment, which
I had
emanates
yogurt
from
at
northern
lunchtime.
Germany, the principal
Oh,
proponent,
and
of
a
course,
banana.
is Moses Mendelssohn,
When did you last have a real meal?
argued that
Asks
Jews should
acidly.
modernize. Jews should
Taylor
learn
slips into
the
the driver's seat,
vernacular of the country.
starts the car,
Jews should adopt
pulls
the
out
dress
into the
of the
traffic.
surrounding society.
I glance up,
The
and Jack is looking
Haskalah
at me.
frequently
Though how he can see me through the
descended
dark
into
glass,
outright
I don't
assimilation.
know.
The
I wave
point of
back.
the Haskalah,
Who's that?
particularly in the second
Christian
generation, was to
My
achieve
boss.
political emancipation,
I peek
particularly
up at
within
the
Germany.
beautiful man
And
beside me,
unfortunately, in many
and his
cases,
mouth is
that
pressed into a
desire
hard
for
line.
political emancipation expressed
last
itself in a rather slavish
Christian,
imitation
that
of
really
German
is none of your
norms in
concern.
an attempt to
I
try
murmur,
and buy
really
cultural
extraordinarily
respectability.
brave.
So the Hasidim and the
Whatever
Misnagdim
you do concerns me.
struggled with
Tell
the
me.
Maskilim.
No,
So while the Hasidim and
doesn't.
the Misnagdim may have been arguing about, for
Frustration.
example, the correct
Rolling my
time to
eyes
pray in the morning
heavenward,
prayer,
and Christian
or
narrows his
the
eyes.
correct way to slaughter a
And
cow,
for the first time in a
in the
long
West they
time,
were saying, well, why
I
should we
want
pray
to
at
laugh.
all? Or why
I
should we
try
keep
hard to
kosher
stifle
at all?
the
So
giggle
they realized that
that
they
starts
had
to
to
bubble up.
form a united front
Christian's
against the
face
Muslims.
softens as I
Nevertheless,
struggle to keep
the
a straight
Haskalah
face,
did make
and a
very,
trace
very
of a smile
broad
kisses his
inroads
lovely
into
sculpted
Eastern European
lips.
society, and so you
Well,
have these three
he
major
asks,
intellectual
his
groups
voice
of Jews
softer.
interacting
How
conflicted with each other, often over the same Shabbos table during this tremendous period of fathers and sons, the 1880s through the early part of the 20th century. This is the environment in which Rav Kook grew up. He was a brilliant scholar from his youth. He was known as the Igers, the Igers means like the enlightened one, or the
I stare down at the knotted fingers in my lap.
translation of it.
Why does he always make me
What is the
feel like
shorsh?
an errant
We
child?
don't know what the shorsh, the root.
He shifts and turns
Boy,
toward
from
me.
Allah, maybe to raised up, yeah, to the elevated
He
one. He was on
asks,
a very
his
high
voice
level.
still
He was
soft.
also known, and I'm going to turn to someone
Well,
perhaps who
I'm
knows
shit,
Yiddish better
really.
than I. He was known
I
apparently
swallow.
as der
If I told you I was fine, I'd be lying.
cross-eyed Elohim. We saw
Inhales
that
sharply.
reference in one book,
Me too.
and I
He
looked at
murmurs
my
and reaches
all
over and
Yiddish
clasps
dictionaries. I
my
could
hand.
find the word kasoker as the word for
He
cross-eyed,
adds,
so
oh no,
might be lost in
skin
translation. But
against
at any rate, he
skin.
was definitely called
Christian,
Yehudi because
I
of
am
his tremendous skill,
We need to
primarily
talk.
in Talmudic learning.
I'm
He had,
going to
however,
cry.
quite impeccable Hasidic
Christian,
lineage as well. On his mother's side,
I've cried
she
so
was
much.
descended from the Tzemach
I
Tzedek,
whisper,
one of
trying
the
to
most
keep my
important
emotions
of
in
the
check.
Chabad rabbis, of which there were 7.
No.
And in fact, a
Tugs
very
my
delightful
hand,
story
and
that
before
I
I
think is
know it,
quite
I'm on
telling
his lap.
of his
He has his arms
personality
around
and the
me, his
vector of
nose
his
is in my
intellectual
hair.
development.
I've missed you so much.
After the Tzedek passed away, his
I
personal
want to struggle
artifacts
out of his
were
hold,
given out
to
to many
maintain some
family
distance,
members,
but his
and
arms are wrapped around me.
Rav Kook's
He's
mother
pressing me in his
received
chest.
a button
I
from
melt.
the Tzemach Tzedek's
Oh,
coat, his
this
Shabbos
is where I
coat.
want to be.
And so she took that button
I rest
and
my
she
head
sewed it
against
to
him,
the top
and he
of
kisses
his
my hair
yarmulke.
repeatedly.
And in fact, he had a
This
button from
is
the
home.
Tzemach Tzedek at the top of his head that
He
was perhaps
smells of
always
linen,
pulling him
fabric
upward
softener,
towards the
body
supernal
wash,
realms.
and my
He
favorite
went through
smell.
a fairly typical
Christian.
upbringing.
For a
At this
moment,
time,
I allow myself
very,
the
very
illusion
few
that all
young
will
men
be well,
actually got to
and it
study
soothes
Talmud
my
at an
ravaged
advanced
soul.
level. They had a very
A few minutes later,
basic
Taylor
system
pulled through,
where,
even though we're still in the city.
it is remarkable that Jews did achieve
Christian
quite
shifts
a
me off
large
his lap.
degree of literacy.
We're here.
It's not as high as you would think. The 1897
On the top
census
of this
indicates that Jews were
Christian
literate
glances
at a
toward
rate
the
of
building
about
by way of
60%,
explanation.
which
Of course,
obviously dwarfed
Tango.
the Ukrainian and
Taylor
Polish
opens the
peasantry.
door and I slide
It
out.
was actually
He
superior
gives
to
me
the
a warm,
nobility as well,
avuncular
but
smile
still
that makes me
60%
feel safe.
literacy is a
I smile
remarkably
back.
low rate compared to
I
modern
should
standards.
give you
At
back
any
your
rate,
handkerchief.
after about 4 or 5 years of mandatory
My best
education
wishes.
For boys and quite
I
often for
blush
girls
as
as
Christian
well,
comes
that
around the
decisions were
car and
made
takes
as
my
to
hand.
how far they
He
would
looks
go.
quizzically
And
at
most
Taylor,
boys, by the
stares
time
impassively.
they were 11, was already
Revealing
decided
nothing.
as the Shoin Ganuk. That's enough
Nine,
learning for you.
Christian
You
says
know
to
how
him.
to pronounce the prayers
Yes,
in
sir.
Hebrew. You know how to follow
Christian
along
nods
from
as
the
he turns
maybe
and
know
leads
some
me through the
Rashi.
double
So
doors
that's enough
into
for
the
you. Now you know
grandiose
working as a
foyer.
shoemaker,
I
or
revel in
journeyman,
the
and so
feel
on.
of his
And
hand
only
and
the
his long,
elites
skilled
could really
fingers
afford
curled
on an
around
economic
mine.
level to continue
The
in their
familiar
education.
pull is
And
there.
even that was
I'm
at
drawn,
tremendous
vigorous,
penury.
to his
Rav
son.
Kook fell into that
I've been
class,
burned
and
already,
he
and
moved
yet
from
here I am,
city to city,
again.
learning in
Reaching the
smaller
elevators, he
yeshivas.
presses the call
The
button.
great
I
yeshivas were
peek
just
up at
beginning
him,
to form
and
at
he's
this
wearing
time,
his
and
enigmatic
until he
half
eventually did
smile.
study at them.
As the doors open,
Often
he releases my hand
meeting at
and
different
ushers me in.
families' homes one
The
day
doors
per
close,
week
and I
with
risk a second
the
peek.
kind of
He
humiliations that
glances
go
down
along
at me,
with the
and it's there
lifestyle
in
of
the
a
air
Talmid
between
Chacham,
us,
of
that
a Torah scholar.
electricity.
He was
It's
ultimately
palpable.
married
I
to
can
the daughter of a
almost
scholar,
taste it,
which did
pulsing
not,
between us,
improve
drawing us
his
together.
economic circumstances very
Oh
much,
my!
but nevertheless he
I
did
gasp
have a
as I
very happy
grasp
life
briefly
with
the
her.
intensity of
And
this visceral,
around age
primal
22, it
attraction.
became clear that he simply could
I
not
feel it too,
continue
he
studying
says,
full time.
his eyes
So he
clouded
was
and
advised by the
intense.
Chofetz Chaim to
Desire
take a
pulls dark
rabbinic post,
and
and he
deadly in my
took
blood.
several of these
He
rabbinic
clasps
posts
my hand and
dealing
grazes
with
my knuckles with his
the
thumb,
average
and all my muscles
issues
clench
of
tightly,
shtetl Jews.
deliciously.
The major influences,
Inside
by the way, this map,
How
this is the Pale of Jewish settlement. This is the region in which Jews were allowed to settle
he
in
whispers.
19th century
I gaze up at
Russian
him,
Empire.
releasing my lip.
It was
I want
a
him.
kind of a compromise that was set
Now,
up by
in the
Catherine
elevator.
II when she
How
conquered
could
this
I
region.
not?
Up until this point,
What
no
does
Jews were allowed in Russia
murmurs.
proper. As of 1479, there was a
Oh,
ban on Jews in Russia
I still
proper.
affect
But when
him.
Catherine conquered this
My
region,
inner goddess stirs from
she
her
really did
5-day
not
soul.
didn't know what to do with this
Abruptly,
massive amount of
the
Jews.
doors opened,
So ultimately,
bringing
she
the
said,
spell,
okay, fine, they can
and
stay
while
where
the
they
room
are. And she had
is
even
lit,
expanded some
and
regions
despite
down
my
here
black
towards the Black
jacket,
Sea.
I'm cold.
But otherwise, it was kind of like
Christian
a
puts his arm
massive
around me,
ghetto
pulling me into
by
his
the
side,
end of
and
the
we hurry
19th
across
century.
to where
A
Charlie
huge
Tango
concentration
stands in the
of
center of the
Jews,
helipad,
primarily
with
in
its rotor
middle-sized
blades slowly
towns called
spinning.
Städtlach, or
A
shtetl,
tall,
the singular,
blonde, square-jawed man in a
significant
dark suit
populations
leans
in
out
the larger
and,
cities like
ducking
Kiev,
low,
even
runs
though
toward
they
us.
were technically
Shaking
outside
hands
of
with
the Pale
Christian, he
settlement,
shouts
there are
above
about
the noise of the
60,000
motors.
Jews living illegal
Ready to
in
go, sir?
Kiev.
She's all
Um,
yours.
They wanted to
All
build a
checks done?
wall around
Yes,
Kiev,
sir.
but there's a huge political fight
We'll
whether
let
or
you
not a
around
wall
the
would.
gate.
Nobody gets my
Yes,
jokes,
sir.
okay? So we'll just go
Taylor's
on.
waiting for you out
That's
front.
it, thank you. All right, so
Thank you,
anyways,
Mr.
they're
Gray.
living there. Now,
Safe
the
flight to
northern
work.
part here is
Now,
traditional Menactic
he
territory,
salutes me.
with the exception
Without
of the
releasing me,
Chabad
Christian
Hasidim,
nods,
also come
ducks
from
down,
the north.
and leads
They're
me
called
to the helicopter
Literature
door.
Hasidim in some circles.
Once inside, he
Hasidism
buckles
is
me
proper
firmly
is
into
more
my
towards
harness,
the right bank of
cinching
Ukraine
the
here, right
straps
bank
tight.
of the Dnieper River,
He gives me
and
a knowing
into central
look and
Poland as
his
well.
secret smile.
Educated at many of the greatest
He
institutions
murmurs,
of the time, most
I
notably
must
the
say, I
Yeshiva
like
of
this harness on
Volozhin,
you.
shown here,
Good
which is
country
one
thing.
of the first major
I flush
yeshivas
a
of
deep
Eastern Europe. He
crimson,
studied
and he
under
runs his
Napoleon
index
Tzvi
finger
Berlin,
down my
one of the
cheek
most
before
famous
handing me the headphones.
deans of that
I'd
institution,
like
and
to
he was
touch you
his
too,
personal
but you
talmid there.
won't let me.
This was an
I
institution where
scowl.
they maintained learning
Besides, he's
24
pulled the
hours
straps
a
so
day,
tight I
and
can barely
literally
move.
24 hours a day they would have shifts to
He
make sure
sits in
that
his
the
seat and buckles
word of
himself
Torah
in,
did not
then starts
cease
running through
to
all his
resound
pre-flight
from
checks.
these walls. There's a famous
He's
story
just so
by one of his
competent.
contemporaries
It's
that
very
they happened to be
annoying.
the last few
He
guys
puts on his
studying one night,
headphones and flips a
and
switch, and the rotors speed up,
Rav Kook said to his
deafening
friend,
me.
"Isn't it amazing
Turning, he
that
gazes at me.
our voices are
Good
right now
baby.
keeping the entire
His voice
universe
echoes through the
in
headphones.
existence?" You know, he
Yes.
revived these
He grins, his
midrashim and
boyish
lived
grin.
them in a
Wow.
very real way.
I've
He
not
also
seen it for
was
so long.
associated with the Chafetz Chaim. I
Seat
mentioned
back
earlier,
tower.
a very
This is the
saintly
table
figure,
golf a go
towering
hotel.
intellect who
Clear for
composed
takeoff
the
Portland
modern day
VDX.
code of Jewish law known as the Mishnah Berurah. Since I'm mentioning
He just
the
invited
Chafetz Chaim,
voice at the
I
air
have to
traffic
show you a
controller
very short
answers,
clip that
issuing
surfaced just
instructions.
last year, an
Roger
actual
Tower,
video clip
Trump
of the
Tango
Chafetz
set,
Chaim,
over and out.
which is I'm sure everyone's seen it, but you
Christian
have to see it
flips
again
two
because it is so
switches,
amazing.
grasps the stick, and the
At this point,
helicopter
it's supposed to
rises
start
slowly
on its
and
own, but it's
smoothly
not doing
into
that.
the
What if I
evening
push
sky.
the little button here? Will that do
Seattle
it?
and my
There we go.
stomach drop
There
away
he is.
from
He's
us.
the small man in the
There's
middle
so
there,
much to see.
and he's surrounded by his bodyguards watching out
Chase
for
the
paparazzi.
anesthesia.
And
Now the
here
desk.
is one of the
His voice
bodyguards
comes
about to
through
come
on the
up just when
headphones.
you're about to see the
I
Chafetz
turn
Chaim
and
come
gape
to
at
the
him in
face.
surprise.
But that's
What
a
does this
rather
mean?
amazing glimpse
How
of
is it
greatness.
that
Okay,
he can say the
let's
most
go to his
romantic
politics
things?
because it is
He
his
smiles,
political expression,
and I
which
can't
is
help my
what is
shy
perhaps most
smile,
well known about Rav Kook.
as well as
For
the
those of you
sun.
who
There's
were
more
here
to see
last
this
week
time.
when we talked about
He
Vladimir
says,
Jabotinsky, I
the last
apologize.
time we flew to
I
Seattle,
have to
it
use a
was
little
dark,
bit of this
but this
screen
evening
again. For
is
those of you who
spectacular.
weren't, I would encourage you to go
Literally
back and
out
watch
of this
that video
world.
on the webs.
We're
Just skip
up
ahead
among
until you
the
see
tallest
something like this,
buildings,
because I
going
give you a
higher
little bit
and
more of a
higher.
sense of who lives
A
where.
skull is over
But
there.
just to give you a
He
thumbnail
points toward the
definition here,
building.
the Jewish
Going
political
there,
spectrum
and you can just
is
see the
considerably
space
more
needle.
complicated than the
I
American.
crane my
The
head.
American is
I've never
basically
been.
right to left,
I'll take you.
with capitalist views on the right,
Christian,
socialist
we
views on the
broke
left.
up.
American
I know.
politics tend to
I
be
can still
quite
take
close
there.
to the center by
He glares at
to
me.
Eastern
I
European
shake
Jewish
my head and
politics.
decide not to
But
antagonize
there's
him.
another really important
It's very
access
beautiful
for
up
Jewish
here.
politics at
Thank
the turn
you.
of the 20th century, and
Impressive.
that is the question of
Impressive that
Dorotite,
you can do this.
peerness. To what degree does a political party advocate remaining in diaspora, developing Jewish life
I'm
in
fully
Russia,
aware of that,
America, what
Mr.
have
Gray.
you, or does that
He
mean
turns and
moving
smirks
to
at me.
Zion? So
And for
in
the
last
first
week's
time
lecture,
in
we looked
5
at
days,
which
I
political
relaxed a little.
parties occupied which
Perhaps
of the
this won't be
quadrants.
so bad.
But I cheated you a
How's
little
the
bit last
job?
week because I didn't want to
Good,
overwhelm
thank
you.
you.
It's actually
Interesting.
more complicated.
What's your
There's
boss
a
like?
third axis.
Oh,
Besides
he's
the X
okay.
and the Y axis, there is
How
a
can I
Z
tell Christian
axis,
that Jack
or
is
as they
making
say
me
in my
uncomfortable?
homeland, a Z
Christian
axis
glances at me.
that tracks the religious nature of the
asks,
party. So far, all
aside
of the
from
parties
the
we talked about
obvious,
last week
nothing.
were fundamentally
He
secular
obvious.
or even anti-religious.
Oh,
But
Christian,
now we have to discuss,
really
like,
are very
obviously
obtuse
the
sometimes.
religious Jews were the backbone of traditional society. They
I'm not sure I
easily comprised
appreciate
the
your
majority
toneness.
of Jews, depending on how you
Well,
want to define religiosity.
then.
So what did they think
His
politically?
lips twitch into
So
a
there are two
smile.
main parties that we should
I
look at.
have
The
missed your
first
smart
one, and you have to
mouth,
imagine this
Anastasia.
line here is
I
like
gasp, and
maybe
I
this
want to shout.
three-dimensional, right? It's the
I've
z-axis
missed
out
you.
here. This refers to a party which was established in 1902 called the Mizrahi. This is the party with which Brooks thought is ultimately most closely associated, although he himself was not the founder of Mizrahi and only maintained a kind of a tenuous formal relationship with the party. What basically do the Mizrahi believe? They believe that first of all, they are towards the right way because everything on this side of the y-axis is anti-religious. The socialist parties following Marxist doctrine that religion is the opiate of the peoples, that religion is intended to keep people essentially numb to the realities consciousness, struggle, and so on. So there's not going to be any religious parties over here on the left. Mizrahi, therefore, is on the right, not necessarily because they have necessarily an economic association with capitalism, because they don't have a home at all on the left side. And Mizrahi essentially said that whatever political framework we set up, it must conform to two basic criteria. One is that it should be religious, or at least Judaism friendly. And secondly, it should be in the land of Israel. The word Mizrach means east, and of course Israel was to the east, and prayers are said to the east, so Mizrach means eastward, like Kadima means both forward and eastward at the same time. Or at least means forward. So Mizrahi was a political party that advocated both Zionism and Orthodoxy at the same time. I should point out, by the way, that the denominational developments that have occurred in Western Europe were virtually unheard of in Eastern Europe. In other words, the Reform movement, known as the Liberal movement that had evolved in the early 19th century in Germany, had very, very tiny representation in the Russian Empire. A temple, for example, in Lvov, which would be modern-day Western Ukraine, Lviv, but some representation in St. Petersburg, basically no presence at all. The conservative movement, which was represented in the 1840s by a movement called historical positivism, had no representation whatsoever in Eastern Europe. If you religious in Eastern Europe, it would be Orthodox.
His gaze darkened, and I think he might say something
It would
else.
certainly be an Orthodox synagogue, it would not be caught dead.
We'll take it
Too,
slow.
I thought.
I know what you thought.
The idea is that Eastern Europeans, they certainly
We sit in
adopted
silence as our driver takes us to the
anti-religious
gallery.
attitudes,
My
but
anxiety has returned
they
full
were not
force,
interested in any
and I
kind of
realize that our time in Charlie
positions,
Tango has been the
reform
eye
and
of the
conservative.
storm.
They really were not
Christian
options
is
in Eastern
quiet
Europe.
and
So
brooding,
Mizrahi was an
apprehensive
Orthodox
even.
party. That's
Our lighter
basically
mood from earlier
synonymous
has
with what they would
dissipated.
have understood as the term
There's
for
so
religion.
much I want to say,
Now,
but this journey is too short.
we can't just leave
Christian
it there
stares pensively
because
out the window.
if you haven't
just a
spent
friend,
much time in Eastern
I
European or
murmured.
Jewish politics, this may come as a
Christian
surprise
turns and gazes at
because
me,
it seems so
his eyes dark
universally
and
accepted
guarded,
in the
giving
early
nothing
21st
away.
century. But the
His
concept of
his
Zionism
mouth is distracting.
was very hot and
I remember it on
certainly not universally
everywhere.
accepted, particularly
My
by
skin
traditionalist Orthodox
He
Jews.
shifts in his
They
seat
eventually came
frowns.
to be find their political
Beautiful eyes
expression
look
in a
too
party
large
called
for your
Agudas
face,
Yisrael,
Please tell me you'll eat.
the band or the union
Yes,
of
Christian,
Israel,
I'll eat.
which was
I
at
answer
its foundation
automatically.
at the very least a non-Zionist party, and in some of its
Now,
expressions an
I cannot
anti-Zionist
keep the
party.
disdain out of
Why
my
is
voice.
this so?
Honestly, the
reasons are
audacity of
complex,
this
but
man,
there are basically
this
two
man
of
who
them.
has put me through hell
The
over
first
the last
reason is
few days.
because all of the
No,
Zionists
that's wrong.
that were advocating
I put myself
Herzl's
through hell.
platform, for example,
No,
certainly
it's
Jabotinsky,
him.
Paul
I
Zion, all
shake
these
my
ones
head.
were either non or
I don't
anti-religious.
want to fight with
They
you,
were, for the
Anastasia.
most part,
I
highly
want you
secular.
back,
It's not
and I
until
want
really
to
you
help
get to Begin in the
he says.
1970s that you find a Zionist
nothing's
leader
changed.
who has any
You're still
outward sympathies for traditional Orthodox Judaism.
Let's
And
talk on
so
the way back.
many of the traditionalist Orthodox looked
The
at the
car pulls up in
Zionists
front of
as
the gallery.
free thinkers,
Christian
as
climbs out,
apicursive
leaving us
heretics, and
speechless.
so on, and
He
were
opens the car door
wary
for
of
me,
having
and
any
I
kind of
clamber out.
association with them because they were such
Why do you
a
do that?
secularizing.
My voice is louder than I
It's
expected.
also important. I mean, we don't have time to go into it in great detail,
Christian is
but
taken
it's
aback.
important important to
Say
really
something
think for a
like
second
that
to
and then
realize
just stop.
because we're Jews and sometimes we tend to be ethnocentric about things, I don't
You
know,
want to be.
we tend to
Let's
view
do
our
this
own
and
political
then
movements,
talk.
in my humble
I
opinion,
don't
in
particularly want to
isolation.
see in the
So
street.
if you step back
I
and
glance
you
around.
look at
He's
the
right.
Slavic
It's too public.
nationalist movements of the
I
19th
press my
century,
lips together
we
as
are
he glares
moving
down
in
at me.
lockstep with what
Okay,
virtually
I
all the
mutter
other
sulkily.
non-titular
Clasping
nations
my hand,
of
he
Eastern
takes me
Europe
into the
are
building.
exploring.
We are
The
in a converted
Ukrainians, the
warehouse.
Czechs,
Brick
the
walls,
Poles, to a certain
dark
degree,
wood
Latvians,
floors, white
Estonians,
ceilings,
all of
and
them
white
are
pipework.
exploring the
It's
idea of
airy
having
and modern, and there are
an
several people
independent state
wandering
of some
across the
form of
gallery floor,
self-determination, and
sipping
they're
wine
working
and
through
admiring
their
Jose's
language
work.
issues and working through their
For a moment,
self-definitions and so
my
on,
troubles
with
melt
the
away as
goal
I
of creating
grasp
their own
that
nation
Jose
states.
has
And so
realized his
Zionism was in
dream.
many
Way
ways
to go,
simply
Jose.
a Jewish
Good evening,
iteration
and welcome
of
to Jose
what all
Rodriguez's show.
the non-Jewish
A
nations
young
of the
woman
region were
dressed in black
similarly
with
doing.
very short
It
brown
seems strange
hair,
because there are
bright red
definitely some
lipstick, and large
idiosyncrasies. I
hooped
mean,
earrings
Zionism
greets
is
us.
an
She
amazing
glances
phenomenon
briefly at
that you
me,
have a people
then
that
much
is
longer than
essentially
is strictly
stateless for
necessary
2,000
in a
years,
Christian,
somehow
then turns back to
gaining
me,
a country and a
blinking
language.
as she
It's
blushes.
unheard of. It
My
is,
brow
I have to
creases.
sort of
He's
suspend my
mine.
disbelief because
Or
as a historian it would be hard to
I
do
tried
everything,
hard not
go
to
straight to
scowl at
shul
her.
and to eat
As
lots
her
of
eyes
kosher
regain their
Chinese
focus,
because
she
it's such a
blinks again.
phenomenal thing
Oh,
that the state of
it's
Israel was
you,
reestablished
Anna.
after such a long
We'll
time.
want your take
But
on all this,
nevertheless,
too.
it is basically
Grinning,
following
she
the
hands
same
me a
kind of
brochure and
notions of
directs
the
me
other
to a table laden with
non-Jewish
drinks and
nationalist movements
snacks.
of the 19th century. And
Know
as a
her?
result,
Christian
many of the
frowns.
traditionalist
I
Orthodox are
shake my
looking at
head,
this with tremendous
equally
suspicion,
puzzled.
saying, why should
Shrugs,
we associate
distracted.
ourselves with
What would
these
you like to
heretics?
drink?
It's really not appropriate for
I'll
us.
have a glass of white
On
wine. Thank
another
you.
level, on a
His
theological
brow
level,
furrows, but he
and
holds
it's
his
hard to
tongue
say,
and heads for the
by the way,
open
which
bar.
of these two reasons is really
Anna!
primary. But on a
Jose comes
theological
barreling through a
level,
throng
there's a
of
question
people.
as to the
Holy
very
cow! He's wearing a suit.
propriety
He
of
looks good, and
creating
he's
a
beaming at me.
state, a modern
He
nation
enfolds me in
state
his
in
arms,
Israel,
hugging me hard,
particularly if it's
and
not
it's
a
all I can
theocracy.
do not to burst into
Because
tears.
for
My
2,000
friend,
years,
he's my only
Jews
friend while
had
Kate is away.
lived with a
Tears
civic
pool in my
myth,
eyes.
meaning the myth, not in the
Anna,
sense of the
I'm
word
so
myth, in the
glad
sense
you
of
made it.
untrue, but in the
He
sense of a
whispers in
belief
my
system
ear.
that was
Abruptly, he
self-ratifying,
holds me at arm's
that
length, examining me.
the Jews
What?
were exiled from their
Hey,
land in the
are you
first
okay?
century as punishment for their sins,
Well,
and gossip
God.
and
He
bloodshed and
looks
so
ill.
on. And they were
I
forced
push
to
back my
remain in
tears.
exile
Not
to
into
expiate the sin
Jose,
of that
I'm
first
fine.
century.
I'm just
They
so
would
happy
only
for
be
you.
allowed back
Congratulations
when
on
they
the
had
show.
finally achieved kapara,
My voice
achieved
wavers
atonement,
as I see
and
the
under
concern
the
etched
leadership
on
of
his
a
oh so
divinely
familiar
appointed leader, the
face.
Mashiach,
But I have
then
to
they
hold
would be
myself
allowed to
together.
return to
How
the
did you
land of
get
peace.
here?
And
He
that's
asks.
the
Christian
metaphor
brought me,
that
I
Jews
say,
had
suddenly
taken
apprehensive.
deeply to heart
Oh.
and given them the
Jose's
strength
face
to
falls and
withstand
he releases me.
persecution
Where is he?
throughout 2 millennia.
His expression
Because every
darkens.
time, a
Over
pogrom
there,
would happen,
fetching
or there would be
drinks.
some kind of attack
I
on
nod
Jews,
in Christian's
it
direction
could be
and notice that he's
placed
exchanging
into this
pleasantries
belief
with
system
someone
that
waiting in
this
line.
is the punishment
Christian
for
glances
our
up
many
and our eyes
sins,
lock.
and it would
And in
actually
that
serve
brief
to
moment,
harden
I'm
Jewish
paralyzed,
resolve. Kind of like, as
staring
I'm sure
at
you
the
know,
impossibly handsome man who
the
gazes at me
metaphor
with
of
some
why is it that
unfathomable
Jews eat
emotion.
hard-boiled eggs on
His
certain
gaze
sad
hot,
occasions, and the metaphor is
burning into
because
me, and we're lost
the
for a
longer you
moment,
boil
staring
the
at
egg,
each other.
the harder it gets.
Holy
So
cow!
Jews view themselves in this sense as
Beautiful man wants
actually
back.
toughening up with
And
persecution.
deep
God
down
forbid,
inside me,
we'd rather like to take it easy
sweet
for a while.
joy slowly
But the
unfurls
idea
like
is
a
that
morning
Jews had
glory in the
endured
early dawn.
exile and its
Anna!
tribulations.
Jose
And the
distracts me,
idea of
and I'm
simply
dragged
wiping
back
that
to the
away,
here and now.
and as it were, in a
I'm so glad to
chutzpahdik
be
way,
here. Listen,
with a sense
I
of
should
nerve
warn
and
you.
boldness and brashness to say
Suddenly,
to God,
his very short hair and red lipstick
that's a very
cuts him off.
challenging idea.
Jose,
And then
the journalist from
to
the Portland
add insult
Princess
to
here
injury
to
to
see
say
you.
not only
Come
is
on,
it enough,
She
we're
gives
not
me a
going to
polite
impose
smile.
a state in
How
Israel
cool is
that is
this?
bounded by the
The
laws of
fame!
Torah.
He grins, and I can't help
Very
but grin
offensive
back.
to traditionalist-minded
He's so
Jews.
happy.
There were
Catch you
Jews,
later,
of course,
Anna.
for 2 millennia.
Kisses
It was
my
always
cheek,
considered
and I
a
watch
very
him stroll
valuable thing,
over
a
to a
very
young woman
optimistic
standing by a
to
tall,
emigrate to
lean
Israel, to
photographer.
live in Israel, just
Jose's
walking
photographs are
4
everywhere,
steps,
and in
Dalaramos,
some
in the land of
cases,
Israel is
well, not
considered
lucky,
a mitzvah
canvases.
unto itself.
There are both
And,
monochromes and
there were
colors.
movements like Chavavit
There's
Zion,
an
for
ethereal
example,
beauty to
who
many of the
tried to
landscapes.
establish
In
religiously
one,
observant
taken near the
settlements
lake at
Israel under
Vancouver.
these circumstances,
Its
and
early
they did not immediately
clouds are
agree
reflected
that
in the
the
stillness of the
Zionists
water.
did. But those reasons,
I'm transported by the
the idea of
tranquility
working
and the
with
peace.
secular or
It's
even
stunning.
anti-religious non-Jews
Christian
was
joins me
difficult.
and
And
hands me my
secondly,
glass of white
the
wine.
idea of challenging God's
Does it
will
come
by
up to
forcing
scratch?
God's hand,
My
so to
voice
speak, and
sounds more
demanding
normal.
to live in the
He
land
looks
of Israel,
quizzically at me.
this was extremely
The wine
difficult for Jews to take. So as a result,
rarely
by
does in these kinds of
1912, notice how
events.
late it is, by the
The
way.
boy is
The
quite
first
talented,
political
isn't he?
party starts illegally in
Christian is admiring
1897,
the lake
and then it's
photo.
already 15 years
Why
later
else do you think I asked him to
that
take the
Israel comes
portrait?
along.
The pride is
That
obvious in
Israel
my voice.
essentially formed
His eyes
itself
glide
as a
impassively through the
response
photograph
to all
to
the
me.
other mobilization of Jewish
Christian
political
Grey,
opinion.
the photographer
Traditionalist
from the
Jews, as it
Portland
were, said,
Prince,
wait a
approaches
second,
Christian.
the
Can I have a
socialist
picture,
Jews
sir?
have a party, the Zionist
Sure.
Jews have several parties.
Christian
We
hides
have
his
to
scowl.
organize ourselves
I
because
step
it
back,
could
but he
be that
grabs
there
my
will be
hand
some
and pulls
democratic
me to
form of
his
government,
side.
which in fact
The
happened, for
photographer
example,
looks
in
at both
Poland,
of
the
us
establishment
and
of the
can't
same
hide his surprise.
at the end of World War I.
Mr.
And so
Gray.
that Israel was kind of a
He snaps
reluctant
a couple of
response saying
photos.
we're going to start a
This,
political party as a
he
result.
asks.
So
Anna
this
Steele,
party
I
obviously
replied.
was in huge
Thank
opposition
you,
to
Steele.
Mizrahi,
He
even though they
scurries
were
off.
on the same axis of
I looked
religiosity,
for pictures of
and
you
that's
with
one of
dates
the
on the
reasons why
internet.
Rav Kook was so
There aren't any.
challenging.
That's
So
why
what about
Kate
his
thought
thought?
you were gay.
What was Rav Kook's thought?
Christian's
This, by
mouth
the way, a
twitches
photograph
into
of
a
him
smile.
at one of his
That
multiple
explains
religious
your question.
postings before he moved to
No,
Israel.
I don't
He had
do dates,
several
Anastasia.
influences on his life. As I mentioned earlier,
I know that.
he was steeped
His
in
voice
the
is quiet
Misnactic
with
tradition,
sincerity.
which emphasized traditionalist study
So
of the
you never
Talmud,
took
code
your...
of Jewish law, and other
I
texts
glance
like
around
that.
nervously to check
But
no
he
one
was
can
also
overhear us.
highly
Subs
influenced by
out?
the Muslim movement.
Sometimes.
Just in a
Not on
nutshell, the
dates.
Muslim movement was a
Shocking.
19th century movement founded by
He
Rabbi
shrugs,
Israel's
his eyes not meeting
Salat
mine.
that emphasized
Oh,
ethical
so just in the
self-analysis
playroom,
as a
his
tool for
red
personal
room
growth,
of pain, and
primarily
his
through the
apartment.
study of classics
I
such as
don't know
the
what
Sot
to feel
Yesharim,
about that.
the
Just
Chabot
Anastasia.
several other books
He
like that. And
whispers.
in fact, although he never
I blush and
met
stare down at my
Salanter,
fingers. In his
Israel
own way,
Salanter, when
does
the
care
latter
about me.
died, Rav Kook even
Your
observed
friend
the
here
full
seems more of a
mourning
landscape
rituals
man,
that one
not
observes
portraits.
for one's
Let's look
principal
around.
rabbi.
I
But
take his outstretched
first and
hand.
foremost, there's
We
no
wander
question
past a few
that
more
Rav
prints,
Kook
and I
was a
notice a
mystic.
couple nodding
He
at
was
me,
deeply,
smiling
deeply
broadly as if they know
influenced
me.
by the Kabbalah
It must be
and
because
by
I'm
the
a Christian.
Hasidic interpretations
But
of
one young
Kabbalah
man is
that had come to
blatantly
him
staring.
in Chabad and
Odd.
other schools of thought.
We turn the
He was
corner, and I
an
see why I
unsystematic
begin
thinker.
strange. Hanging
He
on the
was
far
very
wall are
fond
7
of kind of like
huge
writing in a
portraits
frenzy,
of me.
whatever thoughts appeared
I
to him
stare
at that
blankly
time,
at them,
and he's really a very
stupefied.
beautiful
The blood
lyrical
draining
writer.
from my
He writes
face.
things like poetry,
Me,
but
pouting,
his writings tend
laughing,
to have a kind of like
scowling,
a
serious,
journal-like
amused.
feel to them.
All
They'd
in
be like
super
personal
close up.
inward musings
All
and
in black
meditations,
and white.
and he often insisted,
Shit.
amazingly,
I remember
on
Jose
publishing
messing with the
the
camera
first
on a couple of
draft of anything he
occasions
wrote.
when he was visiting
Much
and
to
when I'd
the
been out with him as
dismay of
driver
his
and
son, who
photographer's
was his
assistant.
principal editor,
He took
he was insisting on
snapshots,
don't
or
change a
so I
word,
thought.
even the things
Not
that I later
these
regretted saying, even things I
candid
took out,
shots.
put it all out there.
Christian
Kind of like a
is
stream
staring,
of consciousness writing
transfixed,
that
and each of the pictures
goes on.
in
It's
turn.
really, really powerful, but it's
I'm
difficult
not
to
the
kind
only
of like
one.
systematize.
He
Immanuel
mutters
Kant,
cryptically,
it was not.
his
He
mouth
didn't like
settling
move from
into a
step
hard
to step
line.
in a logical fashion.
I
He
think
tended
he's
to
angry.
ride the wave of his thoughts in a very
Excuse me,
mystical
he
fashion.
says, hitting me
It
with
is
his mighty
possible
gaze
that
for
this
a moment.
connects with some of
He
his
heads to the
basic
reception desk.
Kabbalistic ideas of
What's his
how
problem
one
now?
encounters the
I want
divine.
to
And he was
mesmerize as he
really
talks
a God
endlessly with this
intoxicated
very
person.
short hair and
Everything
red
for him
lipstick.
was really an
He
association
fishes out
with
his
the
wallet
divine,
and
an
produces his
opportunity
credit
to
card.
encounter the divine,
Shit.
very much
He
along
must
the
have bought
lines
one
of
of them.
the Arizal
Hey,
Vital of
you're the muse.
16th century
These
thought, for
photographs are
example.
terrific.
He
A young man with the shock
the
of bright blonde hair
approach
startles
of
me.
divine
I feel
inspiration
a hand at my
to the
Christians back. You're a lucky guy.
Described
Ron Shock says to Christian,
that is the
it's a
period
cold
of
stare.
stress, the storm and
That
drama
I know.
associated with the
Letters
inflow of
darkly as he
prophetic
pulls
insight
over to
and
one
that
side.
pain and anguish that
Did you
immediately
just buy one of these?
preceded
One of
a
these?
euphoric
He
high of
snorts, not
understanding some
taking his eyes
greater
off
truth.
them.
It's
You
expressed
bought more
very
than one?
vividly in his
He
writings.
rolls his
To
eyes.
give you one example, most relevant for us in this
I
very
don't want some
presentation,
stranger ogling you in the
we
privacy of
face
your
the
home.
dilemma that
My
all
first
this takes
inclination
place,
is to
and
laugh.
that is dealing with the
You'd
problem
rather
of
it was
theodicy.
you?
You know,
I
we're
scoff.
theodicy meaning the justice of
He
God.
glares down at
It
me,
is very
caught
difficult
off guard
for
by my
anyone
audacity,
who
I
adheres
think,
to a
but
monotheistic
he's trying to
tradition
hide his
to
amusement.
maintain three basic
Frankly,
propositions.
yes.
The first
Pervert.
is
I mouth at
that
him
God
and
is
bite
good.
my lower lip to prevent my
That one's
smile.
pretty easy on its own.
His mouth
Then you have to
drops
combine it
open,
with the second
and
proposition.
now his amusement
God
is
is
obvious.
all
He
powerful.
strokes his chin
So far,
thoughtfully.
it seems pretty easy.
Can't
Okay, I
argue
can handle a
that
God that's
assessment,
good, a God that's all powerful. But then what
He
do we
shakes
do
his
with the
head,
third
and
statement?
his eyes
There
soften with
is
humor.
evil.
I discuss it
How is it
further with you,
possible
but I've
for
signed
a God
in
that is both
decay.
good and
He
all
sighs,
powerful
gazing at me,
to
and his
tolerate
eyes darken.
evil? So at this
What I'd
point,
like to
you
do
know, we
to
have
grow
a
smart
myriad
enough.
of philosophical
Murmurs.
answers. Every
I
monotheistic
gasp,
tradition
knowing
is
full
rife
well
with
what
this
he means.
problem. But
You're
for the
very
mystics, and
rude.
especially for
I try to
Rabbi,
sound shocked
he
and succeed.
argued that essentially
Has he no
the problem
boundaries?
lies, as most
He
traditionalist Jews
smirks
would
from
think, in
ears
the
to
last
then
statement, there
frowns.
is evil. He would say there is
Very
really no
relaxed
such
with
thing
photographs,
as
Anastasia.
evil
I don't see you
intrinsically.
like that very
There's
often.
just greater
What?
distance from God
Whoa,
and
change of
closer
subject.
distance to God.
Talk about non
Meaning,
sequitur
the closer
from
one got
playful
to
to
God, the
serious.
more obvious it
I
was that
flush and
everything
glance
is
down
good.
at my
The
fingers.
further
He
one
tilts
goes
my head
away
back,
from
and I
God,
inhale
the more
sharply at the
confusing,
contact of
darker,
his
the more
fingers.
difficult it is to understand God
I
and to
want to
perceive
that
those things
relaxed
as
with
evil.
me.
By the way,
He
I have no
whispers.
idea what I'm
All
talking about right
trace
now.
of humor
I'm
has
just
gone.
like sort of saying words
Deep
and I'm trying
inside
not to
me,
think
that
about what I'm
joy
saying because they're very
stirs again.
difficult to appreciate.
But how
But
can
at
this
any rate,
be? We have
so for him,
issues.
but this is
You have
definitely
to
true
stop
in his
intimidating me
expression
if
of
you
it.
want that.
He had
I
found
snap.
it very hard
You have
to
to learn to communicate and
criticize
tell me how you feel.
any Jewish
He
thing,
snaps back,
any
eyes
Jewish
blinking.
person. He genuinely
I
loved
take a
other
deep
Jews
breath.
with an ahavas Yisrael,
Christian,
a love of
you
the
wanted
Jewish
me
people
as a
that was
submissive.
incredible.
That's where
And
the
so
problem lies.
the idea
It's
of
in the
not working
definition
with
of a
secular
submissive.
Jews was
He
completely
yelled to me
incomprehensible
once.
to him. Here is
I
another
pause,
member
trying
of
to
the
recall
tribe,
the
a person
wording.
with whom he
I
has
think the
a shared
synonyms were,
familial
and I
relationship.
quote,
And the
compliant,
person, look at
pliant,
how much good there is
amenable,
in him. He
passive,
wants to go and live in the
tractable,
land of Israel,
resigned,
where
patient,
just breathing
docile,
the air is
tame,
itself a mitzvah.
subdued.
How is it
I wasn't
possible
supposed
that
to
he is
look at
not
you,
wholly
not
good in
talk
every
to
way?
you unless you gave me
And so
permission
therefore,
to do so.
unlike the
What do you
traditionalists
expect?
who would
I
shun
hiss
such
at him.
relationship, he
His
embraced
frown
them. He saw
deepens as I
all
continue.
these people. I was just
It's
reading
very
the Sales Sharp.
confusing being
He
with
says,
you. You don't want me to
Paul
remind
says
you,
that
but then you
we
like my
have
smart
to
mouth.
orient
You
ourselves
want
to God
obedience,
like
except
metal
when you
shavings
don't,
do
so
to
you
a
can
magnet.
punish me.
Never like
I just don't know which way is up when I'm with you.
They all immediately snapped
He
their
narrows
attention.
his
So
eyes.
he saw every other Jew as a point of light trying to get back to its source.
His
And so for
voice is
them, there was
frigid.
no division
Come,
with
let's go eat.
the secular
We've only
Jews.
been
And he
here
wrote
for
a
half
very
an
important
hour.
essay
You've seen the
prior to
photos,
leaving Europe,
spoken to the boy.
in which he
His
argued that
name
was
spoken
a
to Jose,
holy
the man who,
phenomenon.
the last time
Very
I met
challenging
him, was
idea,
trying to
saying
push
that
his
the
tongue into your
desire
electric mouth while you
of
were
these
drunk.
secular
Sick.
Jews, so far
He
from the
smiles.
tradition, so far from
He's
traditional
never
learning,
hit me. I
wanting to
spit
go
at
back
him.
to Israel, who cares
Christian
what kind of
scowls,
state
fury
they think they want
emanating
to
from
set up?
every pore.
This is
That's a
obviously for
low,
him
low
the
Anastasia.
beginning of the
Whispers
flowering of
menacingly.
our redemption. Three
I
very
hail,
key
and
words.
Christian
You may have
runs
heard
his
them.
hands in his
Reshit
hair,
Smichat
bristling with
Gilatenu,
ill
the
contained
beginning
anger.
of the flowering of
I
our
glare
redemption,
back at
meaning
him.
that this is
I'm
clearly the
taking you for
onset
something
of
to
the
eat.
beginning of the Messianic
You're
era.
fading away in
This is
front
a
of me.
very controversial
Find the
phrase.
boy. Say
It is
goodbye.
read out loud in many
Please,
synagogues
can we stay
today,
longer?
and in other synagogues,
No.
if you read it out
Go.
loud, you'll be kicked
Now.
out. It's
Say goodbye.
because it is fraught
I
with
glower at
theological
him,
import.
my
By
blood
saying
boiling.
Reshit Smichat
Mr.
Gilatenu
Damned
with regard to the
Soul
state of
Free.
Israel, it's saying that
Angry
the
is
state of
good.
Israel is itself the
Angry
government of
is
Israel.
better than tearful.
Bibi Netanyahu is holy, and
I
that
drag my
it is
gaze
all
away from him
associated
and
with the
scan the
ultimate
room for
unfolding
Jose.
Messianic period.
He's
Many Jews
talking
are
to a group
uncomfortable
of young
saying
women.
that,
I
particularly when you look at some of the antics of the members of Knesset.
Just
And,
because he
which,
brought
you know,
me here,
make
you have to
American
do as he
politics really
says?
normal.
Who
So
the hell does he think he
the
is?
controversy over what to do with Israel.
The
Is
girls are
Israel
hanging on Jose's every
a
word.
crust,
One of them gasps as I
secular
approach.
nationalist
No
phenomenon?
doubt, recognizing me from the portraits.
Like all the other nations?
Jose,
Or is it
that's
something, as Rabbi would say,
excuse me, girls.
it's just an
Jose
expression
grins at
of
them
the
and puts
Jewish
his arm
spirit
around me.
yearning
And
to
on
come
some
back
level,
to his
I'm
home.
amused.
So this is an
Jose,
example of his
also
Kabbalistic
impressing the
influences
ladies.
translating themselves really to interpersonal relationships, and ultimately personal becomes political. He also had a phenomenal attachment to the land of Israel itself, the physical turn of Israel. Famous stories, for example, about how he once criticized an individual gently for casually ripping a leaf off a tree in Israel, saying, how could they do that to a tree in Israel, and so on. But this is kind of like the transition of his thought towards the end of the European
So in a very
period.
calculated move, I wrapped my arms around Jose's neck. I
So
think
what happened
Christian
is,
is
not
going to
surprisingly,
inspire.
in 1909,
His glare darkens to something quite sinister, and slowly he makes his way toward us.
in the port city
Thanks
of
for the warning about the
Jaffa.
portraits of me.
And he
I know.
came with his young wife, and
Sorry,
the two of
Anna.
them established themselves there and immediately found favor with the
I don't
populations
know.
around
I
Jaffa.
answered
You recall that Israel at
momentarily
this time
knocked off
had
balance
a
by
very
his question.
tiny Jewish population.
They're all
There
sold,
were
so
the
somebody
so-called
likes
the Old Yishuv,
How cool is that?
which is
You're a
primarily
poster girl.
Hungarian Jews living in
He hugs
Jerusalem.
me tighter as
who had
Christian
emigrated
reaches
there
us,
hundreds of
glowering
years
at me
earlier,
now. Though,
and established
fortunately,
themselves
Jose
quite
doesn't
often
see.
very heavily
Jose
dependent on the
releases me.
largesse
Don't
of
be a stranger, Anna.
European donors who were supporting them, various tzedakahs that are still in existence today, and
Mr. Rodriguez.
concentrated on the older
Christian
established
sounds
path
isolating light.
of holiness is
I'm sorry
something
we can't
dictated
stay
by the study of the Talmud and other texts.
That
And then, on the other hand, you had all of these young,
He subtly stresses
intellectual,
and takes my hand as he does so.
kibbuzniks who were
Bye,
practicing
Jose. Congratulations again.
experimenting with
I
social
give him a quick
organizations,
summary,
and even the
and
family unit
before I know it,
was challenged
Christian is dragging
and
me out of the building,
doing things that
boiling with silent wrath.
but Rav
But
Kook
so
was
am I.
amazingly able to bridge
He
the
looks
gap
quickly
to
up and
both
down the
communities.
street, and heads
The former
left, and
community
suddenly
he
sweeps
impressed
me into a
initially,
side
at
alley,
any rate,
abruptly
because
pushing
he
me
was
up
so
against a wall.
obviously a master
Between his hands,
and his
forcing
learning
me to
could
look
not be
up into his
assailed by any
determined
opponent.
eyes.
But for the
I gasp, and his mouth
kibbuzniks and so
swoops
on,
down.
he was beloved because, first of all, he insisted on
Violently,
speaking in
briefly
modern
our
Hebrew,
teeth
which
clash,
he did, by the way,
then his
also
tongue is
in
in
Europe.
my mouth.
Even in Volozhin, he had a
Desire
habit of
explodes
speaking
like the
only
4th
in
of
modern
July
Hebrew
throughout
while
my
he was in
body,
yeshiva, not
and I'm
speaking
kissing him
Yiddish,
back,
the vernacular.
matching his fervor.
And so his
My hands
fluent
knotting in
lyrical
his hair,
Hebrew
pulling
impressed
it
them with his
hard.
commitment. We should remember,
He
even we saw
groans,
last
a
week,
low, sexy
Jabotinsky and
sound
his
in the back of
propaganda
his
film
throat that
speaking in
reverberates
Yiddish.
through
And
me.
that's one of the
And his
most
hand
staunch
moves
Zionists
down
of
my
the time.
body to the
Nevertheless,
top of my
resorted
thigh.
to the so-called
His fingers
Galut
dig into
language,
my
exile
flesh
language, to
through the
communicate.
dress.
So his, and
I
furthermore,
pour all
besides
the
his Hebrew
angst
literacy,
and
the
heartbreak
fact
of
that
the
he
last few
clearly
days into our
had
kiss,
such deep-seated
binding him
love
to me.
for
And
these
it hits
non-observant Jews,
in this
immediately
moment
won
of
over
blinding
their
passion.
favor as well.
He's
So
doing the same.
when he was well
Feels the
poised
same.
to become a popular
Breaks off the
populist
kiss,
leader of the
panting.
Jews at the
His
beginning
eyes
of
are
the 20th
luminous with
century.
desire, firing
After
already
some
heated blood in his
persuasion,
my
he was
body.
eventually
My mouth is slack as I try to
he
drag
eventually
precious
was
air into
persuaded
my
by the
lungs.
Mizrahi to go to one of the Zionist
Are.
conferences in Europe,
He
but
snarls,
happened to be right on
emphasizing
the
each
eve of
word.
World War I.
He pushes
And
away
because
from me
his
and
passport
bends,
was
hand on
Russian,
his
he
knees
was
as
not
he
allowed
run
to
a marathon.
return back to
For the love
Israel
of
during
God,
the First
Hannah.
World War. He spent a significant
I
amount of
lean
time
against the wall,
in Switzerland
panting,
and then later
trying
in
to
London,
control the riotous
where
reaction
he
in my
did some
body,
rabbinic
trying to
functions,
find
but
my
primarily
equilibrium.
worked on his writings.
I'm sorry,
Some of his most
I
creative
whisper
writings were
once my
produced
breath has
during
returned.
that interregnum while he was in Europe. Here is a quick
Photographer
look at
anesthesia?
what
Obviously
Israel
has
looked like
healed.
politically right after World War
I
I.
shake my head,
Of course, the British
guiltily.
came in
No,
and
he's
they
just
were
a friend.
given control of
I have
Latin
spent
Israel
all my
by
adult
the
life
League of
trying to
Nations, the
avoid
precursor to
extreme
the
emotion.
United Nations.
Yet you
The so-called
bring out
Palestine
feelings
and
in me that are
Transjordan were
completely
originally
alien
one
and
territory. They were later divided.
frowns,
And
grasping
when they,
for the word,
the British
unsettling.
began to
I
organize
like control,
the new
and
state
around
under
you
their
have
own control
just.
in the mandate period,
He stands,
that
intense,
the accomplished Rav Kook
evaporates.
would become a
He waves
leading
his
figure.
hand vaguely,
Since the
then runs it through
Sephardic
his hair and takes
population
a
and
deep
the
breath.
Ashkenazic
He
population
clasps
in
my
Israel, there
hand.
are many Jews, I
Come,
kind of skipped over them,
we
I'm
need
sorry,
to talk.
from North Africa and from Persia, places like that, that
Chapter
practice in many
2.
ways a different rite and
He
follow
whisks
slightly
me
different
into a small,
traditions with
intimate
regard to
restaurant.
legal rulings. So
This
they have to
place
establish
lacked
two chief rabbis,
Christian
the
rebels.
Ashkenazic and the
We
Sephardic.
packaged
And
on.
Rav Kook was an obvious choice
The
for
restaurant
the
looks
chief
fine
rabbi.
to me.
Here's a very
Wooden
short
chairs,
film that
linen
shows him
tablecloths,
actually
and walls the same color as Christian's
1921
day
meeting
room.
with some British dignitaries.
Blood
There he is
red.
walking outside the
Randomly
door, and
placed
you can see
small
behind him
gilt
Rav
mirrors,
Sonnenfeld, who we'll
white
speak about
candles, and
momentarily,
small
who
vases of white
represented the
roses.
Eda Haredis. This
Ella
is a
Fitzgerald
more
crooned softly
right-wing
in the background
religious
about this
party
thing
in our
called
religious
love.
organization in Jerusalem,
It's very
representing the
romantic.
nation. Okay,
The
so
waiter leads us to a table for two in a
let's look
small
at some of the
alcove,
controversies
and I
that
sit,
surround his life, because he was
apprehensive
certainly
and
not
wondering what he's
a
going
man
to say.
without
We
controversy.
don't have long.
The first
Christian
most
says to the
difficult
waiter as
issue
we sit,
was the
so
Shemitah
we'll each have
crisis.
sirloin steak
So,
cooked medium,
if you're familiar
mayonnaise
with
sauce,
the
if you haven't,
Bible,
fries,
you know
and green
that one of
vegetables,
the more
whatever the chef has,
complicated
and
economic
bring your wines.
commandments in the
Certainly, sir.
Bible is the
The waiter,
commandment of
taken aback by
Shemitah, which
Christian's
means to
cool,
let the
calm
land lie
efficiency,
fallow
scuttles off.
1 year and 7.
Christian places his
And it's
BlackBerry on
up
the
to,
table.
I believe it's the Chacham Sofer, who says
Don't
this is
I get a
clearly
choice?
evidence of the divine
And if I
origin
don't
of the
like
Torah,
steak,
because any
he
basic
sighs.
economist
Don't
would have a
start,
better way of doing
Anastasia.
this, right? If
I
there's a
am not
human
a
doctor who
child,
would say,
Christian. Will
listen,
stop
everybody who
acting
lives
like
in the
one.
South, you have
It's
Shemitah
as if
on the,
he's
there's good
slapped him.
economic reasons to let the
So
land lie fallow,
this
but the
is how
nitrogen
it will
build up,
be.
things like that.
An
You guys in the
agitated,
South do it in
fraught
year 1, you
conversation,
guys in the North do it in year
albeit
2,
in a
and we'll
very
just rotate
romantic
the land,
setting,
right? No.
but
The
certainly
whole
no
land has
hearts
shut
and
down all at
flowers.
once for 1 whole
I'm a
year.
child because
And
I don't
that
like
means
steak.
that you can't
I
plow
muttered,
during that year,
trying
you
to
can't
conceal my hurt,
cultivate,
or
you
deliberately
can't
making
harvest
jealous.
normally,
It's a
you can't
childish
sell the
thing to
produce
do.
normally.
Have you
It's
no
a,
regard for your
it
friends'
means essentially you have
feelings?
to shut
Go
down
on like that.
all the agriculture in the
Christian
land of
presses his
Israel
lips
for
together
1
in
year
a
and
thin
7.
line and
And that
scowls
means,
as
of
the
course, the
waiter
8th
returns
year
with the
is
wine list.
horribly affected as well,
I
because
blush.
you haven't had a
I
chance to
hadn't thought of
sow
that.
and seed and so on.
Poor Jose.
And it's
I
disaster,
certainly
actually.
don't
The
want
son
to
of Sofer,
encourage
also
him.
a 19th century
Suddenly,
Hungarian rabbi,
I'm
goes on to
mortified.
say that the fact
Christian has
that
a
the
point.
Israel
It was a
lasted
thoughtless
as
thing to
2
do.
commonwealths
He
for
glances at
over
the
a
wine
millennium
list.
is another example of a
Would you
divine
like to
proof
choose the
for the
wine?
sanctity of the Torah, because
He
they somehow
asks,
did it.
raising his
How did they
eyebrows
survive?
unexpectedly.
Anyways,
Arrogance
so
personified.
in modern, this was
He
not
knows
really
I know
much of a
nothing about
question
wine.
for the last 2,000
You
years,
choose.
because Jews
I
had
answer,
left the
sullen
land.
but
Jews were
chastened.
exiled from the land of Israel, and even
2
those
glasses
Jews
of the
who were
Barossa
living
Valley
in
Shiraz,
Israel,
please.
the tiny remnant in places
We only
like
sell
Sfat
that
and
wine by the
Yerushalayim
bottle,
and
sir.
Hebron and so on, you
A
know,
bottle,
for
then.
1 year they
Christian
could live
snaps.
on the charitable
Sir?
donations of
He
European Jewry and
retreats,
other wealthy
subdued,
communities.
and I don't blame
With
him.
modern
I
Zionism,
frown at
and
50.
especially its
What's
emphasis
eating
on
him?
the value of the return
Oh,
to the land
myself,
that was so
probably.
basic
And
across
somewhere in
the
the
Zionist
depths of my
spectrum, the
psyche,
Jews had to
my
return
inner goddess
David
rises,
specifically to
sleepily,
farming.
stretches,
How could they
and
deal
smiles.
with this
She's been
economic
asleep for a
challenge?
while.
So in
Grumpy.
1899, a
He
group
gazes
of
at me
important
impassively.
rabbis
I wonder what
had
that
found
is.
a temporary
Well,
solution,
it's good
which
to
they
set the right
adopted
tone
with
for an intimate and
significant
honest
trepidation,
discussion about the
and
future,
only as a
wouldn't you
temporary
say?
measure. In fact, it was
I smile at
1899,
him
might
sweetly.
have been 1889. I have to
His
check
mouth
that, I'm
presses
sorry.
into a
Might be a
hard
typo.
line,
They essentially
but
said,
then,
look,
almost
the
reluctantly,
commandment
his
is
lips lift,
only
and I know
on
he's trying to stifle
land
his smile.
owned by Jews,
I'm
the
sorry.
state of Israel, and
He
farmed by
says,
Jews. It's not a state
apology
of Israel, it's
accepted.
land
And I'm
owned by Jews
pleased
and
to
farmed by
inform
Jews.
you I haven't
Non-Jews,
decided to become a
if they happen to own
vegetarian
a
since
farm,
we last
they
ate,
continue to farm as normal,
since that
and that
was the last time.
produce may be consumed as normal.
There's
We
that
also have
word
a
again,
precedent
boot.
for a temporary
He nods,
sale
and his eyes
that we
soften
do
with
very
humor.
commonly on Passover,
He runs his
where many
hand through his
families
hair,
will keep their
and he's serious again.
leavened products, their
And
pasta,
the
schnapps,
last
things
time
like
we
that,
spoke,
and
you
sell
left
it
me.
to a non-Jew
I'm
during the Passover
nervous.
holiday when they're forbidden
I've
to
told you
own
I
it,
want you
and
back,
then they
he
can
said.
purchase it back again,
Nothing.
which is erroneously thought of
His
as a legal
gaze is
fiction. It
intense
really
and
isn't, because you
expectant
do
while
sell it.
Sandra
It's
is
sold, it's
totally
gone.
disarming.
And if the non-Jew doesn't
What
want
the hell
to
do I say to this?
sell it back to you,
I've
it's
missed
his
you.
or hers. So,
Really missed you, Christian.
these rabbis in the
Past
19th century
days
said,
have
given the economic difficulties of the
I swallow and a
fledgling
lump in my
settlements,
throat
we
swells
will
as I
allow
recall my
them
desperate
to
anguish
institute
since
a
I left
heter
him.
mechira, the
This
permission
life
of
has
sale,
been the
where
worst
they will
in my
actually
life.
sell their farms to
Pain
non-Jews
almost
for 1 year.
indescribable.
And so then
Nothing
it
has
sort
come
of magically
close.
becomes
But
not Jewish
reality
anymore,
hits
whereas a
home.
non-Jew owns the land, And since it's not owned by a Jew, therefore Jews may work the land, sell the products, and so on. It was definitely considered a very tenuous kind of decision, and many Jews railed against it and felt that it was not a legitimate representation of Torah values, so to speak. But the problem persisted every 7 years, and so many rabbis argued that it should be abandoned. But Rav Kook was placed under huge pressure to validate the Heter Mechira, and ultimately he did. He argued that the Heter Mechira was a temporary solution to the economic crisis of the Shemitah, and it remains even to this day a controversy. I happen to be studying Kollel in Israel during a Shemitah year, and I remember just the incredibly complex things we had to do just to keep track of where we shopped, what we bought, what we did with the change we received from those stores, because like if we went to the Makolet down the corner and we picked up, like a dozen eggs, which are not subject to Shemitah, because they're not grown from the ground, but that guy is also selling, I don't know, celery or something. What about the change that he's given me back? That money may have been used to buy Shemitah products and properly a whole, so to speak. So it remains a controversy even to the present day, where some Jews will, maybe I'll tell you a funny story. This was 1993. The year of the Oslo Accords, a lot of controversy over the peace plan in Israel and so on. And I went to one Shabbos table with my family, and our host said to me, "Wow, what a year to be in Israel." I said, "Yeah, the Oslo Accords." I said, "No, I was talking about Shemitah." Then I went to another house a few weeks later, and he said, "What a year to be here." I said, "Oh yeah, Shemitah." He said, "No, I was talking about the Oslo Accords." So Israel is like that, I think. At any rate, very controversial because he took the lenient position on Shemitah that continues to be controversial today. He also faced tremendous opposition from the party that we mentioned earlier, that Agudat Israel, which ironically, even though it was a non-progressive and anti-Zionist party, that didn't stop it from being established in Israel. In fact, it has seats in the Knesset today. Obviously, after the Holocaust, many of these political calculations had to be reworked out. But they were extremely opposed to his soft ideas, what they perceived as soft ideas with regard to secular education. He felt like nationalism was a holy force. He also felt there was a lot of elements in the Haskalah of general enlightenment, of understanding of the world as a whole, scientific knowledge and so on, that was entirely appropriate and consistent with Judaism. And he felt that that was a very appropriate way for children to be raised, having a secular education as well. The Agudat Israel maintained a much stricter view, wanting to limit education to solely religious subjects, and as a result, he faced many challenges and criticisms. He tried to establish a kind of a midway point, an organization called Degal Yerushalayim, the flag of Jerusalem, but it was so totally wrapped up with his own personal charisma that when he passed away, there was no way for these organizations to continue. He also had quite strong words with Rabbi Yosef Chaim Sonnenfeld, who was the head of the Eda Haredis, the congregation of the tremblers. Hared means to shake, and essentially to be very sensitive and concerned to fulfill the will of God. It's based on a verse in the prophets. And contrary to popular belief, they actually respected each other tremendously, and they got along famously, as you can see in person, but they bitterly disagreed with each other on a whole host of issues. For example, because Rav Kook was both religious and a political figure, he was a representative to the mandate authorities of the Jewish population. He had to be involved in the construction of municipal governing authorities. And he differed from Rav Sonnenfeld on things like, for example, should non-observant Jews be allowed to serve on municipal councils? Should women be allowed to serve on municipal councils? And he always argued for a more liberal, tolerant, open-minded approach to many of these issues, whereas the Eda Haredis wanted to try and hold the line with the traditionalist approach, and so they were frequently at each other's throats.
Continues to glare at me.
It reality,
Reluctantly,
they had
I
tremendous
lift
respect
my knife
for
and
each other.
fork
You can
and
see
slice
they're
into
sitting
my
in such
steak.
a way that shows their friendship.
Oh,
He
smells
also,
wateringly
and again, you
good.
can see this is an expression
I
of
am
his
hungry,
personal understanding of
really
the
hungry.
holiness of every Jew.
I chew
Very,
and
very
he visibly
controversial
relaxes.
event when
Our
the
supper in
Zionist,
silence.
the
The
left-wing
music's
Zionist,
changed.
very
A
prominent
soft-voiced
associated
woman
with
sings in the
Chaim
background,
Sorov, was
her words
assassinated.
echoing my
And
thoughts.
here's a
I'll
picture of
never
him
be the
in
same since he came
1933.
into my
There
life.
was a huge hue
I
and cry
glance at
because
Vicky.
he was a
He's
very
eating
well-known
and watching
leftist politician,
hunger,
and suspicion fell on
anxiety
several of
divided
Jabotinsky's
one hot
followers in the Beitar movement,
Do you
most
know
notably
who's
this
singing?
man here, Abraham Stavsky.
I tried for some normal
He
conversation.
was arrested
Christian pauses
and
and listens.
tried on
No,
very, very limited
but
evidence, but
she's
it was a
good,
capital
whoever
crime.
she is.
And
I like
Rav
her
was
too.
absolutely convinced that he was not
Finally,
guilty of
he
this crime,
smiles
and
his
he exerted
private
tremendous
enigmatic
effort to
smile.
defend him, even when
What's
it was
he
a
planning?
highly unpopular cause.
What?
In the end,
I asked.
Stavsky was acquitted,
He shakes his head.
but it cost Rav Kook a
He says
lot of
mildly,
personal prestige to
I have eaten
back
half the
such an
food on my plate.
unpopular
I
cause.
cannot eat
So I hope
anymore.
in the course of 60
How
minutes
can I
I've given you
negotiate this?
some sense, just a
I
glimpse
can't
into the
manage
greatness of
anymore.
this individual.
Have I eaten
Really
enough for Sir?
get the most of
He
Rav
stares
Kook
at
by
me
reading
impassively,
his
not
works.
answering,
And had we
then
more
glances
time,
at his
I
watch.
would like to have shared with you
I'm
some
really
of
full,
his writings,
I add,
even in English. They come
taking a sip
across
of
in
the delicious
extremely
wine.
lyrical and
We
transformative
have to
fashion.
go shortly.
I'm
Taylor's
grateful
here,
very much
and you have to
for
be up for
your
work in the
indulgence
morning.
and your attention.
So
We
you
actually won't be meeting next
a
the
lot
week
less
after, but if you're in the
than
five
Suja.
towns, a week from Wednesday,
At
I'll
least
have
you're
lecture this
something.
series. Thank you very much for coming.
Aren't we going back via Charlie Tango? No. I thought I might have a drink. Taylor will pick us up. Besides, this way I have you in the car all to myself for a few hours at least. What can we do but talk? Oh, that's his plan. Christian summons the waiter to ask for the check, then picks up his BlackBerry and makes a call. We're at the Picoftheday, Southwest 3rd Avenue. He hangs up. He's still curt over the phone. You're very brusque with Taylor. In fact, with most people. I just get to the point with anesthesia. You haven't gotten to the point this evening. Nothing's changed. I have a proposition for you. This started with a proposition. A different proposition. The waiter returns, and Christian hands over his credit card without checking the bill. He gazes at me speculatively while the waiter swipes his card. Christian's phone buzzes once, and he peers at it. He has a proposition? What now? A couple of scenarios run through my mind. Kidnapping, working for
So,
him.
Vladimir Jabotinsky. First, we have to
Nothing makes
give
sense.
thanks, of course, to
Christian
Rural
finishes
College
paying.
for hosting this series.
Come,
We also have
Taylor's
to give
outside.
thanks to our founding members
We
of the
stand
Friends of
and he
Jewish
takes
History,
my hand.
Norman and Bridget
I don't want
Robinson
to
from California. Very avid
kisses my knuckles
watchers of
tenderly,
these
and the
lectures
touch of his
online. And in
lips
fact,
on my
when they
skin
came to New York a
resonates
few
through my
months ago,
body.
we got together. We had dinner, and
Outside the
it
alley
was
is
really a
waiting.
wonderful experience.
Christian
This
opens my
lecture
door.
is sponsored in memory
Climbing
of his
in,
mother,
I sink
Leona
into the
Robinson,
plush
who was
leather.
an avid reader.
He
And,
heads to the driver's side. Taylor steps
so
out
let's
of the
talk
car,
about
and they talk
Vladimir
briefly.
Jabotinsky. Let me tell you
This
first
isn't
of all
very
that, like
usual
most of
protocol.
the classes that I
I'm
will offer
curious.
this series, it's
What are they
highly
talking
derivative.
about?
There is very little
Moments
original
later,
research
they are both
involved in
back
the
in the
next
car,
50-odd minutes
and
that
I
we'll be
glance at
speaking.
Christian,
I borrowed it
who's wearing
almost
his
entirely
impassive
from
face
recent
as he
secondary
stares ahead.
sources. I've just kind of
I
made
allow
it more
myself a brief
compact for
moment
you,
to examine
but
his
it is
profile.
heavily indebted, for
Straight
example, to this
nose,
biography,
sculpted full lips,
Jabotinsky, A Life
hair
by Hillel
falling
Halkin,
deliciously over his
published by
forehead.
the Yale Jewish
I
just
am
recently.
is sure
Fascinating
not
book, and I strongly urge you, if you want to read further,
Soft
this is a
music fills
great
the rear of
source
the
for
car.
understanding
A grand
Jabotinsky's
orchestral
life.
piece
Here's
that
a
I don't
picture
know.
of Hillel
And
Halkin.
Taylor
You can
pulls
see he
into
looks
the light
way
traffic,
smarter than me.
heading
So
for
definitely,
I-5
there's a
and
lot to be
Seattle.
gained from studying the book directly from
Christian
him. He has
shifts
that kind
to
of
face me.
professorial,
As I was saying,
contemplative
Anastasia,
facial
I
expression,
have a
the fingers,
proposition
things
for
like
you.
that. So definitely check that
I
out.
glance
But let's
nervously
go to
at Taylor.
Jabotinsky himself. First of
Taylor
all,
can't
I
hear
think
me.
we should clarify
Christian
his
reassures me.
name. So,
How?
his
Taylor. Christian
proper
calls.
legal name is
Taylor
Vladimir
doesn't respond.
Yevgenyevich
He calls
Jabotinsky.
again.
The
Still no response.
pronunciation is properly
Christian
a
leans over and
sh
taps his
sound,
shoulder.
which is
Taylor
actually
removes
a
an
specific
earbud I
letter
hadn't
in the
noticed.
Cyrillic alphabet.
Yes, sir.
It looks kind of like an
Thank
X
you,
with
Taylor.
a cross in the
It's
middle of
okay.
it. And it's kind of like the
Sir.
J as in the French
Happy
name
now?
Jacques.
He's listening to his
Not
iPod.
like the J in the English name
Forget
Jack.
he's here.
In order to make the Jack sound, you actually have to
Did you
add a D
deliberately
to the
ask
Russian
him to do
alphabet.
that?
So his name is actually
Yes.
Jabotinsky. You
Oh.
can imagine that's the way the French would spell it
Okay,
with the J as
your
well.
proposition?
But it's often transliterated into English
Christian
because we
looks
don't have
suddenly
the Sh
determined
sound so
and
properly
businesslike.
as a simple J.
Holy shit.
The middle
We're
name,
negotiating.
Yevgenovich, is a
I
patronymic.
listen
In
attentively.
the Russian and many
Let
Slavic
me ask you
languages,
something
your
first.
middle name is derived
Do you
from
want a
your
regular
father's
vanilla
name. Vich
relationship with
means
no
son of, so his
fuckery
father's
at all?
Russian.
My mouth
Yevgeny
drops
in
open.
Hebrew was
Hey,
Yonah,
you
and that's what he was
fuckery?
known by.
I squeak.
He took on the name Ze'ev
I can't believe
later
you
in
said
life
that.
because he wanted a more
Well,
distinctive
I did.
Hebrew name. Ze'ev
Answer me.
means wolf,
He says
and
calmly.
that was, quite
I
indicative
flush.
of his
My inner
personality,
goddess
his
is down on
self-image,
bended knee
and
with
his
her
relationship
hands
to the
clasped in
political
supplication,
challenges that he
begging
faced.
me.
So he's often known simply
I
as
like your
Ze'ev
pinky
Jabotinsky
fuckery.
or
I
Vladimir
whisper.
Ze'ev. Sometimes you'll see
That's
it
what I thought.
translated as Volodymyr
So what
because he was
don't
actually
you
very
like?
close with the Ukrainian
Not
national
being
movement.
able to touch you,
Vladimir and Volodymyr
nor
are
enjoying my
cognates
pain,
of each other.
the bite
His
felt.
years are Odessa,
The threat
1880,
of cruel
and he
and
passed away
unusual
actually in this
punishment.
city, and he was buried here
What
in
does that mean?
1940. He remained
Well,
interned in New
You have all
York,
those games
largely
and
as a
whips and
result
stuff
of
in your
a
playroom, and they frighten the
personal
living
political
daylights out
dispute
of me.
with Ben Gurion.
I
But
don't
after
want
Ben
you to use them on
Gurion,
me.
the first prime minister of Israel, passed away,
Okay,
then
so
Israel
no whips or
had
canes
his
or
bones
belts,
moved
for that
to
matter.
Har
He says
Herzl, where
sardonically.
he rests to this
I
day.
gaze at him, puzzled.
This is a picture of
Are
Odessa
you
that's
attempting
roughly
to
dating
redefine
from
the
the
hard
time that
limits?
he was born. Now, you
Not
should
as
understand, this is
such.
a very
I'm
unique
just trying to
city in
understand
Russia.
you.
Odessa
Get a
is
clearer
a new
picture of
city.
what
It was
you
founded in
and your life.
1794, and it was kind of like,
Fundamentally,
if
Christian,
you will, the
it's
Las
your joy
Vegas
in
of its
inflicting
time.
pain
It
on
was
me that's
created
difficult for
by
me to handle.
Catherine II
And the idea
as
that
a
you do it
new
because
deep
I have
water
crossed
port
some
on the Black
arbitrary
Sea,
line.
and it attracted
But it's not
all kinds
arbitrary.
of non-traditional
Rules are written
Tenzians.
down.
Unlike the vast
I don't
majority
want
of
a
the
set of
Ukrainian
rules.
heartland that surrounded
None
it,
at all.
which was
No
overwhelmingly
rules.
agrarian,
I
filled
shake
with
my head,
peasants, with
but my
a
heart is in my
smattering of
mouth.
shtetl that were
Where is he
overwhelmingly
going
Jewish,
with this?
and cities that were
But
about
you don't
one-third
mind if I
Jewish,
spank
one-third
you?
Polish, one-third Russian.
Spank me
The
with what?
Odessa was almost all
This. He holds
migrants.
up his
That is,
hand.
it took in all
I
kinds of people
squirm
who
uncomfortably.
did not have any natural
No,
connection to the
not
land
really.
or to farming.
And
Jews
especially
were
with those
very
silver balls.
significant in Odessa. Some
Thank
point
heavens
over
it's
more
dark.
than
My
one-third.
face is
Also,
burning and my
Armenians,
voice
very
trails off
big
as
in
I recall that
trade,
night.
Greeks and
Yeah,
others. Russian
I'd do
was the
that
lingua
again.
franca because that
He
was
smirks.
the best common
Yes,
language for all of
that
them.
was
But
fun.
it was a
More than
syncretic
fun.
culture
I
where
muttered.
Russian regularly borrowed from Yiddish
Something.
words and from Greek words
I
that
shrugged.
created kind of an unusual
Yes,
commercial
I
melting pot.
suppose.
It was an unusual
Where is he going
cosmopolitan
with this?
center
My anxiety
created
level has shot up
out
several
of the
magnitudes on the
Ukrainian
Richter scale.
heartland. And so it's a very special city.
He strokes his
Many
chin.
Jews who
thought.
come from Odessa today
Anesthesia.
are far more
I want to start
Russified
again.
than Jews even coming
Do the
from,
vanilla
let's
thing,
say,
and
Lvov,
maybe
Lviv,
once you
or
trust me
Kiev,
more and I
Kiev.
trust
They
you
would be
to
more
be honest
Ukrainianized
and
there,
to
but
agree.
Odessa retains its
We move
Russified
on
character
to
as a
some of
result.
the things
It
that
was also,
I like to do.
ironically, one of the more tolerant cities
I
of the
stare at
Russian
him,
Empire,
stunned,
since the vast majority of
with no
people who lived
thoughts
there
in my head
had
at all,
very limited
like a
historical
computer
depth
crash.
in the
I
town,
think he's
and
anxious,
since they had
but I
such
can't see
no
him
one
clearly as
population
we're
had any
shrouded in the
clear
orange
majority,
darkness.
it was therefore a
It
city
occurs to me,
that had a
finally,
much more of an
this is
open
it.
attitude towards immigrants, to strangers, to
He wants the light,
foreigners, and so on.
but
So
can I
that was
ask
the
him
kind
to
of
do
environment
this
in which
for
he
me?
grew up. Here's a
And
photograph of his
don't I
family.
like
I've
the
got
dark?
photographs from the
Some
Jabotinsky
dark,
Institute in
sometimes.
Israel, which is without doubt
Memories
the
of the
world's
Thomas
foremost
Tallis night drift
repository
mighty
of
through my
Jabotinsky
mind.
materials. You can see
But what about
two southeastern sisters. His father, Yonah, was a grain merchant. When Vladimir was a very young child, around age 5, he contracted Yanomachila, known in English as cancer, and they had to go to Germany for treatment. They lived there for about a year. His father passed away in Germany, and so young Vladimir was was orphaned at a very young age of 6. He also, from that time, although he was fluent in German, he retained a very bad feeling about the language and the land and so on that never left him. Here's a closer image of the young Vladimir by his mother's side.
It's hard.
Here is another picture of him. He just got this
But I'm a
beautiful
selfish
haircut.
man.
It's a
I
very
wanted you
rare
to
photograph.
to
You
my
won't see too many
office.
like this. Shevchenko, another really cool one later. His Jewish education was somewhat idiosyncratic. His parents were fairly assimilated, middle class. Of course, they were struggling after Yona passed away, and his mother had to set up some kind of small grocery store to keep the family together. And Vladimir grew up with only a very attenuated connection to his Judaism. Let me read you a passage from one of his memoirs. He was, by the way, extremely prolific. Writing not only memoiristic literature, but 5 novels, a number of plays in several languages. And we're not going to touch his literature too much, but I will read a couple of passages. So here he is reminiscing about his childhood. He writes, had a
Last Saturday was such a shock to my system.
I would have answered
It was
that
my
I
wake-up
liked
call.
them well enough.
I
but
realized that
it
it had
different
been easy on
and
me
more
and
naive
that I
reply.
couldn't be the
This
person
would have
he
been
wanted
that
me to
I
be.
knew that someday we would have our own
After I
kingdom,
left,
and then I would go to live
it dawned on me that
After
the
all, my
physical
mother,
pain
my aunts, and
inflicted
even Rabbi,
was
that
not as
was
bad
his
as the
teacher,
pain of
thought
losing
so.
you.
I didn't have a clear
I
notion
want
of
to
it.
please
It
you,
was just something
but it's
taken for
hard.
granted, like washing my hands in the morning
All the
or
time.
having soup for
Whispers.
lunch. Now,
How
as he grew
often
up
do I have
in a
to tell
Jewish
you that?
milieu where there were lots of Jews around,
I never
and he
know what you're
associated
thinking.
well with them.
You're so
Just as
closed
well
off,
with the Ukrainian
like an
boys, the
island
Russian
state.
boys, and
You
he knew
intimidate
that
me.
he had
That's
his
why
own
I keep
tribe,
quiet.
distinct from theirs, but
I don't know
nevertheless,
which way your
they were
beard is
really
going to go.
Odessans
It
more than
swings
they
from
were
north
anything
to
else.
south and back again in a
His mother
nanosecond.
was strictly
It's
observant,
confusing,
lighting
and
candles,
you won't let
keeping
me
a kosher
touch
home,
you.
and so on.
And I
And
want
she
so much
engaged
to
a
show
rather
you how much
unusual
I love
teacher
you.
for his bar mitzvah lessons. She was,
He
by the way,
blinks in the
his
darkness,
first teacher. She
warily,
taught him the
I
Hebrew
think,
alphabet at the age of
and I can
6.
resist him
His
no
teacher
longer.
was Yoshua
I unbuckle my seatbelt and scramble into his
because
lap,
he was Chaim
taking him
Nachman
by
Bialik's prime
surprise,
collaborator.
and taking his
Bialik,
head
of
in
course, the
my
great
hands.
poet of the beginning
I
of the
love
20th century,
Christian
worked
Grey,
with Rabnitsky
and
to
you're
create the
prepared to
great
do
Sefer
all this
Haggadah,
for me.
the book of
I'm
legends,
the one
which is
who is
essentially
undeserving,
a modern
and I'm just
retelling
sorry
of
that
the
I
Midrash.
can't
It had
do
a
all those
huge
things
impact.
for you.
Rabnitsky
Maybe
gave him
with
his bar mitzvah
time,
lessons. For a
I
while,
don't
he had
know,
some kind of attachment
but
to it,
yes,
but
I accept your
when he
proposition.
reminisced about it later,
Where
he
do
said
I
basically
sign?
that he had no inner
He
connection
snakes his
to
arms
his
around me and
Jewish
crushes
faith.
me to him.
In fact, even other Zionists
He
later
breathes
on
as
in
he
his
buries
career,
his nose in
many
my
felt
hair.
that he was a
We sit with
newcomer
our
to
arms
Judaism
wrapped around
altogether,
each other,
and that he had
listening
no
to the
real
music,
deep roots
the
whatsoever
soothing
in
piano
the
beats,
tradition. This is not
mirroring
something
the
that bothered
emotions in the
Jabotinsky.
car,
It was
the
just
sweet, tranquil calm
something
after
with
the
which he was
storm.
associated. In
I
reality,
snuggle
he
into
was
his
an
arms,
extremely
resting my head
cosmopolitan
in the crook
individual.
of his neck.
He thought of himself
He
as
gently
a
strokes my
man
back.
of the world writ
Touching
large.
his arm
It happened that he
the
fell
station.
into the Jewish
He
tribe,
whispers,
and he felt a great
I know.
responsibility to
I wish I
protect
understood
that
why.
Jewish tribe, as we shall see. But he
After
did
a
not
while,
feel any
he
special
sighs,
religious
and in a
motivation
soft
for
voice he
doing so.
says, I had a horrific childhood.
Keep this in my hands.
One of the crack whores.
This is another great picture.
His
Come
voice
on.
trails
If
off,
he were here today, I think
and
it would
his
be
body
embarrassing to show
tenses
you
as
this
he
picture of
recalls some
him in a kind of
unimaginable horror.
bohemian costume. He rarely smiled in his photographs. He was a very finicky dresser. You'll see him dressed almost always
Abruptly,
right up to the
my
top
heart
in
constricts as
a
I remember the
close-fitting
burn
suit, and
scars
so on,
marring
never
his
smiling,
skin.
very conscious of exactly how he looked on camera.
I tighten
He
my
was
arms
unusually
around his neck.
brilliant,
Was
did
she
very well in his
abusive?
classes. His mother enrolled him
mother?
in one of the gymnasia, one of the
My voice is
more
low
advanced
and
high
soft
schools of
and
Odessa,
shed
and
tears.
he dropped out just a few months short of graduation in order to travel Western Europe and work as a journalist. He spent several years in Rome and in Switzerland. Had a tremendous knack for languages. One of his closest collaborators and later biographer, Joseph Shechtman, relates how once they were eating dinner at a restaurant in Rome, and there were 5 waiters working with there, each from a different region of Italy with different dialects, and his friend Vladimir would speak to each of them in their own distinct dialect. Perhaps that's a little bit of an exaggeration, but there's no question that he he
he
developed a
murmurs.
deep affinity for the Italian
I
people and the
press my
Italian
lips
language.
against his neck,
His
soothing
pseudonym was
and offering
Altavena,
solace as
a
I
very
imagine the
significant
small,
name later in
dirty,
Israeli history and very
gray-eyed
important and
boy
significant
lost
book
and lonely
named
beside
after
the
it.
body of his
This
dead
word
mother.
Altavena in Italian apparently
Oh,
means
Christian.
swing, as in the
I
musical
breathe
style
in his
swing.
scent.
He wrote
He
under that
smells
pseudonym, apparently
heavenly.
it also means Old
My
Italian
favorite
in Yiddish.
fragrance
I'm
in
not
the
that familiar
entire
with that term,
world.
but at any rate, he was
He
very,
tightens
very
his arms
attached
around
to
me
the
and kisses my
cosmopolitan
hair,
culture that
and I
he
sit
engaged
wrapped
in
in his
in Western
embrace
Europe.
as Taylor
Eventually,
speeds
when he
into
came
the
back
night.
to Odessa to visit his family, when he was
When I
already
wake,
20
we're
years old,
driving through Seattle.
the local newspaper,
Christian says softly.
this guy posted job
I murmur as I
as
sit
a
up,
full-time journalist,
blinking
and he
and
took it, so
stretching.
that's how he ended up being
I am
rooted
still in his
back
arms,
once again
on
in
his lap.
Odessa.
I could watch you
That's
sleep
where his
forever.
life would take a dramatic turn
Did I say
with
anything?
the 1903 pogroms. Let us
We're
understand
nearly at the
Russia at the
place.
beginning of the century. So
Oh?
it was ruled by the
We're not
last
going
of the
to yours?
Romanovs, Nicholas II.
I sit up and
A
gaze
rather
at him.
ill-tempered,
Why not?
fussy, anti-Semitic
Because you have work
czar,
tomorrow.
you know,
Oh,
assailed on
I
all
help.
sides by forces wishing to
Why?
change his country,
You have
to
something in mind?
improve it through
I
democratic reforms,
squirm.
and he
Well,
resisted them brutally
maybe.
whenever possible. He was a
He
great
chuckles.
friend of the organization
Anastasia,
known as the
I
Black
am not going to
Hundreds,
touch you
very
again.
anti-Semitic
Not
organization
until you
that
beg me
sponsored
to.
pogroms.
What?
And in fact, it proved to be
So
one
that
of
you'll
the
start communicating
most
with me.
favored
Next
strategies
time
of
we make
the
love,
defenders
you're
of
going to
the
have to tell
old
me
regime
exactly what
to
you want.
blame change
Fine.
on the Jews. This is something, of course,
Oh.
that never happens
He
since
shifts
then.
me off
We're
his
never
lap
blamed
as Taylor
for
pulls up
change
outside my
in
apartment.
society. But at any
Christian
rate,
climbs out and holds
there
the car
were
door
many
open for me.
agitators throughout
I
Russia,
have something
particularly
for
in
you.
the right bank Ukraine,
He
which
moves
is
to
the
the
right
back
bank
of the
of
car,
the Dnipro River.
opens the
That
trunk,
means
and
towards
pulls
the
out a
west
large
of
gift
the
wrapped
that
box.
bisects Ukraine.
What the
They
hell
were
is
agitating
this?
for violence
Open
against
when you get
Jews to try
inside.
and control the
You're
revolutionary
not coming
impulses,
in?
and these were
No,
ultimately
Anastasia.
expressed in violence against
So
Jews.
when
The
will I
most
see you?
horrific of which was probably,
Tomorrow.
if you look at one
My
individual
boss
event,
wants me to go
the
for a drink
horrible
with him
1903
tomorrow.
pogrom in
Christian's
Kishinev,
face
which
hardens.
is very
Does
close to
he
Odessa
now?
in the country
His
of
voice is
Moldova at this
laced with
point.
latent menace.
Jabotinsky,
To celebrate my first
who
week,
had
I add quickly.
not a deep
Where?
connection to
I don't know.
Judaism and not a
I
deep
could pick you up
connection
from
to
there.
Jewish philosophy or something like
Okay.
that, did have
I'll
a very, very
email
deep
or
connection to
text
the
you.
Jewish people. And
Good.
he was just
He
transformed
walks me
almost
to the lobby
overnight
door and
from
waits while
a
I take my
somewhat
keys
effete
out of my purse.
and cosmopolitan
As I
journalist
unlock the door,
to
he
a
leans
staunch
forward and cups my
physical
chin,
defender of the
tilting
Jews.
my head
He
back.
immediately
His mouth
worked to
hovers over
organize
mine,
self-defense
and,
against the
closing his
pogroms.
eyes, he rubs a trail of
And
kisses
he
from the
became quite
corner of my
prominent
eye
using his
to the
pen
corner of
as
my
well
mouth.
as his back and his
A small
arm in an
moan
attempt
escapes
to
my
protect
mouth
Jews
as my
from further
insides
violence.
melt
Let
and
us recall,
unfurl.
by the way, that this is truly
Until
a
tomorrow,
revolutionary position for
please.
Jews to take at the beginning of the 20th century. Just
Christian,
to step back a little bit and put this
I
in
hear the
context,
need in my voice.
For
He smiles.
millennia,
And
Jews have
he
evolved
orders, and I walk through the
strategy
lobby
for
carrying
dealing
my
with violence.
mysterious parcel.
Typically, it involves one
Layers,
of
baby.
two options:
He
either
calls,
bribe
then turns,
the
and with
would-be
his easy
attacker
grace,
or
heads
run
back
away.
to the car.
That's essentially how Jews have been. Because,
Once in the
we're a
apartment,
minority.
I
It's
open the gift
impossible
box
to
and
rise up
find
en
my
masse.
MacBook
There's no
Pro laptop,
democratic
the BlackBerry,
organs where we can
and
express
another
ourselves. Forget
rectangular
about things like the
box.
Bill of Rights.
What is
These things
this?
did not exist. So
I
any way
unwrap
that
the
Jews
silver
deal
paper.
with
Inside
real
is a
and
black,
present danger
slim leather
is to
case.
either pay off
Opening the
the would-be
case,
attackers
I find
or
an
run away.
iPad.
What one of my students
Holy
once called
shit!
the
An
flee or
iPad!
flee strategy
A white card
of
is
Jewish
resting on the
existence.
screen with a message
And
written
this
in
is,
Christian's handwriting.
actually well supported by much of the
Anastasia,
rabbinic literature.
this is for
That
you.
Jews should
I know what
remain
you want to
politically
hear.
quiescent.
Music on
They should
it says
try
it for
and stay
Christian.
out of the notice of
I
larger
have a
populations and
Christian
simply
Grey mixtape
manage our
in the
businesses
guise of a
honestly and
high-end
decently,
iPad.
but not
I shake
try
my head
to
in disapproval because of
aggravate
the
the
expense.
state
But
authorities.
deep down,
So
I
at
love
the
it.
beginning of the 20th century, century,
has one
when
at the
Roths
office,
were beginning
so I know how they
to
work.
rock the
I switch it
Eastern
on and
European
gasp
world,
as the wallpaper image
the
appears.
traditional authorities
A small
tended to
model glider.
emphasize these two
Oh
strategies.
my.
Jabotinsky
planet
and others were
L23
part of
I
a new
gave him,
generation
mounted
that
on a
challenged
glass
this
stand,
worldview
sitting
in a very,
on what
very
I
deep and
think is
significant way.
Christian's desk in
And
his
they
office.
responded either
I
by
gave
immigrating
that
to
it.
America, immigrating to
Built it.
Israel,
He really did build
changing
it.
their worldviews entirely
I
through
remember now he
socialism,
mentioned it in
or
the
in some
note with
cases
flowers.
simply standing up and
I'm
fighting back.
feeling that instant.
Self-protection
It's
of
been a
Jewish
great deal of
organizations
thought
through
into this gift.
self-defense modes happen
I
to be
slide the
very
arrow at the
effective,
bottom
and
of
in
the
fact,
screen to unlock it
pogroms
and
on
gasp
a
again.
statistical level tended to
The
dissipate
background
once the
photograph is of
pogromers saw
Christian
that there
and me
would
at
be
my
some kind
graduation
of
in the tent.
resistance to their
It's the
attacks.
one that
But
appeared
nevertheless,
in the
this was a
Seattle
very challenging
Times.
position to take at the
Christian
time.
looks so
Later
handsome,
on this
and I
semester,
can't
when we
help
speak
my
about,
face
we have a
splitting
few
grin.
figures
Yes,
from the Holocaust.
and
We see
he's
how
mine.
this Weltanschauung
With a swipe of my
flash,
finger,
this
the
cultural
icons
conference for the
shift,
younger and older
and several
generations of
new ones
Jews
appear on
played
the
out
next screen.
in Warsaw, for
A
example.
Kindle app,
So
iBooks,
he joined a group which
Words,
was called
whatever that is.
Jerusalem that was actually very
The
successful
British
in
Library?
promoting an
I touch the
anti-pogrom
icon
agenda.
and a menu appears.
Right away, he
Historical
was
collection.
catapulted to the
Scrolling
forefront
down,
of
I
Russian Jewish
select
politics
novels of
because
the
he was a
18th
fiery
and 19th
orator
century.
and a
Another
brilliant
menu.
writer.
I
And
tap on the
he was
title,
amazingly, within a
American,
few short
by
weeks,
Henry James.
elected to be a
A new
delegate to
window
the
opens,
6th Zionist
offering
Congress
me a
in
scanned
Basel. And we
copy
should
of the
remember,
book to read.
until this point,
Holy crap!
Jabotinsky was
It's an
not
early
really
edition,
a
published
Zionist.
in
I mean, as we read in
1879,
the passage,
and it's
he
on
had this
my
idea that
iPad.
eventually the Messiah would
He's
come,
bought me
Jews
the
would
British
return to
Library
Israel,
at a
but
touch of a
he was
button.
not in any way a
I
Herzlian,
exit
a
quickly,
Zionist. He was
knowing
not
that I
in any
can
way
get lost
in
in this
fact,
app for
he famously said the only
I
time
notice
Herzl ever
a
spoke to
good
him
food
was
app
when
that makes me roll my eyes and
Jabotinsky went
smile
on a
at the
little
same
bit too
time.
long at one of these
A
congresses,
news app,
and
a weather
Herzl
app,
apparently said to him,
but
"Your
there's
time
no
is up."
mention of music.
That was the only thing apparently
I go
he
back
ever
to the
said to
main
him.
screen,
But
hit the iPod
Jabotinsky
icon,
was
and
largely
the playlist
transformed
appears.
through the pogroms.
I
The
scroll
threat
through
of
the
violence,
songs,
an
and the list
existential
makes
threat
me
like that,
smile.
made him
Thomas
suddenly devote
Tallis.
himself to the cause,
I'm
and
not
he
going
never
to
turned
forget
back
that
from it.
in a
He was
hurry.
completely and utterly
I heard
devoted to
it twice,
Zionism,
after all.
although his
While being
particular
flogged
iteration
and
of Zionism, of course, was different from most as we shall
witchcraft.
see.
My grin
This
gets
particular
wider,
Congress, this is
dancing
actually a
around the
fantastic
green room.
piece of art, a
The
poster
Bach
from the
Marcello
church. You can see
piece.
the kind of mood
Oh no,
of the
that's way
Congress.
too
You
sad
see
for
the
my
Jewish
mood right now.
farmer, which is kind of like an
Jeff
oxymoron
Buckley.
for the turn of the
Yeah,
century to say
I've heard
that a
of him.
Jewish farmer, because
Snow
Jews were
Patrol, my
overwhelmingly
favorite
involved in the
band,
professions, the
and a
trades,
song called
commerce, and so on.
Principles of Lust by
The,
Enigma.
the
How
phrase at the bottom
Christian.
says it's actually from
Another
the
called Possession.
it's written
Oh yes,
for
very
the
50
phrase after
Shades.
meals.
And a few
Those
more
who
I have
sow
never
in
heard.
tears,
Selecting a song that catches my
laughter,
eye,
they
I
will
press play.
harvest.
It's
Meaning that
called
it's hard for us
Try
now,
by
but
Nelly
eventually
Furtado.
we will
She starts to
see
sing,
the
and her
results
voice
of our
is a
efforts.
silken scarf
Very
wrapping
kind of
around
Christian
me,
Art Deco artwork.
enveloping
I've
me.
selectively put
I
the
lie down on my
caption
bed.
over
Does this mean
Okay.
Christians want to try?
At this time,
Try
he
this
also met
relationship?
the love of his life,
I drink in the
Anya
lyrics,
Galfriend,
staring at the
You can
ceiling,
see here they had
trying
one
to
son,
understand his
Eddie,
turnaround.
who was born in
He missed
1910. He
me.
actually
I
eventually
missed
became
him.
a member of
He must
Knesset
have
as
some
well,
feelings
following
for me.
in his father's
He
footsteps.
must.
His relationship with
This
his wife
iPad,
was
these
steadfast
songs,
and
these
constant. They
apps.
did have some rocky
Who
parts,
cares?
very, very extensive
Who cares?
correspondence
My
between
heart
them as
swells
preserves the
with
record
hope.
of their relationship. And
The
I
song
encourage you
ends
to
and
look at
tears
Hawkins'
spring to
biography
my
to get a
eyes.
sense of that.
I quickly scroll
You'll
to
actually
another,
see Anya again
The
shortly now.
Scientist by
The most
Coldplay.
important thing to say about
One of Kate's
Jabotinsky, of course,
favorite
is his
bands.
politics.
I
Because he
know the
was a
track,
politician,
but
he was a
I've never
political thinker,
really
a
listened
political
to the
activist.
lyrics. I
Is to
close
just
my
give you
eyes
some
and let the
orientation
words
as
wash
exactly
over and
where
through me.
he holds
My
in
tears
the
start to
Jewish
flow.
political world.
I can't stem
this
them.
will not be too
If
boring
this
for those
isn't
of
an
you who are
apology,
deeply immersed in Jewish
what is
politics,
it?
but for those of you
Oh,
who are new
Christian.
to it, hopefully this will make it a little easier.
Or is this an
In
invitation?
American politics, we
Will
have
he
the
answer my
political
questions?
spectrum, which extends
Am I reading
basically
too
from
much
the
into
left
this?
to the right. Left
I
wing
am
politics, right
probably
wing
reading
politics.
too
On the
much
left
into
wing,
this.
that of course
I
moves
dash my
towards
tears away.
socialism,
I have to
the
email him,
notion
thank
that
you.
the
I leave
government
off
should
my bed. Machine.
And
Coldplay
take care of
continues as I
more
sit
things in
cross-legged on my
society.
bed. The Mac powers
Education,
up, and I
healthcare,
log in.
unemployment, social security,
From
things like that are
Anastasia
all
Steele.
towards the
Subject,
socialist end
iPad.
of the spectrum,
Date,
believing that the
June
government
9th,
should do
2011,
more things for the average individual.
23:56.
And on the right end,
Christian
move
Grey.
towards capitalism.
You've made me
These
cry
are not
again.
entirely
I
opposite
love
terms,
the
but
iPad.
capitalism is much
I
more
love
about
the songs.
individual
I
freedom and
love the British
responsibility.
Library
That,
app.
all right,
I
we
love
will
you.
allow the government to
Thank
take
you.
care of catastrophic healthcare
Anna,
issues,
XX.
but we think that everyone should individually be responsible for their own health care costs and so on. And similarly, perhaps the government should prevent people from starving in the streets, but everyone's own retirement is their own responsibility. So that's the left. The right, obviously, no one thinks about these things, especially in November, an election year. We're all thinking about other things, but that's the left-right spectrum that characterizes most American debate. Jewish politics would never be this simple. First of all, we should understand that American politics, if we were to put, for example, Democrats and Republicans on this scale,
and I
the
realize
Democrats
in that
right
moment
about
that
here,
I hope
maybe,
not.
and the Republicans right
I
about
like
here.
it like
And
this,
that's at least Republicans, not including Donald Trump.
as long as I can stand
Right
up to
about
him
here,
without
typical
fear of
Democrats, typical
punishment.
Republicans. But
From
in reality, Jewish
Anastasia
politics
Steele.
goes all the way to the
Subject,
end, and
Mr.
beyond,
Rabbi.
and the same
Date,
way in the other
June
direction.
10,
It's
2011,
American politics are so stable
0007.
because Democrats and
2,
Republicans,
Christian
despite what we read on the news,
You
actually
sound
agree
your
on
usual
almost
bossy
everything.
and
So
possibly
compared
tense,
to European politics,
grumpy
American
self,
politics
Mr.
is
Gray.
really quite
I
simple.
know something that could ease that,
Now,
but then
Jewish
you're not
politics,
here.
before we
You
place
wouldn't let
people
me
on
stay,
the left-right
and
spectrum,
you
we
expected me
have
to
another
beg.
axis.
Dream on,
We
sir.
have the Zionist axis versus the
P.S.
diaspora
I also
axis.
note that you
Almost
included the
all
stalker's
Jewish
anthem
politics
and
at the turn of the
refugee.
20th century
I do
is
enjoy your
concerned with
sense
the
of
question
humor,
of
but
good,
Mr. Flynn,
meaning
though,
here-ness. Whatever we do,
Christian
whether it's
Gray.
socialist,
Subject,
whether it's
Zen
capitalist,
like
whatever it is,
fad.
do we do it here
Date,
or
June
we do it
10,
in Israel?
2011.
Should it be something that we invest
0010.
in the galut,
2,
the exile,
Anastasia Steele.
America, Canada,
My
Brazil,
dearest Miss
or
Steele,
should we
spanking
just
occurs in
pick up
vanilla
and do it
relationships
in
too,
Israel?
you know.
So whichever party
Usually
you're going to go
consensually
for,
and in a
it has
sexual
to be
context.
situated on the
But I'm more than
y-axis
happy
as
to
well
make
as the
concessions.
x-axis. Okay, everybody
You'll
with
be
me so far?
relieved to know that
Okay,
Dr.
it
Flynn
actually is
also
more
enjoys my
complicated.
sense
We'll
of
talk about
humor.
more complexity
Now
next week.
please go
But
to
let's
sleep,
map out
as
the
you
main
won't get
parties
up
and just
tomorrow.
quickly look at what they stand
Incidentally,
for in
we will
sequence. So,
beg.
first of all,
Trust me.
this,
And I
so,
look
oh, sorry,
forward.
let's understand where we are. So if we go into
Christian
this
Gray,
quadrant here,
Tense
the party
CEO,
that is both
Gray
socialist
Enterprises
and
Holdings,
in favor of staying in the
from
diaspora,
Anastasia
the
Steele.
most significant party is
Subject,
called the
Good
Bund.
night.
That's
Sweet
an
dreams.
abbreviation for the
Date,
General
June
Jewish
10,
Workers
2011.
Society. It
0012.
was formed in 1897 as an
Christian
illegal
Gray.
party in the Russian Empire,
Well,
and it basically
since you
said
ask so
that
nicely,
Jews should
and I
be
like your delicious
socialists
threat,
and they should
I
work
shall
for a
curl up
socialist
with the
revolution
iPad that
in
you have so
Russia.
kindly given me,
Because
and fall
Jews
asleep browsing
constituted
the
a
British
distinct
Library,
population with
listening
their own
to the music
language,
that says it
Yiddish,
for you.
because they were overwhelmingly urban
X,
rather
X,
than
X.
agrarian, they got their
Christian
own
Gray.
party. It was part of the
Subject,
Social
one
Democrat
more
Party,
request.
the same party,
Date,
by the way, that, for
June 10,
example, Lenin came
2011.
from. And it was
0015.
propagandized in
Anastasia Steele.
Yiddish, propagandized
Dream of
specifically
me.
to Jews. But their
X.
belief was we should
Christian
all
Gray,
transform society for
CEO,
socialist
Gray
values here
Enterprises
in Russia.
Holdings, Inc.
Israel is a pipe dream. Israel is
Dream
going
of you,
backwards in
Christian
terms
Gray,
of,
always.
separating from
I
other
change
peoples. We
quickly
should
into
have
my pajamas, brush my
the
teeth,
friendship
and
of
slip
peoples.
into bed.
That's the Buddhist position.
Putting my earbuds in,
So now
I
if we go
pull the
back
flag
out and
to
let's look at
Charlie
the
Tango
right-hand
from
quadrant,
under
which is
my
both
pillow, and
capitalist
hug it to
and
me.
diaspora.
I am
The
brimming
most
with
significant
joy.
party, and
A
by the way, was
stupid,
tiny, it
wide-mouthed
was
grin
not a
on my
popular party,
face.
was
What
the
a difference a day
Volkspartei.
can
And
make.
this was led by the
How am I
historian
ever
Victor
going
Hirsch.
to...
He believed
Jose
that Jews
Gonzalez
should, of
starts
course,
to sing
remain
a
in
soothing
diaspora,
melody with a
because
hypnotic
Israel is a
guitar riff,
malaria
and I drift
infested
slowly into
swamp,
sleep,
and there's no way
marveling
that
how
we'll
the
be able
world
to
has
colonize
righted
it. It's
itself
just a
in one
ridiculous waste
evening,
of time.
and
So we should stay here in Russia,
if I should
but
make
we
a
should organize
playlist
better.
for
We
Christian.
should have, let's say, something like federation. And in fact, the Jewish
Chapter
Federations of
3.
America are founded basically
The one
on
good thing
those
about being
ideas.
carless
But he was
is
saying,
that on
just
the
keep
bus
our
on my way to
regular
work, I can
capitalist
plug my headphones
economy,
into my
but we'll
iPad
do it in the
while it's
diaspora
safely
in a
in my
more
purse
efficient way.
and listen to all the
Now,
wonderful
backing out, let's
tunes
say we
Christian
go
has
to
given
the
me.
top right quadrant.
By the time I
These
arrive at the
are
office,
capitalist
I have the
Zionists,
most
so to speak.
ludicrous grin
And
on
this
my
is
face.
the largest
Jack
individual
glances
party,
up
the
at me and
so-called
does a double take.
Allgemeine Zionisten, the
Good morning,
general
Anna.
Zionists.
You look
Herzl, of course, pictured here, was the most
His
famous
remark
of
flusters
the
me.
general
How
Zionists.
inappropriate.
These were people who said
I
the
slept
most
well.
important
Thank
thing
you, Jack.
is to
Good
develop
morning.
Jewish
His brow
populations
crinkles.
in Israel. We don't really care about what kind of economy they set up. We assume it's going to be a
He hands
Western
me 4
European economy,
manuscripts.
kind
At
of a
my
parliamentary
horrified expression,
democracy.
he
If
adds,
you've ever been to
just
Haifa,
most chapters.
that's kind of like Herzl's vision
Sure.
of
I smile
what
with
a
relief,
proper
and he gives me a
Israeli
broad smile
society
in
should
return.
look like. you know,
I switch on
tolerant
the
and
computer to
relaxed,
start work,
and people
finishing
learn
my
about
latte
instead,
and
things
eating
like
a
that, drink
banana.
coffee out of little
There's an
cups.
email from
That's the
Christian
kind of general Zionism.
from
This was the
Christian
most
Gray.
popular of the Jewish
Subject,
parties
so
as a
help
whole.
me.
Finally, let's back out again,
June
and we
10th,
go to
2011,
those people who believe
8:05.
that Jews should go to Israel,
Anastasia Steele.
but it would be a shame if they created another Vienna in the Mediterranean,
Christian
rather
Gray,
they have to create a
CEO,
workers'
Gray
paradise in
Enterprises
Israel.
Holdings.
These are socialist
From
Zionists. And by
Anastasia
the way, I'm
Steele.
only giving you one party,
Subject,
but there are really
old
about 7 of
books.
them. In fact, each of the
Date,
categories,
June
there are
10th,
always slight
2011,
shadings between various
8:33.
organizations. But this is the
2.
most important, the
Christian Gray.
Pollination. The
I am
word
eating a
itself in
banana
the
as I
party
type.
sounds
I
socialist,
have not
but
had
workers
breakfast
of
for
Zion.
several
And
days,
this is kind
so
of an
it is a
iconic
step
photograph.
forward.
You see,
I
of course,
love the
everybody's a
British
farmer,
Library
they're all
app.
very
I
happy and
started
very tan,
reading
and so
Robinson
they're all
Crusoe.
women because
And,
they're
of
egalitarian.
course,
That's
I
also a
love you.
socialist value.
Now leave
So
me
these
alone.
people
I'm
believe
trying to
that
work.
Jews should
Anastasia
move to
Steele,
Israel
assistant
and
to
create a
Jihad,
workers' paradise
editor,
there. It should be a
SI.
socialist country in Israel. And of
From
course, you
Christian
recognize
Gray.
modern Israeli politics
Subject,
because they're all
is that all
derived
you've
from
eaten?
these
Date,
various
June
philosophies.
10th,
Now, where
2011,
is Vladimir
8:36.
Jabotinsky?
2.
So
Anastasia
he
Steele.
doesn't exactly fit the
You can do
mold.
better than
If
that.
we have to put him
You are
somewhere,
going to need
I
your
would put
energy
him way
from
out
begging.
here in the top right corner.
Christian Gray,
Intensely
CEO,
Zionist
Gray Enterprises
and
Holdings.
intensely anti-socialist.
From Anastasia Steele.
And he created
Subject,
a
Pest.
political
Date,
movement, political
June 10th,
ideology called
2011,
revisionism.
8:39.
The
2.
term
Christian
revisionism
Gray.
is somewhat
Mr.
problematic.
Gray, I
It
am
was
trying to
more
work
really
on and it's you
post-World
that will
War
be
I
begging.
vocabularies
Anastasia Steele,
in which
assistant
the
to Jack Hyde,
loser's
editor,
stance
SI.
after the Paris Peace
From
Accords and the Treaty
Christian
of
Gray.
Trianon
Subject,
wanted to
bring it on.
revise
Date,
the
June
post-World
10th,
War I settlements.
2011,
Right? A lot of countries
8:42.
like Germany,
2.
Austria,
Anastasia Steele.
certainly the Russian Empire, they were big
Steele.
losers after
I
World
love
War I.
the
They
challenge.
lost territory, they lost
Christian Gray,
prestige, and so on. They
CEO,
wanted to
Gray
revise those
Enterprises
treaties.
Holdings.
So revisionism borrows from that,
I sit
but
grinning at
it's
the
sort of
screen
twisted
like
in the
an
sense that we
idiot.
want to
But I need to read
revise
these
the
chapters
way
for Jack
people
and write
think
reports on all
about
of them.
Zionism.
Placing the manuscripts on my
Specifically,
desk,
it's not so much
I
in terms
begin.
of any particular
At
policy,
lunchtime, I
but
head
in
to the
terms of
deli
his
for a
style.
pastrami sandwich and
So,
listen
for
to the
example,
playlist on my iPad.
his style
First
of
up,
Zionism
there's
was
Magnan
shut
Song,
diplomacy.
some
Go
world
to
music
this
called
important person
Homelands.
and
It's
make
good.
your pitch. Go to
Mr.
that
Gray has
important
eclectic
person, make
taste
a
in
pitch.
music.
And,
I wander back,
schmooze
listening to a
and
classical piece,
cajole and
Fantasia on a
talk a
Theme by
lot,
Thomas
and
Tallis,
hopefully with
by
the
Ralph
goodwill of
Vaughan
intelligent
Williams.
men, Israel will
Oh,
eventually come to
50 has a
exist.
sense of humor,
Jabotinsky felt
and
that
I
that was a
love him
huge
for it.
waste of energy.
Will
And
this
that
stupid
no one
grin
will allow
ever leave my
Israel to be
face?
established without
The
the force
afternoon
of arms.
drags.
And
I
therefore he
decide
argued
in
for
an unguarded
a
moment to
military
email
approach,
Christian.
a hard-nosed,
From Anastasia
no
Steele.
violence or at least
Subject,
ready for
4.
violence approach that was
Date,
forged
June
in his
10th,
experience
2011,
with problems. But
16:05.
you don't have to believe
2.
me. I
Christian
have
Gray.
a very special treat for you now.
Twiddling my
I
thumbs.
found
How are
actually
you?
some
What are you doing?
footage of Jabotinsky
Anastasia
himself
Steele, assistant to
speaking
Jack
about
Hyde,
his political
editor,
philosophy.
SIV.
It's in Yiddish,
From Christian Gray.
and it was made
Subject,
in
your thoughts.
1934. It's
Date,
not certain
June
whether or
10th,
not
2011, 16:50.
he actually
2.
released this
Anastasia
film.
Steele.
But before I
You should
show
have
it to you,
come
I
to
just want
work
to give you a
with
couple of words of introduction.
twiddling your thumbs.
First of all,
I'm
it's
sure
a
I could
wonderful
put
thing
them
to
to
be
better
able to
use.
actually
In
see
fact,
and hear some
I
of we
can
speak
think of a
about in these
number of
classes,
options.
because we've been
I
talking
am
about,
doing the usual
basically the
humdrum
Spanish
mergers and
expulsion for so
acquisitions.
long.
It's all
I
very
was so
dry.
surprised that we could
Your
actually
emails
get
at
this kind of
SIV are
footage.
monitored.
He
Christian
made this
Gray,
film as a kind of
distracted
a
CEO,
propaganda effort
Gray
to sell people on
Enterprises
his
Holdings.
view of Israel. Remember the year
Oh, shit.
1934, right?
I
Hitler
had
has
no
just
idea.
come to power.
How the hell does he know?
The Nuremberg
I
laws
scowl
have
like a
not been
screamer and
passed
quickly
yet,
check
but
the
there's
emails we've
definitely
sent,
a
reading them
lot
as I
of
do.
threat imposed on the Jews in
Promptly at
Germany.
5:30, Jack is at my desk. It is casual Friday, so he's
English
wearing
are
jeans and a black shirt.
very
Drink
hesitant to allow Jewish migration into the Holy Land and so on, and so he's speaking really from a
I asked.
prophetic stance about what will
Most
happen
of us
to
go.
Judaism and what to the Jewish people.
For some unknown
It's a
reason,
staged
which I
film.
don't don't want to
In
examine
fact,
too
at one point,
closely.
because it's not edited, you'll see
Floods
one of
through me.
the
I'd love
filmmakers
to.
come out and
What's
actually
the bar
hit one of
called?
those clapbirds to say, we're on the fourth take
You're
now.
kidding.
He
He looks at me
He used
oddly.
an audience of his family and
Some
friends.
significance
You'll see
for
his
you?
wife and his son
No,
in the audience,
sorry.
his close collaborator,
I'll join you
Joseph
over there.
Shekman, and they're listening very
What would you like
attentively
to
to
drink?
what are clearly
A
prepared
beer,
and rehearsed
please.
remarks. It's not a live presentation whatsoever.
I make my way to the powder room
It's
and
in
email
Yiddish,
Christians in
and
the
it came
Blackberry.
with Hebrew subtitles.
From
I added some
Anastasia Steele.
English subtitles
Subject,
to make it a
you'll
little
fit
easier.
right
This is
in.
a 2-minute
Date,
video.
June
Let's
10th,
hear Vladimir
2011.
Jabotinsky himself.
36. To Christian Grey.
ROTHSCHILD.
We are going to a bar called 50s. The rich seam of humor that I can mine from this is endless. I look forward to seeing you there, Mr. Grey. X. From Christian Grey. Subject, hazards. Date, June 10th, 2011, 17:38. To Anastasia Steele. Mining is a very, very dangerous occupation. Christian Grey, CEO, Grey Enterprises Holdings, Inc. From Anastasia Steele. Subject, hazards. Date, June 10th, 2011, 17:40. To Christian Grey. And your point is? From Christian Grey. Subject, merely. Date, June 10th, 2011, 17:42. To Anastasia Steele. Making an observation, Miss Steele. I'll see you shortly. Sooner rather than later. Christian Grey, CEO, Grey Enterprises Holdings, Inc. I check myself in the mirror. What a difference a day can make. I have more color in my cheeks, and my eyes are shining. It's the Christian Grey effect. A little female sparring with him will do that to a girl. I grin at the mirror and straighten my pale blue shirt, the one Taylor bought me. I am wearing my favorite jeans today, too. Most of the women in the office wear either jeans or floaty skirts. I will need to invest in a floaty skirt or two. Perhaps I'll do that this weekend and bank the check Christian gave me for Wanda, my beetle. As I head out of the building, I hear my name called. Miss Steele? I turn expectantly, and an ashen young woman approaches me cautiously. She looks like a ghost, so pale and strangely blank. Miss Anastasia Steele? She repeats, and her features stay static even though she's speaking.
Notice that
Yes?
although he spoke in Yiddish,
She stops, staring at me from about 3 feet away on the sidewalk, and I stare back,
about 45
immobilized.
minutes, which I didn't want to use because I don't want to
What does she
take
want?
up all our time.
Can I help you?
Had other
I
slides
asked.
as well to show
How
how
does she know
few
my
Jews
name?
were allowed in and
No,
how much productivity
I just
they
wanted
had
to look
produced.
at you.
But he clearly was
Her
intending this
voice is
for
eerily
a
soft.
larger audience, a European
Like me,
audience. That
she
more
has
like
dark hair that
English than
starkly
languages.
contrasts with her
It's-
fair
it's
skin.
Also
Her
fascinating
eyes
to
are
see how he
brown,
was
like bourbon,
interested in
but
exploring
flat.
new
There's
media
no life
to
in them
get
at
his
all.
ideas across.
Her beautiful face is
I
pale
find
and
great
etched
affinity
with
for.
sorrow.
Okay, so let's
Sorry,
go on.
you have me at a disadvantage.
So here he
I
is,
say,
revisionism. It's
trying
more
to
of a
ignore the
style,
warning
more
tingle
of
up my
a
spine.
posture vis-a-vis
On closer
political change
inspection,
than
she looks
any
odd,
real series
disheveled,
of
and uncared for.
policy
Her
statements.
clothes are
It's more
2
of a sense
sizes
of like,
too big,
how can we
including
really
her
get this
designer
done,
trench coat.
as opposed to what exactly
She
are we trying
laughs,
to do.
a strange,
He was
discordant
quite
sound that
active
only feeds
in
my anxiety.
anything associated
What do
with
you have
military
that I
conquest
don't?
of Israel. Most
She
significantly,
asks
perhaps,
sadly.
he was
My
recognized as the
anxiety
founder
turns
of
to
the Jewish
fear.
Legion.
I'm
Early on
sorry.
in World War
Who are
I,
you?
he
Me?
threw in
I'm
his lot
nobody.
with the British.
She
He felt
lifts
that
her
they were
arm
the
to
best
drag her hand from her shoulder
possibilities
length
for
hair,
change
and
in
as she
Israel.
does,
And
the sleeve
the
of her
British
trench coat
ultimately
rides up,
gave in and allowed
revealing
him
a
to
soiled
create
bandage
a
around
dual
her
corps,
wrist.
which is kind of like a transport corps that ultimately saw
Good day, Miss
combat
Steele.
in Gallipoli, but they did
Turning,
not
she
actually
walks up
see
the
combat
street
per
as I
se
stand
in Israel.
rooted.
Later,
Her slight frame
his different
disappears
division
from view,
actually in
lost
the
among the
combat as
workers
well.
pouring out of their
Here
various
is his
offices.
association was
What was
especially
that about?
promoted by this very close
Confused,
bond
I
he
cross
formed
the
with
street to
Joseph
the bar,
Trumman,
trying to
this is
assimilate
a
what has just
war
happened,
hero from
while my
Russia,
subconscious
lost his
rears her
arm
ugly
in, I
head
believe it
and
was the
hisses at
Crimean
me.
War.
She has
for
something to do
that
with
was
Christian.
like 40 years before he was born. So he
50s
lost
is a
this,
cavernous,
I think it was the
impersonal
Russo-Japanese
bar with
War,
baseball
the one
pennants
that
and
brought
posters
my
hanging
old
on the
grandfather
wall.
Eloshon to Canada.
Jack is at the
Did
bar
not
with
want to fight the
Elizabeth,
Japanese,
Courtney,
despite
other
the
editor,
proximity
2
of
guys from
authentic Chinese
finance,
food
and Claire from
inside
reception.
Canada.
She is wearing her trademark silver earrings. Hi, Anna. Jack hands me a bottle of bud. Cheers. Thank you, I murmur, still shaken by my encounter with Ghost Girl. Cheers. We clink bottles, and he continues his conversation with Elizabeth. Claire smiles sweetly at me. So, how has your first week been? She asks. Good, thank you. Everyone seems very friendly. You seem much happier today. It's Friday, I mutter quickly. So, do you have any plans this weekend? My patented distraction technique works, and I'm saved. Claire turns out to be one of 7 kids, and she's going to a big family get-together in Tacoma. She becomes quite animated, and I realize I haven't spoken to any women my own age since Kate left for Barbados. Absently, I wonder how Kate is, and Elliot. I must remember to ask Christian if he's heard from him. Oh, and Ethan, Kate's brother, will be back next Tuesday, and he'll be staying in our apartment. I can't imagine Christian is going to be happy about that. My earlier encounter with strange ghost girl slips further from my mind. During my conversation with Claire, Elizabeth hands me another beer. Thanks. I smile at her. Claire is very easy to talk to. She likes to talk. And before I know it, I am on my 3rd beer, courtesy of one of the guys from finance. When Elizabeth and Courtney leave, Jack joins Claire and me. Where is Christian? One of the finance guys engages Claire in conversation. Anna, think you'd like to... Jack's voice is soft, and he's standing a bit too close. But I've noticed that he has a tendency to do this with everyone, even at the office. I've enjoyed myself this week. Thank you, Jack. Yes, I think I made the right decision. You're a very bright girl, Anna. You'll go far. I blush. Thank you, I mutter, because I don't know what else to say. Deeply far. The Pike Market District, not far from me. Even closer and leans against the bar, effectively trapping me. You had plans this weekend. Well, I feel him before I see him. It's as if my whole body is highly attuned to his presence. It relaxes and ignites at the same time. A weird internal duality, and I sense that strange pulsing electricity. Christian drapes his arm around my shoulder in a seemingly casual affection, but I know differently. He is taking a claim, and on this occasion, it's very welcome. Softly, he kisses my hair. Hello, baby. He murmurs. I feel relieved, safe, and excited with his arm around me. He draws me to his side, and I glance up at him while he stares at Jack, his expression impassive. Turning his attention to me, he gives me a brief, crooked smile followed by a swift kiss. He's wearing his navy pinstripe jacket over jeans and an open white shirt. He looks... shuffles back uncomfortably. Jack, this is Christian. I mumble apologetically. Why am I apologizing? Christian, Jack. Doesn't reach his eyes as he shakes Jack's hand. I glance up at Jack, who is mentally assessing the fine specimen of manhood in front of him. I'm the boss, Jack replies arrogantly. Anna did mention an ex-boyfriend. Oh, shit. You don't want to play this game with 50. Well, no longer ex. Christian replies calmly. Come on, baby. Time to go. Please, stay and enjoy this one drink. Jack says simply. I don't think that's a good idea. Why is this so uncomfortable? I glance at Claire, who is, of course, staring, open-mouthed and with frankly carnal appreciation at Christian. When will I stop caring about the effect he has on other women? We have plans, Christian replies with his enigmatic smile.
is
and a
common
free
to
song of
lots of
anticipation
fascist
runs
leaders
through my
in
body.
Eastern Europe. It's a weird
Another
kind of
time,
coincidence.
perhaps,
Somehow going not from a
adds,
military
"Come,"
background, but going from the
he says
humanities
to me as he
into
takes my
militarism.
hand.
The
"See you Monday."
predilection for
I smile at Jack,
medals,
Blair,
uniform
and the
marches,
guys
things
from
like that.
finance,
Yeah, okay,
trying
we see it
hard
a lot.
to
But
ignore
let us
Jack's
also
less
recall
than
that in the
pleased expression
1920s,
and follow Christian
fascism
out
did
of the
not
door.
acquire the very
Taylor is at the
darkening
wheel of
that
the
it
Audi
would
waiting at the
through
curb.
World War II. It was
Why did
the
that feel like a
winning
pissing
philosophy.
contest?
Il
I asked
Duce was
Christian as he opens the
transforming
car door for me.
Italy.
Yes, it
Of course,
was.
in Germany, they
He
had another
murmurs and gives me his
dramatic
enigmatic
transformation
smile,
of
then
this
shuts my
leader. And
door.
it was taking
"Hello,
these
Taylor,"
nations
I
out
say,
of
and our eyes
poverty
meet in the rearview
and
mirror.
second-class
Through the
status
steel.
and
Taylor
bringing them
acknowledges
up
with
to
a
a
genial
position of
smile.
pride and
Christian
of
slides in beside
self-reliance.
me,
It was really,
clasps my
at
hand,
the
and
time, it
gently
was hard
kisses my
not to
knuckles.
admire these
"Hi,"
political movements
he says
despite
softly.
their negative
My
attitude
cheeks
towards
turn pink,
foreigners. Is it
knowing
fair
that
to lay
Taylor
that
can hear
charge
us,
at Jabotinsky?
grateful that he
The
can't see the
record is
scorching,
actually
panting,
mixed.
combusting
There are
look that
some
Christian is giving me.
quotations from
It takes
Jabotinsky's
all my self-restraint
many
not to leap on him
speeches
right
that
here
would
in
seem
the back
to
seat of
lean
the
one
car.
way, and
Oh,
others
the
that
back
would
seat of the
mediate
car.
that. In my humble opinion, and I
"Hi,"
would not consider myself an
I
expert
breathe,
on
my mouth
Jabotinsky at all,
dry.
I would say that it
"What would
is
you like
a
to do this evening?"
misunderstanding and a
"I thought you said
misapplication
you
of
had
his
plans."
thought to try and lump
"Oh,
him in
I
with some
know
of
what I'd like to
the
do in
genocidal
Indonesia.
leaders
I'm
of,
asking you what you
Eastern
want to
Europe.
do."
Although I
I
would
beam
think
at
it is
him.
fair to say
"I
that
see,"
Jabotinsky was
he
not
says
afraid
with
to
a
use
wickedly
very
salacious
harsh
grin.
methods to
"So,
achieve his goal.
begging
And
it
in
is,
fact, he
then.
had
You
bitter,
want to beg
awful
at my
feuds
pace or
with
yours?"
Zionists on the
He
left,
tilts his head to
those
one side and
notably
smiles
Ben
his
Gurion,
oh
who
so
felt that
sexy smile at
his
me.
views were simply far
"I
too
think you're being
radical
very
and far too
presumptuous,
violent
Mr.
to
Gray.
be tolerated
But
within
by
a
way of a
democratic
change,
organization.
we could
He,
go
of
to
course,
my
would split
apartment."
from the Zionist Party over
I
these
bite my
issues
lip deliberately, and his
discuss it
expression
in
darkens.
a few minutes how those
"Taylor,
splits worked out.
this is to
Let me
you,
just look at
please."
one particular aspect
"Sir."
of his
Taylor
ideology
acknowledges, and he
that I
heads
think
off
will
into
shed
the
some light
traffic.
on this question.
"So,
He placed a lot of emphasis
how
on
was your
something
day then?"
called
he
hadar.
asks.
Hadar
"Good.
is a Hebrew
Yours?"
term that's hard to translate.
His
Glory,
ridiculously
beauty,
broad grin reflects
perfection,
mine, and he kisses
something
my
like,
hand again.
it's related to
"Lovely,"
hadras
he
panim, means
says,
like some
"as do you."
glowing face,
Your
spectral
boss,
looking face with
Jack
like a long
Hyde,
white beard, let's say, or
is
something like
here
that,
at his
hadras panim.
job.
So he really
"Whoa,
emphasized
that's a sudden
hadar
change in
as
direction."
a way of
I
life
frown.
for his
"Why?
youth movement,
This
Beitar.
isn't about your
So let
pissing
me give you a
contest?"
couple of examples of this here.
Christian smirks.
Although it is
"That
important,
man wants into your panties,
although it is
Anastasia,"
important that everyone strive
says
for
dryly.
hadar, it is particularly important for us
I go
as
crimson
Jews.
as my mouth
The
drops
life of exile
open,
has
and I
greatly
glance
weakened in
nervously
us
at
the
Taylor.
healthy instincts of a
Well,
normal people, above all,
can want
in
both
relation to the
likes.
outer forms
Why
of
are
our
we even
existence.
having this
We all
conversation?
know and sometimes
You know I have
complain to
no interest
ourselves
in him
that the
whatsoever.
average Jew considers it
Just my
superfluous
boss.
to pay attention to his
That's
manners and
weird.
appearance. Yet just
Wants
as everyone
what's
should
mine.
attend to his personal
I need to
hygiene,
know that he's good
not
at his
because of
job.
what others will say if he doesn't,
I shrug.
but even if he lives
I
on a
think
desert
so.
island, as a matter
Where
of
is he going
self-respect.
with this?
So every word he
Well,
utters and every
he'd
movement
better
he
leave me
makes
alone
should
or he'll
reflect
find
the higher
himself on his
consciousness
ass on
of
the
his
sidewalk.
lordliness.
Oh,
Every man
Christian,
unto
what
himself,
are
the
you
Jew
talking
especially.
about?
We
He
Jews
hasn't
are the
done
most
anything
aristocratic
wrong.
people on earth.
Yet,
Behind every one of us stands
just
70
stands
generations of
close.
ancestors who could read and
He
write
makes
and
one
have spoke about and
tell me.
inquired into
It's
God and
called
history,
gross moral
peoples and
turpitude,
kingdoms,
or
ideas of justice and
sexual
integrity,
harassment.
humanity and its future.
It was just
Every
a
Jew in
drink
this sense
after
a
work.
prince. It is a
I
bitter
mean,
reality, the
one
consequence of
and he's
exile,
out.
that
The
I'll just continue this,
realization
but
hits
you
me
note
with the
how,
force of a speeding freight
he's
train.
not emphasizing
Do you,
Jews
Christian?
as warriors, Jews as
Christian gives
you
me
know,
his enigmatic
mighty
smile.
people. He's emphasizing
You're
Jews
buying
as
company,
intellectuals, as
I
exploring
whisper
the
in
ideas of
horror.
God, and so on. But at the same
His
time,
smile
he's
slips
really
in response to
emphasizing
the panic
the
in my
notion of what we
voice.
would call
Not
self-respect. That you
exactly,
should behave
he
in
says.
a way, carry
You
yourself
bought
in a way
SIP.
that shows that, being a
Already.
Jew means something
He
positive.
blinks at me
Here's my favorite
warily.
part. I read this to my wife. She really enjoyed it.
You have
Hadar
or you
consists
haven't?
of the thousands of trifles that make up
What the
our
hell?
daily lives.
Why?
Eat
I
quietly
gasped,
and moderately.
appalled.
Keep your elbows
this
out of
just is
sight
too
when you
much.
eat. Don't slurp your
Because I
soup
can,
so you're heard a mile
Anastasia.
away.
I
When
need
you
you
walk with
safe.
your friends in the street, don't
But you
hog
said
the
you wouldn't
sidewalk.
interfere in my
If you climb
career.
the stairs of a house at
And
night,
I
don't
won't.
be loud or wake the neighbors.
I snatched my hand out of
People,
his.
small children, everyone
Christian,
go first. If someone is rude
words
to you,
fail me.
don't you be too.
Are you mad
And
at me?
this, and an
Yes,
infinite number
of
of
course
other
I'm mad
trifles
at you.
in
I
Beitar
see
members
I mean,
Hadar.
what kind
It's
of
a beautiful
responsible
kind of
business
sentiment I
executive
think you
makes
get from
decisions
this
based on
these
who he
quotes.
is currently
More of a
fucking?
sophisticated
I
idea
blanched
of
and glanced
what
nervously once
is
more at
right-wing
Taylor, who was
ideology
stoically
really
ignoring
meant.
us.
It was not comparable to the
What a time
ideologies
to
that
have a
we see
brain-to-mouth filter
in
malfunction.
Eastern Europe and in Central Europe at the
Christian
same time.
opens his mouth
It
and
borrowed
closes it again
perhaps
and
from some of
scowls at
them,
me.
and maybe it
I
had some
glare at
ideological
him.
roots.
The atmosphere in the
But it's
car
hard to say
plunges
it's
from
the same
warm with
family.
sweet reunion to frigid with unspoken words and
What
potential
happened to the
recriminations as we
revisionist
glower at
movement?
each
In
other.
1925,
Fortunately,
he split
our
from the
uncomfortable
General
car journey
Zionist
doesn't
Party
last long,
and formed
and
another
Taylor
organization
pulls up
called the
outside my
Union
apartment.
of Zionist
I scramble
Revisionists.
out of the car
Not
quickly,
very
not
successful on
waiting
its
for
own,
anyone to
but
open the
highly
door.
influential
I
as
hear Christian mutter to Taylor.
Later,
I
another split in 1935 created the
I
New
sense him
Zionist
standing close
organization.
behind me as I
Once
struggle to
again,
find the front door
moving
keys in my
towards
purse.
more
Mr.
away
Shiva,
from the other Zionist parties. But
he
I will
says
mention, by
calmly,
the way,
as if
that
I'm
I
some
did include in
cornered
this
wild
list
animal.
splits to the right.
I sigh
There
and
were
turn to face him.
revisionists who felt that
I am so mad at him.
Jabotinsky was
My
going
anger
soft,
is
that he was
palpable.
getting too
A dark
democratic, and they
entity
wanted him to be
threatening
more
to
right.
choke
You see,
me.
strong groups.
First,
Finally, there
I
was
haven't
huge
spoken
influence
to you for a
on the
while.
Good,
A
which
long
was
while, it feels.
a
And
more
second,
right-wing
I wanted to
paramilitary
get into
group that
publishing.
ultimately came
Of the
together
4
to
companies
form
in Seattle,
the Haganah, the
SIPP is the
nucleus
most
of the Israeli
profitable.
Armed Forces.
But
And
it's on the cusp
right-wing
and it's going to
splinter
stagnate.
organization,
It
not
needs
under
to branch out.
Jabotinsky at all, Lehi
Stare
was the stern
frigidly at
again
him.
with an even
His eyes are
stronger
intense,
right-wing association.
but sexy as
And
hell.
all of these parties
I could get
influenced
lost
the very
in their
important
stinky
parties that are
depths.
alive today. Likud,
So you're my boss now.
many of the
I
right-wing
snap.
parties, Israel Beitenu, for example, see Jabotinsky as an intellectual
And
ancestor.
technically, it's gross moral turpitude.
Consequences.
The fact that I am fucking my
gosh,
boss's
we don't wanna
boss's
go
boss. At the moment, you're arguing with
Very
him.
quickly.
Christian scowls.
Turning point in
That's because
1929.
he's such an ass.
Beitar members
I
on
hiss.
Tisha B'Av of that year
Christian steps back in
staged a
stunned
demonstration
surprise.
on the Temple
Oh
Mount.
shit. Have I
This
gone too
demonstration
And
in favor
ass?
of Jewish nationalism
Murmurs as his expression
offends
changes
many
to
of
one
the
of
Arab
amusement.
populations, and
God
they go
damn
on a
it! I am
rampage, in
mad at you.
particular
Do
in the
not
city of
make me
Hebron,
laugh.
south of Jerusalem.
Yes.
A horrible massacre,
I struggle to
particularly felt
maintain
in
my
the
look of
yeshiva
moral
that
outrage.
was situated
And
there.
ass.
And the
Christian sighs
and the
again.
authorities, the British,
This time,
the
his
British
lips twitch
cracked
with a
down very
repressed
heavily.
smile.
They felt
Don't
that
make me laugh when I'm mad at
instigated
you.
the riot. That's
I
not really
shout.
a fair assessment
And he
of it, but
smiles,
there's no question
a
that
dazzling,
was more
full-toothed,
provocative than
all-American
other
boy
Israeli
smile.
or other Zionist groups at the time.
I can't help
And
it.
their
I
response
am
to it
grinning
was
and laughing
to
too.
hold
How could I
Jabotinsky
not
personally
be
responsible,
affected by the
since
joy I
Beitar
see in
was
his
his
smile?
youth movement. He was
Just because I have a
exiled from
stupid
Israel,
damn grin on my
and he was
face doesn't mean I'm not mad as hell at
repeatedly
you.
denied
I mutter
a visa to
breathlessly,
return to
trying to
Israel
suppress my high school
by the
cheerleader
British.
giggling.
He
Though
spent the
I
rest of
was
his
never a
life traveling
cheerleader,
around Europe and
bitter thought
America,
crosses my mind.
raising funds for various
He leans
Zionist
in,
causes.
and I
He
think
was
he's going
actually
to kiss
quite
me,
prophetic
but he doesn't.
in predicting the
He nuzzles
Holocaust.
my
It's
hair
chilling
and
to read the
inhales
kinds of things that he would say, not
As
only actually about the
ever,
Holocaust, but even about World War I.
are
He
unexpected.
had an amazing ability to
He leans
anticipate
back,
what was going to
gazing at
happen
me,
in Europe.
his eyes
He
dancing with
attempted
humor.
to create an
So,
evacuation
are you
plan
going to invite
for
me in?
Jews from
Or am I to be
Europe,
sent
which of course
packing
went
for
nowhere.
exercising my
But
democratic
his
right
long-standing
as an
feud
American
with
citizen,
Ben-Gurion and the opposition
entrepreneur,
of the
and
British
consumer
authorities,
to purchase
he ultimately
whatever I
died
damn
of
well
a heart
please?
attack here in New York City
Have you
and
spoken
was
to Dr.
interred
Flynn
in
about
a
this?
cemetery locally.
He
As I
laughs.
mentioned later,
Are you going
after
to let me
Ben-Gurion
in
passed
or
away,
not?
then
Anastasia.
he was brought to Israel
I
and buried
tried
there.
for a
And you can see
grudging
from
look.
this
Biting
100
my
shekel
lip
note as
helps,
an example,
but I'm
his
smiling as I
ideology
open the door.
is very influential. in
Christian
Israeli
turns and
politics.
waves to Taylor,
His name
and out he
adorns
pulls away.
almost 100 streets in Israel, many
It's
squares,
odd
and of
having
course a
Christian
major
Grey in
research
the
institute
apartment.
in his
The
name.
place
So he's
feels
the
small for
most
him.
prominent
I am still
Zionist
mad at
thinkers,
him.
even though he
His stalking knows
spent
no
his entire
bounds,
life in
and it
the
dawns on
opposition
me
to the
that
Zionist
this is
movement.
how he knew about
So
the
all in
email
all,
we
a very
monitored at
complex
SIPP.
figure,
He
very
probably
controversial
knows more
figure,
about as I
But I
begin and
appreciate
argue.
the patience that you've shown in listening to this lecture. I hope I'll see you
What
God
can I
willing
do?
next week when we have
Why does he have
another
to
extremely
speak to keep me
complicated
safe?
and controversial figure,
I am a
Rav
grown-up,
Kook, one of
sort of,
the
for
most
heaven's sake.
important rabbis of the early 20th
What can I
century
do to
history.
reassure him?
Thank you very much.
I gaze at his face as he paces the room like a caged predator, and my anger subsides. Seeing him here in my space, When I thought we were over, it's
Stand
heartwarming.
clear of the closing doors,
More than
please.
heartwarming. I love him, and my heart swells with nervous, heavy emotion. He glances around, assessing his surroundings. Nice place, he says. Kate's parents bought it for her. He nods distractedly, and his bold gray eyes come to rest on mine, staring at me.
Tonight, actually, we have
Would you
a
like a
rather
drink?
remarkable figure
I
in
mutter,
this study.
flushing with nerves.
And I'm just curious, show of hands, how many of you have heard of
His
Rabbi
eyes
Yosef
darken.
David Sinsheim?
Why am I so
None, right? Zero.
nervous?
It's amazing, actually,
What
because
would you like to do?
in many ways, on a very
He
pragmatic
asks
way,
softly
he
as
has
he walks
likely
toward me,
shaped your
all
life more
feral
than
and
any
hot.
Jew since,
I know what I want to do.
I don't know, certainly
adds
more
in
than
a low
Samson
voice.
McCoy Hirsch, for example.
I
He has
back up
really
until I bump against the concrete
articulated
beach and island.
a political,
I'm still
pragmatic
navigating.
arrangement
I
for
know.
Jews in the modern
He
era. And
smiles
this
a
extends
lopsided
far
apologetic
beyond, for
smile,
example,
and
Orthodox
I
Jews.
melt.
Rabbi Sinsheim's work is
maybe
really
not
crucial
so
for
bad.
understanding how we
Would you
relate
like
to
something to eat?
modernity as
I
a
ask.
whole. So I'm very grateful
nods
to
slowly.
be introducing you to
Yes.
him tonight, because the political
murmurs.
circumstances of
Everything
his life
south
and
of my
work
waistline
are exceptionally
clenches.
important for
I'm
understanding
seduced by
exactly
his voice
how we
alone.
got into this
Like
mess
that
in
look.
the first place.
That hungry,
Okay, so let's
I
get
want
straight
it
to the
now
deal.
look.
Here is the iconic
Aye.
image we have of Rabbi
He's standing in
Sinsheim.
front of me,
It is
not quite touching, staring down
probably
into
rather
my
accurate.
eyes and
We have another example that I'll show you at the end of the
I'm
lecture, which has a
stiflingly hot,
remarkable similarity. So this
and
is
my
most
legs are
likely
like
a
jellies,
proper
dark desire
likeness of
courses
him. He
through
was a
me.
figure of very great significance in turn of the 19th century France,
I had a
and this
sandwich
was
at lunch.
a portrait taken was actually commissioned by the court of Napoleon
narrows his
himself.
eyes.
You'll notice that he's wearing a rather
I'm really not
unusual
hungry
hat.
right now.
This is kind of like a dromedary strimel. It's got the fur around the top with
I
the
think
double
you know
lips here. There's a lot of debate among art historians
He
as to
leans
actually
down, and
why
again, I think
he
he's
was
going to
wearing a
kiss me.
specific
But
design
he
of
doesn't.
that, but it was commissioned for him once again by Napoleon
Whispers
to
softly in my
indicate
ear.
his supreme office as the president of the nothing less than the Grand Sanhedrin.
Everywhere.
Rather amazing phenomenon in modern Jewish history when under Napoleon, now you see some recognition here, under Napoleon, he actually assembled what he hoped to be a 19th century reproduction or replication of the grand court of the Jews that had not sat in some 1800 years as an attempt
So
to make
tantalizingly
a
close.
validating body to articulate
I
and
reach up,
legislate the
steps
relationship
back.
of Jews
No.
to the modern
No.
state. That's,
Chimes.
in a
His
nutshell,
eyes
exactly
suddenly
what
wide and
Rabbi
alarmed.
Sinsheim was doing,
What?
is articulating
No.
how we are
That.
supposed to relate to
No.
the state as a whole. And I'll
He
take you
shakes
through
his
the
head.
story
Not
right
at
now.
all?
Okay, so
I can't
let us
keep the
just
longing
do a
out of
little
my
bit of
voice.
background in the discussion, though, on what
He
we
looks at
mean
me
by
uncertainly,
modernity.
and
So
I'm
the
emboldened
term
by his hesitation.
modernity really comes
I
to us
step
from
toward him,
Western
and he steps back,
historiography.
holding up his
And
hands in
by
defense
Western,
and
I mean
smiling.
basically European
Look,
Christian
Anna.
historiography.
It's a
European
warning.
Christians look at
And
the
he runs
world
his hand
as kind
through
of
his
like,
hair,
and this is a little bit outdated, but let's say until
Sometimes
about
you don't
100 years
mind,
ago when this
I
model
observe
started to
plaintively.
evolve,
Perhaps I should
European
find
Christian
a marker
historians
pen
sort of looked at the
and
world as there was
we
a
could
high
map out
point
the
in the
no-go
ancient world,
areas.
right, with Rome and
He
Greece,
raises an
the
eyebrow.
Periclean age,
That's
Plato,
not a bad
Aristotle,
idea.
you know, the great
Where'd you like
tragedians, things like that. And
I
then
nod in the direction.
Christianity and the
Is
church
he
fathers came in,
deliberately
but
changing the
when
subject?
the Roman civilization, Rome being the inheritors of
shit.
Greek civilization,
My
when
pill.
Rome was sacked in the
His
5th
face
century,
falls at my
then
expression.
civilization
No.
as a whole
I
plunged
see.
into a steep
I
decline,
see.
which brought in the Dark
And his
Ages.
lips press into
So you
his
have
thin
the
line.
beginning, which is the high point, the golden
Let's have
age,
some
and you have the middle, which is like the
I
Dark
thought we were
Ages,
going to
and then
bed.
you have the
I want to go
Renaissance,
to bed with
which
you.
is a French word meaning
I know.
rebirth, which refers to
He
the
smiles,
rebirth of
and
the
suddenly
golden
darting
age.
toward me.
That's when you get all
grabs
kinds
my
of
wrists and
neoclassical
pulls me
architecture,
into
the
his arms
imitation
so
of
that
Greek
his
norms,
body is
things like that.
pressed against mine.
And so that if you imagine history is kind of like a
Yes,
linear
right.
pattern, you have like a high
Murmurs.
point and then it drops
Burning
off into a
eyes
deep
gaze
valley of
upon
the Dark
him.
Ages and it starts coming back up. And then at some point, as it goes up in the Renaissance, you hit sort of a shoulder that becomes modernity.
to delay
And we're still living in the modern world, some would say the postmodern world, which is not for our discussion
I am
tonight.
seduced
And
and I want
modernity
my
is associated
gratification
with a lot
now.
of different things.
I'll beg.
When I ask my
Please?
undergraduate students what is
I
modern,
sound
they almost
whiny.
always give me definitions that
Smiles
relate
like
to
tender.
technology. First of all, they think modernity happened like 15
Kisses
minutes
my
ago.
forehead
What's
and
modern is
releases
the iPhone 6, iPhone
This is
5,
a
forget
game.
about it, right?
Part of
But
some
that's
evil
really
plan.
misleading.
I
But in
scowl
terms of
at him.
technology, you do have to think
I'm
in
still
terms
mad
of, for
that you want
example,
SIP.
the Industrial
And
Revolution,
now,
18th century,
I pout.
the changes that wrought on a social level, changing, for example, women's lives, because the Industrial Revolution
I
not
know
only
when I'll
gave
feel
women
better
the
after
opportunity to work
an
at a
Anastasia's
level that
tale.
was
I'm shocked.
comparable to that of
His
men,
tone
because it
gently
doesn't take that much more muscle to
Stop
operate a
teasing
machine
me. You don't
than
fight fair.
a woman can operate a
He
machine
stifles his
just as
grin by
easily as a
biting
man
his lower
can,
lip.
which may not have been
Looks
necessarily the same,
simply
let's say, with a plow when
Playful
men have more
Christian
muscle
toying
mass
with
and
my
things like
libido.
that.
Only
But
my
also,
seduction
women's
skills
life
were
at
better.
home changed dramatically,
I know what to
because
do.
with mass
Not being able to
production,
touch him
women
does
did not
give
have to spend literally 4
My
or 5
inner
hours
goddess
a day
narrows
weaving
her eyes
cloth.
and looks thoughtful.
With mass
We need to work
production
on
of
this.
textiles, then all of a sudden
As
women's
Christian
lives
and I
changed
gaze at
dramatically.
each
And this
other,
goes on in many, many areas.
hot, bothered, and
Modernity
yearning,
also
and
meant
him,
that we changed
relaxed and
time
amused at
with
my expense.
electrification.
I
We're no longer
realize
bound
I have no
by
food in the
sunrise and sunset.
I could
We
cook
could
something,
set time
except
as we wish.
we'll
We
have
could
to go
have
shopping
24-hour shifts of work, for example.
for groceries.
With modern technology,
You have
this
no food here?
certainly scopes out
His
into
expression
the present
hardens.
era with the internet.
I
We
shake
can all
my
of a sudden
head.
bridge distance,
Crap.
right?
He looks
Communications
white and angry.
rapidly ensued.
Let's
The
go
world
shopping.
became smaller, and we
He
became
says
more
sternly as he
village-like
turns
with
on his heel and
globalization.
heads for the
There's
door,
some really profound
opening it
changes
wide
that come
for me.
about with technology, just as
When
the
was the last
leading
time you
edge
were in a
of
supermarket?
social upheavals that we
Christian
have.
looks out of
This
place.
goes along
He
with
follows me dutifully,
an increasing
holding a
reliance
shopping
on
basket.
reason rather
I
than
can't
faith
remember.
to
Does
determine
Mrs.
the
Jones do
locus
all the
of
shopping?
truth. And so
I think
religion
Taylor
with
helps her.
modernity
I'm not
begins a
sure.
period of decline that has still not
Are you happy
bottomed
with the
out.
stir fry?
You know, the
It's quick.
various forms
Stir fry
of
sounds good.
questioning of
Christian
God,
grins,
and more
no doubt
significantly,
figuring out my
clerical
ulterior
authority
motive for a speedy
proceeds
meal.
apace through the modern period,
Have they worked
with
for
various
you long?
versions of agnosticism,
Taylor, 4
let's say
years, I think.
deism, eventually
Mrs. Jones,
atheism.
about the same.
All of these various ideologies begin to promote themselves, or are promoted
know why?
with modernity.
I murmur.
So when we talk about the
Left
advent of modernity,
letters
it's sort of like a shoulder of that graph that I sort of traced out for you. And we are still obviously living in a period that we're so close to
We reach the
modernity,
checkout and
we don't
silently
see
stand in
it so
line.
obvious in front of our faces.
If I had
For
left,
Jews,
would he
we
have
tend, ironically, about 100 years behind the rest of the world on this. Because we were traditionally a very conservative
Here, I think.
population, we'll talk about that in a second, how that was on a political level.
Oh dear.
Many of
I'm not
the
sure what sort of
modern
wine is
changes
available
that
in
affected
Earth's
the world through
supermarket.
the Enlightenment
Christian
hit us about
reemerges
50 to 100 years later.
grimacing with a look
We
of
caught up
disgust.
really fast
There's a good
because
liquor
Jews
store
as a
next
whole,
door.
once they had the possibility of political emancipation, they seized upon it dramatically and quickly
Maybe we should just
got
go to his
abreast of
place.
a lot of the changes that were happening.
Wouldn't have all
And
this
that was
hassle.
exacerbated by the
I
fact that
watch
we are
as he strolls purposefully and with easy grace out
overwhelmingly
the
an
door.
urban
Two
population.
women
Jews
coming
like
in
to
stop
live
and
in
stare.
gregarious,
Oh
close-knit
yes,
populations,
I
either in
shades.
cities
I
or in
think
mid-sized towns.
distractedly.
Of course, the reason for this is because we have to
I
live
want
within
memory of
walking
him in my
distance
bed.
of a synagogue,
He's
walking
playing
distance
hard
of a
to get.
mikvah, walking distance of a
I
Chinese
should.
restaurant. So it's really important that
My
we live
inner
close
goddess
together
nods
like that.
frantically
I
in
always like
agreement.
saying that.
And as I
People
stand
on the
in
internet
line,
won't mind when I say that occasionally.
I'm up
Anyways,
with a plan.
so all of these things are happening in the 18th century. In the last
Christian
few
carries
weeks, we've
grocery
looked at
bags
a
into
few
the
sort of early
He's
figures
carried
who
them
were
as we walk back to
experimenting with
department
scientific
store.
knowledge and
He
with
looks
new
odd.
ideas
Not
in medicine
his
and things
usual
like that.
CEO
But it
at all.
really blows wide
He looked
open in the
very
19th century,
domestic.
and Rabbi David Zinzheim
No
is
one
right
has
at
ever
the center
feel
of
that before.
the storm.
He says dryly. He places the bags on the kitchen island.
Political
As I start to
map
unload them,
of
he
the
takes out
Jewish
a bottle
world,
of white
let
wine
me
and
phrase that in a
searches for a
different way.
corkscrew.
The Jews had,
This
for
place is still new to
centuries,
me. I think the
millennia
opener
really,
is in that
organized
drawer there.
themselves in a
I point with
corporate
my chin.
nature. This is a
This
term
feels
historians was used to refer to the almost medieval design of the Jewish community in which Jews existed as part of a collective. For example, one of the characteristics of medieval societies is that the king, because of an inefficient bureaucracy, could not keep track of every single individual. And so people weren't taxed individually, people were taxed collectively. Like if you've read Nikolai Gogol's famous story, Dead Souls, the Russian government used to tax landowners based on how many serfs they had, called souls. But the problem is, between if a serf died, you would still have to pay taxes on that dead serf, and it was no good to you because you had a bill to pay until you could have a new census to prove that you didn't own that serf because he passed away. And in this comedic novel, there's a man who wants to impress a potential mate with his wealth, so he goes around all the villages buying up dead souls, buying up slaves or serfs that are no longer alive, but of course the owners want to get rid of them to unburden themselves of the taxes. Why did I get on that? All right, because it shows some of the inefficiencies of this corporate model that really did not survive modernity. Once we got, for example, social security numbers, it was very easy for the government of America, for example, to tax us individually, know us individually as citizens, things like that. That's not at all typical of the medieval period in which people belonged to an estate. They belonged to a class, and they were dealt with by the authorities as a class. This was, believe it or not, very good for the Jews, because since the Jews were not typically dealt with individually, the state, primitive as it were, simply handed off all governmental authority to the Jewish community itself, saying to the community elders, here, you guys give us this much money in taxes at the end of every year. You perform this or that service, being, middlemen or absentee landlords, things like that, and we will leave you alone. And in fact, we will protect you from marauders and from unfair attacks on your population and so on. So the Jews had intrinsically the ability to govern themselves as a community. With that corporate nature of society, they were free to enact all kinds of legislation, internal municipal legislation through the Kila system that dictated exactly how Jews should behave, dictated what was considered appropriate religious conformity, dictated what were the taxes that each individual Jew would have to pay to the Jewish government, dictated who was to be ostracized, who was to be promoted, and so on. And we managed like this for about 1,800 years with relatively little incident. We began to see how this model was framed slightly with the activity, ironically, of some of the critics of those who may have followed Shabtai Tzvi, because this was attacked to rabbinic authority, but it was just kind of like getting rough at the edges. The French Revolution, however, would tear it wide apart. So, moving from the corporate nature of medieval society to an environment that we would see as more familiar to our American society is essentially what's going to happen in the next 45 minutes as we look at the life of Okay, that was a really long sentence. I think I only had 1 or 2 commas in there. Does anyone have a question that I can address before we move on? Clear as the sun at midday. Okay, so the zeitgeist of the 18th century. Zeitgeist is a great word. Zeit means time in German. Geist means like spirit. Like it's related to the word ghost. So the zeitgeist of the 18th century, particularly the end of the 18th century, was very much about destroying the ancien regime, destroying the old order, making things totally anew. Here in the Holy Land of Brooklyn, we know this well, of course, because the American Revolution was in the late 18th century. You have several movements in the New World, but then you get major movements in France in particular with the Great Revolution there. In many ways, the French Revolution of 1789 was of a higher order of importance, at least in the short run, for Europe, because, we're not talking about some outpost on the other side of the ocean where who knows what's going on over there. This
I
was
might
right
well
in the
have
center
desire
of
for
Europe,
this
one
man's
of the
seasoned
oldest
with
monarchies
inheritance,
ever. And for
igniting my
it to
blood,
collapse
shallowing my
and to
breath,
be transformed into something
below my
radically
waist.
different,
I
that
see
was a
my
sea
reactions
change. That was a
reflected in his
tectonic
stance,
shift. That
in
was
his
something that
eyes.
dramatically altered the
In a
course
beat,
of world
he
history,
grabs me by my
and
hips and pulls
it
me to
affected
him
the
as my
Jews
hands
in a
reach
very,
for his
very
hair,
profound
and
way.
his mouth
The
claims.
pictures, of course, of the
He
storming of
pushes
the
me against
Bastille,
the fridge,
major
and I
events
hear the
from
vague
your high school
protesting
history
rattle
of
of
France. I
bottles
won't
and
go too
jars
deep
from within as
but
his tongue finds
what
mine.
this really meant in
I
terms of the
moan
bad
into
story,
his
like we
mouth,
like to
and one of
think on
his
the one
hands
hand
moves
of
into my hair,
the French
pulling my
Revolution
head back as we
and
hiss
the
savagely.
freedoms that it afforded to Jews, and I will explain what those were shortly. The freedoms that it afforded to Jews is a wonderful thing. And all of a sudden, Jews were no longer held
He
back,
breaks free, scoops me into
considered
his arms,
you know,
and carries me
foreigners,
and
even though we had
seemingly
lived
without
in French
any
soil
strain
for
into my
1,000 years.
bedroom.
We're no longer
Setting me on my
subject
feet
to
beside my bed,
discriminatory
he leans
legislation,
down and
at
switches on
least
my
for
bedside
a
lamp.
decade.
He
We're
glances
no
quickly
longer,
around the
you know,
room,
and
closes the tail
segregated and
curtains.
ghettoized and things like
Now
that.
what?
Everything
He
sounded
says
wonderful,
softly.
but in reality,
Make
the other
love to
side of
me.
it is that we
How?
took the authority away from the rabbis and the traditional
I've got to
communal
tell
authority of the Kehillah.
Holy crap.
The Kehillah, which could
Undress
have
me.
been and was
I am
often
panting,
very
Homer.
coercive and
He smiles
very
and hooks his index
heavy-handed
finger into my
and
undershirt.
very intolerant of dissent and diversity.
Girl,
At the same
he
time,
murmurs,
was a huge
and
bulwark
without taking
against
his blazing
anti-Semitism
eyes off
and
mine,
against,
slowly starts
against
to unbutton my
assimilation.
shirt.
That if
Tentatively,
the
I put
Kehillah
my hands on
authorities
his
could say,
arms
hey
to steady
guys,
myself.
no one
He doesn't
here is
complain.
allowed to
His
wear
arms are
black
his safety
socks
area.
on Shabbos. Everyone
When
wears
he's finished
white
with the buttons,
socks.
he pulls
You
my
might
shirt
have
over my
complained about it.
shoulders,
You might have
and I
wanted,
let go of him
like
to
I,
let
for
the shirt
example, I
fall
wear a
to the
yeshiva
floor.
uniform. Today I'm sort of
He
dressing
reaches
down
down to
because
the
I'm in a gray
waistband
suit
of my
instead of a
jeans,
dark
pops the button,
blue or black
and
suit.
pulls down the
But
zipper.
inside, I'm
Tell
a
me
bird of paradise. I would
Anastasia.
love to wear like yellow
His
or
eyes smolder
purple
and
or
his
something
lips
like
part
that. I
as
really
he
feel
takes
like I'd like to
quick,
express
shallow
myself.
breaths.
But I can't, you know, this is
Kiss
part
me
of like
from here
norms
to
and
here.
the way I'm supposed
I
to
whisper,
appear.
trailing my finger from the base of my ear
So
down
if
my
they
throat.
Kehillah or sort of
He smooths my hair
take,
out
I'll
of the
probably
line of
remove
fire
the
and
internet.
bends.
The Kehillah authorities, if they said nobody wears black socks on Shabbos, if you dared to wear black socks on Shabbos, all kinds of terrible things can happen to you. You could be ostracized, you could be punished, you could suffer business losses, you could even suffer corporal punishment. The Kehillah authorities had the power to administer lashes. They were frequently administered in the Middle Ages,
I step out
and
of
so
my
you were
flats and my
terrified of them.
clothes
But on the other hand, once the Kehillah authorities can no longer administer lashes, then people are going to wear whatever color socks they want. And if that doesn't sound scary, they might just go off and marry into other faiths, or they might profess multiple religions at the same time, or they might do all kinds of things because the Kehillah is no longer holding them back. If I can give you a contemporary example, which I will most probably take out of the
I
internet,
close my eyes, mortified,
one of
but at the same time,
most
beyond aroused.
problematic
Oh,
issues in
pleasure.
modern rabbinic
Chuckles.
thought, modern rabbinic
He
law,
kisses me and
is
unleashes
the
his
terrible
tongue,
situation of the
his
aguna. Pardon
joy-inspiring
me if I take 2 minutes to
expletive
just
tongue.
jump ahead, please,
I
because
groan
it is
and
illustrative
twist
of
my
what we're
hands
talking
into his
about. An
hair.
aguna, or
He doesn't
literally
stop.
a chained
His
woman, a
tongue
connected
circling my
woman,
clitoris,
refers to a
driving
woman
me
who,
insane,
as I'm sure
on
many of
and
you are aware,
around
she's
and around.
legally married to her husband, and her husband has
How long?
abandoned her. And
Oh,
he refuses to
Christian,
release her
please.
with the traditional
I beg.
divorce
I don't
that
want
is
to come
afforded through a
standing
document
up.
called a get.
I don't have the
And
strength.
the reasons why he would do this could be multiple. It could be that they have an ongoing dispute over custody. Could be that he has a lot of debts that he wants to pay off with the money he has set aside for the divorce settlement. Could be that he wants to blackmail his wife. Could be he wants to punish his wife. Could be all kinds of terrible things. But in the nature of Jewish law, the husband has the sole power to divorce his wife. The wife does not have a similar level of power to divorce her husband. She can importune the Beit Din to effect a divorce for her, but it's not at all a simple matter. It often takes years of women to get in this situation. So, in the time of the Kehillah, when it was, at its height for several hundred years, this was not a very serious problem for a lot of reasons. I typically happen only to women whose husbands went traveling and then went missing on the road. Husbands absconding was comparatively rare. Because the Kehilas were also connected, a Jew would show up in another town and they'd say, where are you from? They played Jewish geography, they'd figure out he's a recalcitrant husband, and he would be arrested by the Beit Din there, or by the Gabbai there, would be appropriately punished. And they'd say, where are you from? They played Jewish geography, they'd figure out he's a recalcitrant husband, and he would be arrested by the Beit Din there, or by the Gabbai there, would be appropriately punished. And the punishments listed include physical harm. They beat the person until he agreed to give his wife a gift. That generally took care of the problem. Crudely, but it took care of the problem. With modernity, and with the possibility of adopting a secular identity, suddenly the Aguna problem expanded dramatically. Especially in this country, where you have vast distances separating often immigrant families from their home, where you have husbands going ahead to America. Don't worry, Sadie, I'll send you the tickets. The tickets never arrive. Sadie shows up with the kids at Ellis Island looking for her husband, and she can't find him. There's no way that the Beit Din can step in, arrest this man, and then punish him. There have been, as I'm sure you're aware, some individual rabbis or other communal activists who have taken it upon themselves to exercise power in the manner of the Kehillah and to physically kidnap recalcitrant husbands and to threaten them with violence, in some cases even inflict violence on them, and when the police find out, who gets arrested? Not the recalcitrant husband, but the would-be Kehillah authority of the rabbi. So by removing these kinds of elemental basic powers from the Kehillah, on the one hand, it grants greater freedom, on the other hand, freedom has a price in terms of the communal integrity. Okay, that was almost a sermon. I should be a rabbi. So what about Rabbi Zinsheim? What is his role in all this? He was born in Trier in 1745 to a traditional rabbinic family. His father was his principal teacher. He writes in his own autobiographical statements that are scattered throughout his works of how he adored studying with his father. His father had particular styles of learning that he passed on to his son, in particular the avoidance of pilpul, which was a Polish style of learning that involved a certain amount of intellectual casuistry. On the other hand, he studied the Talmud in a very straightforward manner. By the time he had gone through the Talmud 3 times, which is a very significant achievement, he was promoted to be the Rosh Yeshiva in Bishheim, which is near Strasbourg. He married into French royalty, I mean French Jewish royalty, by marrying the sister of Server, who was one of the most important activists, very, very prominent at the time in the negotiations with the French authorities. And it was at this time in his life that he began work on his magnum opus, a massive multi-volume commentary on the Talmud called Yad David. And now we're talking right at the end of the 18th century. What was going on in France at that time? You had a total of about 30,000 Jews. Something like 29,000 of them lived here in the eastern region, a particular region known as Alsace, bordering with Germany. Those Jews were Yiddish-speaking, heavily Orthodox, and they tended to betray a lot of the communal features that were typical of the medieval period. For example, they tended to have a distinctive dress. They certainly had a distinctive language of Yiddish, which was doubly suspect of French because of its proximity linguistically to German. And the French and the German, by the way, French and the Germans have a war just about every 30 or 40 years, which means we're a little bit overdue. It could happen any day right now. They also tend to be quite clannish in the sense that they did not spread out into multiple economic activities. They were concentrated heavily in the traditional patterns, including things like small commerce, heavy money lending, the so-called Luftmenschen. People live on air, just eking out a living. They tend to be much poorer in general than the surrounding countryside of Frenchmen. So very, concrete,
plants a gentle
discrete,
kiss on my lips as he
quote
eases
unquote,
himself out of the
indigestible block of about 30,000 Jews living on the eastern border of France.
I whisper.
They also
He takes hold of my
religiously
chin and kisses me
did
hard.
not consider themselves to be French. They considered themselves to be members of an exiled nation that were living, as not necessarily welcome guests in France, and that ultimately they would be one day repatriated to Israel under a messianic leader. Now, on the west, down here by the Spanish border, in Bordeaux, Bayonne, places like that, you get a much smaller population, just over Jews who were of Portuguese extraction, probably the descendants of people who fled after the Inquisition and the expulsions of 1492 and 1497, who were living in the South region, and they were quite different. Their mode of dress was French. Their language was French. They had assimilated linguistically. They were quite spread out in economic activities, and in fact, they did not insist even on communal organization to a high level. They insisted, for example, on the imposition of rabbinic law for their own organization. They preferred to be judged by the law of the land, whereas, of course, in the Ashkenazic region over here, the Jews tended to consider going to non-Jewish courts as somehow shameful. The Jews of the Bordeaux Bayonne region said, no, we live in this country and the French courts are trustworthy and so on. And one could say that while it would be inappropriate to use the word assimilated, they were certainly very well acculturated. They had adapted to the civilization, and they were extremely fluent in its norms, and they were comfortable. They tended to be much wealthier than the surrounding population as well. So you had two very different populations, one much larger than the other, living in France at the time. So in 1789, in January, for the major events in the summer of that year, which were truly revolutionary, the king, Christians, says, invited the French people to submit these documents of grievances, cahiers de doléances, which were basically like lists of grievances that, this is what we don't like about France, this is what we don't like about the government. Let us please pull together and get some solutions. This, of course, was kind of like, putting the kettle on the hottest spark on the stove, because as soon as you let people start to complain, it got out of control, and eventually the entire state blew up in a cataclysm of revolution. But one of the first complaints, for example, was the fact that Louis
by the time I was interested in learning how to,
like those
my mom
holes
was
were
living with
so
husband number
17th
3
century.
in Mansfield,
Gotta move
Texas.
on.
And Ray, well, he would have lived on toast and takeout if it weren't for me.
Alsatian Jews, these are the Ashkenazi Jews of the East region, they were not included in the list of populations that could submit such complaints. So Selfie, you recall that, is the brother-in-law of our hero for the evening. He successfully petitioned the king to allow the hearing of an Alsatian delegation to represent their claims and to have their grievances addressed. Pointed to that committee, his brother-in-law was one of the figure as the primary spokesman. We see that since then, from an early age, he's in Rosh Yeshiva now, married into a very important family, and a very qualified speaker who was able to act as a shtadlan. Maybe I'll say it right now. Shtadlan is a very important term in understanding how Jewish politics worked in the medieval period, and in a way, even how it works today. The word shtadlan means an intercessor, or literally someone who is an attempter. It comes from the word Hebrew, shtadel, which means to attempt. You've heard perhaps the pronunciation shtadlus, which means put an effort to try and get something done. So typically, in medieval societies, the Jewish community would be faced with some threat from some external source. A nobleman has to agree, or let's say a band of bigots threatening a Jewish community. They would appoint someone as a shtadlan was a culture movement. Someone who had the gift of the gab, was able to speak in the language of the people, dressed well, looked good, charming, a lot of social, political skills, and they would typically give them a big bag of money, and they would say, please go talk to the king or the baron and make sure that we don't get this additional tax applied to our population. Nowadays, this is called a lobbyist. Essentially, they do the same thing in Washington, but only Jews, American interests, where you hire someone in a lobbying firm who is able to go, even in a democratic state, and just speak to people and present your case in an appropriate way, and sometimes there's a lot of money involved, you go to jail. But anyways, since I was appointed as Amtsstadtmann, was someone who, even though he had impeccable traditionalist credentials as a Rosh Yeshiva, he nevertheless had the ability to speak effectively in the language of the time, communicate with various cultures effectively. This is a rare characteristic. Often Stadtmanim are not necessarily so when it comes to their observance of traditional Jewish law, and those things are overlooked because they are ultimately effective in their tasks. Anyways, he went to the king and he presented his list of grievances. But before anything could really happen with those grievances, revolution broke out. The king was overthrown. There was something I'm going to pass over a little bit here, although it is kind of an interesting thing to contemplate.
We have ice cream,
The revolution pronounced the great tripartite saying, liberté, égalité, fraternité, liberty, equality, siblinghood, I should rather say brotherhood, and it was supposed to be this beautiful thing that all Frenchmen were equal. And I use those gender terms significantly because Marie Toulouse was an important French activist who tried to say, you mean siblinghood, right? You mean not the droit de l'homme et citoyen, but the rights of women, citizens too. And they said, no. We're only talking about what great difference about women too. She was not able to extend it to the female gender. And so too, the French did not actually think of extending it to the Jewish people either. They were saying, well, what are you talking about? When we said the rights of man and citizens be men, that is French men. We're not talking about you guys. You're not even sure what you are. So the French Jewish communities, they had difficulty getting together on this. Sephardim from Bordeaux did not necessarily want to be lumped in with the Ashkenazim from Alsace. They felt that the Ashkenazim were all the things they were trying to distance themselves from. We speak French. We have regular jobs. Please don't confuse us with those Haredi guys over there. Haredi term is not usually, but they're like fanatics. We're not one of them. And so what ended up happening is in 1790, the French government said, okay, we did mean to include the Jews, the Sephardic Jews from Bordeaux, they're definitely like us. They're in like Flint, no problem. Those Ashkenazi Jews, I don't know. It took them another year before they said, oh, all right, okay, those Jews are also part of the French nation, and they are citizens like everybody else, and they are subject to the same rules and regulations, and also have the same freedoms as everyone else. Now, this is actually, in those two short decrees, we essentially ruined all the achievements of medieval Jewish Tehillah. Because at that point, for the first time really in history, a Jew could legally step out of Jewish identity and not adopt the identity of another church. For medieval history, there was no such thing as a secular place for people. One could not be a Christian and not be a Jew or a Muslim. You had to pick a side. But all of a sudden, these little decrees, all of a sudden Jews could sort of just say, you know what, I don't want to affiliate with the Jewish community anymore. I don't want to pay taxes to the Jewish community anymore. I don't want them to tell me what to do with my socks or with my wife or anything. And you would just drift away. and many
His
Jews
lips
did.
quirk upward in a half smile.
Some historians, myself included, for a long
But I
time,
do want to mess
tended to
with
view
you.
this as kind of like a sharp break in history, where it was like one thing before 1790, 91,
I would.
but
Oh,
newer research that has been appearing
okay.
has been
I
indicating more and more
Just
that in
your
fact Jews
hands.
were doing this
To that.
anyway for at
I
least
need you
a
still.
couple of generations. That
Okay.
the decisions
He
of the
strolls
French
over to
government
me,
to
not
emancipate
taking his
the
eyes off
Jews
mine.
were really no big kiddish, so to speak.
Takes hold of
Jews
my
were
robe
already
sash
opting
with
for this
delicious
reality,
teasing
even if it was
slowness.
subconscious.
Releases the bow and gently pulls it
Give
free
lots
of
of
the garment.
examples. But at any rate,
My
that
robe
was
falls
it
open
seems
while
that's
I
what happened
stand
is that there was
paralyzed
a
under his
legal allowance for Jews
After
to
a
no
moment,
longer
he
affiliate
pushes
with
the
the
robe
Jewish
off my
community.
shoulders.
As one of
It
the
falls and
figures of the
pools
time
at my
said it,
feet, so that I'm standing
the French
naked
nation
before him.
would offer
He strokes my
everything to
face
the
with
Jew
the backs of his
as an
knuckles,
individual,
and his touch
but nothing
resonates
to
in
the
the depths
Jews
of my
as a
groin.
people. And
Then
the state was
he
not
kisses my
about,
lips
guaranteeing communal rights and reaffirming the rights of the Jews to organize themselves and to pass their own laws and have their own courts. That was not what France was all about. Each individual French, but to allow them to have independent authority,
Normally,
definitely
I
not.
hate energy
Now,
saving goals.
in many revolutions,
They are
there
so
is a pendulum that swings backwards and forwards. In the case of the French, one of the most horrifying swings of the pendulum was an example of the early industrial revolution, an attempt to mechanize murder, to make it more efficient and rapid and so on. Even though we, of course, see it rather primitive by contemporary standards, it's gotten a lot better, murdering people a lot faster in the 20th century. But nevertheless, there was a period of tremendous fear as the population went wild, trying to impose a level of insanity,
When I'm tied up, staring at him,
articulating the extent of the revolution. For example,
I
could
can't
see
touch
the way
him
we
this
measured
way.
the world was changed.
It occurs
Many
to
of
me
those
that
changes
none of
were
his
good
subs
things,
would
like,
have
for
touched him
example,
either.
the
And what's more,
abandonment
he would
of
never have
crazy
the
imperial systems of measurement based on
He would have
the
always
king's
been in
anatomy,
control
switched to the
and
metric
at
system.
distance.
So you have
That's why
meters,
he
kilometers,
likes
you have,
He climbs
I
off
don't
me
understand
convinced
Americans. I'm from
in a
Canada
quick
where we
pat
use the
on the
metric
lips.
system. We
Then
also
he
have, by the way,
stands and lifts
universal
his
health
shirt
care.
over his head.
And
He
in
undoes
the
his jeans
Canadian
and drops
system,
them to the
you have
floor.
like water freezes at
He's
0 degrees
gloriously
Celsius.
naked.
What does it freeze
My
at in
inner
this country?
goddess is doing a triple
32.
axel
That's an easy
dismount
number to
on the
remember.
onion
How about
bars.
water
Abruptly,
boils
my
at
mouth is dry.
100 degrees
He
Celsius
has
at
a
sea
physique
level? What does
drawn
it
on
boil at in
classical
America?
lines.
212.
Broad,
I mean,
muscular
who knows these
shoulders,
crazy numbers,
narrow
right?
hips,
12 inches to a
the
foot, 3
inverted
feet to
triangle.
a yard. Who knows
It's
how many
obvious
yards to
to
a
what
mile
sound.
in space, right? So the metric system made a lot of sense. But they said, you know what? Let's put the metric system on time. Let us now move to a 10-day week. Let us move to a 10-month year. And this wreaked havoc, for example, in the Jewish community, because Shabbos could fall on day 3 one week, day 4 the next, day 7 the next. If you only have one day off in 10, then it's crazy. And because there were so many, zealots who were trying to promote the revolution, trying to observe Shabbos on, let's say, day 6 was a very dangerous affair. That the revolutionaries could come into your synagogue, arrest everybody. The guillotine was always set up in the courtyard. It was a very scary thing to observe religious rites at that time. Rabbis and priests suffered much worse than this. Had to, forswear their allegiances to Jewish ideals. There was like a whole bunch of dramatic and frightening changes for a while. Rabbi Zinsheim at this point went into hiding for 2 years because he was a very prominent Jew and it was dangerous for him to show his face. So he simply disappeared for 2 years and only reappeared once the terror had subsided and he was appointed the chief rabbi of Strasbourg. That was really only the beginning of his adventures. The most significant thing that he was involved in his life, and this is the part that's perhaps most important for Western Jewish history, is the institution known as the Great Sanhedrin. The background is as follows. Napoleon Bonaparte, speaking about the pendulum swings of the revolution, he ultimately declared himself Emperor of France, which is a big swing in the pendulum. And you can see from this picture here, commissioned portrait shows how he's very brave, leading the armies
believe
off, and
he's really
even his
enjoying
horse looks
himself,
afraid of him.
and his
And
good humor is
he had like
infectious.
a rather grandiose image of himself, which was not out of sync with his accomplishments at the same time. Brilliant military leader, brilliant political leader, and so on. And he had a special spot in his heart for Jews. He realized the phenomenal propaganda value of having constant relations with the Jews. So, for example, in Ancona and elsewhere, whenever he marched into a town, one of the first things he loved to do was open up the ghettos, even to break down the ghetto walls. He often had a somewhat theatrical troupe of Jews who traveled with him, who would go in and they would sing various Tehillim, and they would pronounce the coming of Bonaparte, and they would say that now you're going to be free, and that eventually you'll be able to return to Zion, and so on. And people were swept apart. They actually stood for Chelek Tov, right? Chelek Tov Nasati Lachem. A good portion I have given to you, associating Bonaparte with, as it were, the Torah itself. And he loved this. This was so good for him. Not only kind of like on a propaganda value, but also on a pragmatic value, because he did maintain a very large campaign in the Middle East, and at some point he was thinking that he might even assemble a Jewish army and use them to advance on Israel itself. He never actually put it together, but he did actually allow his official organ, his newspaper, to print these bulletin, to print these possibilities. So he definitely was aware of the tremendous propaganda value of the Jews, their antiquity, their ubiquity, because they could be located behind enemy lines everywhere, and he certainly wished to thwart public opinion with the Jews. It also struck fear in the hearts of his enemies, because they were leveled with a amount of uncertainty. What exactly is going on with Bonaparte? How come he keeps winning these battles and associating with the Jews of all people? Fascinating overall strategy. On return from one of his battles, Battle of Austerlitz, I think in 1806, he passed through the eastern portion where the Alsatian Jews lived, and there he received from the non-Jewish population, arguing that the emancipation of the Jews in 1791 was an economic disaster for them, because all of a sudden the Jews were no longer restricted in their economic activities. Prior to that, Jews were forced to only behave in certain areas, only take on certain kinds of occupations, and only have so much income, things like that. And now all of a sudden, money lending was happening left and right. Usurious money lending, very high rates of interest. People were burdened with heavy debt to the Jews. Please, Napoleon Bonaparte, won't you do something to address this gross economic and social injustice? Napoleon was moved by the questions, and he turned his mind to something that had largely been overlooked, like what exactly are we doing with the Jews of France? What's the long-term goal with the Jews? No one had really thought about it that much. The whole revolution going on. And so Napoleon did give some thought to it. And what he said was, what do we do as his tongue works its magic? We have to find out what it is in mind. You know, and will act accordingly. So Napoleon ordered the assembly of a large number, I believe it was about 120 Jewish leaders to come to Paris. The expenses were not paid for by the state. They had to fund their own way there, and the method of choosing those leaders was not articulated either. But once they got there, Napoleon intended to ask them a few questions, 12 in particular. The Jews reacted to this with alacrity, and a hasty assemblage of Jewish communal leaders, about half of whom were non-observant and half of whom were observant, came to Paris to participate in this assembly. They did get some organization together to make sure that the Sephardim had some representation, and that the Ashkenazim had representation, and that all interests were somehow communally. This picture here for the emissary of Napoleon to come and per his
murmurs and
questions,
abruptly is
he
inside
gave them
once more.
12
But he
questions,
doesn't start his
which
usual
can be
punishing
broadly
rhythm straight
broken
away.
down to
He
3
leans over,
conclusive questions,
releases my
and
hands,
they
and pulls
basically
me
asked
upright
3
so I am
things. The
practically
first
sitting
thing
on him.
was,
His hands move up to my breasts,
who are
and
you
he grabs
guys,
them both,
and how do you relate
tugging
to
gently on
friends?
my nipples.
Like, what do you think
I
about
groan,
living in this
tossing
country?
my head back
Would you,
against
for
his shoulder.
example, fight our enemies, or would you join our enemies against us? What are you doing? That was the first of the questions. The second one was, how do you organize yourselves? What's the power of your rabbis? Essentially asking about this medieval corporate society. Do you exercise control over your members? How do you do that? How do you tax them? Wanting to know how the Jewish community was structured. And finally, marriage. Do you guys have divorce? You know, for Catholics, we don't. Do you guys allow divorce? And if so, how is it done? And I read the Bible, and there you have these guys marrying multiple wives. Do you guys still do that? What's going on? And he asked them these 3 basic questions, broken down into more subtle
He sticks
points.
one hand around my waist, while his other hand grasps
Somewhat paralyzed with the decision what to do about these questions, turned to Rabbi Zinsheim,
and the
who
punishing
was
rhythm
the most
starts.
august
His breathing
rabbinic
grows
presence
harsher
there,
and harsher,
and they asked
rapid,
him
matching
to
mine.
draft the
I
responses,
feel the familiar
which
pricking
were
deep
done
inside.
with a tremendous degree of
I am
Talmudic
just sensation.
wisdom
This is
and
what he does to me.
politically
He takes my
pragmatic
body and
insight.
possesses it wholly,
Essentially,
so that I think of nothing but
remember that
him.
the Assembly of Notables had about half the people there were observant, and about half were simply not
I'm a
observant. And again,
butterfly
this is the
caught
time
in
when
his net,
non-observance
unable
was
and
kind of like
unwilling
dropping
to
off the
escape.
cliff. Jewishly, there
I'm
was
his.
no place for a non-observant Jew in the
Come on,
concept
baby.
of
Growls
medieval Jewry.
gritted teeth,
He
and
had,
on
and
cue,
the non-observant
like the
Jews
sorcerer's
like
apprentice
falling
I
over
am,
themselves saying,
I
say
let go,
whatever he
and
wants.
we find our
Give
release
Napoleon
together.
the whole farm because we want to be citizens. We want
I am
everything
lying
that France has to
curled up
offer.
in his arms on
And
sticky
the
sheets.
observant ones are saying,
His front
oh my
is
gosh,
pressed
can you
to my
believe what
back.
these guys are
His
saying?
nose in my
He's
hair.
asking us things like, is it
What I
permitted
feel
for a
for
Jew
you
to marry a
frightens
non-Jew?
me.
What are we
I
going to say to
whisper.
that? If we say
He
no,
stills.
Napoleon's going to, who knows what he's going to do with us?
Says
Very,
quietly.
very difficult thing.
What if you leave me?
They had weird
thought
things like, for
is
example,
horrific.
one of their meetings was on
I'm not
Shabbat.
going anywhere.
So
I don't think I could
the
ever have my
observant
fill of
attendees
anesthesia.
cast their votes
I
on
turn
Friday,
and gaze at him.
and their votes were
His
recorded in
expression is
advance,
serious,
and on Saturday, the
sincere.
non-observant wrote down
I
their
lean
votes on the
over and
cards
kiss him
on
gently.
Shabbat, which is, of course, a
He
desecration
smiles
of
and
the day.
reaches
So
up
those
to
are the
tuck my
kind
hair
of
behind my ear.
functionings of the assembly.
I never felt
Anyways,
the way I felt
Rabbi
when
Zinsheim
I was
composed responses to these 12 questions, which were
feeling like that.
absolutely smack on the middle of what could
sounds
be
so
accepted
sad.
by Napoleon
Dazed even.
without completely betraying
kiss
the
him
Talmudic
there.
tradition. So,
I
for
want to lighten
example,
our mood somehow. Christian doesn't
to the
want
question, may a Jew marry a non-Jew?
to my father's summer party
Well,
tomorrow.
the answer that Rabbi Zinsheim gave was,
I said I'd go.
we
I
frown
smile,
on such
feeling suddenly
marriages.
shy.
We
Of
do
course I'll
not
come.
enforce them as marriages within the Jewish faith,
Nothing.
but we do understand that the state may regard them as
I
valid
have nothing
marriages.
to wear.
And in other words,
Christian looks
he essentially said what the
uncomfortable.
Gemara says, which is it's forbidden, but it's
But I
not.
still have all
If
those
it happens,
clothes
it's
for
not
you.
like we can
I am sure
do
there are a
anything about
couple
it.
of
The
dresses
Gemara
in
does
there.
not call it marriage, doesn't
I
call it
pursed my
kedusha.
lips.
But on the other hand,
Do
Napoleon
now.
can read that and say, okay, that's fine with us. You
My
can think
voice
whatever you
is
want. If the
sardonic.
state can recognize it,
I don't want to fight
then we'll
with
deal
him
with
tonight.
it. And this is precisely
need a
what
shower.
modern Americans think about intermarriage as well.
The
It's
girl who looks
the
like
halachic
me is
reality,
standing
the
outside
political reality of it.
SIP.
And he answered all of these questions in a similarly sensitive
I am
manner.
pale and
We have a
unwashed.
somewhat self-serving
clothes
account
are too
of
big.
the meeting. Like, for
I'm
example,
staring
when
at her,
Napoleon's
and she's
emissary
wearing
said,
my clothes.
would you fight for France? They all screamed out at the same time, Jusqu'à la
What do you
mort,
have that I
to
don't?
the death,
I asked
fight for
her.
France, and so on.
Who are you?
Who knows if that actually happened?
I'm nobody.
But in all these
Who are
questions,
you?
Rabbi
Are you
Zinsheim
nobody too?
relied on this
And
somewhat
there's a pair
generic
of
Talmudic
us.
principle,
Don't
Dina
tell.
Mahuta Dina.
Banish
The
us,
law
you know.
of the land is the
She
law.
smiles, a slow,
He made
evil
distinctions
grimace
between
that spreads
pure
across her
ritual
face.
law
And
and
it's so
civil
chilling
law,
that I
which are
start to
not
scream.
necessarily present in the way, the Talmud observes
Jesus
the
and
totality of Jewish law,
Christian
but
is
he
shaking
made
me
those
awake.
distinctions, those
I
rather
am
surgical
so
incisions to
disoriented.
be able to satisfy
I'm at
Napoleon
home,
and at the same
in the
time
dark,
maintain
in
fidelity
bed
to the
with
Jewish
Christian.
tradition. These
I shake my
responses
head, trying to
essentially
clear my mind.
depicted for French Jews and for
Are you
all
okay?
Jews living in Western
Having a
states
bad
thereafter, a modality of living
He
in
switches on the lamp so we're
with
bathed
the
in its
state,
dim light.
which Americans have
He
adopted
gazes down
just
at
as
me,
much
his
as
face
since
etched with concern.
emperors. So
Girl,
what Napoleon
I
did was he was
whisper,
very satisfied with
what?
the answers. He says, great,
What girl?
I love these
He
answers.
asks,
I'll tell you what,
soothingly.
let us convene
There was
the
a girl
Grand
outside
Sanhedrin.
SIP when I left
Napoleon
this
had a very
evening.
sort of poetic
She looked like me,
mind, and he said, let us reconvene
Christian
this
stills,
great
and as the light from the bedside lamp
convention of
warms up,
judges. It was
I see
71
his
in the
face
original.
is ashen.
I believe he actually
What
called
is
her
this?
71 as well.
He whispers,
And
dismayed.
the Grand
He sits
Sanhedrin
up, staring
will
down at me.
ratify these
When I left
answers
work
as
this
being
evening,
representative of all
I
French
repeat,
Jewry. So in
do you know who she is?
1806, they did convene.
Yes.
Here you can see a
He runs a
contemporary
hand
depiction
through his
of
hair.
since I'm in the
Who?
back with the unique
His mouth to a hard line,
tipped
but he says nothing.
fur hat. Sorry, they met in 1807, and the Grand Sanhedrin over the course of that year
I swallow.
duly ratified all of these
Ex
decisions,
sub.
which essentially
I
put in
remember
place
Christian
the
talking about
modern
her before we
Jewish
went
identity.
gliding. Suddenly,
Napoleon was in
attention.
heaven, and
Something
he
is going on.
really enjoyed all of this.
The girl
This is
who
one of my
played
favorite
toxic on her
depictions
iPod?
of the period.
He
Here
glances
is
at me
Napoleon
anxiously.
himself, kind of
Yes,
like in
he
biblical
says.
sort of
Did you
Caesarean
see?
robes with
She
the
said,
laurels around
what
his
do you have
head,
that I don't
and
have?
he's holding up
And
the
when I
tablet.
asked who
He's
she
like,
was,
La
she
loi de
said,
Moses, the
nobody.
law of Moses, and
Christian
he
eyes
is
as if
reaching out in a very
What's
Michelangelo-like gesture,
What does she
the
mean
fallen
to him?
figure of
My
representing
scalp
Judaism,
prickles as
and
adrenaline
she is
spikes
so
through my
weak
body.
she can barely hold
What if
on
she
to
means a lot
the
to
two
him?
tablets over here.
Perhaps
In the
he misses
background
her.
you have like the
I know
menorah
so
and
little
Mount
about his
Sinai,
past,
and the whole image of Napoleon
relationships.
here
He must have had a contract.
is
She would have
is
done
one
what he
of being
wanted.
the savior,
Given
the
him
Messiah,
what he
that is
needed,
rescuing
gladly.
fallen Judaism
Oh
and
no,
restoring it
when
to its
I
greater
can't.
glory.
The
The
thought
French
makes
here
me
says
nauseous.
the great
Climbing out
Napoleon
of bed,
who
Christian drags
established
on his
the
jeans
Jewish
and
religion
heads into
on
the
the
main
30th
room.
of May,
A glance at
1806.
my alarm clock shows it's 5
Beautiful
in the
kind of
morning.
imagery. Here's another
I roll out of
medallion
bed,
struck
putting his
in
white
honor
shirt
of
on.
Napoleon,
Follow
and you
him.
can see he's
Holy
depicted
shit,
here as none
he's
other
on the
than
phone.
Moses himself, the lawgiver,
Yes,
and law
outside
is very
SID.
important in
Yesterday,
this concept because
early,
we're talking about France
he says quietly.
developing.
He
Napoleon
turns to me
himself
as I
developed
move
the
toward the
Napoleonic
kitchen and
Code.
asks me directly,
Law was what was supposed
what
to
time
govern France
exactly?
much more than the will of the
About
autocrat.
10
It
to
was
6?
the law
I mumble.
ratified by the majority.
Who
And
on
here
earth
he
is he
is,
calling at this
standing
hour?
upright,
What's Leland
graciously
done?
giving the,
He
actually
relays
it's not
the
Moses,
information
it's
to
actually
whoever's
God
on the line,
in this picture,
not
right?
taking
He's
his
giving
eyes
the
off
law
me.
to the
His
broken
expression
down
dark
Jew
and
here who's
earnest.
like bent over
Find
in his
out how.
labor and his effort,
Yes,
but gratefully
I wouldn't have said
accepting
so, but
accepting
then I
the
wouldn't have
Torah
thought
from
she'd do
the
this.
one that gave it.
He closes his eyes as if he's in pain.
So,
I
those
don't know how that will go
answers,
down.
those 12 questions,
Yes,
ratified
I'll talk to her.
by the Sanhedrin
Yes,
as established by Napoleon, were
follow
exceptionally
Rabbi,
important in giving
just
us
find her
a
well.
way politically
She's in
to
trouble.
maintain Jewish
Find her.
identity within a modern
Hangs up.
citizen state. And were adopted
What's
without
the
too
tea?
much change
I asked.
by all European
Ray's
and later
answer
American
to every
civilizations as
crisis.
well. However,
And the only
there were
thing
some
he does well
downsides.
is
Here's
teach
another
it.
contemporary
I filled the
portrait.
kettle
This is
with
the special
water.
plan again.
Actually,
Napoleon
I'd
didn't
like
quite
to go
leave
back
him alone
to
at
bed.
that point. The
His
next
look
year,
tells
in
me that it's
1808,
not
he
to sleep.
issued the so-called
Well,
infamous
I
decree.
need some tea.
What was the infamous
Would you like to
decree?
join me for a
It
cup?
was a series of
I
laws
want
that
to know what's
basically
going
said
on.
two
I will
things
not
about
be
the Jews of
sidetracked by
Alsace,
sex.
because he had not forgotten
He
the
runs his hand
complaints
through his hair
that
in
had generated
exasperation.
the assembly of
Yes,
nobles in the
please,
Grand Sanhedrin in the
he
first place.
says, but I
The
can
first
tell
thing he
he's
said
irritated.
was,
I
you
put
know,
the kettle on the stove and
Jews, you
busy
guys are
myself with
citizens,
teacups
we
and
love
everything.
you,
My
fantastic.
anxiety level
Now we're
has
going to
shot
put
to
some
DEFCON 1.
discriminatory
Is he
economic
going to tell
regulations
me
on
the
you.
problem? Or
And
am I going
You're all going to have to divest yourselves of loans over a certain amount, and you're going to have to refrain from making loans over this amount and charging this interest. Instead of directing themselves to creating a modern banking system, it was much easier simply to deal with the Jewish moneylenders themselves, and he imposed a religion-based series of laws that specifically targeted the Jews in Alsace to deal with the immediate problem. So Jews, as you can imagine, were rather upset with him
tangled up in
but
this.
they were helpless to change
It
it,
shouldn't
and
concern
ultimately
me, but
they
it does.
dealt with it.
She found
The
me and
second
accosted
element
me
of
outside my
the
office.
infamous
How does
decree,
she know about
which
me?
had
How
not
does she
as
know where I
negative
work?
consequences,
I
was
think
the
I have a right to
establishment
know what's
of the
going on.
consistory system, which
He
is
runs a hand
essentially
through his hair
the
again,
official.
radiating frustration
The
as if
synagogue was
he
made
changed
into an
something
official
about
church, using the term church
Please, I
generically
asked
here.
softly.
David Zinsheim was
His
promoted
mouth
to be
sets
the
into a
first
hard
chief
line, and he
rabbi
rolls
of
his eyes at
France,
me.
and that
Okay,
all
he
French
says,
rabbis were to
I have
be
no idea
under
how
his
he found
direct
me.
authority.
Maybe the photograph of us
He
important.
set up
I don't
a
know.
hierarchical
He sighs
structure
again,
in
and I
which
sense his
ultimately
frustration is
all
directed at
rabbinic
himself.
authority
I wait
flowed
patiently,
upwards to
pouring
the
boiling
emperor
water into the
himself.
teapot as he paces
In
back
other
and
words, he
forth.
co-opted
After a
the
beat,
French
continues.
rabbinate
While I was with you,
in
I
such a
told
way
you,
that it now became
Layla
another
turned up at my
arm of
apartment
government,
unannounced and made a scene
which
in
had
front of Dale.
possibly very negative
Dale?
connotations.
Mrs.
In many
Jones.
ways, it is not
What do you
dissimilar
mean,
to
being a
what
senior?
Israel has with its
He
rabbinate,
glares at me
where
and
their
prays.
rabbis are
Tell
paid
me,
by the state
you're
to
keeping something
perform
back.
various functions,
My tone is
observing
more
the kashrut
forceful than I
organizations,
feel.
maintaining Batei Din, things
He
like
blinks
that,
at me,
which has its
surprised,
ups and downs. The
he stops.
independent rabbis who are not
Please?
part of the Rabbanut have freedom, but they don't get a paycheck unless they
She
can
made
reason
a haphazard
themselves.
attempt
So
to
Rabbi
open her vein.
Zinsheim was at the head of this
Oh,
consistory
no.
system that
That
was
explains the
ultimately part of the
bandage on
French
her
government,
wrist.
ceding still further
Dale got
rabbinic
her to the
authority
hospital,
by having
but
absorbed
Layla
it.
discharged herself before I could get there.
He died in
What does this
1812,
mean?
and
Suicidal?
for a period of time, his image
The
was
shrink who saw
forgotten,
her called
and in
it a
fact,
typical
his
cry for help.
grave was
He didn't
lost
believe her to be
until
truly at
the
risk.
1970s,
One step
when it
from
was
suicidal
discovered once again
ideation,
and renovated,
But I'm
and
not
now is a
convinced.
site
I've
of
been
some
trying to track her
pilgrimage
down
because
since then to
he
get her some
realized
help.
just how important he
Did she
was
say
to
anything to
Jewish
Mrs.
history.
Jones?
More significantly than
Gazes
his
at me.
legacy as a
He looks
political figure,
really
however,
uncomfortable.
I would like to think that
Not much.
it
He
is
says
his magnum
eventually.
opus, Yad
But I know
Gavi,
he's not
his
telling me
massive
everything.
commentary on the Torah,
I distract myself
only
with
one
pouring tea
volume
into
of which
teacups.
appeared
So
in his
Layla
lifetime,
wants back into
has
Christian's
since
life,
been
and chooses
reproduced
a
and is
suicide
imprinted by
attempt to attract his
Machon
attention?
Yerushalayim. You can see it here
Whoa.
advertised.
Scary,
This is an amazing
but
thing
effective.
where we have
Christian
all of
left
his
Georgia to be at
rabbinic
her side,
legislation, his
but
commentary
she
on Torah, his
disappears
autobiographical
before he
comments
gets there?
are now available for
How
scholars. This
odd.
is actually quite a recent development,
Can't
meaning
find
in the
her?
last 20 years
What
or so.
about her family?
To give you a sense of some
They
of the
don't know
kind of
where she
issues he
is.
dealt with,
Neither does her husband.
one of the
Husband?
questions that was directed to him
Yes,
was,
he says
would
distractedly.
it be permitted
She's
for
been married for
members
about
of
2
the Assembly
years.
of Notables to shave their beards
So she was with
on
you while she was
the
married?
intermediate days of the holiday of Passover
You really have no
because they were
boundaries.
meeting with Napoleon's deputies?
God,
And in
no.
fact, he
She was
ruled
with me
yes.
nearly 3 years ago.
There are some restrictions on how they could shave, but since they were meeting with government officials, he said, certainly
So,
go ahead,
why
use
is
the
she trying to
military
get your
powders,
attention
whatever,
now?
and make yourself look like a
He shakes
mensch,
his head
even
sadly.
though, for Jews in general, that would not be
All we
necessary,
managed to
especially
find
for
out
men.
is that
Women
she
not
ran
so
out on
much.
her husband about 4 months
The
ago.
second thing, another example of
Let
his
me get this
legislation,
straight. She hasn't been your
the
submissive
French
for
government
3 years,
had
about
an
2.5
annual lottery
and
for
she wanted more.
indigent brides
Yes.
who could not
But
afford a
didn't.
trousseau going to marriage. And
So
it was
she
an
left
interesting thing.
you.
We should have the same thing here, I
Yes.
think, where
So
people
why
would
is
buy
she
a
coming
ticket
to you now?
and they would be entered in a lottery,
I
and some
don't
bride
know.
would win, a large
And
prize
the
to go to
tone of
marriage.
his voice tells
And
me that he
poor
at
Jewish
least
women
hasn't
were
married.
asking if they could participate
But
in the
you
lottery
suspect
because of what we consider
his
today
eyes
perhaps
narrow
a more
perceptibly with
obscure
anger.
prohibition of
suspect it has something
accepting
to do with
gifts from non-Jews. Can you accept a gift
What would she
from a
want?
non-Jew, especially if it's just before a
What do you
holiday?
have
So
that
I'm
I
attracted on this called the Avodah Zarah,
I
which we
stare
won't
at
get into now.
him.
But at any rate,
Magnificently naked, the waist
Rabbi
up.
Zinsheim said,
I
yes,
had him.
Jewish women can
He's
certainly
mine.
participate in
That's
this
what
state
I have.
lottery, even though
yet
there are some
she
technical
looked
things,
like
and nevertheless is something that applies to
Same
all Jews
dark
and
hair
non-Jews
and hideous
alike.
skin.
It's not a religious thing, and therefore
frown
you
at
can go
the
ahead and
thought.
do it. These are the kind of
Yes,
issues that he dealt
what
with. For us
do I
today,
have
perhaps
that
they
she
seem
doesn't?
perfect. I mean, who would go into 7-Eleven and
Why
wonder,
didn't you
gee, can I buy a Powerball ticket or not? But that's largely because these issues were solved for Jews by Rabbi David Sinzheim in his
drinks
life.
after work, at the end
So
of my
with that,
first
I'm going to conclude conclude our
You
discussion
turning up
tonight.
at the bar and
Thank you
your
very much for your attendance
testosterone
all
rush
season,
with
really,
Jack,
and I
and
hope you
then
have
when
a
we were
wonderful
here,
Passover,
it
and
slipped
look
my
forward to seeing
mind.
you when we start the
You
lectures
have a
again.
habit of making me forget things.
Have a good night.
Testosterone rush? His lips
Stand
twitch.
clear of the closing
Yes,
doors,
the
please.
kissing contest? I'll show you a testosterone rush. Wouldn't you rather have a cup of tea? No, Anastasia, I wouldn't. His eyes burn into me, scorching me with his I want you and I want you now.
Tonight's topic
It's so hot.
what
Forget about her.
primarily because
He holds out his
I
hand.
have a difficult time
My inner
bringing
goddess
myself
does 3
to like
backflips
this.
over the gym floor as I grasp his
I mean, on a
hand.
personal level, uh, there's no
I wait,
question that
too warm,
he was
and I'm wrapped
motivated
around
by
a
a
naked
very
Christian Grey.
sincere love of
Even though
Jerusalem,
he's
love
fast
of
asleep,
Torah. There's no
he's holding
question
me
that he was
close.
a very
Soft
erudite
morning light
individual.
filters through the
Tremendous
curtains.
amount of
My
learning,
head is on his chest,
of
my leg tangled with his, my arm across his stomach.
desire to
I
benefit
raise my head,
fellow Jews,
scared
things like
that I
that.
might wake him.
But he was
He
ultimately
looks young and relaxed
one
and
of the
sleepy,
greatest
and he's
premises
mine.
in Jewish history. He's an incredibly
Reaching up,
divisive
I
figure
tentatively
that,
stroke his chest, running
in
my
many ways,
fingertips
wreaked
through his
havoc
smattering of
in
hair,
Jewish
and he
communities
doesn't
throughout
stir.
Europe and
I
had
can't
a
quite believe it.
lasting and, in my
He's
opinion,
really
deleterious
mine.
impact
For
on
a few
certain
more
of the
precious
creative strands
moments,
of Jewish thought.
I lean over and tenderly kiss one of his scars.
So it's hard in many
Moans
ways
softly,
to
but doesn't wait,
feel
and I
great
smile.
about this individual.
I kiss
because,
another, and
I
his eyes
find
open.
he's probably not the kind
Hi.
of person I would like to
I grin at him guiltily.
Many of the other characters
Hi.
are true. Some of the people we
He
talk about
answers
are
wearily.
kind
What are
of
you doing?
eccentric, like
Looking
Sarah,
at you.
wife of Shabbatai's feet.
I run my fingers down his happy trail. He captures my hand, narrows his eyes, and smiles
This
a
person, I
brilliant
think, I
Christian
would
smile,
probably try and avoid.
and I
Like
relax.
the same wedding, I'd
My
rather
secret
try and
touching
the other side of the
stays
room
in
during the
secret.
short, because I wouldn't
Oh,
enjoy speaking.
why won't you let me touch you?
So it's a hard topic to
Suddenly,
address,
he
but
moves
nevertheless
on
it's
top of
frustrating.
me, pressing me into the mattress, his hands on mine.
You see the
Warning
years
me.
there from the late
He strokes my
17th
nose with his.
of the 18th century.
I
He was
think
known
up to no
by
good,
both
Miss
his
Steele. He
detractors
accuses,
and
but his
his
smile
opponents
remains.
as a zealot,
I like
the
being
son
up
of
to no
a
good
zealot,
near you.
which is at once
He
a
asks
rabbinic
and kisses me lightly
title
on the
that
lips.
is common, say a
Sex
Navi, Ben
or
Navi, a
abundance?
prophet, the son of
He
a
asks.
prophet, or a
His eyes dark
Ben
but full
Tzaddik,
of
Ben
humor.
Tzaddik, a righteous
His
person,
erection
righteous
is
person,
digging into me,
which on the rabbinic
and I
level
tilt my
means
pelvis up
a
to
super zealot. He's not only a zealot himself,
he
but he comes
murmurs
from a
against my
zealous
throat
tradition.
as he
Kanoid
trails
Ben
kisses
Kanoid,
down to my breast.
zealot Ben was himself. But it also is
I
actually
stand
quite
at my chest of
descriptive
drawers,
because
staring at
his
my
father
mirror,
also
trying to
engaged in a
coax
certain
my
degree of
hair into some
zealotry.
semblance of
And
style.
he himself,
Really?
Moshe,
It's
was
just
a
too
zealot
long.
of incredible.
I'm in jeans and a
So
t-shirt,
we're going to
and
look
Christian,
at his
freshly
life
showered,
and work,
is dressing behind
particularly
me.
in the context of
I gaze at his
the
body
Wake of
hungrily.
Sabbath and Fair. This is
How often
ironic
do
that
you work
actually
out?
think about it when
I
he's
ask.
something his lecture
Every
schedule out this
weekday.
year. Looking
But
at
these
several
fly.
different
What do you
individuals
do?
caught up in the wake of
Run,
Shabbataites.
weights, kickboxing. He
Sarah,
shrugs.
his wife,
Kickboxing? Yes. I have a personal trainer, an ex-Olympic contender who
all
teaches
of
me.
whom had a
His name
very
is Claude.
strong
He's very
relationship
good.
to the
Like
events
him.
of the 17th century.
I turn to gaze at him as he starts to
as
button up his
usual,
white shirt.
be extremely
What do you
competitive.
mean
I do
I like
virtually
him?
no original research for
You
most
like
of
him
the
as a
presentations.
trainer.
So I'm going to rely very
Why would I
heavily
need a personal
on
trainer?
the excellent
I have
critical
you to keep me
biography
fit.
of Moshe Kaki's
He saunters
titled
over and wraps his arms around me,
Heresy, Rabbi
his
Moshe
darkening
Kaki's
eyes
97
meeting mine in the mirror.
Controversies,
But I
the
want
author
you
of
fit
which
me
is
for what I
the
have
great
in mind.
historian, Professor
Oh, did you
Michelle
give up?
Carlebach, who
I
incidentally,
flush as memories
at
of the
one point
playroom
in her
flood my
illustrious career,
mind.
was actually a
Yes,
instructor
the
here at
red
the
room of
college.
pain is
The
exhausting.
acknowledgments in this book, she
Is he
thanks
going
her
to let me
colleagues
back
at
in there?
college. And
Do
we
I
thank
want
her
to
for
go
this
back
tremendous
in?
book. We wish
Of
we had
course. My
longer
inner goddess screams. I stare into his unfathomable, mesmerizing gray eyes. You really want to,
So we're going to look at this
he
book,
mouths at me.
which is her
I
dissertation
flush,
on
and
the
the
coveted
undesirable thought that Luna could probably keep up slithers invidious and unwelcome into my mind. I press my lips together and Christian frowns at me. What? He asks, concerned. Nothing. I shake my head at him. Okay, I'll meet Claude. Christian's face lights up in astounded disbelief. His expression makes me smile. He looks like he's won the lottery, though Christian's probably never even bought a ticket. He has no need. Yes, geez, if it makes you that happy, I scoff. He tightens his arms around me and kisses my cheek. You have no idea. He whispers, so, what would you like to do today? He nuzzles me, sending delicious tingles through my body. I'd like to get my hair cut and, I need to bank a check and buy a car. Ah, he says knowingly and bites his lip. Taking one hand off me, he reaches into his jeans pocket and holds up the key to my little Audi. It's here, he says, his expression uncertain. What do you mean, it's here? Boy, I sound angry. Crap, I am angry. How dare he? Taylor brought it back yesterday. I open my mouth, then close it, and repeat the process twice. But I have been rendered speechless. He's giving me back the car. Double crap. Why didn't I foresee this? Well, play at that game. I fish in the back pocket of my jeans and pull out the envelope with his check. Here, this is yours.